A stream of super-hot, boiling water, hot enough to melt steel, transformed into a high-pressure water cannon, carrying a destructive heat wave and sprayed directly at everyone. The air was distorted by the scorching heat, and the ground cracked instantly. The Blood Phoenix totem on Yin Ingli's shoulder blade lit up as soon as she sensed danger, flashing like a breathing light. "Hey!" she cried out, drawing her blood flame longsword from the totem. She swayed and lunged forward. The blood flame longsword in his hand drew a blood-red arc in the air, actually slashing head-on at the water cannon. Sizzle! The crimson flames collided violently with the boiling water, instantly evaporating the water into a thick, white fog that blotted out the sky and enveloped the entire area. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Lin Yuan made his move. He did not use the combination of Heart of the Dead and 2 god-level talents. Creatures living on Emberstone Island already have high fire resistance, let alone the demonized Ember's Hell Crab Mother. Even though nether fire can burn the soul, it still possesses the properties of ordinary fire, so attacking the Ember's Hell Crab Mother would likely have little effect. Without much hesitation, Lin Yuan grasped the black feather sword, its blade covered in feather patterns and radiating an ominous aura, in his hand with a thought. "Perfect timing. Let's test my new enchanted sword." At the same time, the demon feather ring on Lin Yuan's hand resonated with the black feather sword, trembling slightly. Whoosh! A pair of pure black wings suddenly unfolded from behind Lin Yuan, stirring up a gust of air. With a flap of his wings, he rose from the ground and gracefully flew into the air. Featherblade. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yuan swung his hand in mid-air at the enormous figure below. A feather-shaped sword aura, imbued with a dark, corrosive effect, roared out and precisely slashed at the fragile joint connecting the Ember's Hell Crab Mother's thick limbs to her body. Clang! A piercing metallic clang rang out, sparks flying everywhere. Although the shell of the Ember Crab Mother was hard, it was as fragile as rotten wood in the face of Lin Yuan's attack and the sharpness of the black feather sword. With a single sword strike, one of its limbs was severed at the root, and scalding green fluid gushed out. The slowing effect of the enchantment was also triggered at this moment, and an invisible field of stagnation instantly enveloped the behemoth. The Ember Crab Mother's ferocious movements visibly slowed down for a moment, as if she had sunk into an invisible swamp. On the other side of the battlefield, in Xia Yuanzhou's pupils, the whole world had entered a slow-motion state. The mother crab with the sniper's mark was branded by him. The twin pendants of the sea demon's eye on his chest also opened their eye-like structures, as if they had come to life. A beam of eerie purple light shot out, clearly marking the only vital point of the Ember's Hell Crab Mother in Xia Yuanzhou's vision. Its lantern-like eyes. Chapter 1, 34 Sister-in-Law. Boom! A muffled gunshot rang out. The bullet tore through the air, carrying a spiraling force, and precisely pierced the eyeball of the Ember Crab Mother, which was marked with a ghostly light. Snap! Xia Yuanzhou's precise shooting had a side effect that increased the damage multiplier of this fatal blow by a full 50%. A terrifying power erupted in an instant. The mother molten shell crab's eyeballs exploded, and dark green fluid mixed with shattered crystals splattered everywhere. The indescribable pain drove the behemoth into a complete frenzy. "Chef Sun, well done." Lin Yuan's cheers rang out from midair. It turned out that at the very moment Xia Yuanzhou fired the shot, Sun had already gripped his Dragon Slayer blade. He took advantage of the brief stiffness of the mother ember crab's severed limbs on its other side. Azura blade technique. Flat blade slash through armor. The seemingly heavy dragon-slaying saber moved with effortless ease in his hands. A solid blade of energy slashed out, striking the head carapace of the Ember's Hell Crab Mother with a muffled thud. The successive heavy blows completely consumed the mother of the Ember Crab by rage. It abandoned its attack on Lin Yuan, who was hovering overhead, and suddenly turned its massive body around, unleashing all its fury on Sun Hao, who was closer to it. That huge, intact crab claw swept across. "Uncle Sun, be careful," Yiningli exclaimed. At the critical moment, a blood-red figure engulfed in flames appeared as if by teleportation, blocking Sun Hao's path. "It's Yin Ingli." She crossed her arms in front of her chest, and the power of blood flames within her surged wildly, condensing into a thick blood shield burning with raging flames in front of her. Boom! The giant claw and the blood shield collided with a deafening roar, like a battering ram striking an impregnable city wall. Under the violent impact, the volcanic rock beneath Yin Ingli's feet cracked inch by inch, and spiderweb-like cracks spread in all directions. But she herself remained as still as a rock. On the contrary, the already battered and bruised Ember Crab Mother let out a painful wail under the enormous recoil. The massive body staggered and fell uncontrollably to the side, completely exposing its unsuspecting head to Lin Yuan's view. Chance! A glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes, and the black wings on his back suddenly retracted. He was like a falling black meteor, gripping the black feather sword, plunging down with immense force. The incredibly sharp blade encountered no resistance whatsoever. The black feather sword easily pierced through the hard head that the Ember's Hell Crab Mother was so proud of. Scalding green fluid gushed out like a fountain. The Ember's Hell Crab Mother let out a short, shrill scream, her massive body crashing heavily to the ground. After convulsing a few times, she fell lifeless. The battle is over. Sun Hao patted his chest, still shaken, and looked at the graceful figure standing in front of him, his gratitude overflowing. "Thank you, sister-in-law." "No, I mean Sakura-chan." As soon as the words left his mouth, Sun Hao wanted to slap himself. When people get old, especially after a brush with death, they might lose their composure and speak without thinking when they get excited. In Sun Hao's view, Captain Lin Yuan and first mate Yin Ingli were a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Although the two are still in a relatively early, ambiguous stage, neither of them has explicitly stated their relationship. After all, it had only been a little over a week since they met. However, this thin veil will eventually be broken. Even if the other crew members couldn't tell, in Sun Hao's eyes, who had seen countless people, their little thoughts were practically written all over their faces. For this reason, Sun Hao subconsciously regarded Yin Ingli as his future boss's wife. In such excitement, the title of address was already prepared in advance. What was said unintentionally may have been taken to heart by the listener. Yin Ingli's pretty face, which was covered in a little dust, suddenly turned red. She turned around abruptly, wanting to reprimand him, but swallowed the words back. She just gave Sun Hao a perfunctory glare. The look in his eyes, it was less of a warning and more of a sign of shame and anger. Yin Ingli put away the blood shield and silently walked to the side, pretending to observe the surrounding situation. But her bright red ears completely betrayed the turmoil in her heart. Just then, the black wings on Lin Yuan's back slowly dissipated, and he landed steadily from midair. He put the black feather sword into his storage space, which allowed him to witness the little incident that had just occurred. He walked over to Sun Hao, patted him heavily on the shoulder, and a playful smile appeared on his face. "Chef Sun, are you all right?" "It's nothing. It's all thanks to Ingli." Sun Hao quickly waved his hand, cold sweat almost dripping down his back. Lin Yuan nodded, then changed the subject, looking in Yin Ingli's direction, and deliberately raised his voice. "But I think I just heard Uncle Sun call out sister-in-law. Did I hear wrong?" Boom! It felt like fireworks were exploding in Yin Ingli's head. She clenched her fists tightly until her knuckles turned white. "That damn captain. It's probably not intentional." Sun Hao shuddered in fright, his survival instincts kicking in instantly, and he shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum. "No, absolutely not. Captain, you must have misheard. I was just rambling after surviving a disaster." "Yes, nonsense." As he spoke, he frantically gave Lin Yuan meaningful glances, his old face turning bright red. Seeing the two of them, one embarrassed and the other annoyed, Lin Yuan's smile deepened. "Okay, just kidding." He stopped teasing them and turned his gaze to the gradually dissipating corpse of the Ember Crab Mother. "Let's clean up the battlefield and see what good stuff this second-tier, 4-star monster dropped for us." At this moment, where the corpse of the Ember Crab Mother had turned to black ash, 2 pieces of loot were quietly floating. Lin Yuan walked over, put them in his hands, and checked their information. One of them was the intact, enormous claw of the Ember's Hell, Crab Mother, shimmering with an alluring, dark red luster like lava. The giant claws of the female Ember Crab. Type: food ingredient. Description: top-grade ingredients containing pure flame energy. When used in cooking, it can permanently and slightly increase fire resistance after consumption. It requires a highly skilled chef to cook. Otherwise, it's no better than ordinary ingredients. Sun Hao's eyes widened at the sight, and he instantly forgot what had just happened. TSK, Captain, these crab claws, half-steamed, half-typhoon shelter style, paired with my secret sauce, the taste will definitely be amazing. Then it's yours, Lin Yuan said with a smile as he handed over the top-quality ingredient. The other trophy was a huge, dark red shield. It was formed from the hardest shell on the back of the Ember's Hell, Crab Mother, and the heat that had not yet dissipated remained on it. Ember Shell Shield. Quality: rare. Type: shield. Effect: of boiling water protection. Increases the wearer's fire resistance and physical defense by 20%. Effect 2: Crab Mother's Wrath. Active. Consuming stamina allows you to slam your shield into the ground, unleashing a circular shockwave that deals minor damage to surrounding enemies and inflicts a stun effect. Description: made from the hardest shell of the Ember Crab Mother, this shield embodies her anger and power from her lifetime. Chapter 135, Lava Raven. Good stuff. Lin Yuan picked up the shield, feeling its heavy weight and the violent aura it contained. If Zhu Zi comes, he'll definitely love this thing. This shield is a perfect match for Lu Xuanzhu, who is tough and resilient and plays the role of a tank in the team. Lin Yuan had already made up his mind to give him a big surprise when he got back. However, allowing Sun Hao to use the role temporarily beforehand would undoubtedly greatly enhance his survivability and the team's margin for error. Chef Sun, you can use this shield for now. Lin Yuan handed over the shield. All right, Captain. With the shield, I guarantee I'll charge in a battle for you anytime. Sun Hao happily took the shield, struck a few blocking poses, and quickly got used to its weight. However, Lin Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. This powerful monster surprisingly failed to reveal their objective for this trip. Totem fragments. Having dealt with the first monster blocking their path, the four did not linger and continued deeper into the island. Soon, Lin Yuan and his group arrived at the edge of a huge active volcano. Only by standing here can you truly feel the heartbeat of this island. The ground beneath my feet was trembling slightly and rhythmically, like a prehistoric beast breathing in its sleep. Hundreds of meters below lies a vast lava lake whose bottom is not visible. Golden red magma churned and boiled within, occasionally releasing giant bubbles. Each burst of a bubble was accompanied by a deep, thunderous sound, sending scorching airwaves soaring into the sky. This devastating natural force made all four of them realize their own insignificance. They seemed to be standing at the entrance to hell, about to be swallowed whole by this sleeping behemoth. Something's not right here. Lin Yuan's gaze was fixed on the churning lava lake below, his voice carrying a hint of seriousness. The boiling of that lava lake seemed almost too rhythmic. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the entire active volcano trembled violently. The ground beneath my feet shook violently, and countless boulders tumbled down from the edge of the crater, falling into that golden red hell. Oh no! The volcano is about to erupt. Sun Hao's face instantly turned pale, and he instinctively raised the ember shell shield in front of him. Retreat! Lin Yuan made a decisive move, grabbing Yin Ingli, who was still observing, and shouted sternly. Without hesitation, the four turned around and ran back the way they came. However, they were ultimately too late. With a deafening roar, the volcano did not spew out a towering column of lava, as they had expected. On the contrary, countless golden red fountains exploded in that huge lava lake. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds and thousands of volcanic rocks, encased in molten lava, were hurled into the air with tremendous force, like a dense rain of cannonballs, tracing crimson arcs as they hurtled toward the four people's location. The heat wave hit us, and the smell of sulfur in the air was so strong it was suffocating. It's not a volcanic eruption. Yan Ingli keenly sensed the key point. Lin Yuan, these fireballs are so purposeful. They're coming straight for us. There's no way to dodge it now. Sun Hao roared, stopping in his tracks and turning around to raise the ember shell shield high above his head. Bang! 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 Several pieces of lava firestone the size of human heads slammed into the shield, producing a dull, loud thud. The shield was indestructible, but the terrifying impact still made Sun Hao's arms go numb, and he retreated repeatedly. On the other side, Xia Yuanzhou, who had no protective measures, was at a loss. Even his usually calm and composed face showed a hint of panic at this moment. Beside him, Yinningli's eyes sharpened, and she didn't hesitate at all. She directly consumed 20% of her own blood volume to activate the blood flame power within her body. Blood flame coagulate. The blood phoenix totem shone brightly on her fair shoulder blades. A visible surge of blood energy erupted from her body, instantly condensing into a massive shield burning with crimson flames in front of her, firmly protecting her and Xia Yuanzhou behind her. Sizzle. The scalding magma clashed violently with the blood-fire shield, producing a piercing, scorching sound. With a thought, Lin Yuan conjured the golden trident, a symbol of maritime power, into his hand. Rise! With a low shout, the stopper of the black and gold gourd bottle hanging at his waist popped open automatically. The liquor gushed out instantly, transforming into a waterspout that shot skyward. The golden trident greatly enhanced Lin Yuan's ability to control water. Under his will, the liquor swirled rapidly and condensed into a constantly flowing, transparent water shield. The roaring lava and firestones crashed into the shield made of strong liquor. Their speed decreased drastically, and they eventually fell helplessly to the ground. Then, a spectacular scene unfolded. When the strong liquor shield encountered high temperatures, it ignited into towering flames, its power even surpassing that of a roaring volcano. When the devastating rain of fireballs finally subsided, the four of them hadn't even had a chance to catch their breath. In midair, the lava firestones that had not yet fallen seemed to be drawn by some invisible force, and they stopped falling and began to slowly gather together. They fused and recombined with each other, outlining a grotesque silhouette in the air. Finally, with a piercing cry, a giant raven made entirely of lava and charred rock appeared before them. Its wingspan is over 10 meters, and with each flap, it scatters countless sparks. Golden red, scalding lava flowed between the gaps in its body. Especially its eyes, like two burning suns, are filled with a violent and destructive will. Lava Raven. Combat power rating, Tier 2, 6 stars. Synopsis. The lava at the core of the Emberstone Island volcano, under the influence of the distorted divine power emanating from the fragments of the Dark Raven God Totem, coalesced with countless vengeful spirits to form a demonic entity. It has no physical form, is immune to most physical attacks, and is the true aerial overlord of Emberstone Island. A flying creature, this is troublesome. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he put away the golden trident. Water control abilities are not very useful against this type of enemy. He summoned the black feather sword again. Flying monsters are not convenient for you to deal with. Give it to me. Find a safe place first, then act when the opportunity arises. Before he finished speaking, the demon feather ring on Lin Yuan's hand resonated with the black feather sword, and black wings appeared behind him for the second time. Lin Yuan flapped his wings and soared into the sky like a black lightning bolt, taking the initiative to meet the lava demon crow circling in the air. Phew! The lava raven let out a roar and spewed out a thick stream of magma. Lin Yuan deftly twisted his body in mid-air, narrowly avoiding the dragon's breath, while simultaneously wielding the black feather sword in his hand. Feather blade combo. Streaks of jet black, feather-like sword energy tore through the air, slashing towards the lava demon raven from all directions. Clang, clang, clang. The sword energy struck the demonic raven's molten body, producing a crisp metallic clang and exploding into bursts of sparks. The raven's body was only dented in a few shallow pits, and it instantly recovered as soon as the flowing lava covered it. It even has a built-in recovery effect. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Chapter 136, Xia Yuanzhou's Talent Advancement. The first totem fragment. However, the slowing effect of the black feather sword took effect at this moment. The lava raven's swift movements visibly slowed down for a moment. On the ground, Xia Yuanzhou, who had been silent all along, had already activated the sniper god imprint effect. The lava raven's weakness, marked by the sea demon's eye pendant, was clearly displayed in his field of vision. A core protected by layers of charred rock. That place is the most unstable and the most vulnerable. Bang! Gunshots rang out. The bullets, enhanced with precision shooting, accurately hit the core protective layer. A charred rock that made up the lava raven shattered instantly. However, the lava began to slowly move in that direction, attempting to fill the space of that rock and continue protecting the core. Xia Yuanzhou decisively opened fire again. Thud! 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 While Lin Yuan was fiercely fighting the lava demon crow, Xia Yuanzhou's sniper rifle was relentlessly attacking the lava demon crow's core protective layer. One by one, the charred rocks protecting the core of the demon raven were shattered, at a speed that even exceeded the rate at which the magma filled in. Bang! Finally, the last charred rock was shattered, and the fragile core inside could be seen. Under this intense and continuous firing, Xia Yuanzhou's talent proficiency improved rapidly. Suddenly, a system notification appeared quietly in his field of vision. Congratulations to player Xia Yuanzhou on advancing his talent. Talent, God-level destroyer. Current stage, second order to third order. Unlock new talent secondary effect, penetrating Death Star. Piercing through the Death Star. You can concentrate all your energy into the gun barrel, charge it up for 3 seconds, and fire a devastating bullet with extreme penetrating power. This skill has a 1-hour cooldown. Almost at the same time, the sniper rifle in Xia Yuanzhou's hand also began to undergo drastic changes. The gun was reshaped in a blinding flash of light. The original stock was replaced with a more technologically advanced metal structure. The barrel became thicker and longer, and even devices resembling heat sinks appeared on both sides. A sniper rifle with a violent aesthetic and a ferocious design has replaced the original semi-automatic sniper rifle. This thing, just by looking at it, exudes an aura of domineering power and might that can pierce through everything. Xia Yuanzhou immediately aimed his gun at the exposed core and activated a new skill. Piercing the Death Star. At the muzzle of the sniper cannon, a destructive energy sphere began to rapidly condense, emitting a chilling, buzzing sound. Above the sky, the battle between Lin Yuan and the lava demon crow had reached its climax. Lin Yuan's black feather sword continuously left wounds, some deep and some shallow, on the demon crow's body. Just then, a wave of energy that made his heart pound came from the ground. Lin Yuan understood immediately, and with a sudden flap of his wings, he distanced himself from the demonic crow. The next second, boom! A thick beam of energy, carrying an aura of annihilation, shot up from the ground and instantly pierced through the right wing of the lava raven. Phew! The lava raven let out an extremely shrill scream. Its core was struck, and countless rock fragments mixed with lava scattered everywhere. Its body lost its balance and tumbled violently in the air, completely exposing its weakness. Capped in the chest. The usually taciturn Xia Yuanzhou became passionate at this moment, and he roared to remind Lin Yuan. Understood. Old Xia, well done. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he seized this fleeting opportunity. He poured all his strength into the black feather sword in his hand. Black Feather's Silent Sky Burial. Buzz. On the blade of the black feather sword, the feather-like patterns seemed to come alive, transforming into darkness that devoured all light. Lin Yuan, along with the sword in his hand, resembled a falling black comet, plunging down with a deadly force. There was no hindrance whatsoever. The sword, shrouded in darkness, once again pierced precisely into the core of the lava raven's chest. The ultimate dark power erupted instantly, like a black hole, frantically devouring the flames and vengeful spirits within the demonic raven's body. The light in the lava raven's eyes quickly dimmed. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on its body's surface, and it finally disintegrated with a mournful cry of resentment. Countless ordinary rocks, now cold, crashed and fell from the sky. The battle is over. At the site where the lava raven disintegrated, a palm-sized, paper-like substance emitted a dark purple light and floated silently in midair. That was their goal for this trip. One of the fragments of the raven god totem, the wings of the raven. Lin Yuan landed lightly, folded his wings, and grabbed the totem fragment in his hand. Although no other loot was found, getting the totem fragments made the trip worthwhile. Not to mention that after killing the mother ember crab, you also gained a decent shield and a substantial amount of special ingredients. Phew, finally done. Sun Hao plopped down on the ground, wiping the sweat from his forehead. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the entire Ember's Tone island began to shake violently at an unprecedented frequency. Below, the lava lake surged wildly like boiling water, and a gigantic bubble was slowly forming in the center of the lake. Oh no, this time it's really going to be a massive eruption. Lin Yuan's expression changed drastically. Run. He immediately contacted Lu Xuanju through the communication system. Pillar, full speed back to shore to meet us. Hurry. The four dared not slack off in the slightest, and followed the original route, running towards the coastline at top speed. Just as they reached the shore, panting heavily, the Changfeng came riding the waves. Brother Yuan, get on the boat quickly. Lu Xuanju shouted anxiously. The four of them leaped and landed steadily on the deck. At the very moment they boarded the ship, the active volcano behind them finally erupted. Rumble. A pillar of magma roared through the heavens and earth, piercing the sky, and countless fireballs of all sizes were thrown into the air, as if the end of the world had arrived. Start the boat. Lin Yuan roared. Leave it to me. Lu Xuanju's eyes widened as he gripped the rudder tightly. The moment to test Zhu Zi's boat-driving skills has arrived again. Blackie, help me. Shen Tian's sweet shout came from the deck. Gurgle. A small, dark cloud-like shape darted up the mast. It opened its mouth, took a deep breath, and its size rapidly increased dozens of times, transforming into a dark cloud that drifted above the Changfeng. With the power of the feathered serpent totem, the black ball of dust created a powerful whirlwind on the sails. Call. The sails of the Changfeng were instantly filled, and the entire ship sped off like an arrow towards safe waters. Stop those fireballs, Lin Yuan shouted. He and Yining stood on either side of the bow of the boat. This volcanic eruption was not as intense as the once-in-a-century eruption that occurred earlier this morning. The fireball wasn't as exaggeratedly large as a single-room square meter. Lin Yuan's strength was more than enough to block it. Holding a golden trident, he drew upon the seawater, transforming it into thick water whips that lashed out at the fireballs flying towards the ship. Yin Ingli wielded her blood-flame longsword, which transformed into a blood-red light curtain, annihilating all the remaining survivors. Chapter 137 Wu Jin in a coma. Thanks to Lu Xuanju's almost supernatural driving skills and the combined efforts of everyone, the hull of the Changfeng drew a graceful arc. Like a hawk flying low, it burst out of the sea covered by volcanic eruptions. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, panting heavily. The survivors looked back. The fireballs that had once symbolized destruction and the end of the world now resembled a grand and dazzling fireworks show specially staged for them. Breathtakingly beautiful. During the battle with the lava raven, Xia Yuanzhou, whose talent successfully advanced to the 3rd tier, was rated as a 3rd-tier, 2-star warrior. This even surpasses Yin Ingli and Shen Tian. Of course, this is mainly thanks to the powerful artifact-level equipment around his neck. Sea Demon's twin pendants. With the crisis over, the crew members' lives finally returned to normal. Sun Hao reluctantly returned the huge shield, which shimmered with the dark red molten lava light, to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan smiled and said, Chef Sun, give it to Zhu Zi. Lu Xuanju, who was standing to the side, turned around in a daze when he heard Lin Yuan call his name. When he saw the shield Sun Hao offered him, his eyes widened instantly. Brother Yuan, is this for me? He stared at the ember shell shield before him, which was almost wider than his upper body, his face filled with disbelief. Lin Yuan patted his strong shoulder. Take it. As the tankiest member of our team, he needs a decent tool. Within the entire immortal boat pirate crew, Lu Xuanju has the lowest talent level and relatively weak combat power, making him the weakest link in the chain. Sun Hao is actually quite comfortable using the Ember Shield, but in order to strengthen the entire team, Lin Yuan ultimately decided to hand it over to Lu Xuanju. Seeing this, Sun Hao understood immediately. Although he also coveted the shield, he understood the captain's deeper meaning and immediately said with a smile, "Pillar, hurry up and thank the captain. With this treasure, you'll be the first ironclad wall of our immortal boat pirate crew. We really need to make sure everyone is safe." Ha ha ha. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Lu Xuanju's face flushed with excitement. He took the shield, its heavy weight traveling up his arm and down to his heart, giving him an unprecedented sense of security and peace. He stroked the rough lava patterns on the shield with obvious affection, grinning and revealing his signature silly smile. "Don't worry, Brother Yuan. From now on, anyone who wants to lay a finger on you will have to ask this board first, and then step over my dead body." Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head. Just as he was about to say something, a hurried figure rushed out of the cabin. It's Shun Tian. Her signature white pigtails were now swaying wildly in the sea breeze. "Captain, something terrible has happened. Sister Wu Jin, she..." The little girl's face was filled with anxiety. Her eyes were red, and her voice was trembling with tears. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and without saying a word, he immediately followed Shun Tian into Wu Jin's room. An ominous atmosphere permeated the room. Wu Jin lay quietly on the bed, her face as pale as paper, her forehead covered with fine beads of cold sweat. Her eyes were tightly closed, and there were 2 dark circles under her lower eyelids. Lin Yuan met with Wu Jin this morning. The other person did stay up late, but if they had dark circles under their eyes, they would have had them by now. What's even stranger is that Wu Jin's entire state is as if some unseen evil spirit has ripped away her soul. Her aura is weak, and she doesn't even react to Lin Yuan's arrival. Lin had been standing next to Wu Jin for some time. His face, which always wore a nonchalant smile, was now filled with solemnity, and even his green hair looked somewhat wilted. As the only ship doctor of the immortal boat pirates, when someone is sick, Lin will show his serious side, let alone at this critical moment. At this moment, he was carefully examining Wu Jin's physical condition by manipulating a constantly wriggling flesh probe that extended from the Taotai medical kit. "How is it?" Lin Yuan asked in a deep voice. "Strange, fucking strange." Lin withdrew the probe, his brows furrowed. "The vital signs are stable. There are no signs of poisoning, and there are no external injuries. But her mental energy field was extremely chaotic, like an oil lamp about to go out, which could be blown out by a gust of wind at any moment. It wasn't that Lishan's medical skills were lacking, but rather that Wu Jin's illness was truly strange, far exceeding the scope of medicine. When did she become like this?" Lin Yuan turned to Shun Tian, who was standing to the side looking completely lost, and asked. "About half an hour ago," Shun Tian tried to recall, her voice trembling slightly. "At the time, I was teaching Sister Wu Jin how to embroider. She was fine, chatting and laughing. Suddenly, she seemed to lose her soul, her eyes vacant, and then she fainted. I couldn't wake her up no matter how I called her, so I quickly went to find Brother Lin. Half an hour ago." Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, his brain racing as he mentally estimated what was happening at that particular moment. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. "Half an hour ago, wasn't it the moment when I wielded the black feather sword and swiftly slew the lava raven, causing the entire Emberstone Island to erupt violently?" Lin Yuan, Lin, and Shun Tian exchanged glances instantly, all seeing shock in each other's eyes. Key information has been captured. The timing of Wu Jin's incident almost perfectly coincided with the moment when Lin Yuan killed the lava demon raven and seized the totem fragment, the wings of the dark raven. Could it be that Wu Jin's strange behavior is really related to that damned totem fragment? Just as Lin Yuan was pondering, Wu Jin, who had been lifeless on the bed, suddenly twitched his eyelids. She opened her eyes, but there was no trace of her own spirit in those eyes. Instead, a dark light, insane, greedy, and filled with primal malice, appeared. She was like a wild beast that had caught the scent of blood, sensing the aura of the totem fragments on Lin Yuan's body. Ah! A beast-like roar came from Wu Jin's throat. She leaped off the bed like a cheetah, hunting its prey, and pounced on Lin Yuan. Ah! Shen Tian screamed in fright and hid behind He Letian. He Lishan's expression also changed drastically, and he subconsciously wanted to transform the Tao Dai and put into a battle stance. Lin Yuan stood still, neither dodging nor avoiding, his eyes remaining calm. A thought suddenly occurred to him. The golden trident, symbolizing the power of the ocean, instantly appeared in his hand. Facing Wu Jin, who was charging at him like a madman, he flicked his wrist and, instead of using the sharp blade of the halberd, gently tapped the opponent's forehead with the heavy base of the trident. Buzz! A soft golden halo rippled outwards like waves on water. Chapter 138. The Supreme Being creates his own typhoon shelter crab, claw, set meal. When Lin Yuan first met Wu Jin on Raven Island, he demonstrated a certain purification ability when he threw the golden trident to eliminate the vengeful crows. Lin Yuan had only tried it out of curiosity, but the results were surprisingly good. That sacred golden energy was like a clear spring, instantly dispelling the mad black light in Wu Jin's eyes and completely driving away the inexplicable evil power within her body. Wu Jin's body went limp, losing all her strength, and she collapsed straight into Lin Yuan's arms, completely losing consciousness. Lin Yuan gently carried her back to bed and checked her breathing. Although still weak, her breathing has become much more stable. About 15 minutes later, Wu Jin's long eyelashes fluttered again, and she slowly opened her eyes. This time, although her eyes were tired, they had regained their usual clarity. Lin Yuan, she recognized the person beside the bed and spoke weakly, her voice hoarse. Did you get the totem fragment? She seemed completely unaware of her earlier outburst. Got it. Lin Yuan nodded, then briefly told her about the thrilling scene that had just happened. Upon hearing this, Wu Jin's face was instantly filled with astonishment and lingering fear. I'm sorry. I don't remember anything at all. I hope I didn't hurt you. Lin Yuan shook his head and said with a smile. No. You looked terrifying just now, He Letian said, lighting a cigarette to calm himself down. It's like being possessed by some kind of ghost or monster. Wu Jin forced herself to recall what happened after she fell into a coma, trying to find clues that caused her abnormality, but her mind was completely blank. I only remember that not long ago, for a moment, I felt an incredibly evil and cold force violently impact my mind. And then I knew nothing more. The more she thought about it, the worse her face became. A terrible thought surfaced in her mind, sending chills down her spine. Could it be Grandpa? Could it be that he discovered I had stolen the parchment and, in a fit of rage, cast some vicious curse on me? Lin Yuan remained silent for a moment. He felt that it was not impossible. It seems we must collect all the fragments of the Dark Raven God Totem as soon as possible to completely resolve this problem. Otherwise, who knows what other despicable tricks that old bastard Udo might pull. Fortunately, by dinner time, Wu Jin had almost fully recovered. Although she still looks a bit weak, she's already able to get out of bed and walk around freely. To celebrate obtaining the first totem fragment, and also to help Wu Jin recover from serious illness, Sun Hao went to great lengths. He cleaned the giant claw of the female ember crab, which shimmered with an alluring molten lava-like luster, and prepared an outrageously lavish feast. Come try my latest masterpiece. Supreme creation of typhoon shelter crab, claw, set meal. Sun Hao, beaming, introduced the dish, which was larger than a truck tire. I was inspired by the typhoon shelter cuisine of Cantonese cuisine in our dragon country. A uniquely created dish using the giant claws of a female crab. I guarantee you'll all have to swallow your tongues after eating this. This time, perhaps to accommodate Wu Jin, the dish looked surprisingly good, completely overturning the traditional image of dark cuisine. The crab claw meat on the plate was cut into evenly sized pieces and fried until golden brown and crispy. It was topped with crispy fried garlic, fermented black beans, and dried chili peppers. The complex aroma aggressively penetrated everyone's nostrils. Just the smell is enough to make your mouth water and your appetite whetted. Uncle Sun, so you can actually cook normal, edible dishes. Your persona has been ruined. Lin joked. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Hey, you silly kid. Sun Hao wasn't annoyed at all. Instead, he explained with a smile. Not all dark cuisine is visually unappetizing. It looks good, but if the ingredients are unusual, it could be considered a culinary disaster. Xiaohe, have you ever eaten rice made with the meat from the giant claws of a female mollusk? No. Lin shook his head like a rattle drum. That settles it then. So, my persona is firmly established. Ha ha ha. Sun Hao laughed loudly, first placing a large piece of crab meat on Wu Jin's plate. Little sister Wu Jin, you've just recovered from a serious illness. Eat more. This stuff is very nourishing and will help you regain your energy. Everyone started eating. When you bite into the crab meat, the outer shell is so crisp it makes a crunch sound, while the inside is so tender it seems to melt in your mouth, and the juicy filling explodes in your mouth. The aroma of garlic, spiciness, and the savory flavor of fermented black beans blend perfectly with the ultimate sweetness of the crab meat, creating an unparalleled culinary storm on the taste buds. This is so delicious. Shintian's eyes lit up as she ate, her eyes squinting happily. It smells so good. Damn it. I'm moved to tears by Uncle Sun again. Lu Xuanzhu ate with teary eyes, and anyone who didn't know better would think he had suffered some great injustice. Just then, a familiar line of text quietly appeared in front of all the crew members, except for Wu Jin. System prompt. Consuming the Supreme Created Typhoon Shelter Crab Claw, set meal grants a permanent, slight increase to fire resistance. Holy crap, Uncle Sun is awesome. Lin exclaimed, and his chopsticks moved even faster. Of course, no matter how much you eat, your attributes will only increase once. But this did nothing to dampen everyone's enthusiasm for this top-notch meal. The meal left everyone satisfied, and the atmosphere on the ship became lively and warm again, thanks to the victory and the delicious food. The Chongfeng's next destination was naturally Raven Island, where the second fragment of the Dark Raven God Totem was located. In the evening, the wind picked up. The wind direction is just right. Before Lu Xuanzhu anchored to rest, the Chongfeng sailed against the wind and covered a considerable distance. In the stillness of the night, Lin Yuan was studying the star chart in the captain's cabin when there was a gentle knock on the door. It is Black Chrysanthemum. What is it? Lin Yuan put away the sea chart and asked Wu Jin to sit down. Wu Jin walked in, closed the door, and sat opposite Lin Yuan, her expression even more complicated than during the day. She hesitated for a moment before speaking. Lin Yuan, actually after I lost consciousness, I saw some things. What is it? Lin Yuan asked. He knew things weren't that simple. Many flashback scenes. Wu Jin's voice was somewhat unsteady. The images were messy and fragmented, and the people and events in them were very blurry, making it impossible to piece together a complete story. My brain is now like a pot of mush. She paused, her eyes revealing deep confusion and a hint of fear. But I can be sure that those images were seen from my own perspective, and they were events I personally experienced. The experience inside Coco doesn't match my current memories at all. The feeling was like watching memories of one's past life. It was very eerie. Even now, those images still come to mind whenever I close my eyes. I try to see clearly, but the harder I tried, the more my head ached and the blurrier the image became. Chapter 139, Flashback Memories. Lin Yuan listened quietly, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the table. These unusual phenomena could not possibly be a coincidence. He looked at Wu Jin, who had a bewildered expression, and slowly said, "It seems that your connection with the Dark Raven God Totem is far deeper than you imagined. And your grandfather, Udo, hid far more than any of us anticipated. Then what should I do?" Wu Jin's voice was tinged with helplessness and trembling. "The truth will surface on its own once we have gathered all the totem fragments." Lin Yuan's gaze was sharp, as if it could pierce through the layers of mist that shrouded Raven's Bone Island. "Don't overthink it until then. The Chongfeng will not reach Yain Island for some time. What you need to do now is conserve your energy, continue studying that parchment, and provide us with information about the next fragment." Lin Yuan's words were like a shot of adrenaline, temporarily dispelling the panic in Wu Jin's heart. She nodded emphatically, her eyes regaining their light. "I see. Captain Lin Yuan, I promise I won't hold you back. Naval Calendar, January 12th, Year 1, 1304. Location: the endless sea of Dark Raven. Weather: sunny. Wind force: level 4. Wind direction: northeast. Temperature: 1,326. On the star chart, the outline of Raven's Nest Island is already very clear. In less than an hour, the Changfeng will arrive there. After a hearty lunch, everyone was well prepared to face the challenges ahead. At this moment, the afternoon sun is shining brightly, and the sea breeze is gentle. The entire Immortal Boat pirates were sunbathing and chatting on the deck. At this moment, Wu Jin, carrying the yellowed parchment, hurriedly found Lin Yuan, her expression more solemn than ever before. Lin Yuan, I've discovered something else. She spread the parchment on the wooden table on the deck, pointing to a piece of ancient text that was almost worn away and illegible. Actually, our Golden Beak clan's earliest home was Crow Hidden Island. Our ancestors built a temple there to worship the god of the raven. Upon hearing this, everyone on deck stopped what they were doing and turned to look at him. Then why did you move to Crow's Bone Island later? Lu Xuanzhu asked curiously. Wu Jin's eyes dimmed, and her voice carried a hint of world weariness beyond her years. Because of a disaster, a monster destroyed our home and killed countless members of our people. The surviving members of the tribe were powerless to resist and could only flee. Because the environment of Emberstone Island, the closest island to Raven's Nest Island, is too harsh for survival. They had been wandering for a long time before finally settling on Raven's Bone Island. She took a deep breath and dropped a bombshell. And this tragedy happened not long ago. Just 30 years ago. 30 years ago, Lin Yuan's brows furrowed instantly. The Golden-Beaked clan's history on Ravenbane Island is only 30 years. Yes. Wu Jin nodded slowly, her face still showing a trace of bewilderment after her worldview had been shattered, as well as anger at her grandfather for concealing the truth. I was even more shocked than you when I found out about this. Because my grandfather said that the Golden Beak tribe has always lived on Crow's Bone Island. Lies, all lies. Wu Jin became somewhat agitated. I understand how you feel. Yan Ingli put her hand on Wu Jin's shoulder to comfort him. Then, she asked the question that had been bothering her. If that's the case, when did the calamity you're talking about begin? Anyway, in my memory, the calamity has existed since I can remember. Wu Jin's voice trailed off. Grandpa never mentioned the specific time when the disaster would occur. Even if he said it, I don't believe a single word he said anymore. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth. I wonder just how many secrets is that old guy hiding? He clearly loves his granddaughter very much. So why does he weave layer upon layer of lies to deceive Wu Jin? Moreover, these lies, as they currently appear, are definitely not made out of pure goodwill. When Wu Duo learned that Lin Yuan was going to collect the Dark Raven God Totem, he suddenly turned hostile without warning, clearly afraid that his lie would be exposed. But if it is truly a white lie, even if he was afraid of being exposed, Wu Duo should have shown helplessness. At most, he would have told Lin Yuan in private that he did this to protect his granddaughter, that there were unspeakable reasons behind it, and that he hoped Lin Yuan would understand. He shouldn't have been as extreme as he was back then. It is likely that Udo told one lie after another simply to cover up some unspeakable secret. Wu Jin, what else is written on the parchment? Lin Yuan pressed. It also described what the monster looked like. Wu Jin's voice trembled slightly, as if the words themselves contained fear. The monster resembled a wild boar, but its size was as large as a mountain, and with each breath it spewed out miasma containing deadly poison. The most terrifying thing is its eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Thick, black pus constantly flowed from its 7 orifices. Black pus is flowing from all 7 orifices. Lin Yuan, Yan Ingli, and He Letian were all stunned at the same time and exchanged glances. They were all too familiar with this iconic feature. Captain, isn't this? He Letian said half of his sentence, but the meaning was self-evident. The Abyss Core. Lin Yuan's expression instantly became extremely solemn. The moment that word was uttered, the air seemed to freeze. The Monkey King that Yan Ingli and He Letian defeated on Zhenhou Island, which was corrupted by the Abyss Core, had this characteristic. As mentioned earlier, the Abyss Core is an evil parasite created by a biomage. Whether it is a human, an animal, or a monster, once it parasitizes a host, the host will gain extraordinary power, and the body will exhibit a corrupting state known as abyssal erosion. However, the price is that the instinct to kill is amplified infinitely, eventually leading to a complete loss of reason, turning one into a cursed demon or a puppet shell of the abyss core. The discharge of black pus from the 7 orifices is the most prominent characteristic of a creature corrupted by the abyss core. The core of the abyss does not appear out of thin air. The only explanation is that at some point in the past, a biomage set foot on Raven's Nest Island and used this malevolent creation to corrupt a boar-like creature, thus causing the tragedy of the Golden Bee clan. Wu Jin. Lin Yuan looked at her and spoke slowly. The tragedy of the Golden Beak tribe may not be a natural disaster, but a man-made one. The biomagician is very likely the culprit. Biological mage, Wu Jin murmured, repeating the unfamiliar term. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly let out a painful groan, clutched her head with both hands, and her body began to tremble violently. Yeah. Those flashback images rushed into her mind again like a flood breaking through a dam. But this time, they were no longer blurry silhouettes. They were much clearer. Chapter 140, Corrupted Demon Boar. Sister Wu Jin, Shun Tian exclaimed, and quickly stepped forward to support her. Here it comes again. Elishan's expression changed, and the Taotai medical kit was already itching to be used. No, I'm fine, Wu Jin said, gripping the edge of the table tightly. She was breathing heavily, cold sweat trickling down her temples, but her eyes held an unusual glint in them. It was just a headache, and it's gradually going away. However, this time I saw it clearly, and I saw it much more clearly. She raised her head, her face filled with shock and confusion, looking at the crowd, her voice fading as if in a dream. Those scenes made me feel like I was really living on Raven's Island. I saw the temple, and I saw the destroyed homes. I also saw that I seemed to be fighting that wild boar monster. She paused, a look of utter confusion crossing her face, almost as if she were saying to herself, but all my memories tell me that I grew up on Raven's Island, under the protection of the sacred tree. What exactly happened? A body. 2 completely different, even torn memories. Yes, if that tragedy had happened 30 years ago, how could she, who was only in her early 20s and had never left Raven's Bone Island, possibly fight against the monsters on Raven's Hidden Island? Seeing her pained expression, Lin Yuan said in a deep voice, Don't think about it for now. The more you think about it, the more confused you get. The answer to all the mysteries may lie on Raven's Nest Island. In the afternoon, when a lush green island appeared on the horizon, the Chongfeng slowed down. We've arrived at Raven's Nest Island. Unlike the deathly stillness of Ashstone Island and the eeriness of Raven's Lair Island, it looks like an ordinary tropical island, full of life, and you can even hear birds singing in the forest. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan originally wanted to send everyone to the island, putting aside the question of whether it's a task or not. At least let everyone feel a sense of connection to reality. However, considering Wu Jin's condition, he felt it would be better to have the ship's doctor, Letian, and Shun Tian stay with her on the ship. When he voiced his idea, Wu Jin immediately stepped forward and spoke with unusual firmness. No, I want to go too. I don't want to just do nothing and wait for your news anymore. Wu Jin. Lin Yuan pointed to a corner of parchment peeking out of the other man's pocket, indicating, You have provided us with a lot of crucial information. You haven't done nothing. But this is different. Wu Jin shook her head, her gaze fixed on the island, not far away, where some invisible force seemed to be drawing her in. I want to go and see for myself to verify what those images really are. Perhaps, just perhaps, when I set foot on that land myself, I'll remember something. Looking into her unwavering gaze, Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and finally nodded. Okay, let's do it together. The Chongfeng anchored near Yain Island, and the 8 people boarded a small boat and approached the shore, stepping onto the soft, sandy beach of Yain Island. The warm, humid air, carrying the fragrance of earth and plants, was a stark contrast to the feeling of the previous 2 islands. This place looks pretty normal. Letian looked around and relaxed his guard a little. According to a simple map drawn on parchment, the Temple of the Raven God was located in the central area of the island. After everyone had prepared their equipment, they set off into the depths of the dense forest. Sun Hao brandished his broadsword at the front of the group, clearing a path through the tangled vines and bushes. After walking for about an hour, Lin Yuan and the others passed through a dense forest, and their view suddenly opened up. A huge, overgrown clearing appeared before them. This is the site of the Golden-Beaked tribe settlement. Time has covered up too many traces, but the collapsed and rotten tent frames, the broken pottery jars scattered in the grass, and the several patches of charred ground. It continues to silently tell the story of the disaster that once occurred here. Everything shows how hasty, helpless, and tragic the escape was back then. Not far from the ruins, a colossal structure stands silently at the intersection of light and shadow. It was an ancient and dilapidated temple. It is not the palace and pavilion that people imagine, but a magnificent giant pyramid. The pyramids are made of countless huge black rocks, their weathered surfaces covered with cracks and moss, and many parts have collapsed, revealing their internal structures. Even so, its remaining outline still exudes a primitive, solemn, and awe-inspiring aura. It's too big, like a small mountain rising from the ground. If it weren't for the existence of magic in this world, Lin Yuan would never have believed that it could have been built solely by human labor. This is it, Wu Jin murmured absent-mindedly, staring at the scene before her. It's very similar to what I saw. Did you remember anything? Lin Yuan asked. Since setting foot on Raven Island, he has been keeping a close eye on Wu Jin's condition. At this moment, Wu Jin's eyes were even more unfocused, as if her soul had drifted to another time and space to pursue a memory that did not belong to her. Lin Yuan looked up at the enormous pyramid, feeling equally awestruck. He estimated that even a quick stroll around inside would probably take up more than an afternoon. Inside the temple. Just then, Yin Yingli's eyes suddenly narrowed, and her vigilance instantly spiked. Something is about to emerge. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately stopped talking and turned to look at the bottom of the giant pyramid, at the deep, dark door that resembled the mouth of a giant beast. Glug glug, glug glug. A sticky sound, like countless clumps of mud being stirred, came from the darkness, sending chills down one's spine. Before long, a black tide surged out from the temple gate. That wasn't real water. Instead, it was a black, viscous liquid that smelled putrid. Wherever it goes, the grass withers instantly, and the soil turns scorched black as if it devours all life. Just as everyone was about to dodge to the sides, the black tide did not spread. Instead, it gathered, rolled, and rose up in the open space in front of the temple. A colossal, despair-inducing silhouette slowly took shape in the black liquid. First, it grew 4 thick limbs like towering pillars, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Immediately afterwards, a hideous head rose from the churning black water. 2 long, thick fangs, like sides made of white bone, gleamed with a chilling light. At first glance, it looks like a wild boar, but its size is far beyond what one might imagine. It's practically a giant mammoth that's been corrupted and monstrous. On his distorted face, black pus was constantly flowing from his 7 orifices. A line of blood-red text appeared before Lin Yuan's eyes. Corrupted Demon Pig. Combat Power Rating, Tier 2, 8 stars. Introduction. It was once a common wild boar-like creature on Raven Island, but was later implanted with an abyssal core by a biomage, completely corrupting it into a mindless killing machine. It descended as a calamity, nearly wiping out the Golden-Beaked tribe who lived on the island. Now, it has been further affected by the distorted divine power emanating from the fragments of the Raven God Totem, becoming an even more terrifying existence. Chapter 141, The Terrifying Power of the Crow's Claw. Roar. The corrupted boar let out a roar that no other creature could utter. This sound was not simply a loud noise. It was a solid mental shock that crashed into everyone's minds, bringing a sharp, stinging pain. The battle erupted in that instant. The corrupted, monstrous boar opened its gaping maw, and dark green venom roared out like a high-pressure water jet, splashing onto the crowd. Spread. With a low shout, Lin Yuan's figure had already moved out like a ghost. The group moved in perfect unison and immediately scattered in all directions. The venom missed its target, splashing onto the ground with a hissing, corrosive sound and exploding into deep craters billowing with poisonous smoke. A stench strong enough to suffocate an ordinary person instantly spread out. Bang! 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 At the edge of the dense forest in the distance, Lin Yuan calmly set up his sniper rifle, the muzzle spitting out flames. He reloaded, aimed, and fired at an inhuman speed, his movements fluid and effortless. One after another, specially designed armor-piercing bullets, imbued with power and trailing spiraling airflows, struck the corrupted boar's thick shoulder blades with pinpoint accuracy. The bullet exploded, tearing through the tough skin and bursting into clumps of blood mixed with black pus. The Azura sword technique, a dazzling display of skill. Sun Hao shouted, and the dragon slayer blade in his hand flashed with several dazzling blade lights, slashing towards the legs of the corrupted demon boar. Ding ding ding. The blade's sharp energy only managed to slash a string of blinding sparks across the corrosive demonic boar's tough skin, leaving merely a few pale marks. Thick skin. It needs to be simmered over a long fire. Sun Hao got into a fighting stance, seemingly preparing to unleash his second move. Blackie. Shen Tian's face tightened, her dazzling white hair flying in the air blast. A flash of electricity appeared in the eyes of the black ball on her head. Boom! In the clear sky, a thick bolt of lightning struck down, hitting the demon boar squarely on the back. The boar shuddered and let out a painful roar. Now it's time for my second treasure to make its appearance. King Kong. Lin let out a strange cry, and the Taodai he was holding suddenly opened its huge mouth, spitting out a ferocious, stitched-together giant beast. Ooh! King Kong pounded his steel-like chest, then dragged his enormous bioengineered Qilin arm, charging forward like a runaway war machine. Devastating fist. It delivered a powerful punch to the corrupted boar's knee joint. Thump! A dull thud resounded, and the corrupted boar stumbled, nearly falling to its knees. Well done! Lu Xuanzhu, watching from the sidelines, was filled with excitement and shouted loudly in encouragement. Protected at the back by the crowd, Wu Jin watched in shock as the group displayed their unique abilities. She knew that Lin Yuan's ship was full of extraordinary people, but she didn't expect that each of them would be so powerful. A series of attacks completely enraged the corrupted monster. It suddenly swung its head, and its huge fangs, like a spear, swept fiercely towards King Kong. King Kong immediately crossed his arms, attempting to withstand the attack. However, there is a huge gap between a first-order 9-star and a second-order 8-star. Boom! King Kong was hit as if by a speeding truck. His massive body flew backward like a cannonball and crashed heavily into the ruins in the distance, kicking up clouds of dust. He couldn't get up for a long time. Holy crap! King Kong! Lin was so heartbroken he jumped up and down. Whoosh! Just as the corrupted boar was about to rush forward and tear the Adra apart, a golden streak of light shot through the air at a speed too fast for the naked eye to perceive. A flash of golden light disappeared in an instant, and the golden trident pierced precisely into the eye socket of the corrupted demon boar, penetrating more than halfway into it. The corrupted boar let out a scream 10 times more agonizing than before. Its massive body thrashed wildly, trying to shake off the deadly thing. After suffering a setback, its enormous body suddenly turned into a turbulent pool of black liquid with a poof, and quickly retreated back into the dark doors of the temple. Chase! Lin Yuan reached out and beckoned, and the golden trident once again transformed into a beam of golden light and flew back into his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he gave the order. Everyone followed immediately without hesitation. Stay alert, be careful, it might be a trap. Lin Yuan warned in a deep voice as he chased after them. That thing is incredibly cunning. The group rushed into the temple. The interior was dimly lit, with only a few rays of sunlight filtering through the gaps at the top of the pyramid, illuminating the dust particles swirling in the air. Inside the temple is a wide stone passageway, with walls covered in murals that have long since weathered and blurred. The pool of black water flowed rapidly ahead, as if luring them deeper into it. Suddenly, the black water in front split into 10. Each puddle rapidly wriggled and transformed into a smaller, but equally ferocious, black wild boar. Although these smaller corrupted boars were not very strong, they were numerous and charged at the group fearlessly. "Pillar, clear the way," Lin Yuan commanded. "Okay, Brother Yuan." Lu Xuanzhu roared and transformed into a raging rhinoceros, its shell shield glowing as it charged through the tunnel like a heavy tank. The rest of the group quickly cleared away any stragglers that managed to escape from the flanks, and pressed forward forcefully into the depths of the tunnel. After traversing the long passageway, they finally arrived at the center of the pyramid. This is an enormous circular sacrificial hall, with stone pillars supporting the dome. In the center of the hall was a bottomless, enormous pit, exuding an ominous aura. The real corrupted, monstrous pig lay listlessly at the edge of the pit. The penetrating wound in its eye socket was slowly healing as the black liquid writhed around it. Seeing the crowd chasing after it, it knew it had nowhere to retreat. Driven to the brink of despair, the corrupted boar let out a desperate roar and swung its massive tusks forward. The target is not the crowd, but the air in front of it. Sizzle. A muffled thud. The space was torn open like a piece of cloth, leaving a dark rip. Lin Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. He immediately realized that this was the power of the totem fragment, the claw of the dark raven. The spatial rift resembled a miniature black hole, instantly unleashing an unparalleled and terrifying suction force. The stones, dust, and even the light in the entire sacrificial hall were distorted and surged wildly into that absolute nothingness. "Hold on!" Lin Yuan roared and slammed the golden trident into the rocky ground beneath his feet. A burst of golden divine power pinned him firmly to the spot. Holy crap! Sun Hao reacted quickly, using the massive dragon-slaying saber as an anchor, plunging into the ground and gripping the hilt tightly. "Ah!" Shun Tian screamed in alarm. Seeing her master in danger, the black ball of fur immediately grew to a huge size. It clung tightly to Shun Tian's arm, desperately trying to fly in the opposite direction, but was still being dragged along little by little. Tian was in the worst state. His feet were lifted off the ground by the suction, and he cried out, "Tao Dai, bite me!" In the critical moment, the Tao Dai opened its huge mouth and flicked out a long tongue, which tightly wrapped around the thickest stone pillar next to it. Tian, gripping the handle of the box, swayed wildly up and down in the gale, like a human-shaped ornament hanging from a Tao Tai, a mythical beast. "Damn it! My back is about to fall apart!" Tian roared. Although Xia Yuanzhou didn't say anything, he was quick-witted and nimble-fingered. He used the sniper rifle lever to hold onto the other side of the stone pillar, gripping the head and tail of the rifle with both hands. Even as his feet were sucked off the ground, he gritted his teeth and refused to let go. However, Wu Jin was closest to the crack and the weakest, so she was caught completely off guard and instantly pulled towards it by that terrifying suction force. Chapter 142 Lin Yuan's Achilleshiel. Wu Jin, Yan Ingli, who was closest to her, exclaimed in surprise and reached out to grab her without thinking. But that suction force was simply too terrifying. Although Yan Ingli grabbed Wu Jin's hand, she was also pulled along and flew unstoppably toward the rift. "Mate!" Seeing this, Lu Xuanzhu became anxious, his eyes turning red, and he also reached out to pull Yan Ingli. As a result, they lost their balance, and like a string of candied hawthorns, were sucked into that deep void at an even faster speed. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. No. Lin Yuan's pupils shrank to pinpoints. He instinctively wanted to release the trident and rush over. But it was too late. After swallowing the three people, the spatial rift seemed to have eaten its fill and quickly contracted and closed before disappearing completely. A deathly silence fell over the sacrificial hall. Only Lin Yuan, Xia Yuanzhou, Tian, Shun Tian, and Sun Hao remained. And that corrupted demonic boar, which had completely withered away due to the forced use of spatial power. On the other side, Yan Ingli felt a sudden dizziness, as if her soul had been pulled out of her body. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in an extremely bizarre space. This is still the temple's main prayer hall, but everything presents a dilapidated, lifeless gray-white tone, like a faded old photograph. The air was thick with an overwhelming aura of death. This is a place that overlaps with the real world, yet is completely isolated from it. The other world. Lu Xuanzhu and Wu Jin were beside her, both still unconscious. "Wake up!" Yan Yingli quickly shook Lu Xuanzhu awake. "Where am I?" Lu Xuanzhu looked around in confusion. "I don't know, but it's dangerous here." Yan Yingli felt an invisible force constantly pulling at her soul, making her feel weaker and weaker. Wu Jin slowly woke up, but her condition was worse. Her face was as pale as paper, and her body was almost translucent. Just then, a twisted black shadow materialized in front of them. It is the soul of the corrupted demonic boar. Roar! The spirits roared and launched an attack on them. "Pillar, protect Wu Jin with your shield." Yan Yingli made a decisive move, and the blood phoenix totem on her shoulder blade shone brightly as she drew out the blood flame longsword. She charged towards the soul entity, the crimson sword light and the translucent black shadow instantly intertwining. But in this strange space, every time Yan Yingli swung her sword, she felt a bit of her soul being drawn away, and her power was rapidly dissipating. She gradually felt powerless, and her life was in danger. The real world. Lin Yuan's heart sank upon losing sight of Yan Yingli and the other two. He stared fiercely at the corrupted demonic boar and discovered that its aura was not weakening, but rather rising wildly. The rotting flesh on the corrupted boar's body was writhing, and its size seemed to have swelled up again. His combat power rating has been directly upgraded from Tier 2, 8 stars, to Tier 3, 1 star. It is absorbing Yan Yingli and their soul power. Lin Yuan understood instantly. "We can't delay any longer. Damn it! How dare you suck my Yingli's blood? If you touch the dragon's reverse scale." An unnamed fire suddenly exploded in Lin Yuan's chest. That anger almost burned away his reason. "Everyone stand back." Lin Yuan's voice was icy cold and devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing this, Sun Hao, Shen Tian, and the others felt their hearts skip a beat and quickly retreated, leaving the battlefield entirely to Lin Yuan. They could all see that the captain was truly intent on killing this time. Lin Yuan closed his eyes slightly. The next second, it suddenly opened its eyes. The divine light vanished, leaving only an abyss-like stillness. The intoxicated immortal's spirit soars amidst waves of wine. Neptune rules the abyss. Yin Ying's fate is uncertain, and Lin Yuan is holding nothing back this time. Two god-level talents are activated simultaneously. An invisible wave of energy suddenly spread out from him. The alcohol in his body was being synthesized and burned rapidly. The strong, pungent smell of alcohol instantly filled the air, and an unnatural flush rose on the skin. The intoxication has reached 3 levels. All attributes have been significantly increased. At the same time, a deep, ocean-like blue light emanated from his body. The air in the entire hall became thick and humid, as if we had been instantly pulled into the seabed. But that's not enough. Lava ravens are not afraid of fire, but this stupid pig doesn't have that much fire resistance. Lin Yuan flipped his left hand, and the nether fire heart, pulsating with a ghostly blue flame, was already suspended in his palm. At the same time, the stopper of the black and gold gourd-shaped wine bottle hanging on his waist popped open automatically. The liquor gushed out instantly, like a living water snake, coiling around his arm. The corrupted boar, whose power had surged dramatically, seemed to have sensed the deadly threat as well. For the first time, fear showed in its scarlet eyes, and it nervously pawed at its hooves. Sun Hao and the others were dumbfounded by the scene before them, which resembled the arrival of a god. Hiletian swallowed hard and murmured. After the first mate was arrested, the captain went completely insane. He's going to exterminate this pig's ancestors for 18 generations. Lin Yuan remained focused, oblivious to everything around him. He poured all the power from his 2 god-level talents, pushed to their limits, into the heart of nether fire. Call. The swirling liquid was completely ignited the moment it came into contact with the ghost fire. There was no scorching heat, no cracking sound. A cluster of deep blue, almost black flames flickered and burned. It twisted and throbbed. It was as if countless souls were wailing in the fuel made of liquor. The soul burial of the netherfire abyss. The purplish-black flames burst forth like a flood bursting its banks. This is no ordinary flame. It is hellfire capable of directly igniting the soul. The corrupted, monstrous boar was engulfed by the sea of fire, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. As its body was scorched by the flames, its soul, corrupted by the abyss core, was also engulfed in the sea of fire. In the other world, Yin Ingli, who was being driven to the brink of despair by the corrupted demonic boar's soul, suddenly felt a surge of intense heat flowing into this gray world. The entire inner world seemed to be cleansed by a purplish-black soul fire. Extremely sensitive to the power of fire, she not only did not feel any discomfort in this sea of nether fire, but also felt that her lost power was rapidly returning. She could sense that this was Lin Yuan's power. Now, in the real world, Lin Yuan swung his arms, and endless netherfire gathered into a giant flaming hand, which slammed down on the head of the corrupted demon boar. Netherfire Annihilation Palm. In the inner world, Yin Ing felt a telepathic connection with her, her eyes flashing with blood-red light as she poured all her power into the Blood Flame longsword, triggering her ultimate technique. Blood Phoenix Rebirth Slash. With a sharp cry, she transformed into a blood-red phoenix phantom, slashing towards the corrupted demonic boar's soul. Reality and illusion overlap at this moment. Lin Yuan's giant palm of netherfire, Yin Ingli's blood-red phoenix. In two worlds, they hit the same target with the exact same trajectory. Chapter 143, the second totem fragment, is in hand. Boom! After a deafening roar that seemed to shatter the soul, the massive body of the corrupted boar crashed to the ground, its life force extinguished. It was simultaneously erased in both worlds. As the monsters died, the underworld began to collapse. The space was like a shattered mirror, cracked inch by inch. Three figures were thrown out in a disheveled state, crashing heavily onto the cold stone slab. The murderous intent emanating from Lin Yuan, which could almost freeze one's soul, melted away as quickly as ice and snow under the scorching sun when he saw that familiar figure. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Yin Ingli almost instantly. Cough, cough. Yin Ingli knelt on one knee, using her blood flame longsword as a support for her body. The feeling of her soul being ripped out and then forcibly returned left her completely powerless, and every breath she took was excruciatingly painful. She raised her head, her pale face devoid of any color, but her amber eyes reflected Lin Yuan's figure, and a weak yet reassuring smile spread across them. She knew it was Lin Yuan's power that saved her. Lin Yuan didn't speak, but squatted down and stretched out his hand. Yin Ingli looked at that hand and placed her own hand on it. Lin Yuan pulled her up from the ground and let her lean against him. I know it was you who saved us. Yin Ingli's voice was very soft, with a slight tremor of relief after surviving the ordeal. I am your captain. Lin Yuan looked back at her, his voice not loud, but full of power. He said from the bottom of his heart, no matter what difficulties you encounter, I will always be your strongest support. Yin Ingli joked, it must have taken you a lot of effort to burn the netherfire to another world, right? Lin Yuan revealed a gentle smile, his words sincere. It's worth any effort to save you, especially you. Yin Ingli was moved by Lin Yuan's words, and her amber eyes trembled. Seeing that the first officer was all right, the crew members who had just recovered breathed a sigh of relief. Ouch, my back. He Letian grimaced as he emerged from behind a stone pillar, clutching his aching back and muttering to himself. The captain's madness is scarier than that pig. My adorable little glutton, you've worked so hard. He Letian patted Taudai affectionately. Just then, the sound of a huge object moving came from behind. Looking back, it was King Kong. He Letian felt a pang of heartache upon seeing King Kong limping after being beaten by the corrupted demonic boar. The captain's divine might is unparalleled. His wrath shakes heaven and earth, and moves even ghosts and gods to tears. Sun Hao deftly slung the dragon-slaying saber over his shoulder, and the words praising his leader flowed out naturally from his lips. It's an honor for this pig to die at the captain's hands. First mate, You did a great job too. Sisteringly, Shintian's eyes were red as she ran over quickly. Only after confirming that Yan Ingli was all right did he feel relieved and whispered, "I'm so glad you're okay." The black ball on her head was also listless, weakly rubbing against Shun Tian's cheek, as if the terrifying moment just now had exhausted all its strength. "Ha ha ha! We won! We won!" Lu Xuanzhu got up from the ground, scratched the back of his head, and laughed heartily. "Brother Yuan is awesome. The first mate is awesome too." Everyone was savoring the joy of victory. All eyes were focused on the man in the center of the hall who was still supporting Yaningli. Seeing this heartwarming scene, the crew members smiled knowingly, and a sense of warmth rose from their hearts. "If you ask me, the atmosphere is already this heated. They really should kiss now." He Letian had an expression that suggested he was enjoying the drama. "Ha ha!" Sun Hao patted his stomach and laughed, seemingly also enjoying the captain and first mate pairing. "Don't worry, that day will definitely come." Lin Yuan's gaze swept across everyone's faces, and he nodded in approval, satisfied with their previous performance. He Letian instructed Tao Tai to put the Adra into its belly to heal its injuries. He looked at the dissipating corpse of the corrupted demonic boar and shook his head helplessly. The captain and first mate were too ruthless. What a pity! It was worthy of being one of my 3 treasures. Lin Yuan and Yan Ingli exchanged a glance after hearing this, and both saw a hint of a smile in each other's eyes. Then, their gazes simultaneously fell on the spot where the demonic boar's corpse had turned to ashes. Above the corpse, a shattered fragment of a totem floats silently, emitting a distorted black aura. Claw of the Dark Raven. Lin Yuan reached out and beckoned, and the totem fragment transformed into a stream of light, flying into his hand. The second fragment is in hand. Above the corpse of the corrupted demonic boar, a shattered totem emitting an ominous black light floated silently. The second totem fragment, the claw of the Dark Raven, is in my hands. However, amidst this peaceful atmosphere, an incongruous figure stood out conspicuously. Everyone's attention was on Lin Yuan and Yan Ingli, but they didn't notice that Wu Jin had been standing there blankly without saying a word since she got up from the ground. The moment the second totem fragment appeared, a vivid image flashed through her mind. That was her memory, yet it didn't seem so. But in the scene, there is a woman who looks exactly like her, being by a familiar figure. Her grandfather, Udo. He held it in his arms. Udo looked much younger than he does now. However, the woman in Grandpa's arms, who looked just like him, had her hands hanging limply and a hideous wound on her chest. It has already lost the breath of life. "No!" Wu Jin let out a mournful cry, as if in a dream. The next second, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted again. "Holy crap! It's happening again." He Letian, who was closest to her, let out a strange cry and rushed over, catching her before she fell to the ground. The hall, which had just been filled with laughter and chatter, fell completely silent. He Letian checked Wu Jin's breath, then took her wrist, his face instantly darkening. "The pulse is a complete mess, even worse than last time." The crowd quickly gathered around. Wu Jin fell into a coma again. This is also what Lin Yuan is most worried about. He had actually anticipated that Wu Jin might fall into a coma like last time after the second fragment appeared, which was why he didn't want her to come along. However, Wu Jin was so determined, so eager to set foot on this land herself and find the truth. The reason he finally relented was because he knew the Golden Trident had purifying abilities. He was prepared for the situation at hand. Lin Yuan pushed through the crowd and knelt on one knee beside Wu Jin. He said nothing, but simply stretched out his hand, and a golden trident appeared out of thin air in his palm. A sacred golden light rippled outwards like water, dispelling some of the chill within the temple. He gently touched the base of his trident to the other's forehead, slowly injecting a gentle energy. Wu Jin's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and a trace of color returned to her pale face. She slowly opened her eyes, but looked much weaker than before, her gaze empty, as if her soul had not yet fully returned. Her lips moved, and she managed to utter a few words through her breath, speaking haltingly. "Captain Lin Yuan's last one. It has appeared, Raven's Island." Lin Yuan understood what the other party meant. Wu Jin had previously revealed that the third fragment would only appear on Raven Island after the first two fragments were collected. Perhaps once all the totem fragments are collected, Wu Jin will return to normal. However, Lin Yuan increasingly felt that things might be quite the opposite. Current facts prove that with each additional fragment collected, Wu Jin's symptoms not only fail to improve, but actually worsen. This is Wu Duo's insidious and ruthless tactic. Or is it simply the effect of the totem fragments on Wu Jin? Now that things have come to this, Lin Yuan and his men cannot sit idly by and wait for their doom, nor can they give up halfway. That old man Udo and the truth of it all await them on Ravenbane Island. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened, his voice carrying an undeniable determination. He let in, have Lu Xuanju hold Wu Jin. We left this awful place and returned to the Changfeng. It's time to get that old bastard Udo to tell the truth. Chapter 144 Ritual. In order to save every second, the Changfeng did not drop anchor and set off against the wind. Like a black arrow, it pierced the night at full speed, the white spray from its bow standing out vividly in the moonlight. Lin Yuan and Lu Xuanju took turns at the helm. When one person is at the helm, the other person rests by the wheel, ready to take over at any time. The other crew members spontaneously arranged shifts, 2 people per group, taking turns on duty. They watched warily for any threat that might emerge from the dark waters. The black ball of fur, once it gathered a little strength, would puff out its cheeks and use the wind to blow a strong gust of wind onto the sails, adding even more speed to the long wind. The entire pirate crew was like a precisely operating machine, incredibly efficient. No one complained about being tired. Everyone was holding back a strong sense of determination. In the early hours of the morning, the fog at sea grew increasingly thick, reducing visibility to extremely low levels. Sun Hao and He Letian, who were on lookout duty, stood at the bow of the ship, their eyes never leaving the sea for even a second. Damn it, this weather's like a sauna. I can't see anything. Sun Hao's eyes were bloodshot from focusing for so long. Uncle Sun, He Letian lowered his voice, his tone carrying a hint of ruthless excitement. Do you think the captain will go back this time and just demolish that old man's tribe? Hard to say. Sun Hao clicked his tongue. The captain is sensible, but it's also true that the old man angered him. He never uttered a word of truth, and he almost harmed Wu Jin. I think he can forget about getting those few hairs on his beard. Just then, a tall, slender figure emerged from the cabin and silently approached the bridge. It was Xia Yuanzhou. He was responsible for taking care of Wu Jin during the latter half of the night. At this moment, Lin Yuan was at the helm. Xia Yuanzhou didn't waste any words, only saying 3 words. She's awake. Lin Yuan's heart sank. He immediately woke up Lu Xuanju, who was snoring. Pillar, steer the boat. All right, brother Yuan. Lu Xuanju sat up with a start, rubbed his eyes, and immediately took over the steering wheel. Lin Yuan followed Xia Yuanzhou and walked quickly toward Wu Jin's dormitory. As soon as I opened the door, a faint scent of herbs wafted out. Only a dim oil lamp was lit in the room. Wu Jin sat leaning against the headboard, the blanket covering her chest. She seemed to have all her life force drained away, leaving only a fragile silhouette. Her face, under the flickering lamplight, was as white as a sheet of paper. Captain Lin Yuan. When Wu Jin saw him, her lips moved, but her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. Lin Yuan moved a chair to sit on the edge of the bed, trying his best to make his voice sound steady. It's me. Those images are back again. Wu Jin's eyes were unfocused, filled only with confusion and fear. This time, it's even clearer. She seemed to have fallen into some kind of delirious state and began to narrate intermittently. I saw a woman who looked exactly like me. She was being held by her grandfather, who looked very young in the picture. The woman had a deep wound on her chest, and her hand was hanging down. She was dead. Grandpa held her and cried very sadly. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Wu Jin didn't stop and continued speaking. There is another scene. On an altar, a young grandfather holds a complete totem of the raven god in his hands. The dead woman lay in the center of the altar. Beside the woman lay a baby, sleeping peacefully. Grandpa seemed to be performing some kind of ritual, chanting incantations that were incomprehensible to me. The totem emitted a bright light, enveloping the woman and the baby. The room was eerily quiet, save for Wu Jin's weak voice and the faint crackling of the oil lamp. Then the third scene. Wu Jin's voice began to tremble. The baby suddenly woke up and cried very loudly. The moment the crying began, all the Golden Beak clan members were watching collapse to the ground and fainted. Only Grandpa was still standing. He went over and took the crying baby into his arms. His face showed a very satisfied and doting expression. At that very moment, the dark raven god totem shattered. It shattered into 3 pieces, 2 of which shot into the sky and flew in different directions. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Jin's chest heaved violently a few times, as if he had exhausted his last bit of strength. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his whole body turning ice cold. He felt as if an invisible hand was choking his throat, making it so dry that he couldn't make a sound. Who was that woman who looks exactly like Wu Jin? Was it Wu Jin herself? But she was clearly sitting alive on the bed. What about that corpse? If these images are real, the real reason for the shattering of the Raven God totem is not the legend of the Raven God exhausting his divine power to fight against the calamity. It was Yudel. It was he who personally performed that bizarre ritual, which led to the splitting of the totem. What kind of ceremony was it exactly? Resurrection? Or some kind of forbidden soul transfer? Why did all the Golden Beaked tribe members faint? What role did the baby play in the ceremony? One question after another sprouted like wildly growing vines, instantly entangling Lin Yuan's mind. The more he thought about it, the more his scalp tingled. The lies woven by Udo were far more extensive and malicious than he had imagined. What he was hiding was not a benevolent secret at all, but a truth that could overturn the entire history and beliefs of the Golden Beak tribe. A thought surfaced in Lin Yuan's mind with unparalleled clarity, carrying a chilling aura. Is collecting all the totem fragments really a good thing for Wu Jin? Perhaps it wasn't the cure for her, but rather the key to unlocking Pandora's box. When the 3 fragments are reunited, will the real Wu Jin be awakened, or something else entirely? He suddenly looked at Wu Jin, wanting to ask more questions and get more clues from her. However, before he could speak, Wu Jin's eyes had completely glazed over, her head lolled to the side, and she fainted again. Wu Jin. Lin Yuan let out a low shout, but could only watch helplessly as she sank into the boundless darkness. Once the arrow is released, there's no turning back. There is no turning back now. Whether salvation or abyss lies ahead, he must overcome it. Lin Yuan stood up and tucked the blanket around Wu Jin. He walked out of the room, closed the door, went up to the deck, and looked up in the direction of Raven's Bone Island. The confusion and worry in his eyes were gradually replaced by a cold resolve. That sharp gaze seemed to pierce through the thick fog and the passage of time, landing on Raven's Bone Island. He could only pray that when everything settled down, Wu Jin would be safe and sound, and that the crisis on Raven Island would be completely resolved as the truth was revealed. Chapter 145 Bubble. Nautical Calendar, January 13th, Year 1, 811. Location: the endless sea of Dark Raven. Weather: light rain. Wind force: level 4. Wind direction: north. Temperature: 1,524. The faint light of dawn could not pierce the thick fog, and the outline of Raven's Bone Island was faintly visible within it, exuding a deathly stillness and oppression like a prehistoric behemoth. At the bow of the ship, Lin Yuan and Yin Ingli stood side by side. The sea breeze, carrying a light drizzle, dampened their hair and shoulders. Both of them had unusually solemn expressions. Yin Ingli's amber eyes were fixed on the blurry land, worry creeping over her brow. Lin Yuan, I have a premonition about how things will develop. This will be very bad. Now that things have come to this, we have no choice but to bite the bullet. Lin Yuan's voice was deep, carrying a sense of resolute determination, like someone forced to the edge of a cliff, making a desperate gamble. As if sensing the call of its homeland, Wu Jin slowly woke up in the cabin. Shun Tan, who was taking care of her, was pleasantly surprised to find that her complexion was much better than before, and she was no longer the deathly pale woman she had been living with. However, Wu Jin's eyes remained vacant, shrouded in an unyielding mist, their depths unfathomable. The two went up to the deck together. How are you feeling? Yan Yingli asked with concern as soon as she saw Wu Jin. I'm much better, but my head still hurts a little and I feel weak in my limbs. Wu Jin's voice was still weak, but her eyes had become clearer. Lin Yuan turned around, his gaze falling on Wu Jin's pale face. He paused for a moment, then asked, "The scenes you described, Wu Jin, early this morning." He carefully chose his words, trying not to upset her. "Do you believe that these events actually happened?" Wu Jin's body stiffened abruptly. A violent ripple spread through those empty eyes, and the color that had just returned to her cheeks vanished completely in an instant. She closed her eyes and slowly shook her head, as if using all her strength to resist the terrifying answer in her mind. "I don't want to admit it, but they are indeed real. It's just like I experienced it myself." Seeing that she was in a state where she could collapse again at any moment, Lin Yuan did not ask any further questions. Crow's Island is just a stone's throw away. All the complex and intertwined questions should be answered by Udo himself. He won't tell. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Then let that old man vomit out all the secrets in his belly, along with his flesh and blood. In the end, he simply looked at Wu Jin deeply and confirmed one thing. "Are you ready?" Wu Jin raised her head and met Lin Yuan's gaze. She nodded firmly with all her might. The entire immortal boat pirate crew has landed on the island. As soon as you step onto the gray-black sand of Ravensbone Island, a familiar smell of decay hits you. This time, the smell was stronger than ever before. The closer they got to the Golden Beak tribe, the more pronounced this ominous feeling became. Not to mention the intuitive Yan Yingli. Even Lu Xuanzhu, the slowest-witted member of the team, noticed that something was wrong. He scratched the back of his head and muttered to himself, "Brother Yuan, why does this place feel even more eerie than last time?" When Sun Hao used his broadsword to clear away the last patch of dense bushes blocking his path, the sight before him made everyone hold their breath. Dead silence. Utter silence. The once idyllic Golden Beetle Tribe's valley, a place teeming with life, is now nothing but a shocking sight of decay and withering. This place seems to be the true source of all the calamities on the entire island. The once neatly arranged tents have been reduced to piles of rotting frames covered in black and green mold. The hard-working people of the tribe were nowhere to be seen in the fields. Instead, there were patches of withered crops lying askew in the cracked, blackened soil. The laughter of children was replaced by a deathly silence, and the air was filled with a nauseating stench. Everything seemed as if it had never existed. The sacred tree that once sheltered the Golden Beak clan, with its canopy blocking out the sun and surrounded by arcane light, is now completely withered and decayed. All the golden leaves have fallen, leaving only bare, twisted, charred black trunks that point straight up at the gloomy sky. How warm and wonderful it was before. How desolate and tragic it is now. Impossible. Upon witnessing this scene, Wu Jin, the holy maiden of the Golden Beak clan, felt her heart sink into an icy abyss. She stood frozen in place, her pupils unfocused, as if her soul had been ripped from her body. What he saw before him greatly shocked Lin Yuan. Where are the clansmen? Where have all those figures working in the fields and those children playing in the camp gone? Has the power of the sacred tree failed, and the clutches of calamity have finally reached into the tribe? Or is it? Everything I saw before was just a fleeting illusion, like Udo's lies. Only hallucination? Thinking of this, a thought that sent chills down Lin Yuan's spine flashed through his mind like lightning. The answer might be that last totem fragment. Eye of the Dark Raven. The wings of the Dark Raven can bring life to those inanimate lava creatures. The Claw of Darkness can tear through space and open a door to another world. And the Eye of the Raven, its ability is phantom. Or perhaps the beautiful past was just an illusion. Or perhaps the current tragedy is an illusion. Lin Yuan, however, preferred the former. That so-called paradise was, from the very beginning, a huge deception woven by Udo using the power of totem fragments. Before he could even tell everyone his thoughts, Wu Jin, who was standing next to him, suddenly couldn't handle the shock and went completely berserk. Those familiar, kind faces of her people, that sacred tree shrouded in shimmering lital, the beautiful foundations that formed her memories collapsed in an instant, vanishing like bubbles. Ah! She let out a piercing scream, a scream filled with endless pain and despair, and ran desperately toward the withered sacred tree. Wu Jin, Yan Ingli reacted quickly, stepping forward and grabbing her arm tightly. Calm. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a sudden gust of wind swept across the entire valley. It wasn't a natural wind, but a malevolent wind carrying a heavy stench of blood and decay, making people dizzy and almost nauseous. A massive, overwhelming shadow pierced through the low-hanging clouds and fell upon the earth. Demonized dark raven god. The enormous and imposing figure did not launch an attack. Instead, it descended in astonishing speed, its wings whipping up violent air currents that nearly knocked everyone off their feet. Boom! It landed heavily beside the withered sacred tree, stirring up clouds of dust. The entire immortal boat pirates gripped their weapons, their muscles tense, and entered a state of maximum combat readiness. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated. On the back of the enormous raven stood an old figure. Udo. Behind him followed several golden-beaked tribe warriors with blank expressions. However, the conflict that everyone had anticipated did not erupt immediately. Wu Duo's gaze swept over everyone and landed on Wu Jin, who was being held tightly by Yan Ingli. His face immediately contorted into that familiar, kind, and doting expression. But to everyone else, that expression looked so hypocritical and so ugly. He opened his arms, his voice filled with deliberate gentleness. Xiao Jin, you're finally back. Come here quickly. Let Grandpa give you a hug. My new book will reach 80,000 words tomorrow. I'm going to ask for verification. If you're interested, you can click on my profile picture to follow me. Mwah. Chapter 146 Udo, what is the price? The crew members instinctively moved to protect the emotionally distraught Wu Jin behind them. Immediately afterwards, undisguised gazes filled with disgust and vigilance shot towards Udo like sharp swords. Udo shook his head helplessly, seemingly unconcerned about their hostility. Then, he turned his gaze to Lin Yuan, his expression surprisingly calm, even carrying a hint of matter-of-fact familiarity. Benefactor. Don't fucking call me my benefactor. Lin Yuan's anger finally erupted into a roar. Udo, what are you pretending for? Udo's cloudy eyes swept over the desolate scene, and he spoke slowly, his tone tinged with weariness. Stop it. What a joke. Lin Yuan's lips curled into a cold, unsmiling smile, his eyes filled with a chilling intensity. You make it seem as if I'm the one who caused the tribe's current miserable state. So much has happened, and you've been deceiving everyone with lies for so long. Now that things have come to this, what makes you think I will stop? A pleading expression appeared on Wu Duo's aged face. There seemed to be a glint of water in those cloudy eyes. Let's stop here. If all the totem fragments are collected, the Raven God totem can be restored. He paused, then said with great reluctance, Wu Jin, they will die. Every word that followed seemed to be squeezed out by Wu Duo through his teeth. As he finished speaking, a single, glistening tear slid down the wrinkles on his face. That heartbroken expression didn't seem feigned. It was a genuine outpouring of emotion. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a series of thunderclaps, exploding above the heads of everyone in the immortal ship pirates. What? Lin Yuan's pupils shrank, but he immediately waved his hand and shouted decisively. Do you think we'd still believe in nonsense? Upon hearing these words, Wu Jin's already crumbling mental world shattered completely, leaving behind its last fragile defense. The last glimmer of light in her eyes went out completely. She was still standing there, but her soul seemed to have already drifted into an endless abyss. Yan Ingli, Shun Tian, Sun Hao, and Lu Xuanju all gathered around her, comforting her in their own ways and telling her not to believe a single word Wu Duo said. You have collected 2 totem fragments, so you must already know a lot of things. There is no need for me to keep it from you any longer. Wu Duo took a deep breath, as if a huge burden had been lifted, and finally revealed the so-called truth that he had hidden for 30 years. More than 30 years ago, the evil experiments of the biomagician brought annihilation to the Golden Beak clan on Raven Hidden Island. My granddaughter, Wu Jin, was fatally wounded while trying to save her people. I led her and the surviving members of our tribe away from our home, and we wandered all the way until we arrived at this Raven Island. But in the end, she didn't make it through. Heir, the youngest and most talented priest in the history of the Golden Beak clan, consumed by grief, chose to die for love. Finally, it was me, the grandfather. Despite breaking taboos, they used the complete Dark Raven God totem to perform a resurrection ritual. Wu Jin is my most beloved granddaughter, and that will never change. Lin Yuan listened to this seemingly affectionate confession, but instead of being moved at all, he almost ground his back teeth to powder. He instantly recalled the fragmented images Wu Jin had told him. The altar, the complete totem, the dead woman, and the crying baby. He stared intently at Wudwa and asked word by word, "The price, Uter, what is the price? Look around you. Those surviving members of your tribe who escaped with you, they all became sacrifices in your resurrection ritual? Even that innocent child? The so-called calamity is clearly divine punishment brought upon you for violating taboos." No. A morbid madness instantly flashed across Udo's face, and he hysterically retorted, "That's not the price. It's an honor. It is their greatest honor to be able to give everything for my granddaughter's rebirth. The value of Wu Jin surpasses that of all of them combined." His agitated emotions gradually subsided, and when he looked at Lin Yuan again, the pleading in his eyes became even stronger, even carrying a hint of humility. "So, my benefactor, you have already saved Xiao Jin once, and I thank you. Now, I'm begging you, stop. Please." A cruel and painful choice was presented to Lin Yuan. Collect all the totems and complete the mission. The calamity on Raven Island might be purified, but Wu Jin might die. If the totems are not collected, the mission will fail, the calamity on the island will continue forever, and Wu Jin, who is crushed by the cruel truth, may not even survive. But there was one thing Lin Yuan was absolutely certain of. Whatever it is, Udo, you must pay the price today for the heinous crimes you have committed. Lin Yuan's voice burned with rage, and the golden trident in his hand slowly materialized, its golden light illuminating his resolute face. "You, Musti." The moment the words left his mouth, Lin Yuan's figure had already disappeared from the spot. Golden, sacred light tore through the gloomy rain curtain. The golden trident transformed into a streak of light, carrying an intent to kill, and pierced straight into Udo's heart. However, a piercing screech suddenly exploded. The massive body of the demonized nether raven god moved with incredible speed, its enormous raven wings forming a black iron wall that stood fiercely in front of Udo. Clang! The deafening clang of metal echoed through the valley. The golden trident was forcefully knocked away by the jet-black wings, spinning back and embedding itself in the ground in front of Lin Yuan, its shaft humming incessantly. "My benefactor, I gave you a chance because you saved Xiao Jin." The sorrow and pleading on Wu Duo's face vanished, replaced by a twisted indifference. He had completely torn off his disguise. "Since you've made up your mind, don't blame me for being ruthless. I hope you won't regret it in the end." He knew that saying more would be pointless. The young man's determination to kill him was as firm as a rock. Udo leaped and landed steadily on the back of the demonized nether raven god, issuing commands from above, his voice devoid of any warmth. "Kill them and bring the saintess back." The 4 golden-beaked clan warriors behind him, who had been expressionless, moved at the sound. "Brother Yuan, focus on dealing with that old crow." Lu Xuanzhu roared, transforming into a raging rhinoceros and taking the lead in meeting the enemy. "Lin Yuan, leave it to us with confidence," Yan Ingli said calmly, the blood flame longsword already in her hand. The crew members scattered instantly, each finding their own opponent. However, at the very moment of contact, the 4 tribal warriors' bodies made a crackling sound as their bones dislocated. Their flesh writhed and swelled, their skin tore open, revealing the inhuman, festering, and grotesque bodies beneath. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into 4 monsters, each 3 meters tall, wielding bone blades and exuding a chilling aura of death. Chapter 147, Black Crow Island's arc complete. 3K. These tribal warriors, twisted by demonic energy, have all reached a combat power rating of Tier 2, Star 1. Holy crap! Letian exclaimed. King Kong was seriously injured in the battle with the corrupted boar and is currently recuperating inside the Taotia's belly, unable to engage in high-intensity combat. My gluttonous little darling. Letian's lips curled into a morbid and fanatical smile. It's our turn. The Taotai let out an excited roar, and the box disintegrated and reformed, instantly transforming into a scarlet chain sword interwoven with flesh and blood fragments. Letian, wielding a chainsword, and Lu Xuanju, holding an ash shell shield, flanked a demonized warrior from the left and right. Hey, Big Oaf, don't drag me down. Letian shouted without turning his head. You pervert. Mind your own business. Two men who usually get along the most are now fighting side by side. After obtaining the Ember Shell shield, Lu Xuanju's combat power rating finally crossed the first tier threshold and reached the second tier 3-star level. He slammed the Ember Shell shield into the ground. The wrath of the Crab Mother. A circular shockwave suddenly spread out, causing the demon to stagger. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Letian's scarlet chain sword, like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, cunningly wrapped around the demon's neck. On the other side, Sun Hao stood at the forefront, wielding the Dragon Slayer saber with wide, sweeping movements. His swordsmanship appeared simple and unadorned, yet he could always accurately parry the bone blades swung by the demons. Xia Yuan Zhou, meanwhile, was sniping from the rear, constantly searching for a fatal opportunity. Now, Sun Hao shouted, forcefully deflecting the bone blade with the blade, creating a fleeting opening for Xia Yuan Zhou. Piercing the Death Star. The 3-second charge was already complete. A devastating bullet, imbued with extreme penetrating power, streaked with a ghostly blue flame as it pierced through the rain and roared out. Boom! The head of that demonized warrior exploded like a watermelon smashed by a heavy hammer. One taken care of. Sun Hao laughed heartily, preparing to go and assist elsewhere. However, his laughter stopped abruptly the next second. The headless monster's corpse did not fall down. Instead, at the wound on the neck, countless granulation tissues were writhing and intertwining wildly. In just a few seconds, an identical head grew back. Cut! On the other side, Yaningli shouted, and her blood-flame longsword drew a sharp arc, cleanly severing one of her opponent's arms. But at the severed arm, flesh buds were also surging, and a brand new arm was growing rapidly. Not far away, Shan Tian and He Tuanzi were fighting the fourth monster and encountered the same situation. Meanwhile, on the main battlefield, Lin Yuan spread his black wings and held a black feather sword, fiercely fighting the enormous demonized Nether Raven God in the air. Demonized Dark Raven God. Combat power rating, unknown. Synopsis. The former guardian deity of the Golden Beak tribe was corrupted by his follower, the Golden Beak tribe chief Udo, who violated a taboo by forcibly reversing life and death with the power of the totem and resurrecting the dead. As a result, the deity himself was also corrupted by endless resentment and the power of death, and degenerated into a monster that only knows killing and hatred. Before the complete restoration of the Dark Raven God totem, its existence was protected by the laws, possessing the characteristic of immortality. Immortal and indestructible. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. No wonder this thing's combat power rating was the same as the Emperor-level sea monster Kraken, with a series of question marks. It turns out that it was in an invincible state at the level of some kind of law. Phew! The demonized Nether Raven God let out a shrill cry, opened its giant beak, and a decaying aura mixed with black arcs of electricity surged out like a tidal wave. The breath of decay and decay. Wherever its breath passed, rocks and trees withered and decayed at a visible speed, turning into a pool of black water. Lin Yuan flapped his wings, and his body rapidly rose into the air, narrowly avoiding the deadly breath. With a flick of his left hand, a forbidden creed imbued with shadow and necromancy appeared out of thin air. Shadow Death Ray. A thick ray of shadow shot out from the cannon, piercing precisely through the chest of the demonized Dark Raven God, leaving a huge hole. However, the flesh at the edge of the hole only twitched a few times before quickly healing and returning to its original state. As expected, he can't be killed. The demonized nether raven god, in pain, went completely berserk. Its wings flapped violently, and countless black feathers fell off, turning into a rain of arrows that swept across the sky and shot towards Lin Yuan. Each feather carries the power of a venomous curse. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. He wielded his black feather sword with impenetrable speed, countless feather-shaped sword energies slashing at the rain of arrows, exploding into clusters of black energy ripples in the air. This can't go on. We must find a way to break its invincible state. Lin Yuan's mind raced. The heart of the nether fire appeared prominently in his left palm. The intense aroma of alcohol and the oppressive force of the deep sea erupted together. The stopper of the black and gold gourd bottle at his waist popped open, and the wine, like a dragon, coiled around his arm and merged with the ghostly fire. This time, Lin Yuan did not throw out the flames, but instead frantically compressed the energy that combined the effects of alcohol, the power of the abyss, and the fire of the soul. An energy ball the size of a fist, as deep as a black hole, with a surface burning with purplish-black flames, took shape in his palm. The power contained within that energy sphere made even Udo, who was far away, feel a chill run down his spine. Go! Lin Yuan let out a low shout and aimed the energy ball, which was concentrated with the ultimate destructive power, at the demonized nether raven god. Netherfire wine flame burst. The purplish-black fireball flew out of his hand. It wasn't fast, but seemed to lock on his space, leaving the demonized nether raven god with no way to avoid it. Boom! Amidst a deafening roar like the sky collapsing and the earth splitting apart, half of the demonized nether raven god's body was directly blasted to pieces. The purplish-black ghost fire clung to its wounds, burning its soul wildly, causing it to let out an unprecedentedly shrill scream. The shockwave from the blast slammed violently into the already withered sacred tree. Click! The charred tree trunk snapped in two, and at its center, a totem fragment emitting an eerie light slowly emerged. The third fragment, Eye of the Raven. Just then, Yin Yingli's urgent shouts came. Lin Yuan, something's wrong. These demonized warriors have such strong, regenerative abilities that they are practically unkillable. I suspect they're invincible until all the totems are collected. Lin Yuan's heart sank. It was just as he had imagined. The choice before me has become incredibly cruel. If all the totems are collected, Wu Jin will die. If they don't gather them all, they'll all be worn down and killed here by these unkillable monsters. Puff! Not far away, Lu Xuanzhu was caught off guard and had his chest slashed open by the monster's bone blade. Blood gushed out, and he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Pillar! Lu Xuanzhu! Sisteringly, I'm almost out of strength. Shen Tian's voice also carried a hint of despair. The black ball on her head had withered to the extreme, and the lightning it released was as thin as a wisp of smoke. The crew members were already showing signs of fatigue, and casualties were only a matter of time. After being severely injured, the demonic nether raven god recovered much more slowly, but it still roared and pounced on Lin Yuan again. Lin Yuan had no choice but to fight again. An atmosphere of despair enveloped the entire immortal ship pirates. Just then, while everyone was preoccupied with the battle before them, they didn't notice. A staggering figure was running towards the broken sacred tree. It is Black Chrysanthemum. She ran to the newly appeared totem fragment and stopped. She turned around and looked at the immortal ship pirates who were fighting a bloody battle, and at the man who was battling the demon god in the air. At this moment, her eyes were no longer empty and confused, but filled with an unprecedented clarity and determination. She smiled, a smile both poignant and serene. Because I was resurrected, the surviving members of my people became sacrifices. What kind of saint am I? Her voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. It all started with me. It should be my turn to end this. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her arms and, with a fearless determination, lunged at the floating eye of the dark raven. No! Udo stretched out his hand. The desperate scream came from the sky, its sound distorted and deformed. Buzz! Buzz! It was as if they had been summoned. The dark raven wings and dark raven claws in Lin Yuan's storage space flew out on their own, transforming into two streams of light that, together with Wu Jin, crashed into the third fragment. An indescribable, all-purifying light erupted. In the light, the three fragments merged into one, and the complete dark raven god, totem, reappeared in the world. Wu Jin's figure gradually became transparent in the light, and finally, completely disappeared. Wu Jin! On the back of the raven, Udo let out a mournful cry like a wild beast, a sound filled with endless regret and despair. A blinding light swept across the battlefield like ripples, and the demonized tribal warriors touched by the light froze instantly, their immortal aura vanishing completely. The series of question marks on the combat power rating of the demonic raven god in the sky finally became apparent. Tier 3, 3 stars. And at that very moment, Lin Yuan's skillful use of the Netherfire combination technique allowed him to continuously accumulate proficiency in his two god-level talents. A system notification sounded in Lin Yuan's mind. Congratulations to player Lin Yuan on advancing his talent. Talent, god-level Wine Immortal. Current stage, second order to third order. Unlock the new talent secondary effect, Drunken Soul Burning. Intoxicating Soul Burning. When the intoxication reaches 3 levels, one can actively burn their own life force and mental energy to gain a devastating power boost for a short period of time. As Lin Yuan felt the new power surging within his body, and then looked at the totem that was quietly floating and had regained its sacred aura, only a chilling, killing intent remained in his eyes. We cannot let them down. We must not let Wu Jin's sacrifice go to waste. Udo, Lin Yuan's voice seemed to come from the deepest abyss. He actively activated the new ability he had just acquired. Intoxicating and Soul Burning. Boom! Lin Yuan's health and mental strength began to drop rapidly. Instead, a terrifying power surged within him to the point of near out of control. He raised the black feather sword high, pouring the power gained from burning his life, along with the might of his 2 divine talents, into it without reservation. This sword, for Wu Jin, 3,000 drunken souls buried in the abyss. A purplish-black sword light, stretching across the heavens and earth, carrying the destructive intent to end everything, slashed down fiercely. Under the sword light, the demonized nether raven god, having just lost its immortality, didn't even have time to utter a scream before it, along with the crow on its back, were completely devoured and annihilated by the sword light, turning into nothingness. Chapter 148, Immortal Level, Nether Raven God Totem. The battle is over. The residual power of that sword light that cleaved the heavens and earth dissipated, and the valley returned to deathly silence. The decaying, withered trees, the cracked earth, and the raven god totem that floated silently in mid-air, radiating a soft, holy light. It's all over. Beside the totem, however, the figure of that golden-beaked girl was nowhere to be seen. In her own way, she personally ended this sin and karmic cycle that her grandfather had started. Tragic, yet admirable. Lin Yuan stared silently at the spot where Wu Jin had disappeared. In the end, they simply nodded slightly in respect. A suppressed sob escaped her lips. Shin Tian could no longer hold back and threw herself into Yan Ingli's arms, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Sun Hao sighed deeply, and the warm and simple smiling faces of the Golden Beak tribe people seemed to reappear before his eyes. Everything feels like it was just yesterday. Uncle Sun, want a cigarette? Hiletian, carrying the Tautai that had transformed back into its box form, walked up to Sun Hao and handed him a crumpled cigarette. Sun Hao was stunned. He wasn't a big smoker, but with his heart heavy with worry, he accepted the cigarette. Hiletian helped him light the cigarette, but Sun Hao puffed for a long time, and the cigarette but only flickered a few times, without even producing a smoke ring. Damn it, Udo! A roar, suppressing boundless rage, exploded forth. It's Lu Xuanzhu. He leaned against the rock, panting heavily. Blood was still seeping from the wound on his chest. But in those bloodshot eyes burned an endless rage. Wu Jin, what a lovely girl. That old bastard has really ruined me. After saying that, The veins on his forehead bulged, and he slammed his fist hard on the ground beside him, kicking up a cloud of dust. He seemed to want to use the Raven God totem to resurrect Udo, and then personally smash him into a pile of mud with his anchor axe. TSK, look who this is, like an angry bull. Lin lit a cigarette for Sun Hao and then strolled over to Lu Xuanju. He also had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and the Tao Tai in his hand had already reverted to its original form. Lin lightly kicked Lu Xuanju's boot with his toe. Hey, big oaf, save your energy. If it keeps bleeding like this, it'll turn into dried meat in no time. Get out of my way, it's none of your business. Lu Xuanju retorted angrily. Hey, I have a short temper. Lin chuckled, not only not leaving, but instead throwing the medical kit on the ground with a thud, and frankly said, All right, I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to heal your injuries. He gestured with his chin toward the deep, bone-revealing wound on Lu Xuanju's chest. Only after being reminded by the other party did Lu Xuanju remember his injuries. A look of pain immediately appeared on his face, but he suppressed it for the sake of his pride. Lu Xuanju was visibly resistant to Lishan's offer to treat him, but his inner voice told him that now was not the time to show off. Lin ignored Lu Xuanju's subtle expression and patted the Taoye's box. In the center of the box, covered in flesh and blood, a monstrous mouth full of sharp teeth opened wide in response. A long, slimy tongue suddenly sprang out and dangled in the air. Lu Xuanju's eyelids twitched wildly as he looked at the slippery tongue, and his stomach churned. You want this thing to heal my wounds? I'd rather bleed to death. Lu Xuanju instinctively shrank back. Don't push your luck. Lin squatted down, his words sharp but lacking their usual teasing tone. No matter what, I am the ship's doctor, and it is my duty to treat the crew. It doesn't matter who the patient is, even if they're a big, slow-witted idiot. Lu Xuanju, who usually didn't get along with Lin the most, was speechless upon hearing this. He looked at the unusual seriousness on Lishan's face, then at his own bleeding wound. Finally, gritting my teeth, steeling my resolve, I closed my eyes and leaned back. Bring it on. His expression was no different from that of someone going to the execution ground. The gluttonous beast's tongue licked it. The cool, slippery touch made Lu Xuanju shiver and get goosebumps all over his body. But then, a cool, uncomfortable feeling came from the wound, and the hideous flesh writhed and healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just over 10 seconds, the bloody wound was reduced to a faint red mark. Lu Xuanju touched his chest in disbelief. Apart from the tears and bloodstains on his clothes, his skin was completely healed. He opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but couldn't bring himself to say it. All right, stop looking at me like you're offering yourself to me. I'm not interested in men. Lin withdrew his gluttonous food, picked up his suitcase, and stood up. Let go this time. Next time I treat your wounds, it'll cost extra. After saying that, he walked away without looking back, the cigarette but almost gone from his mouth. Lu Xuanju stared at his retreating figure for a long while before finally managing to squeeze out 2 words through gritted teeth. Thanks. The sound was not loud. Only he could hear it. The victory felt too heavy, and the atmosphere within the immortal boat pirates was exceptionally oppressive. At this moment, Lin Yuan walked up to the crowd, his voice low yet resolute. When Wu Jin joined us, I joked that she was the provisional sailor of the immortal boat pirates. I hereby officially announce that Wu Jin is one of us. Being resurrected was not her wish, nor was it at the expense of her people. She was deceived by Udo's lies, but she shouldered the responsibility of being a saint and never gave up on finding the truth. In her past life, she died saving her people. In this life, she sacrifices herself to end karma. 2 different lives, yet they accomplished equally admirable and moving deeds. The immortal boat pirates will always have a place for her. The captain's sincere words were like a warm current, comforting everyone's heavy hearts. Lin Yuan said no more and walked to the complete Nether Raven God Totem. Nether Raven God Totem. Quality, Relic Grade. Effect 1. Wings of the Dark Raven. Grants inanimate objects a temporary pseudo-life, making them obey the wielder's commands. Effect 2. Raven's Claw. Can tear through space, opening a passage to limbo. Effect 3. Eye of the Dark Raven. Allows brief communication with the dead and greatly enhances the wielder's intuition. Introduction. An ancient totem containing the divine power of the Dark Raven god. It was once a symbol of protection and also a medium for taboos. Now, stripped of its former glory, it awaits a new owner. The soul of Wu Jin brought it a final purification, allowing it to resonate more deeply with intuition, premonition, and the laws of the soul. Lin Yuan picked up the totem, turned around, and handed it to Yan Ingli. Your intuition has always been the sharpest in the team, and it's the most suitable for you. Yan Ingli's amber eyes flickered, and without refusing, she reached out and took it. The totem felt slightly cool to the touch, and an ancient aura, mixed with sadness and relief, wafted from her fingertips, creating a strange resonance with her soul. In that instant, Yan Ingli seemed to sense the calm in Wu Jin's soul. Chapter 149. There's a mole inside. The deal is terminated. After this battle, Lin Yuan advanced to the 3rd tier due to his Immortal of Wine talent, and his combat power rating improved once again. Name: Lin Yuan. Strength: 48 to 55. Constitution: 35 to 38. Agility: 30 to 35. Spirit: 42 to 44. Identity: Captain of the Immortal Boat Pirate Crew, President of the Unenvious Immortal Alliance Guild. Talent: God Level Sea King, Tier 3. God Level Wine Immortal, Tier 3. Combat Power Rating, Tier 4, 6 stars. After obtaining the Immortal Level Nether Raven God Totem, Yan Ingli's strength also underwent an astonishing leap. Combat Power Rating, Tier 2, 9 stars to Tier 3, 5 stars. At the same time, a series of system notifications appeared in front of Lin Yuan's eyes. Exploration mission completed. Quest reward: the gaze of the wild wolf has been sent to your inventory. Lin Yuan's gaze fell on the description of the new item. The gaze of the wild wolf. Type: special item. Effect: after use, it will send your location coordinates to the patrol fleet of the wild wolf pirates, attracting them to your location. System reminder: please ensure you and your team are fully prepared before using this item. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the item description. This isn't some kind of firework you can just light up casually. This is a signal flare that attracts hungry wolves, a hot potato. Fortunately, we have the initiative in our own hands. The members of the Immortal Boat Pirates returned to the Long Wind. Last night, everyone rushed to Raven Island against the clock, and everyone was in a state of high tension. Even when it wasn't their shift, they didn't get much rest. After arriving at Raven Island today, we went straight to the Golden Beak tribe, and then encountered a tricky war of attrition. Although they ultimately defeated Udo, the victory came with a heavy burden. Right now, everyone is almost completely exhausted, both physically and mentally. Lin Yuan didn't rush to set sail, but instead gave everyone a break. Firstly, to adjust one's mood, and secondly, to rest and recuperate. Lu Xuanzhu fell into a deep sleep the moment his head hit the bed, snoring loudly. Now that Li Shen's dormitory space is bigger, he secretly releases the healed King Kong and lets it sleep on the other's stomach. Lin Yuan sat alone in the captain's cabin, his fingertips slowly tracing the star chart, his gaze deep and unfathomable. He was planning the next flight route. The gloom over Raven Island has dissipated. The next target is the Wild Wolf God Totem. The Wild Wolf Pirates, who possess the Wild Wolf God Totem, are mainly active in the Starfall Sea, not far from the Black Crow Islands. Across the sea lies a vital trade route of the Xiongnu Empire. This is also the main reason why the Wild Wolf Pirates are based there. In recent years, the Wild Wolf Gang has become increasingly rampant, plundering a large number of Imperial merchant ships. Sometimes, they even preyed on the merchants on board, using bloody and brutal methods. This matter has caused the Empire quite a headache. Interestingly, after the Empire's repeated attempts to suppress the rebellion failed, it even considered offering amnesty. It was this rumor of surrender that spread from who knows where that caused the once unified Wild Wolf Pirates to split into two factions. One faction wants to endure the criticism, change to a prestigious reputation, and clear their name. The other faction is determined to carry out the pirates' freedom to the very end. The most fortified castles often crumble from within. Lin Yuan thought that perhaps they could exploit their internal conflicts to weaken their strength and defeat them at a lower cost. If all goes well, the Longwind will dock at Cold Leaf Port after obtaining the Wild Wolf God Totem. The Frost Falcon God Totem happens to be located here. Moreover, once the Wild Wolf pirates are dealt with, the Immortal Boat pirates undoubtedly eliminated a thorn in the side of the Lihung Empire. This serves as the ticket to enter the Empire, and ultimately, the Tiger God Totem can be obtained from the Empire. Isn't that wonderful? The steps were interconnected, and each move was carefully planned. The general plan for the next step had already taken shape in Lin Yuan's mind. He nodded confidently, turning his gaze away from the star chart. In the blink of an eye, almost a week has passed since the founding of the Immortal Alliance. Lin Yuan was preoccupied with numerous matters during this period and had no time to attend to anything else, putting aside the management of the alliance. Now that he had some free time, Lin Yuan opened the alliance panel to check on the guild's development. His next union building project was a port. Constructing a port. Require materials, 800 wood, 1200 steel. Construction time, 5 hours. Building effect. Increases the sailing speed of all guild members' ships by 5%. However, when his gaze swept over the guild warehouse's resource reserves, his brows furrowed involuntarily. Timber X 400. Steel X 300. No, there's way too little steel. Not envying immortals isn't some ordinary alliance on the roadside. It is the first top-tier alliance in the entire server, with a total of 15 fleets. Even if each fleet contributes an average of 10 units of steel per day, this requirement is by no means excessive. After 4 or 5 days, there should be at least 600 or 700 units remaining. Is it due to complacency, or is there something else going on? Those who are not enthusiastic about paying tribute have a problem with their thinking. They must be tortured. Lin Yuan opened the guild chat channel and sent a message. President Lin Yuan, there's a bit too little steel. Is there something wrong with everyone's enthusiasm? Captain of the Windrunner. Holy crap. It's the guild leader. Alive. Captain of the Iron Fist. Greetings, Chairman. Captain of the Charge. President, you've finally shown up. It's not that we weren't enthusiastic. We just had a lot of troubles to share. Captain of the Moon Chaser. Yeah, guild leader. Guild leader. It's not that the brothers aren't doing their job. It's just that we're being bullied to the point of exhaustion. Complaints, grievances, greetings and messages on the channel were refreshing at an astonishing rate. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered, and he typed a question. President Lin Yuan, what's going on? Captain of the Iron Fist. President, you know that Anti-Mortal Boat Alliance, right? They're extremely arrogant now. Those sons of bitches, I don't know where they got our alliance's member list. They've been robbing our people every day. Captain Windrunner, damn it, don't even mention it. I went out to sea yesterday and just found an island rich in iron ore. Before I could even go ashore to mine it, I was surrounded by 3 ships. They don't sink your ships. They just grab resources and run like flies. It's so annoying. Captain of a storm, I'm in a worse situation. The ship was damaged and had to be repaired. All the 100 units of steel that we had managed to gather were used up. There was no surplus left to hand over to the guild. Now we have to go out to sea in groups of 3 or 5 for fear of getting separated and caught by those bastards. Captain of the Iron Fist. They're getting bigger and bigger now, and they're constantly clamoring in the public chat, saying they'll turn our not envious of immortals into not leftover immortals. At this moment, a message brought the resentment in the entire channel to its peak. Captain of the Moon Chaser. Guild Master, I suspect there's a mole within our alliance. Chapter 150, The Iron Fist of Justice. These captains are among the most active members of the unenvious Immortal Alliance. Their experience is a microcosm of that of the other members. In an instant, complaints and curses rose and fell, and the entire guild channel was filled with resentment, until a word appeared. A mole. These 2 words were like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing all the noise. The previous barrage of complaints and curses in the guild chat disappeared, replaced by a deathly silence. Lin Yuan's knuckles tapped lightly on the tabletop made of shipwreck wood in the captain's cabin, producing a rhythmic sound. At this point, he understood. No wonder the resources in the warehouse are growing so slowly. It turns out they've been targeted by a pack of hyenas. No, Calling them hyenas is an understatement. They're just a swarm of buzzing flies, taking advantage of their numbers to steal resources without actually killing you, purely to disgust you. President Lin Yuan, when you joined the alliance before, it was all about speed. It was a mixed bag, and it's not impossible that a mole infiltrated. President Lin Yuan. Even with initial screening, those with ulterior motives will still find ways to disguise themselves and infiltrate the organization. It's impossible to guard against them all. President Lin Yuan. Therefore, from now on, everyone, if you discover anything suspicious about any member of the alliance, please contact me directly via private message. President Lin Yuan. As for the Anti-Mortal Boat Alliance, they're just a bunch of worthless bastards. I'll deal with them personally. President Lin Yuan. Rest assured, everyone, as the president, I will naturally fulfill my responsibilities. Lin Yuan's words acted as a reassurance, instantly reigniting the atmosphere in the guild channel. Captain of the Iron Fist, the chairman is awesome. Kill that bastard. Just say the word if you need us. We're ready to be at your service. Captain of the Charge, we'll go gather evidence right now. We'll definitely find that mole. Captain of the Moon Chaser, with the guild leader here, justice will prevail. Captain of the Windrunner, the guild leader is awesome. The guild leader must avenge us. As night deepened, the outline of Raven's Bone Island appeared hazy in the sea fog. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the exhaustion from the continuous battles finally overwhelmed Lin Yuan, and his body could no longer hold on, so he lay down on the soft bed. Just as I was about to rest, a private message notification sounded softly. It was sent by a guild member. Captain of the Iron Fist, Chairman, sorry to bother you, but I think there's something I should tell you as soon as possible. President Lin Yuan, please speak freely. Iron Fist Captain, Guild Master, I suspect that Luo Yueying, the Captain of the Moon Chaser, is a traitor within our alliance. Captain Iron Fist, nicknamed Shurgondang, is a straightforward man who gets straight to the point. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly after reading it. He remembered that not long ago, it was Luo Yueying who was the first to shout in the guild channel that there was a mole. Could it be that the thief is crying stop thief? Lin Yuan did not immediately draw a conclusion, but replied, explain your reasoning. Captain of Iron Fist, President, think about it. Almost all the active fleets in our alliance have been harassed by those bastards from the Anti-Mortal Boat Alliance. Only Luo Yueying's Moon Chaser suffered the least loss. Captain of the Iron Fist, she always says she's lucky and always manages to avoid things in advance. But where does so much good fortune come from on this endless sea? Captain Iron Fist, moreover, her contribution points ranking is always at the bottom. She talks a good game, but her actions don't prove her loyalty to the alliance. Captain Iron Fist, moreover, the only time Luo Yueying reported that she had been kidnapped by the Anti-Mortal Boat Alliance, she didn't even have a single witness. It was all based on her own words. As for the others, like me, like the stormtroopers, who doesn't have other fleets to prove they actually fought those bastards? Sure, Gondong's suspicions were not unfounded. Every clue pointed to Luo Yueying's unusual behavior. Captain of the Iron Fist, President, the Anti-Mortal Boat Alliance surrounded me before, and I even sank one of them. If you don't believe me, I have more spoils to show you. Image.jpg. President Lin Yuan. I'll take the information you provided into consideration. Lin Yuan looked at the picture, replied with this sentence, and then ended the conversation. This matter isn't urgent. Considering that the crew members are all sound asleep, Lin Yuan decided to hold a special meeting tomorrow to discuss this matter together. If the traitor isn't eliminated, the guild will never be at peace. Nautical calendar, January 14th, Year 1, 931. Location, the endless sea of Dark Raven. Weather, cloudy. Wind force, level 4. Wind direction, west. Temperature, 1,524. After a night of rest, the entire Immortal Boat Pirates crew was fully recovered. After breakfast, Lin Yuan summoned the 7 people to the captain's cabin. Lin Yuan didn't take the Anti-Immortal Boat Alliance rabble seriously, but they took advantage of our kindness and hindered the development of the guild, which in turn hindered the development of the Immortal Boat Pirates. This needs to be addressed. The first step is to remove the thorn in the side of the league. Lin Yuan explained the guild's resource predicament and the harassment tactics of the anti-mortal boat alliance to everyone, and finally pointed out that Luo Yueying was the prime suspect. A mole. Letian stroked his chin, a morbid excitement gleaming in his eyes beneath his striking green hair. That's easy. Captain, all you need to do is invite her to the ship as a guest. Let my gluttonous darling make a few cute, funny faces, and I guarantee she'll tell you anything. If all else fails, I happen to be developing a truth serum. It's currently missing one ingredient. Sea monkey brain marrow, but that shouldn't be a big problem. She's perfect for being the first clinical trial subject. We can guarantee a cure. Is it not a big problem? Lin Yuan glanced at him, ignoring his eager and crazy gaze. Lishan's half-finished truth serum. Is it for human use? All right. Yaningli rolled her eyes at him, interrupting Lishan's dangerous statement. The Alliance members are scattered throughout the endless sea. How do we capture them? Furthermore, taking action against one's own people without solid evidence would alienate the other members. Yaningli always manages to get to the heart of the matter. Lin Yuan felt that since obtaining the Dark Raven God totem, Yaningli's thinking had become increasingly sharp, and her intuition had become even more terrifying. Brother Yuan, how about we go and take down the stronghold of that anti-mortal boat alliance? Lu Xuanzhu clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking, his idea simple and brutal. They don't have a fixed base. Xia Yuanzhou also joined the discussion. He leaned against the wall, arms crossed, but his voice remained as cold and detached as ever. The captain said they were just a bunch of sea bandits. They would rob if they could win, and run if they couldn't. Even if we deal with them, without eliminating the traitors within, new anti-mortal boat alliance number 2 and number 3 will emerge in the future. Then what should we do? Shen Tian asked softly, holding the little black ball of dough. She is least adept at dealing with such unpredictable situations. The captain is a man of great foresight. He must have already made up his mind, Sun Hao said at the opportune moment, smiling as he looked at Lin Yuan. We'll follow the captain's instructions. Lin Yuan listened to the discussion with a faint smile on his face. He waited until everyone had finished expressing their opinions before slowly speaking. Blew the snake out of its hole. Chapter 151, The Fish Has Taken a Bait. Lin Yuan revealed his entire plan. Find a trustworthy alliance member and tell only Luo Yueying the false news that you have discovered the rich mining island, and tell the other party the coordinates. This coordinate is actually the current position of the Changfeng. If the anti-mortal boat alliance fleet appears in the sea area where the Changfeng is located, there is no room for further denial regarding Luo Yueying's status as a traitor. That's a great plan. Yaningli's eyes lit up. She looked at Lin Yuan and asked the most crucial question again. But who would be the most suitable person to be the bait? Shigandang, who sent me a private message last night. Lin Yuan tapped his finger lightly on the table, his mind already made up. His iron fist is the fleet with the highest contribution points in the alliance. Moreover, records show that he once directly repelled a ship of the anti-ferry boat alliance, and even sank one of them. Both in terms of strength and stance, their credibility is extremely high. Lin Yuan was busy after waking up this morning. He spent some time subtly questioning several other alliance members to confirm that what Shigandang said was true. And the result is, this man, nicknamed Shigandang, is indeed a trustworthy person. He has a very good reputation among others and is seen as a senior figure. The plan has been finalized. Lin Yuan immediately contacted Shigandang. After listening to Lin Yuan's entire plan, Shigandang remained silent for a full half-minute on the other side of the screen. He never expected that the chairman would entrust him with such an important task. Therefore, there was a sense of being flattered and overwhelmed. After regaining his senses, he quickly sent a string of text messages, brimming with barely suppressed excitement. Captain of the Iron Fist, Chairman, that was a brilliant move. Just you wait and see. Leave this to me. I guarantee I'll handle it perfectly. President Lin Yuan, remember, your reason for approaching her must be reasonable and natural, so as not to arouse her suspicion. Captain of the Iron Fist, don't worry. We're professionals at acting too. A silent hunt for the mole has begun. Shigandang ended his private chat with Lin Yuan, took a deep breath, and rubbed his rough hands on his stubble-covered chin. The task was personally assigned by the president, and it concerns the future of the alliance. This is a huge honor, and we absolutely cannot mess it up. Sure, Gondang has an unkempt appearance and a carefree demeanor, but he is actually very meticulous. He didn't rush to find Luo Yueing immediately. That would be too deliberate, and only a fool would fall for it. He first opened a small chat group that he had created himself. There are 7 or 8 captains in this group, all of whom get along well, and Luo Yueing is also among them. Sure, Gondang gathered his emotions and then launched into a tirade of complaints. Sure, Gondang, damn it, I ran into those anti-mortal boat flies again today, what bad luck. Although they didn't get the better of me, they wasted half my day. As soon as the message was posted, people in the group immediately echoed it. Gale, boss sure is awesome. We were also blocked yesterday and lost 20 units of iron ore. So frustrating. Breaking waves? I can't live like this anymore. Every day feels like I'm doing something illegal. Windbreaker. But knowing the guild leader will intervene makes me feel much more at ease now. At this moment, Luo Yueing also appeared. Luo Yueing, brother sure fought with him again? Is he alright? Everyone needs to be really careful when going out to sea. I didn't dare go too far from the port today. Her tone was as gentle as ever, full of concern. A weasel paying respects to a chicken. Sure, Gondang sneered inwardly, but typed a reply. Hey, it's nothing, just a bunch of small fry. However, remaining passive like this isn't a long-term solution. I'm planning to expand into a different sea area. He threw out the first hook. Luo Yueing. Changing the sea area? Brother sure found a good spot? Sure, Gondang. I guess so. A friend of mine found it by chance, and I'm in that area right now. If we find iron, we'll be the first to hand it over to the Alliance as a contribution. Breaking waves. Boss sure, stop arguing. You're already number 1 in contribution points in the Alliance. Give us a break. Luo Yueing, brother sure, where is this location? Could you tell me? Sure, Gondang. Located near the Dark Raven Sea, a desolate place, but incredibly rich in minerals. Moreover, the route is remote. Those bastards from the anti-mortal ship group would never have thought of it. He deliberately spoke vaguely, with a hint of boastfulness, perfectly matching his usual persona of being rough on the outside, but meticulous on the inside, without a single flaw. The other people in the group expressed their envy and clamored for Sure Gondang to mentor them. Sure Gondang laughed it off, saying that the place was too small and it would be easy to be exposed if there were too many people. After exchanging a few words, he stopped talking and deliberately left them hanging for a while. Sure enough, less than 10 minutes later, Luo Yueing sent a private message. Luo Yueing, brother sure, are you there? Sure Gondang. Hey girl, what's up? Luo Yueing, that's how it is. Brother sure, as you know, our Chasing Moon crew isn't very strong and the crew is all girls. We've been getting a lot of harassment lately, and the girls haven't been able to sleep well at night. Could you take one of us to that new place you mentioned? Her words carried a hint of pitifulness. Sure Gondang continued to ignore the other party. Luo Yueing was clearly getting anxious and quickly sent another message. Luo Yueing, brother sure, we don't need much, just a safe place to collect some resources so the fleet can keep going. Furthermore, we are few in number and tight-lipped. We would never leak the coordinates. Sure Gondang's strategy of feigning indifference to lure the enemy. Sure Gondang. Sigh, this puts me in a bit of a bind. Luo Yueing, brother sure, please, just do me a favor. From now on, we will never refuse to serve in any situation where our lunar strike force is needed. The fish have taken a bait. Sure Gondang deliberately hesitated for a long time before slowly replying. Sure Gondang. All right, it's not easy for a girl like you. So, I'll send you the coordinates, but remember, this is a secret known only to heaven, earth, you, and me. There are plenty of iron or deposits there, but my extraction efficiency with just one ship is too low. Your presence can also help me keep watch on the surrounding area, so it's a win-win situation. This reason perfectly explains why he was willing to share the coordinates. It both did him a favor and serve his own interests, and it sounds flawless. Luo Yueing, thank you, brother sure. You're such a kind person. We'll be right there. Sure Gondang, don't rush over, wait for my signal. I'll go ahead and scout ahead to make sure everything goes smoothly. I'll message you tomorrow morning. He didn't give the coordinates immediately in order to further lower the other party's guard. Luo Yueing, Okay, I'll do whatever Brother Shi says. After ending his conversation with Luo Yueying, Shi Gandang immediately reported to Lin Yuan. Captain of the Iron Fist, boss, the fish has taken the bait. Tomorrow morning, she will lead a group to your coordinates. On the other side, the gentleness and gratitude on Luo Yueying's face vanished without a trace. She dropped her pretense and eagerly opened another friend's private chat. The other party's ID was The Light of the Stars. Chapter 152 Kraken's Fourth Underwater Hunt. Luo Yueying, Brother Zong, we caught a big fish. It's Shi Gandang, the one who sank one of our ships last time. She thought she had caught a big fish. Little did they know that a skilled hunter often appears as the prey. Zong Xingqian, the captain of the Starlight ship and self-proclaimed leader of the Anti-Mortal Ship Alliance, gritted his teeth upon seeing this message. Zong Xingqian, Shi Gandang. Good, very good. Where is he? Luo Yueying. He's going to a remote place near the Dark Raven Sea to collect iron or tomorrow. Zong Xingqian looked around and realized, what a coincidence. I just happen to be nearby. Zong Xingqian. Don't leave things unsaid. Where exactly is it? Give me the coordinates. Luo Yueying. He said he'd go scout things out first and send me the exact coordinates tomorrow morning. Zong Xingqian. Great. Send me the coordinates as soon as you get them. I'll personally lead the fleet there. Zong Xingqian. This time, I'm going to sink him and his boat to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish. Zong Xingqian. Come find me first. Zong Xingqian. Since he told you the location of the rich iron ore deposit, it means he trusts you. We can make good use of this. Luo Yueying. Yes, Alliance Leader. On the Cha phone, after reading the message sent by Shi Gandang, Lin Yuan tapped his finger to close the chat interface. The plan is being executed perfectly. Now, an invisible giant net has been cast, and the immortal ship pirates only need to wait patiently in this sea area. Since the restoration of the Dark Raven God Totem, the winds of the Dark Raven Sea have never been so calm. However, tomorrow, the tranquility of this sea area will be shattered once again. The most ridiculous thing is that the arrogant prey is unaware that its days are numbered, unaware that he would pay a heavy price for provoking the immortal boat pirates. Lin Yuan leaned against the window of the captain's cabin, a glass of amber-colored liquor between his fingers. My gaze pierced through the porthole, landing on the distant, layered waves. I'm hungry, master, I'm hungry. Just then, a thought crossed the soul link and resounded directly in Lin Yuan's mind. It's the Kraken. Are you hungry again? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. He had just fed AK this morning, less than 2 hours ago. Its belly was practically a bottomless pit. Wait a moment, I'll go get you some sea snake meat. Lin Yuan drank the wine in his cup in one gulp, then went to the storage room, only to find that there was only a small piece of sea snake meat left. Previously, I only focused on feeding the snakes and didn't pay attention to the amount of snake meat stored. They thought the carcass of that giant sea serpent would be enough for the Kraken to eat for half a month. Who would have thought that it would be completely consumed in less than a week? Even in its degenerate state, the digestion rate is relatively slow. Otherwise, food would be consumed even faster. There was nothing that could be done. The Kraken was in a transformative growth phase. If the Kraken were to exit its metamorphic state, its size would certainly have increased several times over. A child's ability to eat well is a blessing as they grow. Once they reach the next stage of maturity, their appetite will stabilize. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. Since we're just idling around anyway, we might as well let it out to hunt on its own. Firstly, it allows the Kraken to take a stroll and get some fresh air. Secondly, in case it comes across something it likes. After hunting and devouring your opponent, you can also receive feedback from its growth, which will further enhance your strength. Thirdly, this conflict with the Anti-Mortal Boat Alliance and the inevitable naval battles if they clash with the Wild Wolf Pirates in the future will be necessary. Kraken will be a major force in the Immortal Boat Pirates naval battles. As the first appearance of a king-class sea monster, it must be well-fed and watered to be in top condition and make a stunning debut. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan sent a wisp of his consciousness into Kraken's mind. Okay, go have some fun. Remember, don't go too far and don't make too much noise. This. In a fish tank, the Kraken's 2 pairs of slender, drooping eyes suddenly opened, a bloodthirsty red light flashing briefly. It received its owner's instructions and felt the indulgence. The next second, its body, covered in dark scales and topped with a helmet-like bony structure, silently slid out of the fish tank. He jumped out of the open window and plunged into the sea. Upon entering the water, Kraken broke free from its physical transformation. Its body, which was originally only half a meter long, rapidly expanded in the deep blue seawater. In the blink of an eye, it returned to its enormous size of over 15 meters. 10 thick tentacles stretched out wildly, like a deep-sea monster awakened from mythology. During its transformation period, its control over power becomes increasingly refined. The sea monsters, large and small, in this area were terrified and fled in all directions as soon as they sensed the undisguised, terrifying aura emanating from the Kraken. Kraken felt a surge of impatience. These rotten fish and shrimp, not even good enough to fill a tooth gap, didn't interest it at all. Its goal is to become stronger. With its massive body sinking downwards, the Kraken dived into the deeper, darker waters. The light was quickly swallowed by the seawater, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. The terrifying water pressure, enough to crush steel into thin sheets, squeezed in from all directions. But for Kraken, it was simply returning to a more comfortable home. Like a king surveying his territory, its two pairs of scarlet, piercing eyes gleam in the darkness, searching for a worthy adversary. Soon, a target entered its perception range. It was a sawtooth shark that was nearly 10 meters long. A boss-level sea monster, it's quite a character in this deep sea. Sensing the approach of the Kraken, the sawtooth shark did not run away. Instead, it became ferocious, opened its huge mouth full of barbed teeth, and charged forward. Faced with this presumptuous provocation, a hint of human contempt flashed in Kraken's eyes. It's too lazy to even use its skills. One of its tentacles, with claws like eagle talons, struck the sawtooth shark's side with pinpoint accuracy, like a black lightning bolt. Bang! A dull, loud bang exploded in the water. The massive body of the serrated shark was instantly blasted away. The hard scales shattered instantly, leaving behind a bloody mess, and the internal organs had already been turned into minced meat by the terrifying force of the blow. It struggled weakly for a few moments, then, filled with astonishment, slowly sank to the deeper seabed. Sold out instantly. Kraken didn't even bother to look again and continued its descent. After dealing with a few more foolish sea monsters, it completely lost patience. These so-called deep-sea hunters are incredibly vulnerable in its presence. What wants is not this one-sided slaughter. Kraken changed his strategy. It concealed its aura to the extreme, its massive body completely merging with the darkness of the deep sea, silently searching with its extraordinary senses. Time passes. Suddenly, Kraken's two slanted eyes narrowed sharply. It sensed it. Nearly 100 meters below it, in the seabed silt, lies a being whose life force is extremely restrained, yet so powerful as to be terrifying. That guy buried himself completely in the thick mud, his breath as faint as a silent reef. If Kraken hadn't possessed extraordinary perception, he would never have been able to detect it. Kraken fought several times against powerful sea monsters. He knew that this restrained yet dangerous aura was precisely the characteristic of a powerful sea monster. Found it. Chapter 153, Ghost Rock Armored Crab. Suppressing its bloodlust, Kraken transformed its 10 tentacles into silent oars, propelling its massive body toward the desolate seabed. There wasn't even the slightest extra disturbance from the water flow. It is a top predator that has merged with the darkness. However, the moment it entered that area, boom! Without warning, the seabed beneath our feet exploded. The thick silt was lifted up by an overwhelming force, instantly transforming into a turbid storm that obscured everything. A massive black claw, even larger than the Kraken's head, emerged from the mudstorm with terrifying power that seemed to tear everything apart, aiming straight for the Kraken's vitals. Sneak attack. This sudden attack was faster than anyone could have imagined. In the face of life and death, the fighting instinct deeply rooted in the Kraken bloodline was fully unleashed. Performance unleashed. As Kraken grows, the upper limit of his skill burst also increases. 20 times the power and speed exploded within his body. Its massive body shifted several meters to the side in a manner that defies the laws of physics. Sizzle. The massive, hammer-like claws scraped almost against its scales. Although it avoided a fatal blow, the sharp keratinous layer at the edge of its pincers still tore a horrific wound deep enough to expose bone on the Kraken's body. This sea monster is truly extraordinary. Kraken's scales were torn apart, and green blood gushed out instantly, only to be quickly diluted by the surrounding seawater. The excruciating pain instantly ignited its ferocity. Kraken steadied himself, his two pairs of piercing eyes fixed on the enormous creature that was slowly rising from the mud. It was a giant crab with an extremely ferocious appearance. Its size even surpasses that of the Chongfeng, resembling a mobile black rock fortress. The crab shell is not flesh and blood, but is made of some kind of obsidian-like crystal, with a surface covered with jagged spikes and strange patterns. In the darkness of the deep sea, those patterns emitted a ghostly phosphorescent glow, incredibly eerie. 8 scarlet eyes of varying sizes, embedded in the front of the cephalothorax, gleamed with a cruel and cunning light, staring intently at the wounded kraken, scrutinizing their prey. Its pair of large claws are extremely asymmetrical. Its right claw was as thick as a battering sledgehammer. It was the same one that had just launched the sneak attack. The left claw is long and sharp, resembling a black scythe that reaps lives, gleaming with an ominous cold light. Lin Yuan, who shared vision with Kraken, felt that this scene was familiar. He remembered the Ember Crab Mother on Empress Island. But this guy in front of us is obviously much more powerful and domineering than the Crab Mother, like a bizarre sea monster version of the Ember Shell Crab Mother after it has been enhanced. Ghost Rock Armored Crab. Rank, Elite, High Level. Description: a terrifying predator that dwells in the deep sea, possessing a hard, crystalline shell, a perfect combination of strength and defense. High-ranking elites. This Ghost Rock Armored Crab is clearly stronger than that Thunder Sea Serpent. Roar. Kraken let out a furious roar that shook the water, and without further probing, it launched an attack. 8 tentacles suddenly retracted to gather strength, while the other 2 stood in front of him, their sharp claws at the tips ready to deal with any unexpected situations. Flying Headbutt. The Kraken's massive body transformed into a deep-sea cannonball fired from its barrel. The pair of demon horns and the helmet-like bone growths on its head gleamed with a dangerous light as it slammed into the indestructible cephalothorax of the Oni Rock Armored Crab. Faced with this ferocious attack, a hint of disdain appeared in the 8 red eyes of the Ghost Rock Armored Crab. It didn't even bother to dodge, simply holding its heavy right claw horizontally in front of it. Boom! An extremely muffled roar exploded in the deep sea. The terrifying shockwave transformed into tangible ripples that spread wildly, blasting everything on the seabed away. Kraken's skull trembled violently, as if it had struck an ancient, unyielding iceberg. An unparalleled force of recoil coursed through its entire body, making it dizzy and even causing a brief blankness in its 2 pairs of drooping eyes. In contrast, the Oni Rock Armored Crab's massive body swayed only slightly before remaining as stable as a mountain. Its crystallized crab shell has a defensive capability that is despair-inducing. In the instant Kraken was distracted, the Ghost Rock Armored Crab's other sickle-shaped left claw moved. Call out. A dark afterimage flashed and disappeared in the water. Its target is Kraken's 10 long tentacles. Kraken awoke with a start from the excruciating pain and struggled to move his body. Blood suddenly appeared. The scythe-like claws still managed to strike their target. One of Kraken's tentacles was cleanly and decisively severed at the root. The severed tentacles twitched helplessly in the water, and dark green blood gushed out like a fountain. Roar! The unprecedented pain and humiliation drove Kraken into a complete rage. The remaining 9 tentacles, like a dark cloud covering the sky, coiled towards the Ghost Rock Armored Crab, with each tentacle bearing a ferocious, upright bone spike that stabbed fiercely into the crab's body. However, what happened next chilled it to the bone. Creak! Creak! The sharp bone spurs rubbed wildly against the obsidian crab shell, creating a series of ear-piercing noises, but only leaving shallow white marks. It's impossible to break through its defenses. The ghost rock armored crab seemed amused by this feeble attack. Its 8 red eyes shone even brighter, and the strange patterns on its body suddenly lit up. Buzz! An invisible wave emanated from it and spread out with a roar. The bewitching ghostly flame. This is neither a physical attack nor an energy shock, but bizarre interference that strikes directly at the mind. A tearing pain shot through Kraken's brain. The scene before my eyes began to distort and blur, and the world turned into a bizarre and chaotic mess. Even the soul link between it and Lin Yuan was filled with noise and became intermittent. Chance! The demon rock armored crab raised its heavy right claw high once more, and with immense force, slammed it down. If this blow lands, Kraken will be turned into a pile of minced meat. On the Chong foam, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, his face instantly darkening. The excruciating pain and chaos of the Kraken and that deadly giant claw were vividly projected into his mind. Ugh! He attempted to circumvent the restrictions by forcibly taking over Kraken's body through a soul link. On the other end of the link, a faint but incredibly resolute thought came through. I can. Lin Yuan clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. In the end, he chose to believe again. Beneath the deep sea, just as the giant claw was about to fall, Kraken's 2 pairs of drooping eyes, which had been unfocused due to the chaos, suddenly burst forth with a blazing red light. Soul-shattering. Fight mental attacks with mental attacks. An even pure soul pressure transformed into an invisible giant hammer, slamming heavily onto the soul of the ghost rock armored crab. The giant claw of the ghost rock armored crab, which was about to fall, suddenly froze, and a brief look of confusion flashed in its 8 red eyes. Although it was only for a brief moment, it was enough for Kraken. Kraken seized this fleeting opportunity and did not flee. A bolt of eerie blue lightning erupted from its body. Thunderpulse. Sizzle. Countless violent electric currents raged in the water, instantly boiling the surrounding seawater. This terrifying high-voltage current bombarded the massive body of the ghost rock armored crab. Although the crystallized outer shell is non-conductive, water can penetrate any part of the ocean floor. Using water as a conductor, the electric current surged wildly into the crab's relatively fragile body through the cracks in its shell, brutally assaulting its internal organs. Chapter 154 Kraken learns a new skill. Ghost Rock Armor. Squeak. The ghost rock armored crab emitted a piercing shriek that pierced the deep sea, a sound so shrill it could tear the soul apart. Its massive body convulsed violently from the intense paralysis. The electric current raged within its body, completely distorting its once proud attacking movements. Now, a bloodthirsty red light flashed in Kraken's 2 pairs of piercing eyes. Body rhythm and transformation. Its enormous body, which was originally over 15 meters long, shrank rapidly in an instant, becoming only 3 or 4 meters in size. The smaller size and decreased strength are compensated by an exponential increase in speed and agility. It is no longer a deep-sea behemoth, but the deadliest assassin. Taking advantage of the moment when the Oni rock armored crab was stunned by the high-voltage current, Kraken flashed and had already circled behind it. Its target was not the indestructible crystallized crab shell. Instead, the joint connecting the giant claw to the body. Every impregnable fortress has its fatal flaw. Performance explosion. In an instant, Kraken's speed increased more than 20 times. The tips of the remaining 9 tentacles, with their eagle claw-like claws, flashed with a chilling glint in the dark seawater. Asterisk. Asterisk. Kraken transformed into a black whirlwind, launching a furious attack around the right claw joint of the ghost rock armored crab. The sharp claws frantically tore at the relatively thin carapace and tendons of the joints. Black crystal fragments and green tissue fluid splattered everywhere. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The ghost rock armored crab broke free from its paralysis, and the intense pain drove it completely mad. It twisted its body frantically, trying to attack the Kraken behind it with its other intact, scythe-like left claw. But at this moment, Kraken was too agile. It clung tightly to its opponent's joints, using the blind spots created by the opponent's massive body to constantly dodge and weave, causing the armored crab's deadly scythe to miss its mark every time. But the attacks from Kraken's claws never ceased. Click! A crisp snapping sound rang out. The tendon at the joint of the Demon Rock armored crab's heavy hammer-like right claw was completely torn off, and it hung heavily down. Its most prized weapon was rendered useless. The battle is not over yet. The Ghost Rock armored crab went completely insane. It abandoned all defenses, its 8 legs stomping on the seabed, its massive body transforming into an out-of-control chariot, charging wildly toward the Kraken's location. At the same time, its scythe-like left claw transformed into deadly streaks of cold light, blocking all of Kraken's escape routes. This is a suicidal fighting style. Even in this desperate situation, Lin Yuan was worried sick for Kraken. Kraken, however, displayed an extraordinary kingly mentality. It was unusually calm, and its mind was very clear. Without flinching or dodging, it suddenly opened its enormous mouth at the base of its tentacles. Poisonous ink spray, a stream of highly toxic ink, thicker than the deep sea, shot out like a cannonball. The ink wasn't aimed at the crab's body, but rather precisely covered its 8 scarlet eyes. The Ghost Rock armored crab's vision was instantly swallowed by absolute darkness and deadly poison. It frantically swung its scythe-like left claw wildly in the darkness, but could no longer pinpoint Kraken's location. The outcome is decided. Kraken seized the opportunity and pressed forward again. This time, its target is the opponent's 8-leg joints used for movement. Then came another series of teeth-grinding tearing sounds. Moments later, this mobile fortress in the deep sea turned into a crab shell with all its legs and pincers plucked out. It lay helplessly on the seabed, only able to utter mournful cries of resentment. Kraken slowly swam up to it, its 2 pairs of slender, slanted eyes displaying the cold indifference of a victor looking down upon a vanquished. It did not strike immediately. The remaining 9 tentacles gripped the crab shell tightly, then suddenly exerted force inward. Giant transformation of body movement and rhythm. The contracted body expanded again, and an explosive force burst forth from every cell. Roar! With a roar that shook the deep sea, the muscles on Kraken's 9 tentacles stretched open their black scales, emitting a chilling, creaking sound. Click, click. The seemingly indestructible shell of the Ghost Rock armored crab groaned under the terrifying tearing of the Kraken. Cracks began to appear on the fragile part connecting the carapace and plastron. Final. Boom! A huge piece of black, crystallized carapace was forcefully ripped away by Kraken. The white crab meat and wriggling internal organs below are exposed without any concealment. The red light in the 8 eyes of the Demon Rock armored crab completely dimmed. Kraken released its tentacles, panting heavily, the excruciating pain from the severed tentacles still searing its nerves. A series of extreme battles almost drained it of all its strength. But its heart was filled with immense satisfaction and pride. Once again, it single-handedly defeated a powerful sea monster. An intense feeling of hunger surged up like a tide. It no longer held back, opening its enormous mouth and lunging for the delicious crab meat. On the chow foam, Lin Yuan let out a long breath, and his heart, which had been pounding, finally settled down. Soon, a surge of heat from the feedback of force coursed through my entire body. A series of system notifications rang in his mind. Kraken successfully devours Ghost Rock armored crab. Kraken's physical condition has greatly improved. Its severed tentacles have begun to regenerate. The Kraken's appearance changed. Faint crystalline patterns appeared on the dark scales, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. Kraken learned skills from his battle with the Ghost Rock armored crab. Ghost Rock armor. Ghost Rock armor. Consuming energy allows a layer of crystalline armor to condense on the body surface, greatly increasing physical defense, but reducing agility. Growth stage. Late stage of transformation. Another powerful skill. This perfectly compensates for the Kraken's current relative lack of defensive capabilities. Moreover, AK's growth stage, nourished by the meat of elite-level sea monsters, has reached the late stage of its metamorphosis. Presumably, it will evolve into its mature form soon. Lin Yuan could also feel the power within his body steadily increasing. Power, 55 to 60. Constitution, 38 to 42. Agility, 35 to 38. Spirit, 44 to 46. Combat power rating, Tier 4, 6-star to Tier 4, 7-star. Lin Yuan clenched his fist, feeling the explosive power within his body, and the smile on his lips became even more pronounced. Chapter 155, The Wild Wolf Pirates' Victory Banquet. Beneath the deep sea, the Kraken's size underwent a dramatic transformation. After devouring the ghost rock-armored crab, its previously shrunken body suddenly expanded. It grew from a size of 3 or 4 meters to nearly 20 meters. This is now an absolute deep-sea behemoth. The severed tentacles regenerated under the powerful force of life, and 10 thick tentacles stretched out in the seawater, each one brimming with explosive power. On the dark scales, there was now a faint layer of crystalline patterns, which reflected a cold light in the darkness. Kraken carefully piled the remaining crab meat into the huge crab shell that had been blown away. The crab shell resembled a giant, natural black crystal bowl. Its intelligence is evident from this. Then, it used 4 tentacles to firmly support the crab shell from below, while the remaining 6 tentacles acted as propulsion, and its massive body stirred up the water, rapidly rising towards the surface of the sea. Whoosh! A huge black shadow burst out of the water. Kraken used its tentacles to lift the giant shell full of crab meat high, like a triumphant warrior presenting spoils to his king, and then placed it steadily on the wide deck of the Long Wind. Bang! A dull, loud thud followed, and the heavy deck trembled violently. With such thick and large crab meat, Kraken won't have to worry about food for the next 2 days. Having done all this, Kraken, full and satisfied, once again initiated the transformation of his physical rhythm. Its enormous body rapidly shrank, transforming back into the mascot of the immortal ship pirates. It leaped lightly from the sea, transforming into a black shadow, and flew precisely towards Lin Yuan, who was already waiting at the ship's side. Lin Yuan stretched out his arms and caught it steadily, his eyes full of admiration and affection. "Okay, you did a good job." He touched the crest of bone on Kraken's head. "Your current physical form is almost as big as a small warship. So, are you ready for your first official appearance?" Kraken nodded with remarkable intelligence, its small tentacles waving excitedly in the air, seemingly unable to wait any longer. In its metamorphic state, its imperial ferocity vanished, replaced by a slightly goofy and endearing contrast. Lin Yuan recalled Kraken's ferocity in fighting the cancer, and looking at its current tamed and docile appearance, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Ah, don't worry, that day is almost here. The endless sea where stars fall." This sea area was a nightmare for several important trade routes of the Lon-Hungarian Empire. However, it was the paradise of the wild wolf pirates. In the middle of the sea lies a huge island called Wolf Island. This is the main base of the wild wolf pirates. The wild wolf clan spent countless human, material, and financial resources to build it. Unlike the orderly atmosphere of a typical port, Wolf Island is more like a huge and chaotic gang hideout. Countless simple wooden houses and stone buildings stretch haphazardly from the coast to the mountainside. The crooked streets were crowded with burly pirates, reeking of alcohol. The noise, shouts, off-key singing, and the clanging of metal clashed together to create a symphony of pirates. Wild and chaotic. Every day, pirate ships returned laden with plunder goods, carrying boxes of gold coins, silk, and spices into huge warehouses. Every day, countless pirates squander their wealth in taverns and casinos, living a reckless life of drink today, for tomorrow we die. Every day, destitute NPCs, driven by the hardships of life, join this mad, chaotic, yet free nest. They might be sailors on another ship, down on their luck troubadours whose poetry goes unnoticed, or imperial soldiers who have been discharged for violating military discipline. Many more simply became pirates for the purpose of killing and robbing. At this moment, in the center of Wolf Island, inside the largest stone fortress, Wolf Fong Fortress, a grand victory celebration banquet is underway. Those qualified to participate were all core members of the Wild Wolf Pirates. In the center of the fortress hall, a long table made from a single giant log was laden with whole sea monsters roasting and sizzling, large chunks of smoked meat, and barrels of amber-colored liquor. Seated in the main seat was none other than the captain of the Wild Wolf Pirates, Gray Fongrod. His upper body, covered in totem tattoos, was bare except for a huge gray wolf skin draped over his shoulders. He was holding a bullhorn cup, downing a strong drink in one gulp, his gray beard covered in foam. That felt great. Rhodes slammed his horn cup heavily on the table. Casa, well done. Those pampered navy of the leg-hung empire. Now, they probably won't even have the strength to hold a sword when they hear your name. Sitting to his right was a red-haired man exuding an aura of madness. Second squad leader, Mad Blade Casa. He was slowly picking at the bits of meat stuck between his teeth with a blood-stained dagger, a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Captain, you flatter me. Casa grinned, revealing a set of uneven, yellow teeth. Those imperial scum, and the guards on that merchant ship, are even more fragile than women. Before I even exerted much force, they all wet their pants. He paused, as if recalling something interesting, and added, Speaking of which, the flag of that merchant ship was quite interesting. A red eyeball growing on a wing. It looks like a ship from the One-Eyed Harbor. I heard that a civil war broke out there not long ago. In the end, it turned out that a mere immature kid became the governor. How ridiculous. Who cares? Anyone who dares to use our sea route will have to pay the toll. Upon hearing this, Rhodes burst into a loud, boisterous laugh, which prompted his confidants to join in the jeering. Well said. This Starfall Sea is our territory, the Wild Wolves' territory. We set the rules. The atmosphere in the entire hall was lively and unrestrained. Only two people seemed out of place in this atmosphere. One of them was the first mate, Shadowclaw Lilith, who sat to Rhodes' left, shrouded in shadow. She sat there quietly, like a ghost, her face hidden beneath her hood, her expression unreadable. She would occasionally sip her wine, her cold gaze sweeping over everyone present. The other one was Ironheart Gray, the captain of the first squad, sitting opposite Casa. He was wearing heavy plate armor, which made him stand out from the rough-looking pirates around him. He barely touched the food in front of him, his brow furrowed as he drank one glass of wine after another in silence, his eyes revealing an unyielding worry. Rod's laughter gradually subsided. His sharp gaze fell on Gray, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. Gray, today is a great day. Who are you trying to impress with that deadpan face? Casa has looted enough supplies for our brothers to live happily for more than half a month. Aren't you happy? Casa glanced sideways at Gray, a mocking smile playing on his lips. If you ask me, our Ironheart captain probably thinks I went too far and scared those distinguished businessmen, right? After all, he's been dreaming of being the Empire's dog. Chapter 156, The Rift of the Wild Wolf. Casa. Gray looked up abruptly. A surge of anger ignited in his tired eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Ironheart Gray is the standard-bearer of the Wild Wolf Pirates who advocates for amnesty. Compared to other pirates in the Wild Wolves gang, beneath his rugged exterior lies a rational mind. Those insightful eyes can always see crises further into the future. Gray ignored Cassana's blatant provocation, his gaze passing over him and shooting straight at Rhodes, who was in the main seat. He spoke in a deep, clear voice. Captain, it's not that I'm unhappy. I'm just worried about the future of the pirate crew. The future? Rhodes seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. Our future lies in my battle axe and my brother's scimitars. He slammed his horn-shaped cup down hard, splashing wine everywhere. As long as we are strong enough, no one can touch us. But, Captain, times have changed. Gray's voice was a little hoarse. He downed the wine in his glass in one gulp, as if trying to give himself some courage. I just received news that the Lorcan Empire, the decision has been made to open a second trade route. Upon hearing this, the noise in the hall immediately subsided considerably. Even Lilith, the first mate who had been hiding in the shadows, slightly shifted her gaze beneath her hood. Gray continued. The new route will bypass Starfall Sea and pass through the storm corridor to the south. The Empire invested enormous human and material resources in this endeavor, and it is said that it also joined forces with several ports along the route to provide escort. Once the new shipping route is established, the number of merchant ships passing through our area will decrease by more than 90%. So what? Casa nonchalantly tapped the table with his dagger, making a clang sound. Wherever they go, we'll go. He grinned, his smile maniacal. Perfect. Let's change the scenery and let those ignorant fools in the South China Sea taste the power of the wild wolves. Easy for you to say. Gray slammed his hand on the table, the heavy plate armor making a dull thud. How many people are there in our wild wolf pirates? 2,000. And that doesn't even include the families on the island and the ordinary people who depend on us for a living. We've been rooted here for so many years. This is our home. You just leave like that? Have you ever thought about how much supplies these 2,000 mouths consume every day? He pointed out the window to the chaotic and vast settlement. Go to the storm corridor. That area is the core sphere of influence of the Empire, and it is filled with their allied fleets. When we went there, we were walking headlong into the hunter's trap. At that point, forget about looting. It's hard to say how many brothers will even come back alive. Gray's words were like a bucket of ice water poured over everyone's heads. Some of the pirate leaders who had initially joined Casa in his clamor lost their fervor, replaced by undisguised contemplation and worry. They were outlaws, but not fools. They knew that every word Gray said was true. Rhodes's face darkened completely. He stared intently at Gray. That look was no longer that of a captain looking at his commander. It is not a wolf, but a true wolf, scrutinizing its kind who dared to challenge its position. So, his voice was low and dangerous. What are you trying to say? Do you want me to wag my tail like a dog and accept the Empire's amnesty? Captain, haven't you figured this out yet? This isn't begging for mercy. Gray stood up, his heavily armored, burly body resembling an iron tower. He stared directly into Rhodes's eyes, which were burning with rage, without flinching. This is so that our brothers can survive. For the sake of a peaceful future for our pirate crew. We're no longer just a few dozen people. We're a huge group. I don't want to see any more brothers die needlessly under the Empire's gunfire just for a bite to eat. Offering amnesty is the best way out at present. The best way out. Rhodes laughed angrily. He slowly stood up, his tall and muscular body exuding an immense sense of oppression. Have you forgotten why we're pirates, Gray? Have you forgotten why you escaped from the Imperial Army back then? It's for freedom. It's so I won't be bullied by anyone. Now, you want us to go back into that cage? He suddenly kicked over the table in front of him, sending the barbecue and wine glasses tumbling to the floor. You spineless coward. Your claws have been worn down by a peaceful life. You've forgotten how wolves howl. I haven't forgotten. Gray roared, veins bulging on his neck. I just see further than you do. Captain, your so-called freedom won't put food on the table. When our brothers are starving, what about your so-called dignity? Worthless. Enough. Rhodes roared, drawing his double-edged battle axe from his waist, the blade gleaming coldly. I don't want to hear another word from you. Captain, please calm down. Captain Gray, say less. The surrounding leaders all stood up to try and break up the fight, and the scene became chaotic. Casa, on the other hand, had a look of anticipation on his face, and even placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, waiting for Rhodes's command before he would pounce on Gray without hesitation. Lilith finally made a move. She stood up silently, appearing beside Rhodes like a ghost, and gently placed a hand covered in metal claws on Rhodes' arm holding the axe. She didn't speak, but the cold touch and deep eyes brought a sliver of reason back to the enraged Rhodes. Rhodes' chest heaved violently as he pointed his battle axe at Gray's nose and commanded, enunciating each word clearly. Roll. Get out of here. Gray's body stiffened. He looked into the undisguised disgust and murderous intent in Rhodes' eyes. Then his gaze swept over the brothers around him, some offering advice, some remaining indifferent, and some displaying hostility. The last glimmer of light in his eyes faded away. He said nothing, but silently turned around, his heavy armor clanging as he walked out of the noisy hall. His tall and straight back was stretched long in the flickering firelight, making him appear incredibly lonely. What should have been a joyous celebration ended in discord. The hall was deathly silent. Rhodes slammed his battle axe into the ground, grabbed a goblet that still held a few drops of strong liquor, and drank it down in one gulp. The liquor dripped down his beard, soaking the wolfskin on his chest, but he didn't care. No one dared to provoke him at this time. Everyone was aware of the long-standing rift within the Wild Wolf Pirates. Tonight, it has been completely torn apart, to the point that it can no longer be covered up or repaired. Chapter 1, 57 Red Eyes Troubles. The Endless Sea, the Sea of Dark Ravens. Lin Yuan's fingertips traced across the star chart, finally stopping on a deserted island. The island's coastline is jagged, like a blunt steel knife, naturally forming countless depressions and harbors. It's a good place to hide ships. A thought flashed through his mind. If the Anti-Mortal Boat Alliance comes tomorrow, perhaps we can use the gaze of the Wild Wolves to summon the Wild Wolves Pirates here again. The Changfeng, on the other hand, used the sea cliffs of that isolated island as cover, hiding inside and letting the two fight it out while it reaped the benefits. But the thought only lingered in Lin Yuan's mind for a moment before he extinguished it himself. You can do that, but it's unnecessary. At this stage of the game, the vast majority of players are still struggling in the first tier. Lin Yuan's combat strength rating reached a terrifying 4th tier, 7 star. Any move he makes is a devastating blow to other players. Besides him, the Immortal Boat Pirates also have 6 other powerful members who have all reached the 2nd tier. The combined combat power of all the players is a league of their own. Furthermore, the Changfeng was equipped with 2 legendary cannons, and their dedicated ammunition was sufficient. In naval warfare, its firepower is comparable to any ship or even a fleet. Not to mention, there's also a king-level sea monster to back it up. If a fight really broke out, Lin Yuan really didn't know how he could lose. It's not arrogance, but the facts are right here. Holding a winning hand, but still using someone else to do your dirty work only makes you seem weak and cowardly. After careful consideration, Lin Yuan felt it necessary to take action personally. Take this opportunity to destroy the Anti-Mortal Boat Alliance, spread the fame of the Immortal Boat Pirates, and make an example of them. After all, as Xia Yuanzhou said before, even if the Anti-Mortal Boat Alliance is dealt with, if the traitors within are not eliminated, there will be Anti-Mortal Boat Alliance number 2 and number 3 in the future. This situation will also occur if other players fail to realize that the Immortal Boat Pirates are not to be trifled with. With this in mind, there was no more hesitation in Lin Yuan's eyes. He was going to take matters into his own hands and use swift and decisive methods to establish a true reputation for his guild and for himself. The Endless Sea, the Feathered Sea. The sky over One-Eye Harbor is clearer than ever before. The governor's castle sits atop the harbor, bathed in golden sunlight. Inside the castle, Red Eyes stood before a huge oval window overlooking the distant harbor. In the blink of an eye, I have been sitting in the governor's seat for a week. Since the awakening of his flying Feather Clan bloodline, his body has changed every single day. The wings beneath the shoulder blades are no longer the tender wings of their early days. The wind power they contain, like the countless white feathers, is becoming increasingly full and robust. His body, which had been somewhat thin due to years of malnutrition, has now become upright and strong, and he has even grown taller. Moreover, with Gao Zheng's dedicated assistance, Han Yen became even more adept at handling the governor's affairs. The previously dirty and dilapidated Silverback town has also developed in a better direction under his governance. Now, Red Eyes lives in a castle he once only dared to imagine in his dreams, and sleeps in a huge goose feather bed that he can sink into. They were cared for by servants in their daily lives, and were always surrounded by guards when they went out. But he did not lose himself in these comfortable things, and always held onto his original aspirations. He picked up his paintbrush again, and whenever he had a spare moment, he would add a few strokes to the canvas. He knew perfectly well that everything he possessed stemmed from that man, Lin Yuan. If it weren't for Lin Yuan, he had long since died on that human trafficking boat crossing the north, or perhaps he was treated like livestock by the barbarians of the north and tortured to death. Lin Yuan holds an irreplaceable place in his heart. Red-eyed is also someone who listens to advice. Following Lin Yuan's advice, he personally went to the Red Squirrel Tavern the day after he took office as governor. They found the bartender, Mad Sheep Shurong, who exuded a violent aura. He didn't put on airs as a governor. He simply spoke frankly and openly, thus resolving the misunderstanding. Then, in the name of the governor, he invited Shurong to join the guard and promised him the position of vice captain. For a man who had struggled and toiled in Yinbei town, this was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune, like a chicken turning into a phoenix. Shurong did not refuse. He immediately pounded his chest loudly and swore allegiance. In short, everything in One-Eyed Harbor developed steadily after Red-Eyed became governor, presenting a vibrant and thriving scene. However, a huge dark cloud was quietly looming over the governor's mansion. Red-Eye heard that a merchant ship in One-Eyed Harbor, along with 4 escort ships, had been plundered by a group of brutal pirates. Therefore, he summoned his confidants to discuss the matter. 15 minutes later, in the governor's office, the air was heavy with tension. Red-Eyed sat on the grand governor's throne, his handsome face covered with a layer of frost. Standing before him were Deputy Governor Gao Zheng, Captain Liang Hongbin, and Deputy Captain Shurong. Is the information reliable? Red-Eye's voice was a little dry. Gao Zheng's face remained as resolute as ever, but there was a hint of sorrow in his eyes. He nodded, his voice low. Reliable. The 4 escort ships dispatched by the governor's office, along with the merchant ships they were escorting, have all lost contact. The people on the ship. There are no survivors. Gao Zheng closed his eyes, unable to bear to continue. These ships carried several officials from the governor's office, a dozen or so merchants, and hundreds of sailors and guards native to One-Eyed Harbor. They're not just a string of cold numbers, but vibrant lives. The Wild Wolf Pirates, it must have been them. The one who spoke was the guard captain, Liang Hongbin. In that sea area, besides them, no one else has the guts or the appetite to swallow our 4 frigates whole. The Wild Wolf Pirates. Red Eyes murmured the name softly, his red eyes swirling with bloodlust. Governor, I also believe it is them. Gao Zheng stepped forward and began to explain the intelligence he had gathered. This gang of bandits is a cancer in Xinglohai. They are entrenched on Wolf Island in the middle of Xinglohai. They are numerous and have strong ships and cannons. The Xiongnu Empire's repeated attempts to encircle and suppress them have all ended in failure, and now they are intensifying their efforts. How brutal are they? Red Eyes asked. Gao Zheng's lips moved slightly, as if he was carefully considering his words. Liang Hongbin, standing to the side, spoke up directly, his voice hoarse. Brutal? Governor, using that word to describe them is actually a compliment. In my early years, I sailed the seas and had dealings with many pirates. I've heard quite a bit about the exploits of the Wild Wolf Pirates. He paused, his gaze becoming somewhat unfocused, as if lost in painful memories. On one occasion, they hijacked a grain transport ship. The captain knelt down and begged, saying that the food on the ship was being transported to a famine-stricken port to save lives, and that it was the lifeline for tens of thousands of people. As a result, in front of everyone, the leader of the Wild Wolf gang laughed as he tied the captain to the mast and dumped all the bags of grain into the sea. Finally, they cut off the captain's head and hung it on the bow of the ship. They said this was the consequence of not paying the toll. On another occasion, in order to snatch a jeweled ring from a noblewoman's hand, they simply chopped off her hand because they found it too troublesome. These beasts aren't just after money, Governor. They are a pack of wolves in human skin. They revel in the bloodshed and the pleasure derived from torturing others. After hearing Liang Hongbin's words, the office fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 158 Red Eyes Plan. The office was deathly silent, save for Shurong's increasingly heavy breathing. These bastards. Shurong's fists clenched so tightly they cracked, his bulging muscles making his clothes bulge, making him look like a lion about to go berserk. Liang Hongbin continued. Their captain, named Gray Fong Rhodes, is a ruthless character who crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He has a treasure called the Wild Wolf God Totem, which is extremely sinister. He has several capable subordinates, none of whom are easy to deal with. He held up his fingers and counted them one by one. First mate, Shadowclaw Lilith. a mysterious woman who appears and disappears without a trace, in charge of intelligence and assassinations. At sea, people say she is Rhodes' shadow. Rhodes rescued her from a pile of corpses, and from then on, she lived only for Rhodes. Anyone who dares to disrespect Rhodes will have their throats slit in the night. First squad leader, Ironheart Ray. This guy's an anomaly. He used to be an Imperial officer, and he's got some principles. He's in charge of defense in the Wild Wolves Regiment, and he's a tough nut to crack. Second squad leader, Mad Blade Casa. Upon hearing this name, a flash of undisguised disgust crossed Liang Hongbin's eyes. 9 times out of 10, he was the one who hijacked our ship this time. This guy is a complete madman who takes pleasure in killing. He never leaves anyone alive under his blade. Information is like heavy boulders, pressing down on everyone's heart. Liang Hongbin sighed, and then dropped an even more important bombshell. However, this group is not monolithic. Recently, rumors have been circulating at sea that the Xiongnu Empire, seeing that it cannot wipe them out, is considering offering them amnesty. Well, now the Wild Wolf clan has started fighting amongst themselves. The faction led by Ironheart Grey, who wanted to clean up their act, go ashore, and live a peaceful life, was the Wolf Tamer faction. Captain Rod and that madman Casa, on the other hand, were die-hard Wolf Pack members, believing that pirates should be free and unrestrained, wanting no one's control. Red Eyes listened quietly, and deep within his red pupils, the crimson hue not only did not dilute, but instead grew even more intense. He finally spoke, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. I will punish them. Upon hearing this, Gao Zheng's expression instantly changed. Governor, no. Even the Imperial Navy can't do anything to them. Right now, the only ship in our port capable of going to sea is the 1,000 Mile, which you obtained from Lord Lin Yuan. How can a single ship possibly attack the headquarters of a pirate crew? This is tantamount to throwing an egg against a rock. I didn't say we were going to attack Wolf Island. His red-eyed gaze swept over Gao Zheng, then turned to Liang Hongbin and Shurong. I know that our strengths are vastly different. I don't care about those supplies anymore. He slowly stood up, walked to the window, and looked down at the busy figures in the harbor below. But those who died at their hands were hundreds of people from One-Eyed Harbor. They have families and children waiting for them to come back. But they died at sea, their souls unable to return home. As the governor, if I were to act as if nothing had happened after something like this, I wouldn't be able to sleep soundly at night. Besides, I don't want to suffer this in silence. His voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable resolve. The pair of pure white wings on its back seemed to sense its master's anger, moving without wind and emitting a faint halo. Even so, Gao Zheng wanted to persuade him further. Gao Zheng, the red-eyed man, turned around and looked directly at his loyal deputy. We cannot give up our right to revenge just because the enemy is powerful. Otherwise, if they dare to hijack one of our ships today, they could come to our doorstep tomorrow. We must let them know that the bloodshed in One-Eyed Harbor was not shed in vain. He looked at Liang Hongbin. Captain Liang, I know you are the most experienced captain. I still remember your ship, the Deception. I know that every time you look out to sea, you hope to set sail again. Now the time has come. I need you to go back to your old ways. With the Qinli as our flagship, we will assemble a fleet. I want to personally lead the team to Xinglahai. We don't need to sink many of their ships. Even just taking out one of their patrols will make them feel the pain. Count me in for this fleet. Shurong shouted first. He slammed his fist into his chest, making a dull thud. Damn it, I've been wanting to meet those bastards for ages. Liang Hongbin fell silent. He does yearn to sail again, but if the enemy at sea is the Wild Wolf pirates, it's not an easy decision to make. Looking into those blood-red eyes burning with flames, Liang Hongbin seemed to see his younger self, fearless and rebellious. He pondered for a long time, and finally nodded heavily. Since the governor is so determined, I'll risk my old life to go crazy with you this once. However, having ships and men alone is not enough. We also need to recruit a group of fearless and skilled sailors. Looking at the scene before him, Gao Zheng knew that further persuasion would be useless. He sighed deeply and said with a bitter smile, Since you've all made your decisions, This old man of mine will naturally follow suit. But what will happen to One-Eyed Harbor if we all leave? Let old Liu serve as acting governor. Red Eyes had already devised a plan. Old Liu served the Yu family for 3 generations and was extremely loyal to my father. He refused to surrender during the Yuhe rebellion and was even imprisoned in the dungeon. Both their abilities and loyalty are trustworthy. Upon hearing this, Gao Zheng said nothing more. He trusted Mr. Liu's character and abilities. He straightened his body and gave Red Eyes a standard military salute. I will obey the governor's orders. Good. A hint of relief flashed in his red eyes. Leave the recruitment of sailors to me. Shirong volunteered, grinning broadly. There is no better place to recruit sailors than a tavern. I've worked at Red Squirrel for most of my life, and nobody knows those guys in the tavern better than me. As long as there's plenty of alcohol and enough money, they'll do anything to stab a sea monster in the backside. The meeting has ended. Gao Zheng, Liang Hongbin, and Shirong strode away, each beginning their preparations. In a huge office, only Red Eyes remained. He walked to the desk and took out a small badge engraved with wing patterns from an exquisite wooden box. This is a magical communication badge, allowing you to contact Lin Yuan at any time. That man. Where are we sailing to now? Red Eyes rubbed the cool badge, feeling a familiar touch on his fingertips. He had a fleeting impulse to activate it immediately and tell Lin Yuan everything that had happened here. He knew that as long as he asked, the man would turn the boat around without hesitation and come to his aid. In the end, however, he put the badge back in the box and gently closed it. He didn't want to rely on Lin Yuan for everything. He was no longer the trembling boy on the human trafficker's ship. He was the governor of One-Eyed Harbor, the hope of the Feather Clan. He would use his own wings to carry out this revenge. Little did he know that the course of fate had already tightly intertwined his and Lin Yuan's futures. It was leading them towards the same sea filled with dark clouds and deadly danger. Chapter 159, Anti-Mortal Boat Alliance, happily entering the graveyard. Nautical calendar, January 15th, Year 1, 814. Location, the endless sea of Dark Raven. Weather, sunny. Wind force, level 6. Wind direction, north. Temperature, 1,424. The morning sea breeze, carrying a slightly salty and damp scent, caressed the deck of the Changfeng. The members of the Immortal Boat Pirates are making final preparations for the upcoming naval battle. Sun Hao was busy in the kitchen, and the rich aroma of meat wafted out. He didn't prepare any fancy dishes, but instead used the most authentic wild animal meat to stew a large pot of thick soup that could quickly replenish his energy. Lu Xuanzhu wiped his ember shell shield again and again. The dark red lava patterns on the shield seemed to flow with luster in the morning light. He grinned, his face brimming with barely suppressed fighting spirit. Letian leaned against the ship's side, toying with several sewing needles that gleamed with a cold metallic light in his hand. His gluttonous medical kit was placed at his feet, and the flesh and blood tissue on the surface of the kit was moving slightly and rhythmically. He whistled in Lu Xuanzhu's direction. Hey, Big Oaf, take it easy later. Don't break yourself. My spare parts aren't cheap. Shin Tian held the little black ball of a baby tightly in her arms, her face tense, her white pigtails swaying gently in the sea breeze. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her nerves, but her eyes were unusually firm. Yan Ingli stood beside Lin Yuan, her amber eyes gazing at the distant horizon. Her intuition told her that today would go smoothly. Xia Yuanzhou, like a statue, stood guard beside the dragon breath mortar at the bow of the ship. He closed his eyes, seemingly communicating with a legendary cannon with his mind, his slender fingers gently stroking the cold barrel. The man and the cannon seemed to become one. It's unclear when exactly, but the members of the Immortal Boat Pirates have been enjoying and craving a thrilling battle. An hour later, Lin Yuan's private message notification sounded. Captain of the Iron Fist, Guild Master, I've sent the trader her coordinates. She said she's already on her way. President Lin Yuan, very good, wait for my good news. Lin Yuan turned off the system panel and focused his gaze on the star chart in the captain's cabin. This sea chart, made from the scalp of a king-level sea monster, is currently radiating a soft starlight. The 100-mile sea area centered on the Changfeng ship was accurately mapped on it. Every ocean current and every hidden reef is clearly visible. All he needs to do is wait, waiting for prey to walk right into the trap. As time passed, the sun gradually climbed higher into the sky. Just after noon, a change finally appeared on the dynamic nautical chart. 5 green dots representing ships entered the hunting range of the Changfeng from the edge of the nautical chart. During this time period, and with such a clear objective, they were heading towards the location of the Changfeng. The identities of these 5 ships are obvious. Lin Yuan's sharp gaze fell on those few points of light, like a lion staring at its prey. The depth of the light spot's color represents the water depth. This allows us to roughly determine the tonnage and size of the ship. Lin Yuan used the Changfeng as a reference point. He soon discovered that the color of the other ship was almost identical to that of the Changfeng. Lin Yuan's knuckles tapped lightly on the table, referring to the medium to large-sized 2-masted ship. Following the lead ship were 4 lighter-colored dots of light. 3 medium-sized 2-masted ships and 1 small 2-masted ship. You really think highly of Shigandang. A playful smile appeared on Lin Yuan's lips. To deal with Shigandang, the other side actually dispatched 5 ships. Old Shir, how much do they hate you? However, the more the better. That way, I won't have to go to them one by one later. It would be even better if the founder of the Anti-Mortal Boat Alliance, the captain of that Starlight ship, were also on board. At the same time, this completely confirms one thing. Luo Yuan is the traitor hiding in the Alliance. Lin Yuan walked to the deck, greeted the crew who had been waiting for a long time, and gave the order. All personnel, level 1 combat readiness, prepare to engage the enemy. The target, 5 ships. Location, 37 degrees north of east. Distance, 90 nautical miles. Xia Yuanzhou, the Dragon's Breath mortar and the Chaotic Catastrophe cannon are yours. Yes, Captain, came Xia Yuanzhou's cold voice, devoid of any emotion. Ingli, you take Sun Hao and Heletian. Those 4 hungry wolf cannons are yours. Okowo, roger that, Captain. Hey, my babies have been itching for this for ages. The 3 people whose names were mentioned responded one by one. Then, Lin Yuan looked at Lu Xuanzhi. Pillar, you just need to steer the ship well. Don't worry, brother Yuan. Sweetie, you don't need to use the cannons. You just need to make the black ball blow strong winds whenever you want to increase the speed. Yes, Shen Tian nodded firmly. The order was given, and everyone was on high alert. The Changfeng, like a hungry wolf, instantly bared its sharp fangs. On the other side, the Anti-Mortal Boat Alliance's 5 warships formed a small fleet. Leading the group was Zhang Xingqian's Starlight, the leader of the Anti-Mortal Boat Alliance. The remaining vessels were each piloted by their respective first mates. Their captains were all on the Starlight. At this moment, all the captains gathered together, their spirits high. They all felt that the upcoming battle would be incredibly easy. This also includes Luo Yuan. Zhang Xingqian stood in the center, holding a jewel-encrusted command sword, pointing it into the distance, her face full of arrogant confidence. Gentlemen, reliable sources indicate that Shigandang is in the sea area ahead. Previously, our Jiebu-Xian Alliance's ships were just for fun. This time, we're sending all 5 ships out at once, determined to make sure that bastard Shigandang never returns. The Alliance leader is wise. He got away last time, but this time we must dismantle his ship and burn it for firewood, a burly captain echoed. Luo Yuan stood beside Zhang Xingqian, a gentle yet excited smile on her face, and said softly, Brother sure trusts me too much. I didn't expect him to give me the coordinates so easily. However, for the sake of the Alliance, I have no choice but to apologize to him. Her voice was so pitiful that it set the hearts of the captains nearby ablaze. Zhang Xingqian laughed triumphantly. Moonshadow, you've done a great job this time. Once we deal with Shigandang, you can choose any resources on a ship first. Thank you, Alliance leader. Luo Yuan lowered her head shyly, but a hint of greed and malice flashed in her eyes. None of them noticed. I was driving with great interest toward a meticulously arranged cemetery. When a long and imposing hull of the Changfeng came into view, the laughter on the Xingqian Zhiguang abruptly stopped. Several captains stared wide-eyed. What kind of ship is that? Never seen you before, just passing by, right? Didn't they say there was only sure Gondong's iron fist? How come that ship looks bigger than our flagship? Zhang Xingqian's expression also changed. He raised his binoculars. When one could clearly see the menacing eagle head on the bow of the Changfeng and the rows of black cannons pointed at the Xingqian Jiguang, a sense of foreboding washed over me. No, this isn't the Iron Fist. We've fallen for their trap. Chapter 160, The Anti-Immortal Boat, Alliance, Under Fire. Before Zhang Xingqian could finish speaking, a piercing scream that tore through eardrums pierced the sky and sea. On the Changfeng, Xia Yuanzhou leaned back slightly, creating a stable posture that blended seamlessly with the gun barrel. His pupils reflected only a tiny black dot bobbing on the sea. Starlight. Fire. Lin Yuan issued the order. Boom! Xia Yuanzhou pulled the firing cord without hesitation. An ordinary probe shell traced a perfect parabola through the air and struck the side of the Starlight's bow with pinpoint accuracy. A towering column of water exploded with a deafening roar. Huge waves crashed onto the deck, drenching Zhang Xingqian and the others. Damn it! Zhang Xingqian exclaimed, both shocked and furious. How the hell is it possible to hit so accurately from such a distance? Then, he turned to the crew, waved his hand, and let out a hysterical roar. Full speed ahead to avoid it. All gunners, return fire. Return fire. The anti-ferry boat Alliance's fleet was instantly thrown into chaos. The helmsman frantically turned the rudder. The gunners frantically aimed their cannons at the distant, blurry silhouette of the ship, futilely spewing fire. Most of their shells landed hundreds of meters away, not even qualified to wash the deck of the Changfeng. Lin Yuan coldly stared at the few frantically rushing green dots on the nautical chart, a disdainful smirk playing on his lips. They really are a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp. He looked at Xia Yuanzhou and gave the order again. Old Xia, switch to disorderly shells and bring them to their senses. Understood. Xia Yuanzhou skillfully opened the breech of the chaotic catastrophe cannon and loaded a jet of pure black material engraved with strange runes. Boom! Another muffled, thunderous cannon shot rang out. This time, the shell landed precisely on the deck of the Starlight. The flash of the explosion was not dazzling, but a thick, impenetrable black mist rapidly spread out from the point of explosion. Disorderly catastrophe cannon curse attribute bonus. 100%. Diffusion radius of black fog, 10 meters. Repentance status criterion. Enemy units with a spirit level below 20 will enter a repentant state and commit suicide under the painful mental attack. The curse attribute of the chaotic catastrophe cannon is in effect. Mental assessment in progress. Repentant state triggered. On the Starlight, a gunner who was loading shells suddenly stiffened after inhaling just a wisp of black mist. The world before his eyes instantly distorted, and countless wrong souls who had died by his blade crawled out from the cracks in the deck, scratching at his face with their rotting fingers. Ah, help! What did I see? Get away. All of you get away. Don't kill me. I was wrong. I repent. The screams of agony rose and fell. Those ordinary crew members with weak minds were pulled into the deepest nightmare the moment they inhaled the black mist, and their spirits suffered a terrifying attack that originated from the same source as the Shadow Witch. Some people were rolling on the ground, clutching their heads. Some people attacked their companions in a frenzied manner. Even more extreme, some people simply flipped over the ship's side and jumped into the icy seawater. What's going on? What the hell is this? Zhang Xingqian looked at the chaotic crew on his ship with eyes wide with rage. Luo Yuang was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she hid behind Zhang Xingqian, trembling. A mere trick. Zhang Xingqian suppressed his shock and roared as he activated his ship's skill. Raise the stars for protection. Starlight's skill, star protection. Effect, consumes energy to create a starlight shield around the ship, capable of withstanding one high-intensity attack, lasting 10 seconds. Buzz. A semi-transparent shield made of starlight instantly enveloped the Starlight. It's no use. Lin Yuan put away his binoculars, shook his head, and said calmly, Xia Yuanzhou, Dragon's Breath Cannonball. Let them see what despair truly is. Yes, Captain. A hint of excitement finally appeared in Xia Yuanzhou's eyes. He loaded a shell, which was entirely crimson and looked as if magma was flowing inside, into the dragon breath mortar. Eagle Eye Mark, activate, Lin Yuan ordered. The eagle head on the bow of the Chongfeng suddenly lit up with red light, and an invisible locking line crossed the distant sea and firmly nailed itself to the starlight. All shipboard cannons have their accuracy increased by 15%, and critical hit rate increased by 10%. Wolfpack Hunt, activated. All shells on one side of the ship were loaded and fired simultaneously. The shells fired by the Hungry Wolf cannon have a special effect. A wolf's head flame appears in front of it, increasing the explosive power and range. Boom! Boom, 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 boom. A roar from the main gun, accompanied by the howls of 4 side guns, rang out almost simultaneously. A dragon breath shell trailing a crimson tail flame, along with 4 ordinary shells burning with wolf head-shaped flames in front, formed a deadly barrage, hurtling towards the starlight. Zhang Xingxin's pupils contracted sharply as he watched helplessly as the crimson shell struck his star protection. Click! The starlight shield lasted for less than a second before shattering like fragile glass. Immediately afterwards, the dragon breath cannonball exploded. Boom! Terrifying flames formed a firestorm that swept across the entire deck of the starlight, sending wood chips and debris flying everywhere. The 4 split-off wolf pack shells accurately hit several other enemy ships, triggering a series of explosions. Flames shot into the sky, and thick smoke billowed. The entire fleet of the Anti-Immortal Boat Alliance was completely paralyzed by this volley of fire. The Starlight's durability instantly dropped below 30%. The mast broke, the sails burst into flames, and it completely lost its ability to sail. The naval battle is over. Next, it's time for the trial. Lin Yuan slowly stood up and walked out of the captain's cabin. You all stay here, he said to Yin Ingli and the others. The next second, the black feather sword appeared as summoned, and the demon feather ring emitted a deep hum. Dark magic surged, and a pair of enormous wings made of countless black feathers suddenly unfolded behind him. Lin Yuan's figure soared into the sky, like a demonic raven descending to earth, flying towards the starlight, which was barely clinging to life amidst the raging flames. Cough, cough. Zhang Xingxin struggled to his feet from the charred wreckage, his face covered in soot. Everywhere you look, there are broken walls and the corpses of the crew. The surviving captains were also in a sorry state, and Luo Yuang was slumped on the ground, her eyes vacant and completely lost. What happened? A captain muttered to himself, distraught. We didn't even see what the enemy looked like. They lost. Before he could finish speaking, a shadow fell over them. Chapter 161 Gap. Lin Yuan landed silently on the deck. The armor set of past calamities on his body emitted a faint green glow, and a pair of huge black wings on his back slowly flapped. His figure was like a demon god emerging from the abyss of hell. An irresistible, invisible pressure, centered on him, brutally crushed the souls of every survivor present. Everyone present, including Zhang Xingxin, felt a pang of fear, as if they were being watched by some terrifying predator, making it difficult to even breathe. Who are you? Zhang Xingxin shouted with all his might, his voice trembling uncontrollably. The immortal boat pirate crew, Captain Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan said calmly. This name struck everyone's mind like a thunderbolt. The air was deathly still. The color drained from Luo Yuang's face instantly, leaving it deathly pale. They never dreamed that their meticulously planned hunt was not targeting Shurgondang at all. Instead, it is Lin Yuan, the captain of the Immortal Boat Pirates and the president of the Immortal Disappointing Alliance. Little did they know, the creature that fell into the trap wasn't prey at all. Rather, it was themselves. Run, run. The surviving captains reacted instantly, scrambling to escape the deck. Lin Yuan merely glanced at them indifferently, casually waving his black feather sword. Featherblade. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several black, feather-like sword energies shot out and precisely sliced across the necks of the captains. Puff. Hot blood splattered onto the charred deck. Thump, thump. Immediately afterwards, several fine heads flew into the air and then fell heavily back down, their faces still frozen in terror. Sold out instantly. A complete and utter annihilation. Zhang Xingqian and Luo Yueying had no idea that Lin Yuan was such a killing god. They watched helplessly as the heads of the other captains fell to the ground. Their legs buckled, and they collapsed to their knees. President Lin Yuan, spare me, spare me. Zhang Xingqian had lost all of his arrogance as the alliance leader, kowtowing repeatedly. We were blind to your greatness. We will never do it again. Please, please spare our lives. Yes, yes, President. Luo Yueying cried, her voice trembling, pointing to Zhang Xingqian beside her. It's all his fault. Zhang Xingqian forced me to do this. He also founded the Anti-Immortal Boat Alliance. I'm just a weak woman. I have no intention of betraying the guild. Without hesitation, she shifted all the blame onto Zhang Xingqian. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan realized that the man in front of him was Zhang Xingqian. That's great, everyone's here now. I don't have to go through the trouble of searching anymore. Lin Yuan looked down at the two ridiculous figures at his feet, a playful smile on his face. Oh, is that so? The moment he spoke, the two men who had been begging for mercy suddenly unleashed a final burst of madness and resentment in their eyes. Platinum-level talent star Prism. Zhang Xingqian suddenly looked up and pushed forward with both hands. A dazzling white light burst forth from his palm, condensing into a sharp spear of light that pierced straight into Lin Yuan's heart. Gold-tier talent, enchanting spider silk. At the same moment, Luo Yueying's voice rang out, becoming incredibly charming and alluring, possessing a bewitching, magical quality. President, you are so powerful, why bother with us? Invisible spiritual threads coiled towards Lin Yuan's mind. The two worked together seamlessly. This is clearly not the first time they've done something like this. However, their risky sneak attack was nothing more than child's play in Lin Yuan's eyes. The spear of light, which contained all of Zhang Xingqian's power, suddenly stopped less than half an inch from Lin Yuan's chest. It was as if they had bumped into an invisible wall, making it impossible to advance any further. Luo Yueying's prized mental attack was instantly neutralized by the effects of the past calamity set the moment it touched Lin Yuan, vanishing without a trace. How is this possible? Zhang Xingqian's face was filled with disbelief. Is that all you've got? Lin Yuan tilted his head, a hint of disappointment in his voice. They're so weak. He took a step forward. Thump. This step felt like it had landed squarely on Zhang Xingqian and Luo Yueying's hearts. Yes, even Zhang Xingqian, the strongest on this ship, is only rated as a first-tier, 8-star fighter. Even less than most of the demons Lin Yuan has killed so far. This gap is not just a chasm, but a world apart. No, don't come any closer. Zhang Xingqian went completely mad, squeezing out all his remaining strength and pouring it into his talent in a desperate gamble. In an instant, dozens of light spears appeared out of thin air and rained down on Lin Yuan. Luo Yueying also screamed, trying to attack with her pitiful mental strength. Lin Yuan didn't even bother to move his sword, letting the attacks fall on him. Ding, ding, ding. The light spear struck Lin Yuan, and it melted away like ice and snow, turning into specks of light and dissipating without leaving a trace. Luo Yueying's mental attack was like a stone sinking into the sea, leaving no ripples. Despair, an unbearable, suffocating despair completely engulfed the two of them. They gave it their all, yet they couldn't even manage to injure the other side in the slightest. The boy before me was so powerful that he was like an insurmountable wall. Have you had enough fun? Lin Yuan walked up to them and looked down at them. My turn. He raised his hand and casually pointed in Luo Yueying's direction. A black, feather-like sword aura floated out lightly. Before Luo Yueying could even let out a scream, her body was pierced by the sword energy, and her life force quickly vanished. That once pretty face was now forever frozen in terror and regret. No. Zhang Xingqian looked at Luo Yueying's corpse and completely broke down. A yellowish-white substance flowed from his crotch, emitting a foul stench. Lin Yuan frowned in disgust. To be honest, I thought you could bring some surprises. Never mind. Let's add a little more ritual to this boring battle. As he spoke, Lin Yuan slowly raised his right hand, palm up, and shouted, Come out, Kraken! Kraken? Zhang Xingqin's dazed mind hadn't yet processed the meaning of the word. But in the next second, splash! The sea around the starlight began to churn violently. Giant transformation of body movement and rhythm. Kraken's current body is nearly 20 meters long, and after becoming a giant, its size has doubled. 10 gigantic tentacles, covered in dark crystalline scales and with jagged bone spurs on their surfaces, tore through the water curtain. Boom! Boom! The enormous tentacles slammed heavily onto the wrecked deck of the Starlight, and the entire ship groaned in agony. A hideous head slowly rose from the sea. The head was topped with demonic horns and an aggressively styled bone helmet. 2 pairs of slender, slanted eyes gleamed with a brutal, bloodthirsty crimson light. The enormous creature, 30 or 40 meters long, cast a shadow over the entire Starlight. Chapter 162. Issuing Guild Bounty Missions. A monster. As Zhang Xingqin looked at the legendary sea monster before him, his last line of mental defense was completely crushed. He collapsed to the ground, uttering meaningless mutterings. One of Kraken's tentacles wrapped around him. The tip of the tentacle, with its eagle claw-like claws, gently rested on the top of his head. Soul-shattering. An invisible wave instantly invaded. Zhang Xingqin's body trembled violently, his eyes rolled back, and his last shred of consciousness was completely stripped away. Kraken has successfully devoured the soul of the captain of the Starlight. Kraken's understanding of the soul deepened. Lin Yuan looked at the system notification and nodded in satisfaction. He turned around, his black wings flapping, and flew towards the long wind amidst the towering flames and thick smoke. Behind them, only a burning ghost ship was left sinking. Lin Yuan returned to the deck of the Chafoam. The sea breeze dispersed the lingering smoke of gunpowder, leaving only a faint salty smell and the stench of blood. Kraken also returned with Lin Yuan, and after his physical transformation, he climbed onto Lin Yuan's shoulder. "Pillar, move closer," Lin Yuan said softly. "The Starlight has good ship skills, so it's worth salvaging its trophy model." "All right, Brother Yuan," Lu Xuanzhu responded loudly, skillfully turning the rudder and heading towards the sea area where countless pieces of wood and debris were floating. The main keel of the Starlight has broken and is slowly sinking, with only a charred section of the bow stubbornly protruding above the water. Xia Yuanzhou was already waiting beside the hook gun. With focused eyes, he calculated the distance and descent speed before pulling the trigger. Whoosh! The grappling hook, dragging the chain, plunged headfirst into the sea. As the chain was pulled out of the water by the winch, a palm-sized model of a boat was hanging from the tip of the grappling hook. Successfully retrieved the loot. Obtained Starlight ship model Loot X1. Lin Yuan took it down and put it in the trophy display case in the captain's cabin. The model's base glowed faintly, and a stream of information flowed along the display case, instantly spreading throughout the entire Changfeng. Every inch of steel and wood on the ship's hull seemed to utter a satisfied groan. The long wind has absorbed the Starlight's skill core. Gain new skill, Star Protection. Lu Xuanzhu chuckled as he looked at the new skills appearing on the system panel. Brother Yuan, that's great. Now that we're facing tough opponents again, the Changfeng will have defensive measures in place. Eletian seemed somewhat unsatisfied. He ran his fingertips across his cheek, and beneath his algae green hair, a sickly regret flickered in his eyes. What a pity I haven't even had a chance to use my truth serum yet. That woman named Luo Yuing looks like a perfect clinical trial subject. All right. Yaningli glanced at him, her tone cold. He's just an inside man, not worth your time. Now that the threat has been eliminated, the guild can develop normally. Lin Yuan did not participate in the crew's discussion. He simply stood quietly at the bow of the ship, the sea breeze ruffling the hem of his black coat. His gaze passed over the floating shipwrecks and landed on the deep, boundless ocean. The Anti-Immortal Boat Alliance was nothing more than a small pebble in his path, which he could easily kick aside. But Lin Yuan knew that power was not only about crushing opponents, but also about controlling people's hearts. This matter must be made known to everyone in the league, because it not only enhances cohesion among guild members. Once this story is spread, it can also have a deterrent effect on other players, thereby completely eliminating the possibility of another anti-Shinjo alliance emerging. He wanted everyone to understand one thing. If you obey the celestial vessel, you will soar straight up. Disobey the immortal vessel, and you will be shattered to pieces. Lin Yuan opened the alliance panel and tapped lightly on the virtual screen with his fingertips. A screenshot was sent to the guild chat channel. The image depicts the terrifying scene of the Kraken's colossal, sky-covering body completely engulfing the starlight. This photo was taken by Lin Yuan in midair before he flew back to the Changfeng. The image depicts Kraken's grotesque head, crimson eyes, and towering flames from the shipwreck, creating an apocalyptic scene. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yuan sent a second message. President Lin Yuan, the main force of the anti-immortal boat alliance has been completely annihilated. The traitor, Luo Yueying, was killed on the spot. A short sentence, without any unnecessary embellishment. The guild channel, which had been silent for a long time, was suddenly filled with what seemed like a bombshell. After a brief period of silence, a volcanic eruption of posts flooded the screen. Captain of the Windrunner, holy crap. What did I just see? Was that the legendary sea monster? A kraken. Captain of the White Shark. Holy crap, guild master. Don't tell me this thing is your pet. Captain of the Charge, my god. The chairman wiped them all out by himself. He even dismantled the ship. Captain Iron Fist, chairman, you're awesome. I knew it. I knew that bastard was the traitor. Good riddance. Good riddance. Ha ha, so satisfying. So fucking satisfying. Sure, Gondong's series of messages were filled with a sense of triumphant satisfaction. He's been disgusted by these people for far too long. After sinking one of the anti-ferry ships last time, he was targeted by this group and couldn't sleep well every night. Captain of the Chasing Lightning. The guild leader is awesome. The guild leader is the anchor of our not envious of immortals crew. Captain of the White Shark. I was worried the guild would disband, but it seems I was too naive. With the guild leader here, what are we afraid of? For a time, the entire channel was filled with praise and admiration for Lin Yuan and nothing but condemnation of Luo Yueying and the Anti-Immortal Boat Alliance. At this moment, people's hearts were completely united. Lin Yuan looked at the scrolling chat history, a barely perceptible smile curving his lips. This is exactly the effect he wanted. With the flies out of the way, it's time to prepare for the real hunt. He typed again and began editing a guild announcement. Guild bounty notice. In preparation for the battle against the Wild Wolf Pirates, a high bounty is offered for the following supplies to upgrade the flagship, the Longwind. Timber X 200. Steel X 240. 50 pieces of sunken ironwood. Kraken's ligaments X10. There are still 4 tier crystals left from the priest drops that were previously obtained by killing the Weeping Priest. Within the Immortal Boat Pirate crew, there are members who possess real melee weapons that can be enchanted. Besides Lin Yuan's black feather sword, there's also Sun Hao's Dragon Slayer saber. However, Sun Hao's Dragon Slaying saber is also very special. It is both a weapon and a cooking tool. Sun Hao felt that the slowing effect provided by the sacrificial tier crystals would actually affect his cooking skills. So Lin Yuan didn't give it to him. However, just because the immortal boat pirates don't care about something doesn't mean others don't. In reality, these high-quality materials that can enchant weapons are practically divine artifacts for ordinary players at this stage. It is also the best incentive. Lin Yuan planned to give them as rewards for bounty missions to guild members. Chapter 163 Wu Jin's plea for help. Lin Yuan continued editing the announcement. Note, all materials can be converted into guild contribution points at a price 20% higher than the market price. Those who make outstanding contributions will receive the exquisite treasure, the tier of sacrifice. Editing complete, send directly. The announcement caused a brief interruption in the guild chat. If the previous images of the Kraken entangling warships evoked awe and reverence, this announcement ignited the most raw desires of all the members. A superior grade treasure. Holy crap, this is being used as a contribution reward? On the channel, the captain and crew members all held their breath for a moment. Most of them have never owned even a few items of medium quality, let alone excellent quality ones. The channel erupted again the next second. Captain of the Iron Fist. Don't worry, Chairman. I got the wood and steel covered. Captain of the Windrunner. I should be able to get some sunken ironwood. Captain of the Charge. I've encountered the deep sea giant before, but with my strength, I'm afraid it would be difficult to defeat it. Captain of the Charge. I'm in the Dongming Sea. Anyone nearby? Let's team up and take it down. Brother, sure. Want to come? Captain of the Iron Fist. No problem. Send me the coordinates. Damn it. For the tier crystal of the sacrifice. Let's do it. Captain of the White Shark. I'm your Dongming High. Count me in. Count me in. Alliance members were enthusiastic and actively participated. With external threats gone, they can finally devote all their energy to development and exploration. Looking at the thriving scene, Lin Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. His last message in the channel. President Lin Yuan, please be careful when collecting materials. As evening fell, the sea breeze, carrying a salty, damp scent, swept across the deck of the ferry boat. The deep blue sea reflected a few starlight points, vast and serene. Lin Yuan leaned against the gunwale, drinking wine while admiring the beautiful scenery that he never tired of seeing. A soft footstep came from behind him. He didn't turn around, but he knew who it was. Yan Ingli walked to his side, but did not tease him as usual. She just stood there silently, her brows furrowed, looking preoccupied. What's wrong? Lin Yuan turned his head, his gaze falling on her face. Judging from your complexion, you look like you just came back from a graveyard. Yan Ingli did not immediately respond to his joke. She slowly raised her hand, palm facing upwards. The ancient totem of the Raven God appeared out of nowhere, its surface patterns appearing even more profound in the twilight. Lin Yuan, she said, her amber eyes fixed on the totem, her tone becoming unusually serious. Something has been off ever since I took it. Something's not right. Lin Yuan's expression also turned serious. Is there a problem with the totem itself? No. Yan Ingli shook her head, denying his guess. The totem itself is very calming, and it can even soothe my mind. The problem is with me, or rather, with my perception. She paused, as if searching for the right words to describe that eerie feeling. After I accepted it, I kept hearing some voices. She lowered her voice and spoke softly, as if afraid of disturbing something. The sound was very faint and intermittent, as if it came from an extremely distant and empty place. Sometimes it felt like someone was shouting at me from behind an impenetrable wall, their voice muffled and indistinct. Lin Yuan's brows furrowed as well. What was that sound? It's Wu Jin's. Yan Ingli took a deep breath and uttered 3 words. It's hers, a cry for help. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding air seemed to freeze instantly. Lin Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. He stared at Yan Ingli, confirming that he hadn't misheard. What did you say? Wu Jin? Wasn't she already? I know this sounds absurd. Yan Ingli gave a wry smile, but her eyes were incredibly clear. She has indeed sacrificed herself, and her soul has been purified. But I have a strong feeling. The intuition this totem gives me tells me that Wu Jin's soul encountered great trouble after death. Lin Yuan fell silent. He never doubted Yan Ingli's premonition, and now she had also integrated the Dark Raven God totem, which resonated deeply with the laws of the soul and intuition. Her perception could never be wrong. Why is this happening? Lin Yuan asked in a deep voice. Isn't the totem now complete, and the calamity already over? I think the problem lies in Wu Jin's resurrection. Yan Ingli's thoughts were crystal clear as she began her analysis. Udo used a forbidden ritual, sacrificing the lives of so many of his people, to forcibly pull her back from the land of death. Such a soul is different from the very beginning. It was branded with taboo, tainted by the karma of countless sacrifices. For some beings, such a soul, perhaps it's like the brightest torch in the darkness, an irresistible temptation. She raised her eyes and looked at Lin Yuan. I suspect that when Wu Jin's soul returned to where it belonged, it was intercepted by something dwelling in the underworld. Or perhaps it's been targeted by a terrorist entity in a similar location. Lin Yuan's brows furrowed into a knot. A very real problem is before us. But even if your guess is true, what can we do? We're separated by life and death. We can't all die again and then go to the underworld as a group to rescue them, can we? Although these words carried a hint of self-deprecation, They also revealed the helplessness of reality. The boundary between life and death is one of the most fundamental laws of this world, and it cannot be crossed. Normally speaking, it really won't work. Yanningli's gaze fell on the totem in her hand again, her fingertips lightly tracing the intricate patterns of the nether raven god on it. But you forgot we have it now. Lin Yuan's gaze followed and landed on the totem. He instantly remembered one of the abilities of the totem fragment. Claw of the Dark Raven, he murmured. That's right. A glint of light flashed in Yanningli's eyes. Its power is to tear through space and open a passage to limbo. I don't know the difference between limbo and the real underworld, but it is definitely a gathering place for the dead and the shadows. Wu Jin's cries for help came from there. We can find Wu Jin through it. Go to limbo to save Wu Jin's soul. Lin Yuan instantly understood Yan Yangli's intention. Just 2 days ago, Lin Yuan announced in front of everyone that Wu Jin was a member of the Immortal Boat pirate crew. Then I cannot break my promise. Even though Wu Jin is dead, the members of his Immortal Boat pirate crew will not change. Protecting the crew is the captain's duty. Understand. Lin Yuan's eyes regained their usual sharpness. When do we depart? Seeing that Lin Yuan agreed without the slightest hesitation, Yanningli felt a surge of warmth in her heart, and the heavy burden on her mind felt lighter. She knew that no matter how crazy her decision was, as long as it was right, this man would always believe in her and support her unconditionally. I'm not sure. The usually decisive Yan Ingli revealed a rare hint of vulnerability at this moment. That place is full of unknowns and dangers. My intuition tells me that if I go alone, I'll likely face a near certain death. I don't know what I'll encounter. She raised her head, looked directly into Lin Yuan's eyes, and spoke with utmost solemnity. So, Lin Yuan, I need you. Chapter 164 Limbo, Ghost Castle. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Yuan looked at her, his tone leaving no room for argument. We are partners. Your business is my business. Besides, rescuing Wu Jin was also my decision. As he spoke, Lin Yuan reached out and gently placed his hand on Yanningli's hand, which was holding the totem. The warmth of her palm seeped through the back of her hand, dispelling the last trace of unease in Yanningli's heart. There's no time to lose. Let's do it now. The two nodded to each other, reaching a consensus. Without alerting the other crew members, they quietly made their way to the spacious aft deck. Night had fallen, and the sea breeze howled. Yanningli took a deep breath and slowly channeled her spiritual power into the dark raven god totem in her hand. Buzz! The ancient totem emitted a deep hum, and the 3 patterns on it. The raven's wings, claws, and eyes simultaneously shone with a dark, deep light like 3 black stars. The pattern representing the claw of the dark raven, in particular, shone brightly. Yanningli raised the totem high, aimed it at the empty space in front of her, and shouted, "Open!" As she finished speaking, a beam of black light suddenly shot out from the crow claw pattern on the totem. The space in front of the darkness seemed to have been violently torn apart by an invisible giant claw. A black crack, more than 2 meters high, with twisted and writhing edges, exuding an aura of coldness and death, appeared out of thin air. On the other side of the crack lies a bottomless darkness, as if it could swallow up all light and hope. A chilling aura emanated from it, causing the surrounding temperature to drop several degrees. This is the entrance to Limbo. Lin Yuan and Yanningli exchanged a glance, both seeing a resolute look in each other's eyes. No further words were spoken. Lin Yuan took the first step, his figure instantly swallowed up by the deep darkness. Yanningli followed closely behind and also stepped into the crevice. After the two disappeared, the spatial rift rapidly contracted inward, eventually turning into a black dot and vanishing. On the deck, silence returned, leaving only the lingering, bone-chilling cold from another world. After a tearing, distorted feeling in space, Lin Yuan's feet finally touched solid ground. He slumped slightly, regained his balance instantly, and immediately looked around warily. Above us stretched an endless gray haze, like a dirty cloth covering the entire world, letting in no light and revealing no end in sight. There is no sun, no moon, no stars here. A lifeless, Faint light appeared out of nowhere, barely illuminating the world. There was no ground beneath their feet, but a thick layer of fine, grayish-white powder. One step lands silently, as if stepping into the dust left by the weathering of countless bones. The air was filled with the musty smell of dust, as cold as a knife. It scrapes across the skin, seeps into the bone marrow, and even the soul feels a chilling convulsion. Yan Yingli's figure solidified beside Lin Yuan. Her brows were furrowed, clearly indicating extreme discomfort with the environment, and even some physiological aversion to it. Is this limbo prison? Lin Yuan asked in a low voice. It should be. Yan Yingli closed her eyes, carefully sensing. Wu Jin's call came from that direction, and it was much clearer than before. She stretched out her finger and pointed into the distance. Lin Yuan looked in the direction she pointed, and his pupils involuntarily contracted slightly. At the edge of that gray expanse, a huge and eerie castle stood menacingly. Its outline is twisted and grotesque, as if it were made of frozen nightmares and bones. The towering spires do not point to the sky, but curve inward like claws, as if to imprison something inside. The castle walls had a deathly gray-black color. The wall surface seemed to flow slowly like liquid, with countless distorted and painful human faces floating and sinking within it, wailing silently. Just by looking at it from afar, an overwhelming sense of evil and resentment emanates from it, making it hard to breathe. It seems that's our destination, Lin Yuan said in a deep voice. Wu Jin should be trapped in that ghost castle. They don't seem very welcoming to guests, Yan said jokingly, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Without further hesitation, the two headed straight for the eerie castle. The closer you get, the stronger the evil aura becomes, and the cold in the air grows even more biting. The castle's archway was constructed from the ribs of an unknown behemoth. When they arrived, two enormous statue-like black figures stood beside the door, blocking their way. That is not a statue. As they approached, the two dark figures moved. Creak! They slowly turned around, making a chilling sound as they rubbed against the rocks. Two eerie green soul flames suddenly ignited in the empty eye sockets, locking onto the two uninvited guests. Their bodies are pieced together from broken tombstones. The joints were wrapped with illusory chains that emitted black energy. They had no weapons, but their massive fists, made of tombstone, gave off an oppressive feeling that they could easily crush steel. Tomb Guardians. Combat Power Rating, Tier 2, 3 stars. Synopsis: The Watchdog of Ghost Castle. It was formed by the fusion of countless lost souls and the stones of the cemetery, and is bound by the will of the Lord of Ghost Castle. Physical attacks have little effect on it. Only by purifying the chains of vengeful spirits binding it can its core be damaged. Lin Yuan. The chains on their bodies are the key. Yan Yingli immediately saw through the enemy's weakness and reminded him. Clear. Before Lin Yuan could finish speaking, he had already transformed into a black shadow and rushed out. The black feather sword in his hand unleashed a cloud of dark, feather-like sword energy as it slashed fiercely toward the chest of one of the tomb-bound guards. Clang! A dull, metallic clang rang out. The black feather sword strike only left a shallow white mark on the hard tombstone. A tremendous force of recoil came, making Lin Yuan's arm go numb. As expected, physical attacks were ineffective. Enraged, the tomb-binding guard let out a silent roar on a spiritual level. The enormous stone fist brought with it a gust of evil wind and slammed down towards Lin Yuan. The ring of demonic feathers flashed, and a pair of jet-black wings instantly unfurled behind him. With a flap of his black wings, Lin Yuan's figure slid to the side at an incredible angle, narrowly avoiding the powerful blow. Boom! The stone fist slammed heavily onto the ground, causing the entire ground to tremble. A huge crater, half a meter deep, suddenly appeared, and ashes like powder scattered everywhere. On the other side, Yan Yingli had already made her move. She moved nimbly, choosing not to confront him head-on, but gracefully circled around to the side of the other tomb-binding guard. Chapter 165, The Magic Mirror Hall. A flash of light appeared on the Blood Phoenix totem on her shoulder blade, as she drew a long sword burning with crimson flames from the totem. Blood Flame Domain. Without the slightest hesitation, Yaningli directly consumed 10% of her health to activate her domain. A region engulfed in crimson flames suddenly unfolded around her. In an instant, it enveloped both tomb-bound guards. Sizzle. Crimson flames clung to the bodies of the tomb-bound guards, burning relentlessly and emitting a piercing sound. Especially those black chains made of vengeful spirits. Under the scorching heat of the blood flames, the black mist evaporated and faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Efficient. Yanningli's eyes narrowed, and with a flick of her wrist, the blood flame longsword extended instantly, transforming into a nimble crimson fire whip that precisely wrapped around the weakening chains of vengeful spirits. Lin Yuan, attack their chains with energy, she shouted a reminder. Lin Yuan understood immediately. With a flick of his left hand, the forbidden scriptures appeared out of thin air. Shadow Death Ray. A thick ray of shadow shot out from the scripture. The target was not the body of the grave guardian, but rather the chains of vengeful spirits surrounding it. The chains seemed to come alive, letting out a shrill, painful roar. The black energy surged violently and finally shattered under the continuous impact of the shadow rays. Freed from the restraints of the vengeful spirit chains, the tomb-bound guard's massive body stiffened abruptly, and the indestructible aura emanating from him instantly weakened. The soul fire in its eye sockets flickered violently a few times before dimming completely. Now, Lin Yuan seized the opportunity, and dark energy and a slowing effect instantly condensed on the black feather sword in his right hand. Feather blade black silence slash. A massive, winged sword light, seemingly capable of devouring all light, swept across and slashed fiercely at the waist of the tomb guard. Click! This time, there were no obstacles. The hard body, made of tombstone, was cut in half by the sword light, just like rotten wood. His upper body crashed heavily to the ground, turning into a pile of rubble, and the soul fire in his eyes was completely extinguished. Meanwhile, Yaningli also finished the battle. Under the continuous burning of the blood flame domain and the cutting of the blood flame longsword, the vengeful spirit chains of the other tomb guardian were also completely purified. Yaningli seized the opportunity, closed in, and pierced through its core with a single sword strike. The tomb binding guard was instantly reduced to rubble. The two worked together seamlessly, each taking down one of the gatekeepers. Lin Yuan put away his weapon and walked to Yanningli's side. You'd better use that life-burning technique of yours less often. It's all right. Yaningli had already adapted to the loss of health, her eyes still bright and sharp. It's only 10% of my health. I can still hold on. Lin Yuan shrugged non-committally. They both looked at the enormous archway made of the ribs of a giant beast. Behind the door lay a bottomless darkness, like the open mouth of a giant beast, waiting for its prey to walk into its trap. Let's go. Lin Yuan took the lead and walked ahead. Yaningli followed closely behind. The two of them stepped into the ghost castle without hesitation, one after the other. The moment I stepped into the ghost castle, the bone archway behind me slammed shut with a loud bang. The heavy echo rolled through the corridor, completely cutting off Lin Yuan and his companion's escape route. The castle interior was not the spacious hall I had imagined. Instead, it was a long, narrow, and winding corridor. The walls were not made of stone, but of a material similar to solidified black oil, which was undulating slightly at a certain frequency. On the surface of the wall, faces silently screaming appear and disappear, so densely packed that it makes one's scalp tingle. A dark red carpet lay beneath my feet, soft and yielding, absorbing all the sound of my footsteps. The air was thicker with the smell of decay and resentment, mixed with a faint, almost imperceptible stench of blood. Stay close to me. Lin Yuan's voice was very low, his muscles were tense, and his senses were heightened to the extreme. Yaningli nodded, gripping the blood flame longsword tightly in her hand. The blood-red flames dancing on the sword became the only source of light in this oppressive darkness, casting the shadows of the two figures onto the writhing wall, twisting and stretching like ghosts. They walked along the corridor for about 100 meters. Suddenly, the view opened up before them, revealing a strange, circular hall. The walls of the hall were covered with mirrors of various sizes. These mirrors have ornate frames, carved with intricate and bizarre patterns, but the mirror surfaces are all covered with a thick layer of gray fog, making it impossible to reflect any image. The entire hall was empty except for these mirrors, which gave off an indescribable eeriness. It's an illusion trap, Yan Ingli immediately concluded. The divine power of the raven god, Totem, warned her of the dangers of this place. Can we find an exit? Lin Yuan asked. I'll give a try. Yan Ingli closed her eyes and focused her mind on the totem. With the blessing of the eye of the dark raven, her intuition was amplified, and the appearance of the world faded away in her perception, leaving only the flow of laws and energy. She quickly reopened her eyes and pointed to the largest and most ornate floor-to-ceiling mirror directly opposite the main hall. The exit is right there. But this mirror is protected by powerful spiritual forces. To pass through, one must first break through the illusion here. The moment she finished speaking, all the mirrors in the hall, as if the haze on their surfaces had been wiped away by an invisible hand, became clear at the same time. However, the reflection in the mirror did not show Lin Yuan and Yan Ingli. The mirror in front of Lin Yuan reflected the deck of the immortal boat. The crew members fell one by one into pools of blood. He Letian, Lu Xuanzhu, Sun Hao, Shun Tian, Xia Yuanzhou. Their faces were contorted, and they all looked at Lin Yuan outside the mirror with a resentful and disappointed gaze. Why didn't Brother Yuan save us? Captain, you've abandoned us. A series of resentful demonic voices emanated from the mirror, directly drilling into Lin Yuan's mind. Lin Yuan's eyes remained completely calm, and a mocking smile even appeared at the corner of his mouth. A trivial skill. His will is as firm as iron. How could he be swayed by such a base illusion? Moreover, there's the mental resistance provided by past calamity sets. He knew perfectly well that this was nothing more than the host of the place trying to probe his mind and find his weaknesses. However, on the other hand, Yan Ingli's condition did not seem to be very good. The images in the mirror in front of her kept changing wildly. First, on Ravensbone Island, Wu Jin lunged at the totem fragment. In the last moment before disappearing in the light, he turned his head and looked at her with pleading eyes. Yanning is leaving me. I'm in so much pain. Please help me. Then, the scene shifts to a hospital room filled with the smell of disinfectant. A man with a tracheotomy tube was lying on the hospital bed. His vital signs readings were dropping to 0. With his last ounce of strength, the man took a little girl's hand, his eyes filled with unspeakable reluctance, longing, and helplessness. This is a scene from the moment Yan Ing left her father before he died. It was the past she least wanted to look back on. No. Yan Ingli's breathing became rapid, her eyes filled with tears, reflecting pain and struggle. These illusions, like the most precise poison needles, are stabbing her most tender and vulnerable spot. Chapter 166, Tears of Sorrow. Sakurari. Lin Yuan noticed her unusual behavior and shouted like thunder in her ear. Yan Ingli shuddered and suddenly broke free from the drowning hallucination, her forehead already covered in cold sweat. I'm fine, she bit her lip, forcibly suppressing the pounding in her heart, her eyes regaining clarity and resilience. These things can evoke negative emotions in people, then smash them all to pieces. Lin Yuan glanced at Yan Ingli beside him. Her lips were pressed tightly together, though her eyes had regained their resolve. But her pale face still betrayed the shock of the illusion she had just experienced. Lin Yuan was too lazy to argue with these mirrors anymore. Reopen old wounds? He scoffed, his laughter laced with an arrogant indifference. The methods are too low-level and too boring. The next instant, he flipped his wrist, and the golden trident appeared out of thin air, which he held firmly in his hand. The moment the trident appeared, an invisible pressure spread out from Lin Yuan as the center. The resentment in the air seemed to have encountered its natural enemy, emitting a terrified howl and frantically retreating. At the same time, the stopper of the black and gold wine gourd at his waist popped open on its own. A stream of clear, cool liquor, like a summoned silver dragon, spiraled out of the gourd's mouth and gathered above Lin Yuan's head, forming a continuously rotating and compressed liquid mass. The intoxicating aroma of the wine spread domineeringly, instantly dispelling all the putrid and foul smells in the air. This is enough to keep you from having a good time. Lin Yuan raised the trident with one hand, the tip pointing directly at the wine ball above. Buzz! The trident erupted with a dazzling golden light, and purifying power poured wildly into the wine ball. The clear liquid was instantly dyed a brilliant gold. The entire hall was illuminated as brightly as day by this sacred golden light. The illusions in the mirrors on the wall no longer showed resentment and pleas, but instead revealed extreme fear. The mirror trembled violently, emitting a groaning sound as if it were struggling to break free from the wall. It's too late. Lin Yuan suddenly swung his arm downwards. The golden wine ball suspended in midair exploded with a bang, but did not scatter. Instead, it transformed into a torrential downpour of golden rain, precisely covering every corner of the rotunda. Sizzle, sizzle. The rain of wine, containing purifying energy, poured onto the mirror. The sound was not that of liquid dripping, but rather the terrifying burning sound of sulfuric acid being poured onto flesh. Thick black smoke billowed from the mirror, and the face reflected in it emitted a shrill, silent scream, twisting, melting, and evaporating in the golden light. It only lasted 2 or 3 seconds. Splash! All the mirrors in the hall were shattered. The remaining frame of the mirror dripped with black pus, falling to the ground without a sound. The hall fell silent again, except for the largest and most ornate floor-to-ceiling mirror at the front, which remained intact. The mirror's surface is like a calm, deep pool, emitting a faint glow. The illusion was forcibly dispelled. Wah! Lin Yuan dismissed the trident, grabbed Yan Yingli's still slightly cool wrist, and used his body heat to dispel her chill. Without pausing, Lin Yuan rushed toward the only exit. The feeling of passing through the mirror is like passing through a curtain of cold water. The scene before my eyes changed once again. They came to a longer gallery. Unlike the previously crawling walls, the walls here are made of normal stone, but they are covered with densely packed portraits. The people in the painting are of different identities, ages, and races. They are elderly people, children, elves, and orcs. But they all have one thing in common. Their expressions were filled with extreme pain and despair, as if their souls were permanently imprisoned on the canvas. The entire gallery was deathly silent, yet it seemed to be filled with the wails of countless souls. A strong sense of unease welled up in Yan Yingli's heart. Lin Yuan, be careful. These paintings are also very strange. As they reached the center of the gallery, something unexpected happened. In the portrait closest to them, the withered old man's eyes suddenly twitched. Immediately afterwards, a black tear slid down from the corner of his eye and dripped out of the picture frame. Snap! The black tear fell to the ground and did not spread. Instead, it began to wriggle as if it were alive, rapidly expanding into a humanoid monster about half a person's height, entirely black and without facial features. This is just the beginning. But. All the portraits on both sides of the gallery came to life, and the people in them began to shed black tears. Tears fell to the ground and instantly transformed into hundreds of dark, humanoid monsters surrounding the two of them. Tears of grief. Combat power rating, Tier 1, 9 stars. Synopsis. The product of the endless sorrow of the soul imprisoned by the Lord of Ghost Castle. They attach themselves to the living, absorbing their emotions and vitality. Those with weak mental fortitude may be triggered by it, leading them to despair. Another psychological attack trick. Lin Yuan frowned. Although these monsters are not individually strong, their numbers are too great and their attack methods are bizarre, making them extremely difficult to deal with. A mournful tear let out a sharp roar and pounced on Yan Yingli. Yan Yingli reacted extremely quickly, sweeping out her blood-flame longsword, the burning blade instantly cleaving the monster in two. However, other tears of grief were followed by piercing howls, like the cacophony of frogs in a pond after summer rain. Moreover, these cries are shocks at the level of the soul. Lin Yuan figured it out. The monsters in Limbo seem to have all been taught by the same master, and they are all skilled in this kind of insidious soul attack. He clicked his tongue impatiently. These things kept crying and wailing, never stopping, giving him a headache. Lin Yuan directly summoned the heart of Netherfire. Sakura stepped back. Yin Yingli did as she was told and retreated, her gaze fixed on his back. At the same time, hundreds of tears of sorrow formed a black tide and surged forth. With a thought, Lin Yuan heard a pop sound and the gourd stopper popped open on its own again. However, this time, what gushed out was not liquid wine, but a thick mist of wine. The wine mist did not dissipate. Instead, under Lin Yuan's precise control, it coiled around each of the tier of sorrow monsters like a living serpent. You like mental attacks? Lin Yuan chuckled. Then taste what it's like to have your soul burned. The moment he finished speaking, the Netherfire heart in his palm shone brightly. Netherfire wine flame explosion. Boom! There was no earth-shattering roar, only a muffled popping sound. The ghostly blue flames followed the trail of the wine mist, accompanied by a whistling wind, and instantly spread throughout the entire area. All the tears of grief, touched by the flames of the wine, froze in their tracks. Their pitch-black bodies were illuminated from the inside out by the flames, and countless distorted, pained faces flashed within, emitting silent wails. Chapter 167, Gallery Warden. It all happened in less than a second. Hundreds of the tier of mourning monsters, along with the mental shock they emitted, were completely evaporated. The entire gallery was cleaned up, with only a faint aroma of wine remaining in the air. However, this moment of tranquility was soon broken. Snap! 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 On the wall, thick, black tears once again streamed from the empty eye sockets of those portraits. New tears of grief endlessly wriggle and take shape from the ground. Endless, as if they could never be killed off. The source is those paintings. If we don't destroy them, these things will never be eradicated. Yin Yingli saw through the crux of the matter. Then burn the painting too. Lin Yuan urged the Netherfire, preparing to burn it along with the portrait on the wall. But just then, heavy footsteps came from the end of the gallery. A figure, even taller and more imposing than the tomb guards, slowly emerged from the shadows. It was a headless knight wielding a huge, blood-stained paintbrush. Its armor was rusty, and several small portraits of people weeping hung on it. With each step, a footprint burning with eerie green flames is left on the ground. Gallery Warden Fager. Combat Power Rating, Tier 2, 8 stars. Synopsis. The Guardian of the Ghost Castle Gallery is a mutated soul of a cruel painter who loves to turn living people into works of art. He can manipulate all the tears of sorrow in the gallery and, with his pen of punishment, drag the souls of his enemies into his paintings, making them his new collection. The warden's appearance caused the air in the entire gallery to freeze. Those who had previously fought individually with tears of sorrow suddenly became unified and efficient, their offensive growing increasingly frenzied, clearly under command. I'll deal with this big guy, you take care of the smaller ones, and then destroy the painting. Lin Yuan made a decisive decision, his voice calm and steady. Before he finished speaking, black wings unfurled behind him, and he took a black feather sword, transforming into a streak of black light as he charged toward the warden at the end of the gallery. Yin Yingli did not hesitate at all. Lin Yuan's silhouette gave her boundless confidence. She took a deep breath, and the blood phoenix totem on her shoulder blade shone brightly. Since you were so sorrowful, then let the flames grant you your final release. Her eyes sharpened, and in the blink of an eye, her blood began to boil. A blood sacrifice. She directly sacrificed 30% of her maximum health. A violent force exploded within her body. The color drained from her fair cheeks, leaving them pale. But those amber eyes were now incredibly bright, with 2 clusters of blood-red flames burning fiercely deep within their pupils. The immense power of blood flames flowed down his arm and into the longsword. The sword expanded rapidly, transforming into a massive, blood-red sword engulfed in raging flames. Yinning bent her knees slightly, and the ground beneath her feet cracked open, propelling her into the air. The great sword hummed, and the air around its blade began to distort, as if it could not withstand the scorching energy that was about to burst forth. Yin Yingli is preparing a powerful move. Gallery Warden Fag's empty neck suddenly turned, his gaze locked onto Yin Yingli in midair. It sensed the aura of destruction emanating from above. This woman will completely erase her cherished and proud collection of paintings. It will not allow this to happen. Even denser black mist surged from Warden Fag's armor, and he surprisingly abandoned his fight with Lin Yuan. He swung the enormous pen of punishment like a javelin and hurled it fiercely toward Yan Ingli. Ugh! The paintbrush cut through the air, and countless distorted ghost faces emerged from its tip, converging into a visible black torrent, as unstoppable as a river bursting its banks. This attack was swift and ruthless, blocking all of Yan Ingli's escape routes in the air. Her pupils contracted sharply, realizing that it was too late for anything she did. Lin Yuan caught a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of his eye. Yan Ingli had nowhere to hide. Phaedr's strength should not be underestimated. This attack was made with all its might to protect the collection. If Yan Ingli were to be struck by a paintbrush, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Yuan, realizing this, did not hesitate for a moment. Bang! He spread out the black wings on his back, then suddenly slammed them back together, producing a muffled sonic boom. Before the sonic boom could even be heard, his figure had already vanished from the spot. The next instant, Yan Ingli felt the darkness before her eyes as a solid figure stood in front of her. Lin Yuan slashed his black feather sword upwards, and a layer of solid protective sword energy instantly unfolded. Boom! The pen of punishment, carrying immense power, slammed heavily onto Lin Yuan's protective sword energy. A violent gust of air swept outwards like a hurricane, causing dust to fall from the walls on both sides of the gallery. Lin Yuan, who withstood this thunderous blow, remained as still as a rock, and even his sword-wielding hand did not tremble in the slightest. He created an absolutely safe space for Yan Ingli behind him. Thanks. Yan Ingli's voice came from behind him, tinged with lingering fear. Focus, Lin Yuan replied without turning his head. There's a bunch of scum waiting for you to clean up down there. Yes. Yan Ingli nodded firmly. She poured all the surging power within her body into the sword's edge. She gripped the burning greatsword tightly with both hands, her eyes turning completely bloodshot, and swung it down fiercely at the gallery below, where demons were dancing wildly. A phantom phoenix, made of crimson flames, flapped its wings from the top of the giant sword and swooped down. Call! Blood inflammation swept through the entire gallery. Those tears of grief are as insignificant as ants before this power. They didn't even have time to let out a wail before they were instantly evaporated in the waves of blood flames. On the walls, the portraits with distorted faces were also curled and charred black by the blood flames. The imprisoned soul within the painting emitted a silent shriek, eventually turning to ashes along with the frame. The whole process took only a snap of the fingers. All the filth in the gallery was swept away. Yan Ingli landed on the ground, feeling a wave of exhaustion that made her sway slightly, but she still used her greatsword to support herself and stand upright. She looked at Lin Yuan, who was slowly descending, and forced a smile on her pale face. The scraps had been cleaned up. Lin Yuan glanced at her, a smirk playing on his lips. Well done, you didn't embarrass me. The two had become increasingly coordinated. At this moment, only the two of them remained in the gallery, along with Warden Fager, who had gone mad from the destruction of all the collections. The eerie green flames burning on its body suddenly surged, causing the entire gallery floor to tremble slightly. Lin Yuan's icy gaze fell upon it. Now it's your turn. Chapter 168, Comprehending a New Move. Heading to the main hall of Ghost Castle. Yan Ingli got up, wanting to fight again, but Lin Yuan reached out to stop her. I told you, leave the big guy to me. You recover first. The monster before us is clearly not the final enemy. What awaits them deep within the Ghost Castle is only an even more powerful and terrifying existence. Yan Ingli didn't mince words. She trusted Lin Yuan's abilities. She nodded slightly, casting a trusting look at Lin Yuan. Then, she sat down cross-legged and quickly recovered the life force she had lost in the battle. Lin Yuan sheathed his black feather sword and then took the black and gold wine gourd from his waist. He tilted his head back, uncorked the bottle, and gulped down a large mouthful of strong liquor. The effects of intoxication have built up to a whole new level. The spicy liquor slid down his throat, but Lin Yuan didn't stop. He gulped down another large mouthful. The intoxication has reached level 2. As the aroma of alcohol rose, instead of numbing his brain, his senses became clearer under its influence, and his various attributes steadily improved. Fager's mind is now consumed by nothing but killing. At the hollow neck, the soul fire condensed into a single eye, locking onto the woman behind Lin Yuan who had destroyed everything. But Lin Yuan stood like a mountain blocking Yinningli's path. Fager roared and charged forward, bringing down the pen of punishment in his hand. Wherever the pen tip passes, space seems to subtly distort. A powerful force pulls at the soul, trying to forcibly rip the soul out of the body. Lin Yuan neither dodged nor avoided the suction force, but instead drank a third mouthful of wine. The intoxication has reached 3 levels. Activate the secondary effect. Intoxicating soul burning. Boom! A tremendous aura, far exceeding anything seen before, erupted from Lin Yuan's body. He burned his life force and spiritual energy, and the alcohol vapor turned into a visible white wave of air, shattering the soul-pulling force into pieces. Good timing. Lin Yuan chuckled softly, his footwork becoming unpredictable and mysterious, which was the starting stance of Drunken Fist. He swayed, seemingly about to fall, but at the very moment the brush fell, he narrowly avoided the stroke at an incredible angle. At the same time, he clenched his right fist, his arm muscles bulged, and threw a punch. Drunken Fist Style 1. This punch was powerful and domineering. The white fist energy shot out, solid as a substance, and slammed heavily into the wrist armor on which Fager held the pen. Clang! A loud bang. Fag's massive body was staggered by the punch, and his attack froze instantly. Again, Lin Yuan, having gained the upper hand, pressed his advantage relentlessly, launching a relentless offensive. His movements became increasingly elusive, sometimes charging forward fiercely, sometimes swaying and dodging, leaving no trace. With each swing of his fists, afterimages were created, and the solid fist energy transformed into a storm, enveloping Fa from all directions. Drunken Fist, second form. Bang, 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 bang. The dull thuds of blows echoed continuously, forcing Fag to retreat step by step under the relentless attacks, its heavy armor dented in one after another. It angrily swung its paintbrush, trying to force Lin Yuan back with wide, sweeping moves, but Lin Yuan always managed to dodge at the last second and launch even more ferocious counterattacks. During the battle, Lin Yuan's understanding of Drunken Fist deepened rapidly. The first move is fierce and powerful. The second move is continuous and flowing. What are those 3 styles? Unable to break through after a prolonged siege, Fager went completely berserk. It slammed its enormous paintbrush heavily onto the ground. Buzz. The paint on the tip of the brush was no longer dripping, but poured out like a flood, turning into a jet-black stream of ink that swept towards Lin Yuan. This stream of ink is no ordinary thing. It contains the resentment of countless imprisoned souls. Once stained, the soul will be corroded by the ink and eventually turn into a lifeless pool of filth. Ink. Lin Yuan smiled instead of being surprised as he looked at the overwhelming flow of ink. He stretched out his left hand, fingers spread, aiming at the inky torrent. You've come to the right person for a water adventure. Poseidon's talent activated. In an instant, the surging stream of ink seemed to crash into an invisible wall, stopping abruptly less than 3 meters from Lin Yuan and hovering in midair. At the hollow neck of Fager, the eerie green soul flame flickered violently. It couldn't understand why its prized weapon had suddenly gone out of control. Here you go. Lin Yuan suddenly flipped his wrist. The torrent of ink that he had forcibly stopped turned around and rushed toward Fager at an even faster speed than it had come. Fag's massive body had no time to dodge and was completely engulfed by his own attack. His armor emitted plumes of black smoke as it was eroded by the ink flow, making a biting sound that made one's teeth ache. Lin Yuan's eyes were a mixture of intoxication and clarity, and a flash of inspiration struck him. The combination of strength and gentleness, the ability to control and expand freely, That is the essence of the three. He stomped his foot and shot out like a cannonball. Before he even arrived, his fist was already out. This punch lacked the ferocity of the first move and the continuity of the second. It possessed only a refined simplicity. All the power, all the intoxication, converged on that single point of the fist. You have mastered the three forms of drunken fist. Lin Yuan's fist pierced through Feijer's breastplate, which was corroded by the ink flow, without any resistance, and accurately imprinted itself on the soul core inside its body. The intoxicating, soul-burning power contained in his fist erupted with a thunderous roar. Fag's massive body trembled violently, and ignited green soul energy spewed from the gaps in his armor. Finally, with a resentful explosion, it shattered and turned into ashes. Where it disappeared, an object was suspended in midair. Lin Yuan withdrew his fist and stood up, letting out a long breath. He stepped forward and picked up the fallen object. Inkstone of Punishment. Quality, rare. Type, item. Description. The core of the gallery warden, Feijer, remains within it, imbued with his extreme obsession with painting. Effect. Applying the ink to a weapon will imbue the next attack with a soul imprisonment effect, briefly controlling the enemy's movements. Let's go. The main hall should be just ahead, Yiningli said softly as she walked to Lin Yuan's side. Lin Yuan stored the inkstone for punishment into the storage system. He looked at the other person's face, which had regained its color, and asked, "The next enemy will likely be even more troublesome. Are you prepared?" Yiningli nodded firmly. The two walked through the messy gallery, and in front of them came a huge stone gate carved with countless wailing ghost faces. The stone gate was not closed, but left ajar. A chilling, sinister aura seeped out from the crack in the door. Interspersed among them was a faint fluctuation of Wu Jin's soul. The two exchanged a glance, then, without further hesitation, pushed open the heavy stone door together. The sight behind the door made both of them hold their breath. This is a magnificent throne room that inspires awe. The dome soared high, seemingly without end, and countless ghosts hovered in the darkness like stars. The floor is paved with obsidian as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the ghostly shadow of the dome, making it impossible to distinguish up from down. At the deepest part of the hall was a colossal throne built from piles of white bones and countless twisted, shrieking souls. On the throne sat a young man with a pale and handsome face, dressed in magnificent medieval noble attire. It was elegantly holding a goblet filled with scarlet liquid, looking at them with a playful gaze, as if examining a work of art. Chapter 169, I believe. I've always believed. The man's aura was more terrifying than all the monsters they had encountered combined, as vast as an abyss and as cold as an eternal night. Above the throne of bones, a diamond-shaped cage made of dark blue crystal floated silently. Inside the cage, a petite, semi-transparent figure was curled up in a ball. That is the very soul of Wu Jin. Her soul appeared extremely weak, its light dim, as if it might dissipate at any moment. Strands of pure soul energy were being drawn from her body and channeled into the throne below, where they were eventually absorbed by the man on the throne. Soul-devouring Marquis Moros. Combat power rating, Tier 4, 4 stars. Synopsis. In Limbo, an ancient being that enhances its power by devouring souls. The soul that Wu Jin was resurrected through a forbidden ritual was an unprecedented tonic for him. He can manipulate the dead, weave fear, and his scepter can directly attack the soul of his target. Tier 4, 4 stars. Lin Yuan's pupils trembled slightly. I actually encountered a 4th-tier enemy here. Welcome to my palace, sir. Guessed it. Moros put down his glass and slowly stood up. Its voice was magnetic, yet carried a deep-seated arrogance and coldness. I'm also curious about what kind of being could get past my guards and the warden. They turned out to be two interesting survivors. Its gaze swept over Lin Yuan and Yiningli. That look in his eyes wasn't like looking at a living person, but more like a butcher sizing up 2 pieces of fine fresh meat. Ultimately, greed filled its black eyes. "Oh, the dark raven god totem. No wonder you were able to come here. I'd be happy to accept it. Release Wu Jin." Lin Yuan was too lazy to waste words with him. The golden trident was already in his hand, its golden, sacred radiance clashing with the darkness of the hall. Release her? Ha ha! Moros chuckled softly, as if he had heard the funniest joke. Why release it? This soul is the most delicious dessert I've ever encountered in my long life. Born from the sacrifice of countless lives, her soul miraculously intertwines the two opposing laws of life and death. Once I fully absorb her, I will be able to break through the shackles of the Marquis and reach the realm of the king. He stuck out his scarlet tongue, licked his lips, and his eyes were both morbid and fanatical. Tell me, how could I possibly let such a perfect sacrifice slip by? Then I'll kill you too, Lin Yuan roared, and his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Naive, Moros shook his head dismissively. He didn't even move. He simply snapped his fingers lightly. From the bone throne behind him, countless pale arms instantly stretched out and intertwined to form a massive bone shield in front of him. Boom! The trident was firmly embedded in the bone shield. The sacred energy collided with the cold bones, producing a piercing explosion. In my kingdom, I am the law. Moros's figure appeared behind Lin Yuan like a ghost, and a scepter carved from black crystal silently pointed at Lin Yuan's back. Soul-piercing. Alarm bells rang in Lin Yuan's mind, and he quickly held the golden trident horizontally behind him. Clang! The tip of the scepter collided with the trident, producing a loud bang. Lin Yuan felt an indescribable, chilling power pierce through the trident's defenses and directly bombard his mental sea. Lin Yuan felt a sharp pain in his head, and his vision went black for a moment, as if his entire soul had been pierced by a cold iron rod. Although his past calamities Set could resist mental attacks, Moros's rank was too high and his attacks were too bizarre, making it impossible to completely exempt him. Lin Yuan, Yan Ingli exclaimed in surprise, her blood-flame longsword already transforming into a streak of light as it pierced towards Moros. Moros didn't even glance at her, simply waving his hand casually, and a black barrier made of pure resentment blocked Yan Ingli's attack. Your opponents are them. As Moros finished speaking, countless ghosts hovering above the dome of the hall let out sharp howls and swooped down on Yan Ingli like a tidal wave. Yan Ingli was instantly engulfed by countless souls. Faced with this desperate disadvantage, Yan Ingli held nothing back this time. She willingly sacrificed her life points until she had only 5% left. Blood Phoenix Rebirth triggered. Yan Ingli's health points instantly recovered to 50%. A power far exceeding her own limits exploded within her body. Blood-red wings sprouted from her back, and she soared into the sky wielding the Blood Flame Greatsword. Blood Flame Domain. As the domain expanded, her health dropped by another 10%, leaving her with only 40%. The massive sacrifice of health resulted in a terrifying increase in attributes. Blood flames engulfed the sky, instantly wiping out those wandering souls. However, an endless stream of ghosts emerged from the shadows of the hall, fearlessly rushing forward. In this limbo, within this palace, Moros's power seemed inexhaustible. Give up, you living being. Moros, like a cat playing with a mouse, kept attacking Lin Yuan with his strange scepter. Each attack greatly depleted Lin Yuan's mental energy. He laughed triumphantly. Ah, you can't defeat me in my castle. And your souls taste good too? I'll gladly accept them all. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and kept dodging with the movements of Drunken Fist, but Moro's speed and attack angles were too tricky. Moro's wasn't exaggerating. In Limbo, its combat power rating is far more than 4th tier, 4-star, and even surpasses Lin Yuan's. Lin Yuan had already fought 2 battles and was now somewhat exhausted. He was getting more and more wounded and increasingly exhausted. For the first time since the start of the game, Lin Yuan smelled 2 scents he had almost forgotten. These 2 flavors have become somewhat unfamiliar due to my advanced development. They are called failure and death. Just then, Moro swung his claws. A prison for the soul. Boom! A pitch-black, semicircular energy shield completely enveloped Lin Yuan and Yan Ingli. On the black barrier, countless faces of people wailing in pain appeared, and a terrifying suction force emanated from it, drawing away their souls and power bit by bit. Lin Yuan and Yan Ingli tried everything they could, but they couldn't budge the black prison in the slightest. If this continues, both of them will die here. A resolute glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He turned to look at Yin Yingli. "Yingli, do you believe me?" Yin Yingli was taken aback at first. She met Lin Yuan's gaze. In his eyes, there was no despair, no fear, only a burning madness and determination. Yin Yingli's heart was deeply touched at this moment. She remembered his figure, who had accompanied her into this perilous place without hesitation. "I remember the image of him shielding me from an attack in the art gallery. I remembered how he always stood resolutely in front of me. All hesitation and unease vanished in that moment." Yin Yingli nodded vigorously, her eyes instantly welling up with tears. "I believe." Her voice was clear and firm, with a slight tremor. Lin Yuan smiled, a smile that was one of relief and openness. He took a deep breath, suppressed all his emotions, closed his eyes, and found the last bit of peace in this desperate situation. He felt the surge of Neptune's power within him. The next second, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes no longer had pupils. Only two deep, ocean-like blue lights remained, radiating divine brilliance. His hair moved on its own, defying gravity and floating upwards, as if he were in the deep sea at a depth of 10,000 meters. He summoned his golden trident, resolutely turned around, and walked towards the black barrier that devoured everything. "Lin Yuan," Yin Yingli called out to him. She knew what he was going to do. Lin Yuan heard the shout and turned around. He was greeted not with words, but with a warm embrace. A warm and resolute force flowed into Lin Yuan's heart through their embracing bodies. Yin Yingli buried her face in Lin Yuan's chest, feeling his strong heartbeat, and whispered in his ear in a voice only the two of them could hear. "I believe it. I've always believed it. So, come back alive." Before she finished speaking, she released Lin Yuan, stood on tiptoe, and with all her might, pressed her soft and hot lips to his. This was not a simple kiss. This is a situation where one entrusts their life, soul, and all their hopes to the other person. Contract. Chapter 170C, King Form. Time seemed to stretch out at that moment. The touch of their lips together was warm and soft, with a slight, almost imperceptible tremor. This was not a skillful kiss. It's more like an instinctive outburst, clumsy yet containing a sincere power that can shake the soul. Yin Yingli's eyelashes trembled slightly, and a hot tear slid down her cheek, dripping onto Lin Yuan's clothes and instantly soaking a small patch of fabric. Lin Yuan could clearly feel that with this kiss, a pure and firm will, like a warm current, surged into his spiritual sea without any defense. He felt a slight tremor in his heart, raised his hand, and gently patted the girl's back. But he did not indulge in this moment of tenderness, because the soul prison that enveloped them was draining their lives and souls at an even faster pace. He gazed into her reddened eyes, his voice low and gentle. "Don't worry, I won't die." After saying that, he released his embrace and resolutely turned away. The next second, Lin Yuan's aura completely changed. He has now awakened his Aquaman form. The trident at this moment is completely different from before. On the halberd, golden holy light and deep blue water ripples intertwine and swirl, forming visible energy spirals. The halberd tip emitted a terrifying sharpness, and the surrounding air seemed to groan slightly as it could not withstand the force. "Break!" Lin Yuan uttered 3 words, his voice not loud, yet they carried the weight of the laws of nature, like the decree of the sea god. He didn't use any complicated moves. He simply gripped his trident, took a step forward, and thrust it out horizontally towards the dark barrier. Boom! The moment the tip of the trident touched the soul prison, the seemingly indestructible black energy shield burst like a balloon punctured by a golden needle, failing to hold for even a second. Countless wailing faces melted away like ice and snow meeting sunlight under the azure divine light. The black barrier shattered with a deafening roar, turning into countless fragments of energy that were then completely purified by the Sea King power emanating from Lin Yuan. The cage is broken. Lin Yuan, holding a trident, hovered in midair, surrounded by misty water vapor, his azure eyes coldly fixed on Moros on the throne. When he enters his Aquaman form, all his attributes are doubled. Moros, seated on the throne, was already preparing to absorb the souls of Lin Yuan and Yan Yingli and feast upon them. This sudden turn of events completely shattered its arrogance and composure, replacing it with a complex expression that mingled with surprise and greed. "You're more capable than I thought." In Moroz's eyes, greed finally overcame his shock. "Great. Excellent. If I devour you, perhaps I won't even need that woman's soul, and I can directly ascend to the rank of king." Lin Yuan pointed the tip of his trident at Moroz, a cold smile playing on his lips, tinged with a hint of drunkenness. "You must have heard of drunken fist and drunken sword." He paused. Then his voice suddenly became impassioned. "And you, have you ever heard of drunken halberd?" Before he finished speaking, Lin Yuan transformed into a streak of golden and blue light, carrying the force of a raging torrent, and shot towards Moroz. Moroz's pupils contracted sharply. Lin Yuan's speed was too fast, so fast that it was beyond the comprehension of its level. That's not just agility, but an absolute control over the fluid. Lin Yuan's every movement was like following some invisible ocean current, with no energy wasted, and every bit of power was used for moving forward. "Arrogant," Moroz roared, forcibly suppressing the unease in his heart. "It is, after all, the owner of this ghost castle. The ghost castle provides it with a constant source of soul power." Moroz jumped off the throne and slammed his black crystal scepter heavily on the ground. Embrace of the underworld. Boom! The entire throne room trembled violently. At this moment, all the shadows, the obsidian ground beneath our feet, the massive stone pillars on either side, and even the dome above came to life. They're no longer static light and shadow. Instead, it transformed into a jet-black fluid radiating extreme resentment, from which hundreds and thousands of ferocious tentacles extended, sweeping towards Lin Yuan from all directions, overwhelming him. Each tentacle was twisted from countless wailing souls. Wherever it passed, even space itself seemed to tear apart under the strain. Yan Yingli below felt a tightness in her chest. Even though she had complete confidence in Lin Yuan, she couldn't help but feel a little worried for him at this moment. There is nowhere to hide from such a dense and rapid attack. However, Lin Yuan, who was at the very center of the attack, showed no sign of panic on his face, and even had a slightly drunken and playful look on his face. In those deep blue eyes, the overwhelming shadow tentacles were not physical entities. They are like turbulent undercurrents. Faced with this embrace that could crush everything, Lin Yuan, carrying the golden trident, seemed to have lost his bones, and in a swaying posture, he took the initiative to meet the shadow tentacles. A tentacle, accompanied by a mournful howl, slammed down from above his head. Lin Yuan swayed, as if he were unsteady on his feet due to being drunk. The tentacle brushed past his hair and slammed heavily into empty air. Immediately afterwards, dozens of tentacles surrounded him from all directions, trying to crush him. Lin Yuan lightly touched the ground with his toes, twisting his body at an agile angle, and glided out like a fish just before the encirclement closed in. His movements, sometimes swaying, sometimes leaning forward, sometimes leaning back, seemed full of flaws, yet he always managed to pass through those deadly undercurrents at the last moment. This is no longer dodging. It's more like a fish swimming freely in complex waters overgrown with aquatic plants. In Lin Yuan's eyes, the flow of air, shadows, and energy was no different from the flow of water. He can easily find the gaps and pathways within them, thus achieving evasion and breakthroughs that are incomprehensible to ordinary people. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan broke through the shadow's blockade and appeared in front of Moroz. The tip of the golden trident reflected Moroz's handsome face, which was contorted with shock. Lin Yuan thrust out his halberd, carrying a spiraling force that stirred up a deep-sea vortex. Clang! At the last moment, Moroz blocked the attack with his black crystal scepter. The two weapons clashed, producing a muffled thud. The spiraling force on the trident violently impacted the scepter, attempting to shatter it. Moroz felt an overwhelming force emanating from his scepter, which made his hands go numb and caused him to slide backward uncontrollably for several meters, his feet carving two deep furrows in the smooth obsidian ground. Moroz said, his eyes filled with disbelief. It is a fourth-tier, 4-star being, and its power is greatly enhanced in its own palace. However, in a contest of sheer strength, it actually fell into a disadvantageous position. This is just the beginning. Lin Yuan pressed his advantage relentlessly, launching wave after wave of attacks like a raging storm. Chapter 171, Drunken Halberd. Lin Yuan's halberd techniques are ever-changing. Sometimes it is like a raging wave crashing against the shore, incredibly powerful. Sometimes it's like an undercurrent, strange and cunning. Moros was forced to retreat by the relentless attacks, and could only barely maintain his defenses by skillfully using his soul attacks to create mental shocks and soul barriers. What's wrong with this guy? Moros became increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. Lin Yuan's fighting style is completely unreasonable. He seemed to have entered a mysterious state of combat intuition. Each move precisely predicted Moros's spell trajectory, interrupting the critical point of his energy flow. Every move he made perfectly predicted his opponent's next move. If you keep it for a long time, you will lose it. Under Lin Yuan's powerful sweeping attack, Moros finally revealed a weakness. A glint flashed in Lin Yuan's azure eyes as he seized this fleeting opportunity. With a sudden flick of his wrist, the trident's attack shifted from forceful to gentle. The halberd tip drew a smooth arc, bypassing the scepter's parry, and thrust straight at Moros's chest. The golden halberd tip rapidly magnified in Moros's pupils. It tried to dodge, but its body couldn't keep up with its reaction. Sizzle. The halberd tip ripped through Moros's magnificent robes, leaving a deep wound on which the purifying energy of the Sea King's power still lingered. This sacred ocean power clung to the wound, constantly burning its body and preventing it from healing. For Moros, this feeling was 1,000 times more painful than having salt rubbed into a wound. You're asking for death. Moros roared in pain, unleashing all his power to swing his scepter and knock Lin Yuan back. Lin Yuan avoided the attack and retreated several meters, then flipped in the air and landed steadily. His face showed no sign of seriousness, but rather a playful smile as he sized up the utterly enraged Marquis. Everything seemed to be exactly as he had anticipated. Lin Yuan flipped his left hand, and the inkstone of punishment he had obtained from the gallery warden appeared in his palm. Go! Lin Yuan snapped his fingers. The jet-black ink in the inkstone instantly transformed into a sharp arrow, shooting towards Moros. Seeing this, Moros's lips curled into a mocking smile. Use a soul attack against me? You're just showing off your limited skills before an expert. It didn't even bother to dodge, letting the ink stain imprint itself on its chest. The soul-binding effect contained within the ink was activated instantly. However, the force that attempted to imprison its soul vanished without a trace the moment it touched its body, like a clay ox sinking into the sea. As a master of this art, the Marquis of Limbo is almost completely immune to this level of soul attack. Just as it was about to mock Lin Yuan's naivety, it saw a triumphant smile on Lin Yuan's face. Who said this is meant to be used to attack you? The moment he finished speaking, Lin Yuan thrust his trident forward again. The tip of the halberd shone brightly. The ink that had been imprinted on Moros's chest seemed to be summoned by some force, instantly swirling back and adhering to the 3 tips of the trident. The once sacred and glorious golden trident was now stained with an ominous black. Azure waters, sacred golden light, and soul-binding ink. 3 distinct forces achieved a strange balance at the tip of the halberd. Moros tried to block with his scepter, but it was all in vain. This time, the trident encountered no resistance and pierced straight through its chest. Ugh hi! Moros's piercing screams echoed throughout the entire throne room. The sacred energy of the golden trident is frantically purifying its evil body. The ink of punishment adhering to it was magnified dozens of times under the catalysis of Neptune's divine power. It couldn't even muster a sliver of its soul power to use a secret technique to escape. The 3 forces complement each other, and the damage they cause is far more than just a simple additive effect. It is a devastating blow that is exponentially multiplied. You despicable living being. Moros's face twisted in pain. With its last ounce of strength, it slammed its palm into Lin Yuan's chest, and using the recoil, it staggered backward. A gaping hole was left in its chest, from which black blood gushed out. At the edge of the wound, golden divine light intertwined with black ink marks, constantly eroding its body and preventing it from healing. "You've successfully enraged me." Moros roared to the sky, his voice filled with boundless resentment and madness. "I'm going to show you what true terror limbo really is. I will devour your soul, along with this palace." It raised its black crystal scepter high. At the top of the scepter, a huge black eyeball made of pure resentment suddenly opened. Rumble. The entire throne room began to shake violently. The smooth obsidian on the ground cracked inch by inch, and the ghosts hovering in the dome let out desperate screams as they were all sucked into that black eyeball. The throne, built from countless bones, began to crumble inch by inch, transforming into the purest death energy that flowed into Moros's body. It is offering sacrifices to its own palace. He sacrificed everything he had accumulated over countless years, just to unleash this final blow. An aura of destruction, powerful enough to make even the gods tremble, began to brew in the hall. All souls returned to one. This is Moros's most treasured, fundamental, forbidden technique. Lin Yuan's expression finally turned serious. He could feel that the surrounding space was sealed off by a powerful force, leaving him nowhere to hide or escape. This blow must be taken head-on. He took a deep breath, and the intoxication and Neptune's power within him began to circulate at an unprecedented speed. In his eyes, the azure ocean began to surge with towering waves. "Come, let me see whether your darkness will devour everything, or my ocean will drown all." Lin Yuan gripped the golden trident tightly with both hands and raised it high above his head. All the strength, all the will, all the intoxication were poured into the halberd. At the tip of the trident, a gigantic whale phantom, composed of high-density water elements and divine energy, slowly coalesced and took shape. The whale's eyes were exactly the same as Lin Yuan's at that moment, filled with domineering arrogance and drunken wildness. Moro's final strike is poised to be unleashed. From that enormous black eyeball shot out a thick, tower-like beam of black light. Wherever the beam passed, space was completely annihilated, and everything returned to nothingness. Faced with this devastating attack, Lin Yuan did not retreat, but advanced, meeting the pillar of light head-on, and fiercely swung down his trident. Drunken orca swallows the angry waves. Roar. The enormous whale, Phantom, let out a roar that seemed to come from the primordial era, opened its massive maw that could devour the heavens and the earth, and charged headlong at the dark pillar of light. Azure and pitch black, two lights, representing ultimate power, collided violently in the center of the throne room. Chapter 172, Immortal Level, the heart of the soul-devouring Marquis's royal power. Azure and pitch black, two lights representing ultimate power, collided violently in the center of the throne room. Boom! The jet-black beam of light, powerful enough to annihilate everything, was swallowed whole the instant it touched the giant maw of the whale Phantom. No, impossible. The madness on Moros's face turned into extreme fear. He couldn't understand what was happening before his eyes. Lin Yuan's move was not a simple confrontation of strength, but a restraint at the level of laws. The essence of Neptune is accommodation, while the essence of the wine immortal is transformation. Whales swallowing raging waves is the ultimate embodiment of the fusion of these two principles. It doesn't confront you head-on, but instead swallows all your attacks and then digests them with its intoxication. Belch. The whale Phantom seemed to burp, its swollen body slowly returning to its original shape, but its aura became even more terrifying than before. It absorbed Moros's attack and transformed it into its own power. Now, it's time to return it to you. Lin Yuan's eyes were cold, and a thought flashed through his mind. The colossal whale that had devoured countless souls turned around, its enormous eyes locking onto the terrified figure before the throne. The next instant, the giant whale vanished from its spot. Puff! Moros stood frozen in place. He slowly lowered his head and saw a huge, constantly spinning deep-sea vortex tearing at and devouring everything in his chest. His body, his soul, the strength he was so proud of. Everything is broken down and purified in this vortex, eventually turning into the purest energy and dissipating into the air. King. He reached out his hand, as if trying to grab something. But in the end, he only managed to utter 2 words of resentment before turning to ashes along with his last obsession. With Moroza's demise, the tremors in the entire palace ceased. The chilling and evil aura that had enveloped the hall receded like a tide. Lin Yuan sheathed his golden trident and exhaled a long puff of white mist reeking of alcohol. When the Aquaman form was deactivated, his deep blue eyes returned to their original depth, and his hair, which had been moving without wind, returned to normal. A wave of intense fatigue washed over him, causing him to sway slightly. Using his remaining strength to simultaneously awaken the 2 god-level talents into the Sea King form was a huge drain on him. His body is currently in a state of energy depletion, right where Moro's vanished. A heart-shaped crystal radiating an immortal glow floated silently in midair. Lin Yuan stepped forward and took in his hand. The soul-devouring Marquis's heart of royal power. Quality, immortal. Type, jewelry. Synopsis. The core formed from the souls and powers devoured by Moros throughout his life, containing fragments of the laws of limbo and his ultimate understanding of the soul. It yearns for a more powerful soul. Effect 1. Soul power absorption. When you kill an enemy, you can actively absorb a portion of their soul, energy, and store it in your core. Stored soul power can be used to strengthen one's mental strength, repair soul damage, or power specific skills. Effect: 2 Kings authority and intimidation. It exerts absolute pressure on undead or spirit-type creatures of lower rank, with a chance to subdue them or instill fear in them. Effect: 3 Heart Magic Realm. Consuming stored soul power, you can designate 1 or more targets to construct an illusion, allowing them to see everything you want them to see. The intensity of the illusion, the number of people affected, and the soul power consumed are directly proportional. Good stuff. Lin Yuan put the heart into his storage space. This piece of equipment is top-notch in terms of both its support and strategic significance. Lin Yuan. Yan Ingli quickly ran to his side and supported his slightly unsteady body, her worry and lingering fear still not completely gone from her eyes. I'm fine, just a little exhausted. Lin Yuan smiled at her. The 2 looked up and saw that the runes on the surface of the dark blue crystal cage that was suspended in midair had quickly dimmed after Moroza's death. Finally, with a snap, it turned into countless specks of light. Within the cage, Wu Jin's translucent soul drifted gently down. She still looked weak, but the light of her soul was much more stable than before. Yan Ingli stepped forward, reached out her hand, and helped Wu Jin up. Just then, the entire magnificent palace, or rather, the ghost castle, emitted a low rumble. Streams of information flowed down the ground and into Yan Ingli's body. This is another trophy obtained after defeating the Lord of Ghost Castle. Ghost Castle has acknowledged her new owner. Yan Ingli felt her control over this space was rapidly increasing, and even more wonderful changes were happening to her. This Ghost Castle itself is a massive aggregate of soul energy. It sensed the aura of the Dark Raven God totem on Yan Ingli's body, and the vast energy began to resonate with her on its own initiative. Yan Ingli closed her eyes, feeling as if a powerful force was expanding and strengthening her spiritual sea. Her already extremely keen intuition was now elevated to a whole new level. The Dark Raven God totem resonates with the power of the Ghost Castle, and your talent, Blazing Blood Phoenix, is affected by both, awakening a new secondary effect. Blood Phoenix Soul knows. Blood Phoenix Soul. You can perceive the fluctuations of the soul more clearly and directly perceive the target's mental weaknesses. Combat Power Rating, Tier 3, 5-star to Tier 3, 8-star. Yan Ingli slowly opened her eyes. Her amber eyes appeared even clearer, as if they could see through people's hearts. She looked at Wu Jin's soul and whispered, "Wu Jin, from now on, this will be your home. Would you like to stay and become the new guardian of this castle?" Wu Jin held Yan Ingli's hand. Though weak, it conveyed a sense of dependence and gratitude. Thank you all." You saved me again. It would be my greatest honor to be able to protect this castle for you. I'm willing to give everything to protect it. For Wu Jin, this is undoubtedly the best outcome. You will always be a member of our immortal boat pirate crew, Lin Yuan said, then looked at Yan Yingli. We should go back. Yan Yingli nodded. Then, she walked back to Lin Yuan's side and summoned the dark raven god totem. The ancient and mysterious totem spun in her palm as she activated its power. Claw the dark raven. On the totem, a phantom of a pitch-black raven's claw suddenly shot out and tore fiercely at the air in front of it. Sizzle. The space, like a black curtain, was forcibly torn open with a crack. On the other side of the crevice was the familiar wooden deck, the salty sea breeze, and the bright sunshine. The flow of time in Limbo seems to differ from that in reality. It is now the next morning. Without further hesitation, the two stepped into the crevice one after the other. Chapter 173 Upgrade Materials for the Changfeng. The solid and familiar feel of the deck of the Changfeng ship came from beneath my feet. Although the morning light was gentle, it was somewhat dazzling for the two who were used to the darkness. They all squinted instinctively, the sound of waves crashing against the ship and the clear calls of seabirds filling their ears. Returning from the cold, oppressive, and death-filled limbo hell to this vibrant blue sea is only a step away, yet it feels like a lifetime has passed. The spatial rift behind Yan Yingli slowly closed and finally disappeared. She let out a long sigh of relief. Her nerves, which had been tense all day, finally relaxed completely at this moment. The relief and exhaustion of surviving the ordeal welled up in my heart at the same time. Lin Yuan leaned against the railing of the ship's side, took out a bottle of water from his storage space, and handed it to her with a smile. Yan Yingli took the water bottle, but did not drink it immediately. She simply held it in her hand, feeling the coolness emanating from the bottle. Silence fell on the deck for a moment. The sea breeze ruffled her long hair, and a few strands playfully clung to her cheeks. Neither of them spoke, but the atmosphere was not awkward. That life or death entrustment in the throne room, that passionate and resolute kiss, was like a pebble thrown into a lake of the heart. Although the waves have subsided, the ripples continue to spread, changing the scenery at the bottom of the lake. In the end, it was Yan Yingli who spoke first. She didn't look at Lin Yuan, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon where the sea met the sky. Her voice was very soft, as if afraid of being carried away by the sea breeze. That's in the gallery, thank you. She was referring to the time when Lin Yuan shielded her from the warden's powerful blow. Isn't it a captain's duty to protect his crew? Lin Yuan smiled, his tone relaxed, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. Yan Yingli pursed her lips, her fingers tightening slightly as she gripped the water bottle. She knew he was deliberately avoiding the more important topic. She turned her head, her amber eyes looking at him intently. In the sunlight, her gaze was clear and without a trace of impurity. Lin Yuan, it's me. Yan Yingli wanted to say something, wanted to ask something, but when the words reached her lips, she didn't know how to organize them. The question is, what are your true feelings for me? Did you save me simply because you're the captain and I'm a crew member? Or should I ask, that kiss you? None of them seemed to be correct. In the current situation, any word seemed pale and contrived. Looking at her adorable, hesitant, and conflicted expression, Lin Yuan felt a great deal of his weariness dissipate. He didn't answer her unspoken question, but instead reached out and very naturally tucked a strand of wind-blown hair behind her ear. His fingertips lightly touched her earlobe. Yan Yingli's body stiffened instantly. A surge of heat shot up from her neck to the top of her head, and her cheeks flushed red at a visible speed. She could feel her heart pounding so fast it felt like it was going to jump out her throat. Isn't your premonition usually quite accurate? Lin Yuan withdrew his hand, leaned back against the railing, and gazed at the distant sea, a faint smile playing on his lips. Isn't it more real to feel it for yourself than to ask me? Yan Yingli was stunned. She stared blankly at Lin Yuan's profile. The sunlight gilded his features, and his deep eyes reflected the azure of the entire ocean. Yes. Could my own proud intuition be deceiving me? His figure, who unhesitatingly accompanied me into that desperate situation, his back shielding me from attack, his promise before turning to die, Don't worry, I won't die in this moment. This unexpected tenderness. The answer has always been there. An indescribable joy and peace of mind, like a warm tide, instantly filled her heart. She stopped worrying and stopped asking questions. Some things are better left unsaid than spoken aloud. She imitated Lin Yuan, leaning against the gunwale and sipping water. The cool liquid slid down her throat, calming her wildly beating heart. Lin Yuan, she said with a smile, her voice regaining its usual crispness. It's so good to know you. Nautical calendar, January 16th, 1437. Location, Starfall Sea, Endless Sea. Weather, sunny. Wind force, level 4. Wind direction, southwest. Temperature, 1,526. Lin Yuan and Yin Ingli got a good night's sleep. Before resting, he specifically instructed Lu Xuanju to sail towards Xingluhai. At this point, the Changfeng had already reached the edge of the Xinglua Sea. Lin Yuan has been awake for some time now. Just as he continued writing the voyage log, a private message notification sounded softly. Shurgandang, Chairman, all the materials you requested are here. Are all the materials ready? Lin Yuan paused, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Have we gathered all the materials to upgrade the Changfeng? It hasn't been that long. He quickly opened the guild interface of the game system. The dark blue panel unfolded, and with a light tap of his fingertip, the guild warehouse page appeared before his eyes. The number of ligaments in the sunken ironwood and the deep-sea giant not only met the standard, but even exceeded expectations by a considerable margin. The advantages of having a large group are fully demonstrated at this moment. Lin Yuan scanned the list with satisfaction, then switched to the guild channel. President Lin Yuan, you all did a great job. The moment he sent that message, the previously calm channel was instantly ignited. Captain of the Iron Fist. Ha ha. Chairman, you have no idea. Our 3 fleets the charge, the White Shark, and ourselves have almost wiped out the Kraken of the Eastern Ming Sea. Captain of the charge. Later, several more brothers from the Alliance arrived after hearing the news. We formed a makeshift hunting party, and our efficiency was astonishing. Captain of the Windrunner. Me too. Captain of the Windrunner. I shared the spawn coordinates of the sunken ironwood with several members in the nearby waters, and they immediately sailed over to help without hesitation. Otherwise, it would have taken me forever to get there by myself. Looking at the lively discussion in the channel, Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. This is the atmosphere he wants. A cohesive and cooperative group is far more powerful than a mob of individuals fighting their own battles. Guild leader Lin Yuan. We're all in the same guild, so we should help each other. Guild leader Lin Yuan. Once we've gathered enough resources, I will continue constructing the guild's exclusive buildings. This will benefit us all. After making a grand promise, Lin Yuan opened the contribution point ranking list. The names and numbers on the list clearly reflect the enthusiasm for this campaign. First place, Iron Fist. Second place, Bugle Call. Third place, Windrunner. Iron Fist's name is prominently displayed at the top of the leaderboard, with its contribution points far exceeding others. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate and continued typing the message in the guild channel. President Lin Yuan. Everyone exceeded the requirements and showed great enthusiasm. I also kept my previous promise. Guild leader Lin Yuan. According to the contribution points ranking, Iron Fist received 2 tier of the sacrifice, while Charge and Windrunner each received 1. Guild leader Lin Yuan. As the runner-up, Charge Horn will receive an additional 100 units of wood and 50 units of steel. Chapter 174 The Long Wind, upgraded. Captain of the Charge. I thought I'd get the same as the third place finisher with just 1 item, but I didn't expect there to be extra supplies. The guild leader is so thoughtful. Captain of the Windrunner. Guild Master. You're so generous. Now I can finally enchant my Wind Chaser crossbow. Captain of the Iron Fist. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Guild Master. Please issue any other missions you require. Captain of the White Shark. I'm so envious. The 3 who received the reward were extremely excited. You could feel their ecstasy at obtaining a superior grade item, even through the screen. Lin Yuan glanced at it, but didn't look at it again. He closed the chat channel, and with a thought, transferred all the materials needed for the upgrade from the guild warehouse to his own system space. 50 pieces of sunken ironwood, 10 pieces of kraken's ligaments, and sufficient amounts of wood and steel. Then, he brought up the Changfeng's attribute interface, and his gaze fell on the upgrade button. As the materials were confirmed by the system, the originally gray button lit up with a golden light. He pressed it without hesitation. You have sufficient upgrade materials. Should the Changfeng rocket be upgraded? Lin Yuan, yes. Congratulations. Your upgrade was successful. The moment the words fell, a deep hum resounded from the depths of the keel of the Changfeng, and the entire ship shuddered violently. A visible golden halo erupted from the captain's cabin, spreading like ripples to every corner of the ship. The wooden planks on the deck creaked and groaned, their grain becoming deeper and more defined, as if they were witnessing the growth and development of the ship itself. A flash of light appeared on the steel armor plating on both sides of the ship, adding another layer of thickness and making it even thicker and more solid. Standing in front of the helm, Lu Xuanzhu felt a sudden weight lift beneath his feet, making the entire ship much more stable. Holy crap! What a commotion! Standing in front of the helm, Lu Xuanzhu felt a sudden weight lift beneath his feet, making the ship's center of gravity much more stable, and the force feedback from the helm became clearer and more powerful. Brother Yuan, did you give the Changfeng a supertonic? He shouted toward the captain's cabin below the bridge, his face full of surprise. As the light faded, new information about the ship appeared before Lin Yuan's eyes. Changfeng Enhanced Air Zion. Durability, 600 revolutions per minute to 800 revolutions per minute. Armor, 20 to 40. Speed, 30 knots to 35 knots. Capacity, 900 units to 1200 units. Quality, Grade C. Level, 2, max level can evolve. The ship's Eagle Eye skill has been upgraded. Durability increased by 200, armor doubled. Lin Yuan's breath hitched slightly. The increased survivability brought about by the upgrade far exceeded his expectations. His gaze was drawn to the last message, and he quickly clicked to view the skill details. Eagle Eye Mark, when activated, the figurehead will lock onto an enemy target and mark it with a weakness mark. All ship cannons attacking this target will have their accuracy increased by 20% and critical hit rate increased by 15%. The mark lasts for 45 seconds. The armor value of the marked target will be revealed. The first hit by a cannonball will trigger an armor-piercing effect, ignoring 30% of the target's armor and guaranteeing a critical hit. Cool down, 10 minutes. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. The numerical bonuses to accuracy and critical hit rate are just appetizers, and the extended duration is also a standard practice. What truly made his heart race was the reduction of the cooldown time from 1 hour to 10 minutes, along with the addition of armor penetration and guaranteed critical hit effects. This means that Hawkeye marking has transformed from a trump card that can only be used once in a naval battle into a core tactic that can be used frequently. Even more terrifying is that the first attack is guaranteed to be a critical hit, and it also has a 30% armor penetration bonus. A scene flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. Naval battle begins. Eagle Eye marks the enemy flagship. The next second, the Dragon Breath mortars spewed out a deadly Dragon Breath shell, which roared away. With the added bonus of guaranteed critical hit and armor penetration, the power of this shot is immense. It could probably send any ship below Class C to the bottom of the sea. Lin Yuan suppressed his excitement and continued looking down, his gaze landing on the evolution options. Ship level detected as maxed out. Evolution requirements met. Materials required for evolution. Timber X 500. Steel X 600. 100 pieces of ironwood sunken at sea over 100 years ago. Refined black steel X 400. Sea Dragon Lizard Spine X1. Four-winged Griffin Head X1. Evolution effect. The Changfeng will evolve into an A-class ship and gain a new ship skill. The materials required for the evolution of the Changfeng are increasingly demanding, in addition to the two essential basic materials, wood and steel. Ironwood that has sunk to the bottom of the sea a century ago is extremely rare. It usually grows in deep-sea trenches, where powerful groups of sea monsters must be lurking. The difficulty of obtaining it is many times greater than that of the sunken ironwood. Refining black steel requires the guild furnace to refine steel at a ratio of 10-1. 400 units of refined black steel means that a full 4,000 units of steel will be consumed. The sea dragon lizard is a low-ranking Lord-level sea monster. Although it is only low-level, the words Lord-level are enough to explain everything. If they were to clash head-on, it would definitely be a fierce battle. And in the end, it was the same. Lin Yuan tapped the words four-winged griffin head lightly with his fingertips, his eyes becoming somewhat strange. To hunt down an imperial sacred beast? Hunting this thing is no different from throwing a challenge letter in the face of the leg-hung emperor. The empire still possessed the fierce tiger god totem that he desired, and he did not want to engage in a direct conflict with this behemoth without absolute certainty. This matter requires careful consideration before proceeding. Even if Lin Yuan made these four things himself, it would take him quite a bit of effort. He dared not do what he did before, posting a bounty for guild members to collect items for him. Otherwise, given their current average level, facing low-level, Lord-level sea monsters, or daring to provoke the sacred beasts of the Lihong Empire wouldn't be considered an adventure. It would be a collective suicide mission. It seems that the evolution of the Changfeng is still a long way off. Lin Yuan muttered to himself, closed the attribute panel, pushed open the heavy wooden door of the captain's cabin, and walked out. The afternoon sun was no longer so scorching, casting long shadows on the deck as it slanted across the ship. The deck beneath my feet gave me an unprecedented sense of solidity, and every step felt so grounded, as if I were one with the entire ocean. The original wood grain became even deeper. The steel armor on both sides of the ship gleamed with a cold, hard metallic luster under the sunlight, and its thickness had visibly increased, giving people a sense of security that it was indestructible. This upgrade of the Changfeng is a complete transformation. Chapter 175 Summon a few wolves for fun. On deck, the crew members, already alerted by the commotion, gathered in small groups, their faces filled with undisguised surprise and excitement. This sheet metal feels thicker than my skin. Lu Xuanju's loud voice was the first to ring out as soon as Lin Yuan came out of the captain's cabin. He had left the cockpit and was now lying on the ship's side, stroking the brand new armor like he was caressing a lover, his honest face filled with shock. Ulger. Hiletian held his precious Tao Tai, leaning against the main mast, its green algae-like head swaying slightly in the wind. He surveyed the entire ship with the critical eye of someone examining a work of art, pursed his lips, and said, "It's just gotten a little thicker and harder. What's the big deal? However, I feel that the ship's life force seems to be stronger now. I really want to take it apart to see if the keel inside has also grown thicker." As he spoke, a strange smile appeared on his lips, startling Shun Tian, who instinctively hugged the black ball of fur in her arms. Woo! The black ball seemed to sense Elishan's malice, its body crackling with electricity as it glared at him warily. No, don't dismantle the ship." Shin Tian's face turned pale, clearly taking Elishan's words seriously. She said in a very serious tone, "Changfeng will feel pain." "Ha, Tian is right. This is our home. We can't tear it down." Sun Hao walked over with a plate of freshly grilled meat skewers that smelled strange, and chuckled as he tried to smooth things over. He handed the tray to Lin Yuan, his face radiating just the right amount of admiration. A captain is a captain. He strategizes within the command tent and wins battles 1,000 miles away. Without lifting a finger, I collected all the materials needed to upgrade the Changfeng. In just a few days, our home has been completely transformed. Such profound foresight is something I, old Sun, will never be able to learn in my lifetime. Xia Yuanzhou remained silent, simply leaning quietly against the support of the observation tower, his slender fingers gently wiping his sniper rifle. But at this moment, a burning light flickered in his eyes, which always carried a hint of gloom. His gaze shifted back and forth between the upgraded figurehead and the distant horizon, as if he could already see the target that the next bullet would pierce. Yaningli stood beside Lin Yuan without saying a word. Her eyes reflected the vivid expressions of her companions before finally settling on Lin Yuan's profile. In the sunlight, his features were distinct, his eyes deep, as if this vast ocean was merely a battlefield he was about to conquer. She felt an unprecedented sense of peace. Seeing the excited, curious, or enthusiastic expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Yuan smiled. Only when all eyes were on him did he slowly speak. The ship has been upgraded. However, talk is cheap and action is useless. The true value of a warship can only be realized amidst the gunfire and smoke of battle. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned serious. Lin Yuan's gaze swept across the faces of each crew member as he continued. The Changfeng's firepower, armor, and speed have all been improved. In particular, the ship skill Eagle Eye mark has had its cooldown reduced to 10 minutes, and has also gained the effects of armor penetration and guaranteed critical hit. He paused, giving everyone time to process what he had to say. 10 minutes? Guaranteed critical hit with armor penetration? Exclamations rose and fell, and even the usually calm Xia Yuanzhou couldn't help but gasp for a moment. This upgrade is terrifying. So, Lin Yuan's voice wasn't loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears. I have an idea. He glanced around, noticing the fighting spirit ignited in his companion's eyes, and a slight smile played on his lips. The Wild Wolf Pirates, based in the Starfall Sea, are a major threat to the Laihong Empire. We will have to face them sooner or later and seize the Wild Wolf God Totem. Rather than waiting until we are fully prepared before attacking their stronghold, it would be better to... Now let's summon a few wolves. Play with us. Lin Yuan spoke in a very calm tone, as if he were talking about a trivial matter of going to the port to replenish fresh water. He opened his hand, and a peculiar compass, entirely black and carved with a ferocious wolf's head, lay quietly in his palm. The gaze of a wild wolf. The deck was silent, save for the sounds of the wind and the waves. Everyone was stunned by Lin Yuan's bold, almost insane idea. Actively summon enemies? The black ball in Shen Tian's arm seemed to realize that it could fight, and excitedly rolled in the air, with arcs of electricity flashing. Shen Tian awkwardly held down the jumping black ball of dough, her face turning bright red. But in her eyes, as she looked at Lin Yuan, there was a flicker of trust and expectation. She nodded vigorously. Captain, Blackie and I will do whatever you say. Hey, I've been itching to get started. Lu Xuanju clenched his fists so tightly they cracked and grinned widely. We sank that fleet yesterday without even seeing a shadow of it. Do the Wild Wolf Pirates have extra wings, or do they have horns on their heads? Brother Yuan, just get to it. The Wild Wolf Pirates. He let Tian gently stroke the Tao Tai, a meaningful smile on his face. Since we're going to have to fight sooner or later, it's not a bad thing to clash now. Sun Hao clapped his hands in praise and exclaimed, Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. We must sustain our war effort through war and take the initiative. This is both a test and a declaration of war against them. Captain, don't worry. After the battle, I'll use that wild wolf leg to make a victory celebration for everyone. Xia Yuanzhou remained silent. He silently took 2 steps forward, took a bullet from the ammunition pouch at his waist, and chambered it in the sniper rifle. Click! The crisp sound of the gun being cocked was his most resolute answer. Yan Ingli walked up to Lin Yuan, looked intently into his eyes, and asked softly, What are the chances of success? Lin Yuan met her gaze and smiled. Before the upgrade, it was 80%. Now, he held up 2 fingers and joked, 20%. Then he pointed to the captain's cabin. Don't forget, we also have a legendary sea monster. Yan Ingli smiled, a smile as pure and radiant as a snow lotus blooming on an iceberg. She didn't ask any more questions, but simply took half a step back and stood beside him. Seeing that everyone was ready, Lin Yuan no longer hesitated. He raised the gaze of the desolate wolf in his hand and slowly poured his spiritual power into it. Buzz! The black wolf head compass emitted a deep hum, and a pointer in the center of the compass began to spin wildly. Immediately afterwards, a blood-red beam of light shot into the sky from the compass, condensing in mid-air into a huge wolf head phantom burning with black flames. The wolf's head howled to the sky, but no sound came out. The next second, the phantom suddenly exploded, turning into countless tiny streams of blood-red light that shot out in all directions and finally disappeared at the edge of the horizon. System notification. You have used the wolf's gaze. The Wild Wolf Pirates have received your invitation. After doing all this, Lin Yuan casually tossed the wild wolf's gaze back into his storage space. He turned to face his crew, a calm and confident smile on his face. Everyone, to your positions. Prepare. Fire the first shot of the immortal boat pirates in the Starfall Sea. Chapter 176 Lin Yuan's clever idea. Endless Sea, Starfall Sea, Wolf Island. Inside the main hall of Wolf Fong Fortress, flames roared in the enormous stone fireplace, illuminating Captain Greytooth Rod's somber face. He sat alone on a throne pieced together from the bones of sea monsters, the table before him a mess. The remnants of the day he broke with Grey. He didn't have anyone clean up, as if he wanted to use this mess to remind himself of something. Suddenly, Rod's burly body jolted violently. His sharp, eagle-like eyes suddenly widened, and a throbbing sensation, originating from the depths of his blood and soul, emanated from the roaring wolf head tattoo on his chest, burning and stinging. That was the resonance of the wild wolf god totem. The object of resonance is the gaze of the wild wolf. That compass was forged from a small piece of spiritual fragment peeled from a divine totem, supplemented with deep-sea black iron and the blood of the Wolf King. There were only 3 in total. It is a token, a coordinate locator, and an extension of his authority as the Wolf King. He usually only grants it to his most trusted subordinates, for use in carrying out classified missions in vast seas or to send out distress signals when in dire straits. But at this moment, what he felt was not the urgency of seeking help, but a naked and undisguised provocation, like a wild wolf openly baring its fangs in the territory of another wolf king. Who activated it? Rhodes hissed, instinctively uttering the name he considered most reliable. Grey, go! Before he could finish speaking, he froze. A complex and unfathomable emotion flashed in those eyes burning with rage. There was frustration, there was anger, but more than anything, there was an emptiness that even he himself was unwilling to admit. Grey's gone. Since that unpleasant night, Ironheart Grey, who always stood in his way like a wall and worried endlessly about the daily necessities of the entire pirate crew, quietly left Wolf Island with his first squad. I heard that he went to Dogtail Island in the south, which was a small stronghold of the wild wolf pirates before they rose to prominence. Today, it has developed into a seaside town where pirates from all walks of life gather. Rod clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking. If Grey were still alive, it would be most prudent to entrust this task of investigating the truth and figuring out the details to him. Although Grey advocated for appeasement and lost his wolfish nature, his composure and meticulousness were unmatched. But now, Rhodes looked around the much emptier hall, his gaze finally settling on a shadowy corner. Casa! His voice echoed in the hall. Yes, Captain. A blood-red shadow darted out from the shadows and knelt on one knee. Casa the Mad Blade raised his head, a bloodthirsty smile on his thin, crazed face, his short, crimson hair like burning flames. He had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Ever since that spineless Grey left, he felt that the air on Wolf Island had become much freer. Someone is provoking us. Rhodes' voice was low and dangerous. He rose from his throne and tossed a dark, compass-shaped object over. This is another gaze. It will guide you to find your goal. I don't care who the other party is or how many people are there. He walked up to Casa, and the huge shadow completely enveloped the latter. I want you to bring their heads back to me to use as wine glasses. Yes, Captain. Casa licked his lips excitedly, his eyes filled with undisguised fanaticism and killing intent. I guarantee that those fools will taste the power of the wild wolves. He grabbed the compass, turned around, and rushed out of the hall. Rhodes frowned slightly as he watched Cassana's impatient back. He knew that Casa was a sharp knife, but too sharp and too impulsive. He only knew how to slash forward without knowing how to maneuver or test the waters. But now that things have come to this, he has no other choice. Don't let me down, Rhodes muttered to himself, sitting back on his throne and looking at the mess on the floor. The hall fell silent once again. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Inside the captain's cabin of the Chongfeng, Lin Yuan's fingertip hovered over the star chart. On the nautical chart, the green dot of the Chongfeng was sailing at a steady pace. About 100 nautical miles to its northeast, 7 more green spots of varying shades appeared. They formed a goose-shaped formation and sailed toward the Chongfeng at an astonishing speed. Based on the color of the lead ship, it can be determined that it is larger than the Changfeng and should be a three-masted ship. They arrived faster than I expected. Yan Yingli stood beside him, her eyes also fixed on the nautical chart. This shows that the other side's leader is an impatient person. Lin Yuan smiled, lightly tapping the sea chart with his fingertip, and an invisible link seemed to be established. He discovered an unexpected delight. This star chart is more than just a map. It seems to have some kind of wonderful connection with the Changfeng. As long as the target is within the display range of the nautical chart, regardless of the actual distance, he can select it as the target for casting ship skills. This is practically like having a full map cheat. Hold the bollard, adjust course, and move towards them, Lin Yuan commanded through the ship's intercom. All right, brother Yuan. Lu Xuanju's excited response came from the driving platform. Lin Yuan's gaze returned to the sea chart, a sly smile curving his lips. He looked at the green dot at the forefront and activated the ship's skill without hesitation. Eagle Eye Marker, Sharp Initiation. System Notification. Enemy ship, the Remnant Wolf, has been locked onto. A weakness mark has been applied. Mark duration, 45 seconds. Skill cooldown countdown, 9 minutes, 59 seconds. After finishing all this, Lin Yuan leaned back in a chair with a leisurely air. What are you doing? Yan Yingli asked, somewhat puzzled. At this distance, our artillery can't reach them at all. Isn't this marking a complete waste? No waste. Lin Yuan smiled mysteriously. On the contrary, this is the most cost-effective way to use it. He held up his finger and gestured on the nautical chart to indicate the distance and speed of the two ships. We want to meet them, and they rushed over. Both sides were approaching at high speed. It will take them about 10 minutes to reach Xia Yuanzhou's maximum firing range. In other words, after the first volley of fire, which grants us armor penetration and guaranteed critical hit, this skill has just finished its cooldown. Then, Yan Yingli's eyes lit up instantly. She understood Lin Yuan's plan. Then, we can unleash the ship's skill again and launch a second salvo with the ship's skill buff. Chapter 177, A Serious Naval Opponent. Lin Yuan nodded. That's right. Yan Yingli looked at Lin Yuan's calm and composed face and couldn't help but admire him. This guy's brain always manages to come up with these almost cheating tactics in battle. Use a powerful skill with a 10-minute cooldown twice at the start of an encounter. This is simply a brilliant idea. Time, in its continuous flow, becomes viscous and long. When the distance between the two sides was reduced to 3,000 meters, Xia Yuanzhou, who had been standing silently below the observation platform, finally made a move. He carried the menacing sniper rifle and walked steadily, step by step, to the bow of the ship. The sea breeze ruffled his shoulder-length short hair. He narrowed his eyes, and those eyes, which always carried a hint of gloom, were now as sharp as an eagle's. Through the sniper god's mark, the distant sea horizon in his vision was infinitely brought closer, and the menacing wolf-shaped fleet was clearly presented before his eyes. He immediately spotted the warship charging at the forefront, the Broken Wolf. Then, Xia Yuanzhou walked to the Dragon Breath mortar. Instead of choosing a conventional shell, he took out a Dragon Breath shell that was entirely crimson and emitted terrifying fire element fluctuations. Since this is the first shot, we must show the might of the immortal boat pirates. He wanted to use this shot to announce their arrival. 3 seconds later. Boom! A deep, majestic roar, unlike any ordinary cannon, echoed across the sea. The Dragon Breath mortar spewed a long stream of flame from its muzzle. The Dragon Breath shell, carrying an aura of destruction, streaked across the sky with an orange-red trail, like a falling meteor, and struck the Remnant Wolf with pinpoint accuracy. On the deck, everyone held their breath, waiting for the earth-shattering explosion. However, the anticipated scene of flames soaring into the sky did not occur. Just a second before the shell was about to hit, the hull of the Remnant Wolf suddenly slid sideways in a strange way, like a slippery sea serpent, narrowly avoiding the core impact point of the shell. Boom! The Dragon's Breath cannonball plunged into the seawater next to the Remnant Wolf, creating a giant water column 10 meters high. Immediately afterwards, a wave of orange-red flames spread out from the point of explosion. The sea was ignited in an instant. The raging flames covered an area of more than 10 meters in radius, making the surrounding seawater sizzle and rise into large plumes of white steam. Nevertheless, this shot ultimately missed. "TCH, you dodged it?" Lu Xuanzhu's loud voice was full of resentment. "No." Lin Yuan's expression turned serious. "It's not about hiding, it's about anticipating. The other side's helmsman is a master. They're not those rotten apples from the Anti-Immortal Boat Alliance." As Lin Yuan watched the remnant wolf navigate nimbly along the edge of the flames without sustaining any damage, and the 6 escort ships that quickly dispersed and formed a battle formation behind it, the last trace of contempt in his heart vanished. Clearly, this fleet, with its experienced captain and highly trained crew, was not the rabble they had encountered before. The atmosphere instantly became tense. However, he finally encountered a worthy opponent at sea, which ignited Lin Yuan's passion for battle. "Attention, everyone!" Lin Yuan's voice echoed throughout the entire ship. "The opponents are not weaklings. Treat them as opponents of the same level. Xia Yuanzhou, first use ordinary shells for fire suppression to save rare shells, and then use them when you get closer. Strike the bollard, steer the ship carefully, and prepare to evade. Sweetie, get Blackie ready to unleash a powerful gust of wind to accelerate the long wind." No sooner had he finished speaking than a massive counterattack came from the other side. "Fire! Fire! Blow that ship to pieces!" On the remnant wolf, Casa wiped away the scalding seawater splashed up by the explosion. Far from being frightened, he was even more excited. He brandished his scimitar, roaring madly. "Ha ha! Boom! 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 Boom!" 7 warships and dozens of cannons roared simultaneously. The pitch-black shells, like dense raindrops, whistled and tore through the air, leaving dozens of intersecting death trails in the sky as they covered the Changfeng. "Hold on tight." Lu Xuanzhu roared and transformed into a raging rhinoceros. His eyes were wide open, and his hands gripped the rudder tightly. Under his control, the Changfeng, like a top dancer, began to perform a desperate dance between cannon fire. The ship suddenly swerved sharply to the left, and 3 shells grazed the stern and fell into the sea, splashing water that soaked the deck. Immediately afterwards, he turned the rudder sharply to the right, and the ship tilted at an incredible angle. 2 more shells flew past, almost skimming the mainmast. "Black ball, charge!" The black ball in Shen Tian's arms responded with a woof and flew into the air. Its body instantly swelled into a huge black balloon, and its cheeks puffed out. "Call!" A powerful gust of air shot out from the black ball's mouth, slamming against the sails of the Changfeng. The sails billowed up suddenly, and the speed of the Changfeng suddenly increased, shooting forward like an arrow, instantly leaving behind a dense cluster of bullet impact points. But the frustration of being suppressed by artillery fire fueled a burning anger within the members of the Immortal Boat Pirates. "Brother Yuan, hiding like this isn't going to work," Lu Xuanzhu shouted while performing extreme maneuvers. "Don't rush." Lin Yuan's eyes were frighteningly calm. "They're getting closer, and so are we. The closer we are, the greater our advantage." His gaze swept over the 4 menacing wolf-shaped cannons on the side of the gunboat. When the distance between the 2 sides closed to 1 kilometer, Lin Yuan knew that the time had come. Wolf Hunt activated. Target, enemy flanking frigate. Fire, with Lin Yuan's command. The 4 hungry wolf cannons on the port side of the Changfeng, along with the 3 ordinary cannons extending from the cabin windows, simultaneously unleashed a deafening roar. Boom! 7 shells were fired from the barrel at the same moment. The opposing frigate clearly wanted to repeat the same tactic and began to make evasive maneuvers. But this time they miscalculated. Just as the 7 shells were about to hit their target, the tip of each shell suddenly split open. 1 becomes 2, or even 1 becomes 3. The 4 cannonballs fired by the hungry wolf cannon had their subshells bursting into lifelike wolf head flames in front of them. The originally sparse bullet comments instantly became several times denser. "What the hell is this thing? Holy crap, it's just a medium-sized, 2-masted ship. How did it unleash the firepower of an entire fleet? Damn it, who the other side is?" The pirates of the Wild Wolf Pirates gasped in disbelief. They could dodge 1 bullet, but they couldn't dodge the barrage of splitting bullets that covered the entire area. Boom! Rumble! Island explosions rang out one after another. Chapter 178, The Ship Skills of the Remnant Wolf. The hull of a frigate was precisely hit by 2 shells imbued with wolf-head flames. The terrifying shockwave did not simply spread outwards, but rather carried a ruthless, spiraling force that tore a jagged gash through the thick hull plates, as if tearing paper. Closely following behind was a wolf-head-shaped flame. Like living creatures, they scurried into the cabin through the opening, greedily licking up anything flammable wood shavings, ropes, rum barrels. Flames engulfed the entire deck in the blink of an eye, and screams of agony filled the ship. Water! Quickly splash water! Ah! My leg! My leg! Jump into the sea! Jump into the sea now! Someone come here! Quickly bring the wooden planks over and patch up the gap. The other frigate was slightly luckier, but it was still in grave danger. 3 ordinary shells that split off struck its tail in a triangular pattern. The fragile rudder shattered instantly, and the sails hanging on the mainmast were also blown to pieces. It completely lost its direction and momentum, like a wild beast whose tendons have been severed, helplessly spinning in place, becoming a sitting duck. With just one volley of fire, the wolf pirates' once orderly goose-shaped formation was completely torn apart and scattered. Well done. Keep it up. Lin Yuan's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. The people on deck were greatly encouraged. Xia Yuanzhou reloaded the ship expressionlessly, while Lu Xuanzhu excitedly patted the rudder. Time seemed to have been precisely calculated. Before long, while the enemy fleet was still in chaos, trying to reorganize its formation, thanks to Lin Yuan's previous skillful timing, the cooldowns of Eagle Eye Mark and Wolf Pack Hunt ended almost simultaneously. Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all. Eagle Eye Marker sharp. Locked on enemy flagship Remnant Wolf. Wolf Pack Hunt. Target the Remnant Wolf and surrounding remaining escort ships. Salvo. Another round of unreasonable, area of effect firepower was unleashed upon the already chaotic enemy fleet. This time, the enemy's lead ship, the Remnant Wolf, which had been marked, became the primary target of their attention. The first shell that hit it directly triggered the armor-piercing and guaranteed critical hit effects. Boom! A fire far more intense than before exploded on the side of the Remnant Wolf, blasting a large hole in the sturdy hull that emitted black smoke. Under the Chongfeng's almost rogue tactics, one frigate after another was engulfed in flames and explosions. They may lose power or catch fire and burn, turning into steel coffins floating on the sea. Bastard! Bastard! On the Remnant Wolf, Cass's crimson eyes were fixed on the distant 2-masted ship. Seawater mixed with sawdust and blood splattered all over his face, but he was completely unaware. His proud fleet and his ruthless brothers were decimated in just a few minutes. Shame! An unprecedented disgrace. It's just a 2-masted ship, yet it has such powerful firepower. He doesn't believe it. Cassa could clearly feel the gazes cast upon him by his men, which had shifted from initial worship and fervor to fear and bewilderment. He knew that in terms of long-range bombardment, his fleet, which specialized in boarding maneuvers and close-quarters combat, was no match for that strange ship with its bizarre firepower. The enemy's range, artillery power, and those incredible split-shell shells completely countered them. If this drags on, all that awaits them is to be picked off one by one and wiped out. Yeah! A beastly roar burst from the depths of Cass's throat, his frenzied killing intent overwhelming his last shred of reason. His gaunt face was contorted with extreme rage, and his short, crimson hair danced wildly in the sea breeze, making him look like a burning, malevolent fire. He abruptly raised the curved sword in his hand, its tip pointing directly at the distant Chongfeng, and roared in a hoarse, cracking voice. Helmsman, turn the ship around and ram it. All gunners, open fire indiscriminately and suppress them. Everyone prepare to board. Prepare for hand-to-hand combat. During the recent barrage of gunfire, the helmsman of the Remnant Wolf had his arm pierced by a flying splinter. Upon hearing the captain's order, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure the pain as he turned the rudder. Cass's brows furrowed in anger. The bow of the Remnant Wolf did not turn around as quickly as it had expected. He assumed the helmsman had disobeyed his orders, and without considering the reason, he rushed onto the cockpit and kicked the other man away. "Fuck you. Get out." He cursed and grabbed the helm, his eyes gleaming with a gambler's madness. Crippled Wolf, activate ship skills, Hungry Wolf charge. Buzz. The hull of the remnant Wolf suddenly sank downwards, and a sound of mechanical churning and gear meshing came from inside the hull. At the stern, two enormous nozzles hidden below the waterline suddenly opened, spewing out two surging streams of water mixed with crimson light. The ship skill, Hungry Wolf Charge, is now activated. The next second, the entire remnant Wolf was propelled forward as if it were being pushed forward by an invisible deep-sea monster. In an instant, its speed soared to an astonishing level. The remnant Wolf no longer evades or takes detours. The bow cleaved through the waves, creating white walls of water several meters high on both sides, transforming into a reckless steel cannonball that charged fiercely toward the Changfeng with a suicidal and resolute attitude. "Captain, they're charging at us." Navigator Shun Tian, who was observing the situation through binoculars, stared wide-eyed in disbelief and hurriedly warned Lin Yuan. "Speed incredibly fast." Lin Yuan looked into the distance. The remnant Wolf, resembling the fin of a deep-sea shark, sliced through the surface of the sea, creating two walls of water. His expression remained unchanged as he calmly gave instructions. "Old Xia attack." Pum! A shell was fired from the barrel. After tracing a perfect arc in the air, it accurately struck the fast-moving remnant Wolf with a pre-planned maneuver. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. Just before the shell was about to hit the ship's hull, it struck an invisible barrier, creating a ripple in the air. The next moment, the shell exploded with a roar, and the fire and shrapnel exploded outside the barrier, but failed to damage the ship in the slightest. "No, the enemy's charge skill has a protective effect." Xia Yuanzhou's voice was tinged with seriousness. The expressions of everyone on the deck changed simultaneously. The three-masted ship was rapidly closing the distance between the two sides, and there was no way to stop it. Even if the Changfeng escapes, it seems it will pursue the enemy to the very end of hell with a mad, all-or-nothing mentality. Lin Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted, but his brain was working at lightning speed. The fact that the enemy's lead ship is a three-masted vessel with powerful ship skills indicates that its leader is at least a squad leader-level figure in the Wild Wolf Pirates. He didn't know who the other person was. However, he knew that the Wild Wolf Pirates were not harmonious internally because of the Empire's offer of amnesty. A bold idea flashed through my mind. This is a good opportunity to completely tear open the cracks within them. Chapter 179, The Divide and Conquer Scheme. Lin Yuan turned around abruptly, looked at Yin Ingli, who had remained calm beside him, and said in a very fast voice, "Ingli, I have an idea." The Wild Wolf Pirates were internally divided into two factions regarding the Empire's offer of amnesty. They're now focused on close combat, which is perfect. We can show them something interesting, something that can create cracks within them. Yin Ingli was incredibly clever and immediately understood. "Are you trying to sow discord?" "That's right." Lin Yuan nodded, his gaze sharp as a knife. "Here's the plan. I will first engage their leader to find out his identity and confirm which faction he belongs to. Then, I need you to create a vision that makes me appear to be the leader of the other faction in the eyes of all of them. In this way, regardless of today's outcome, the survivors will all believe that the other faction betrayed the Wolf Pirates and conspired with outsiders to frame him. The plan is good, but..." Yin Ingli frowned slightly. "But I don't have the ability to create illusions." Lin Yuan did not answer immediately. With a flick of his wrist, an ornament exuding a dark aura appeared in his palm. It was a dark purple core that seemed to be made up of countless twisted souls, with an ominous glow flowing across its surface. It was the heart of the soul-devouring marquis that yearned for royal power. He handed the immortal-grade ornament to Yin Ingli. "This is the spoils of war from killing the soul-eater marquis in limbo hell. Creating illusions is essentially an interference with the mind and soul. You are more talented than me in this regard. Therefore, in your hands, this tool can unleash far greater potential than I could." Yin Ingli took the heart of kingship. The icy touch came from her palm, and a longing for the soul spread along her arm. The soul-devouring marquis's heart of royal power. Quality, immortal. Type, jewelry. Synopsis. The core formed from the souls and powers devoured by Moros throughout his life, containing fragments of the laws of limbo and his ultimate understanding of the soul. It yearns for a more powerful soul. Effect 1. Soul power absorption. When you kill an enemy, you can actively absorb a portion of their soul, energy, and store it in your core. Stored soul power can be used to strengthen one's mental strength, repair soul damage, or power specific skills. Effect: 2 Kings authority and intimidation. It exerts absolute pressure on undead or spirit-type creatures of lower rank, with a chance to subdue them or instill fear in them. Effect: 3 Heart magic realm. Consuming stored soul power, you can designate one or more targets to construct an illusion, allowing them to see everything you want them to see. The intensity of the illusion, the number of people affected by the illusion mirror, and the soul power consumed are directly proportional. Yaningli quickly glanced through the item description, a flash of understanding appearing in her clear eyes, and then she said, "To construct a large-scale illusion that affects so many people, the required soul power would be an enormous amount. I don't have enough soul power to power it right now." Soul power is drawn from the dead. A cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Yuan's lips. He gestured with his chin towards the approaching wolf, whose deck was now clearly visible, and slowly said, "Look, the lively and energetic soul power has come right to our doorstep." At this point, the remnant wolf had entered its final sprint. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. On the deck of the remnant wolf, the wild wolf pirates held their gleaming swords and axes high, their faces contorted with bloodlust and a frenzy for battle. Given the Chongfeng's tonnage and structure, the consequences of it withstanding the full force impact of the Canlang would be unimaginable. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Seeing that the impact was unavoidable, he decisively raised his hand and waved it, his voice steady and powerful. "Chongfeng, activate ship skill, star protection." Buzz. A semi-transparent shield composed of countless starlight particles, like an inverted dome, instantly enveloped the Chongfeng. Starlight shimmered on the shield, radiating a tranquil and sacred aura. After doing all this, Lin Yuan gave the final instructions to all the crew members. "Everyone hold on tight. Prepare for the attack. When the fight starts, remember to leave 2 alive, don't kill them all." The moment he finished speaking, boom! The bow of the remnant wolf, encased in sturdy iron, did not slow down in the slightest, crashing heavily against the starlight shield like a siege hammer. Tom seemed to stand still at that moment. The starlight shield caved inward violently, its surface rippling with turbulent waves. Countless starlight particles were annihilated at the point of impact, and then quickly reformed, emitting a series of piercing cries. The standoff lasted for no more than 2 seconds. Click! A crisp cracking sound rang out, and a crack appeared on the starlight shield. Immediately afterwards, cracks spread rapidly across the entire shield like a spiderweb. Bang! The shield finally succumbed to the brutal impact and shattered, dissipating into countless stardust fragments. Fortunately, this brief 2-second buffer had already offset most of the impact of the wolf's charge. Even so, the remaining force still caused the Chongfeng to let out a painful groan, and the entire ship was violently thrown to one side. The ship rocked violently, and the people on the deck were thrown about. If it weren't for the upgrade, it would probably have fallen apart after that collision. However, before the deafening crash had completely subsided, even more frantic roars came from the opposite side. Swoosh! 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 Dozens of barbed grappling hooks shot out from the remnant wolf, hooking firmly onto the gunwale and mast of the Long Wind. The 2 ships were forcibly pulled together, pressed tightly together. The boarding action has begun. These members of the Wild Wolf Pirates are clearly experts in this field. They were no ordinary sailors. Each one was a veteran of countless battles, their eyes gleaming with a beastly light, and they fought with fearlessness and ruthlessness. Some grabbed the ropes and swung over like monkeys. Some quickly erected makeshift planks between the 2 boats and charged forward, howling. Even more agile, Some of them leaped directly from the side of the remnant wolf to the deck of the Long Wind. In an instant, the pirates of the Wild Wolf Pirates surged towards the Long Wind like a flood bursting its banks. Slaughter them. For Captain Casa. Cut off their heads and make them into goblets. Lin Yuan drew his black feather sword from nothingness, its blade pointing directly at the surging enemies. Immortal Ship Pirates counterattack. Chapter 180 Berserker Casa. The battle erupted the moment the decks collided. Hee, Brother Yuan, watch this. Lu Xuanzhu roared, already transformed into the form of a raging rhinoceros, and charged directly into the most densely populated area of pirates like a moving wall of flesh and blood. He used his Empress shield in his left hand to meet the incoming blade, while his raging tide anchor axe swept across with the momentum in his right. Click! The crisp sound of bones being crushed by immense force clearly echoed across the deck. The two pirates' bodies folded at an odd angle and were sent flying. His honest face was now filled with rage as he desperately held off the first and most ferocious wave of attack for his companions behind him. A bunch of brainless brutes. Helishan's cynical voice rang out amidst the chaos. The Taotai has disintegrated and reassembled, transforming into a scarlet chain sword interwoven with flesh and blood and fragments of the box. The chain sword danced in his hands like a venomous snake. As soon as a pirate got close, the chain sword precisely wrapped around his neck, and with a twist of the sharp shards, scalding blood gushed out. High up, Xia Yuanzhou's figure hung motionless on the cable. He raised the sniper rifle. The dark muzzle of the gun was like the eye of death, staring at the battlefield. Every pirate who charged toward his position was accurately shot in the forehead or heart by him, without wasting a single bullet. His face was expressionless, as if he were just doing a boring target practice, but every shot meant the end of a life. Upon seeing the group of fierce-looking pirates, Shen Tian's face turned pale, but seeing her companions fighting bravely, she mustered her courage. Black Dumpling, chain lightning. The black ball in her arms flew into the air with a whoosh, its body crackling with electricity. Crack! Dense bolts of electricity shot out from its body, instantly covering an area. The pirates who were electrocuted convulsed and froze instantly, and were then easily dealt with by Lu Xuanzhu and Heletian who rushed up. Not far away, Sun Hao, carrying the Dragon Slayer saber, faced a pirate charging towards him. His slightly chubby body dodged to the side with an agility that seemed disproportionate to his size and with a swift slash of the Dragon Slayer saber in his hand. Straight cut. The blade flashed and disappeared in an instant. The pirate's forward charge came to an abrupt halt, and a line of blood spread from his chest. Sun Hao didn't even look and swung his knife again with a backhand. Sliced through armor with a flat blade. The shield in the other pirate's hand, along with his arm holding the shield, was cleanly severed. His knife skills possessed a precision and lethality akin to that of a master butcher dissecting an ox. Yan Ingli, on the other hand, became the most deadly bright spot on the battlefield. She wielded the blood-flame longsword, her movements graceful, each swing of the sword bringing forth a scorching crimson light. She roamed the edge of the battlefield, specifically targeting those who slipped through the net. At the same time, she tightly gripped the soul-devouring Marquis's heart of kingship in her left hand. Whenever a pirate falls near her, the dark purple core pulsates, and a faint wisp of gray air is drawn into it. Lin Yuan's gaze had already pierced through all the chaos, locking onto the red-haired man who was shouting wildly at the bow of the remnant wolf. Without a doubt, he was the leader of this fleet. Lin Yuan lightly touched the deck with his toes. He vanished from the spot and reappeared facing Casa. Well done. Casa's face broke into a bloodthirsty, maniacal laugh as he saw Lin Yuan charging toward him. His specialty is close-quarters combat. He brandished his twin swords and charged forward. However, as soon as they started fighting, Casa realized something was wrong. The opponent's swordsmanship seemed ordinary, yet he always managed to deftly deflect all of his attacks from an unbelievable angle. The opponent's movements were even more unpredictable, sometimes swift as the wind, sometimes swaying as if drunk, yet always managing to dodge the blade at the perfect moment. What drove him even more crazy was that a thin layer of water had appeared on the deck beneath his feet. Several times when he launched a fierce attack, his foot would inexplicably slip, causing his offensive to be interrupted and leaving him in a sorry state. If Lin Yuan wanted to, he could kill Casa in one blow with his strength. His current goal is not to kill the other party. Is that all you've got? Lin Yuan casually parried Casa's powerful slash with his black feather sword. I thought the Wild Wolf pirates had sent some kind of character, but it turns out to be a piece of trash who only knows a little bit of kung fu. You're asking for death. Casa's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, his twin blades whipping up a whirlwind of blood. No matter how frantically he tried, he couldn't even touch a single hem of the other person's clothes. I heard you've been having a tough time in Starfall Sea lately, and are thinking of begging for food from the Lixiong Empire? Lin Yuan said, dodging the question easily while continuing to provoke him. What? You can't be a pirate anymore and want to obediently become the Empire's dog. The word dog was like a red-hot iron spike, piercing deeply into Casa's heart. You're talking nonsense, he roared, his eyes bloodshot, as if he were a madman. We are wolves. Free wolves. Only spineless cowards would think of licking the boots of the Empire. Oh, a spineless coward. Lin Yuan's tone was full of mockery, as if he had heard the funniest joke. So, there really are people like you in your group? I thought you were all a bunch of cowards. Looks like your captain isn't all that great. He can't even control his men. The insult to Captain Rhodes completely ignited Cass's last shred of sanity. Shut your filthy mouth. His rage surged, and his twin blades lashed out even more fiercely. Our captain is the only king of Starfall Sea. Only that traitor Ironheart Grey, that coward who wanted to be a dog, would betray the honor of the wolf and think of surrendering. He's already tucked his tail between his legs and is getting out of our pirate crew. Lin Yuan easily parried all of his opponent's attacks and even had time to think. Ironheart Grey, is this the leader of the Wild Wolf pirates who advocates for amnesty? The fool in front of me clearly belongs to the faction that opposes being granted amnesty. According to him, Grey has already left the Wild Wolf pirates. This means that the conflict between them has escalated to an irreconcilable point. Oh, so this guy named Grey is the leader who advocates for amnesty. Lin Yuan feigned surprise. That's right. That kind of trash doesn't deserve to be our first captain at all. Casa was completely blinded by anger and revealed all the conflicts within the team. Our Wild Wolf pirates don't have a coward like him. That's enough information. The playfulness in Lin Yuan's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a cold indifference. The games I've been playing with you have come to an end. Lin Yuan no longer held back. Just as Casal lunged forward in a rage, he suddenly ducked, his black feather sword flashing upwards in a delicate upward thrust. Chapter 181 Grey on the Long Wind. Bite. A crisp metallic clanging sound. Casa felt a numbness in his wrist, and the scimitar in his right hand flew out of his hand uncontrollably. He was terrified and was about to retaliate with the curved knife in his left hand. However, Lin Yuan's sword hilt had already slammed into his wrist with lightning speed. Click! The sound of bone cracking was clearly audible, and the second knife fell to the ground with a thud. Before Casa could react, the cold blade had already silently pressed against his neck. Yukasa's body froze completely, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. At this moment, the sounds of fighting on the deck seemed to subside considerably. The remaining Wild Wolf pirates watched in horror as their second captain was completely disarmed by the enemy in a short moment, his life hanging by a thread. Lin Yuan did not look at Kaisa. His gaze passed over the other person's shoulder and landed on Yin Ingli not far away, giving her a subtle wink. Yin Ingli understood immediately. The dark purple heart of the soul-devouring Marquis in her left hand was now emitting an eerie light. Within its core, wisps of drawn-in gray air currents converged into a river, its light growing ever deeper and more intense, as if it were about to drip ink. The soul power is sufficient. Lin Yuan's gaze returned to Cass's face, which had shifted from shock and anger to fear, and a mocking smile reappeared. The game is over. His voice was soft, yet it was like an invisible switch that instantly changed the atmosphere of the entire battlefield. The moment Yin Ingli heard these words, the soul-devouring Marquis's heart of kingship which she was holding tightly, suddenly burst forth with a dark purple light. The light wasn't dazzling. Instead, it was like a deep vortex drawing in one's soul. She could clearly feel that the soul energy that had just been absorbed from the core was being forcibly twisted into a new form by a higher will. A power originating from the laws of the soul, using Yin Yingli's spiritual power as a medium, began to erode the entire deck. It's a wonderful feeling. Through this heart of kingship, she seemed to become the mastermind who controlled the spiritual world. She could see the mental fluctuations of every member of the Wild Wolf Pirates. Those fanatical, fearful, and bloodthirsty emotions were transformed into lines that could be manipulated in her eyes. The illusion of inner demons. Yin Yingli silently recited in her heart. Buzz, an invisible ripple, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, spread silently from her center. On the deck, the Wild Wolf Pirates, who were still putting up a last-ditch resistance, all froze in their tracks. The world they saw was like water stained with dye, instantly blurred and distorted. The smell of blood, the saltiness of the sea breeze, and the burnt smell of wooden planks. All the senses are still there, but it's as if there's an invisible veil between us. Casa, whose throat was held by a sword, felt it most acutely. The young face before him, bearing a mocking smile, seemed like a reflection thrown into water, trembling violently. The facial features are melting and stretching. His youthful features had become weathered, a neatly trimmed beard had sprouted on his chin, and his once playful eyes had become calm and weary. A square face, which he never dreamed would appear at this moment, covered his original features. Grigor. Casa's voice was dry and hoarse, each syllable carrying a tremor he himself was unaware of. Hallucination. It must be a hallucination caused by excessive blood loss. He suddenly closed his eyes, then abruptly opened them again. The scene before my eyes did not disappear. Instead, it froze as if it were reality. The strange set of past calamities that Lin Yuan wore disappeared, replaced by heavy plate armor with wolf head emblems. What was pressed against Casa's throat was no longer the eerie black feather sword, but a chain hammer, exuding an aura of rust and death. Even the fierce-looking enemies behind Lin Yuan now appeared to Casa and all the surviving pirates as elite members of Gray's first squad. How is that possible? Didn't Gray already get kicked out of Wolf Island? How did he end up here? Why did he attack us? Countless chaotic thoughts exploded in Casa's mind, shattering his heart, which was built of fanaticism and murderous intent. Are you surprised, Casa? Lin Yuan, in his gray form, asked. His voice was no longer clear and bright, but rather possessed the unique, slightly hoarse, and steady quality of Ironheart Gray. This voice became the final straw that broke Casa's mental defenses. Why? Casa's lips began to tremble, and for the first time, his perpetually burning crimson eyes were overwhelmed by confusion and fear. Gray, are you crazy? We're comrades. Why did you do this? Companions? A cold smile curled at the corner of Gray's lips. That's not what you just said. From the moment you saw my proposal as cowardice and my brothers as spineless wimps, we ceased to be. We are wolves. We yearn for freedom, not to be chained by the Empire and tamed like dogs. Casa practically roared. Didn't you ever consider the possibility that you might be wrong? He couldn't understand it, and he couldn't understand it until his death. Right or wrong, it doesn't matter anymore. Gray shook his head, his tone almost cruelly calm. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Captain Rhodes and you chose that elusive freedom, and I chose a path that would allow my brothers to survive. He pushed the chain hammer against Casa's throat forward another point. What do you want to do? Casa felt a stinging pain in his neck. The shadow of death finally made this fearless wolf feel a chill to the bone. Casa, do you know? Gray's voice was low, but it reached the ears of every surviving pirate clearly. The Xiongnu Empire also has requirements for people like me who voluntarily surrender. They need a copy, a pledge of allegiance. Gray's gaze slowly swept over Casa's face, twisted with fear and betrayal. And you, in your second squad, are the best gift I can offer to the Empire. Your head is the key I use to unlock the gates of the Empire. Boom! Casa's mind went blank. So that's how it is. It turns out all of this was planned. The skirmish was fake. The powerful enemy was fake. It was all a hoax. It's Gray. It was this man, whom he once despised as a spineless coward, who, in order to curry favor with the Empire, personally set this trap to hunt him and his companions. A chill far more piercing than death shot from Cass's tailbone straight to the top of his head. He did not die at the hands of a powerful enemy, nor in a glorious battle. Instead, they died from the most despicable betrayal by their own people. His heart, once filled with fervor and loyalty, was pierced with countless holes by the blade of betrayal at this moment. You traitor! In Cass's eyes, the last glimmer of light was extinguished, leaving only endless resentment and despair. Traitor? Lin Yuan, or rather, Gray in everyone's eyes, chuckled. He stopped talking nonsense. His wrist jerked suddenly. Puffed. The blade of the black feather sword cleanly and decisively sliced open Cass's throat. Chapter 182, The Lost Wolf Ship Model Loot. Hot blood gushed out, splattering all over Gray. Cass's body slumped down, and in his eyes, which remained wide open until his death, was reflected Gray's cold and resolute face. He believed until his death that the one who killed him was the comrade who had betrayed the Wild Wolf Pirates. Second Captain. Captain Casa. The surviving Wild Wolf Pirates let out desperate howls. They watched helplessly as Gray, the former leader of the first squad, personally killed Casa, the leader of the second squad. This bloody scene completely shattered their will to fight. Stop! Gray raised his hand, and the members of first squad behind him immediately ceased their attack, retreating silently behind him like a group of well-trained soldiers. On the deck, only the sound of waves crashing against the ship's side and the heavy breathing of the survivors of the Wild Wolf Pirates could be heard. Lin Yuan, transformed into Gray, carrying the still-dripping black feather sword, walked step by step toward the terrified pirates. Every step he took felt like stepping on the hearts of these people. Go back and tell Gray Toothrod. Tell him that I, Gray, am tired of being a wolf living in the gutter. From this day forward, I will serve the lowing empire. Casa's head is my first achievement. Lin Yuan waved his hand, gesturing to Lu Xuanzhu and He Letian behind him. The two immediately understood, jumped onto the remnant wolf, and roughly cut the ropes of one of the lifeboats on board, pushing it into the sea. The surviving pirates were overjoyed and scrambled onto the lifeboats, rowing with all their might as if a demon were chasing them, not daring to stop for a moment. They had to hurry back and tell Captain Rhodes this earth-shattering news. Gray has betrayed us. He killed Captain Casa. He defected to the Empire. As she watched the small boat drift further and further away on the sea, the dark purple core light in Yin Ingli's hand slowly receded, and the invisible fluctuations that had enveloped the battlefield also dissipated. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her fair forehead. Driving this immortal-level artifact to perform such a large-scale, high-intensity mental intervention also took a huge toll on her. Captain, I must say, that was a really cunning move of yours. He Letian clicked his tongue in amazement as he watched the fleeing pirates. To kill, you must also destroy their spirit. Lin Yuan sheathed his black feather sword, his expression returning to its usual calm. Now, there's going to be a good show inside the Wild Wolf Pirates. His gaze fell on the lone wolf, which was floating on the sea. Although the three-masted warship was sturdy, it was already in a terrible state after being subjected to the unreasonable firepower of the Long Wind's 2 rounds and the final suicidal ramming. One of the main masts was broken. The hull was riddled with holes of all sizes, and the deck was a complete mess. Brother Yuan, what do we do with this boat? Lu Xuanzhu scratched his head. It was originally a good ship, but now it's been damaged like this. It's too much trouble to repair, and we don't have enough manpower to operate such a large ship. Lu Xuanzhu is right. In fact, even if it were intact, Lin Yuan did not intend to keep it. The Immortal Boat Pirates only have 7 members right now, so they can't spare any more people to pilot the ship. The solution remains the same. Sink the ship and collect the model ship as loot. Firstly, by placing the ship model trophy in the trophy display case in the captain's cabin, the Chongfeng can acquire the skills of the Canlang, enhancing its combat power in the next naval battle. Secondly, as long as you have ship model loot and collect enough materials, you can rebuild it at any time. The extent of the damage to the current crippled wolf means that restoring it to its original condition would require almost as many materials as rebuilding it from scratch. It would be better to sink it now, and then consider expanding the number of ships in the immortal ship pirates once the crew has grown stronger. After Lin Yuan and the crew explained the situation, Lin Yuan turned to Xia Yuanzhou and gave him the following order. Old Xia, use regular shells to finish him off. Xia Yuanzhou nodded and quickly adjusted the angle of one of the hungry wolf cannons. Pum! The shell whistled out and accurately hit a damaged area near the waterline of the remnant wolf. The already structurally unstable hull let out a groan of despair as seawater rushed into the cabin. This warship, which once dominated the Starfall Sea, began to slowly tilt, and finally its bow rose high, carrying the souls of countless pirates as it plunged headlong into the dark depths of the sea. Soon, along with a series of rising bubbles, many more spoils emerged. Ding! You have successfully sunk the remnant wolf. Wolfship model Loot X1. Supply box medium X5. Gold coins X3000. After salvaging the spoils from the remnant wolf, the Long Wind raised its sails and headed toward the other sunken ships. The crew members were busy counting their spoils on deck, occasionally letting out shouts of surprise, but Lin Yuan did not participate. Holding the model of the remnant wolf ship as a trophy, he walked into the captain's cabin. The model was carved from some kind of black wood, and its surface shimmered with magical light. Even though the wolf's head at the bow of the ship was shrunk countless times, it still exuded a fierce aura. Lin Yuan arrived at the display case of the spoils of war. Inside the cabinet, two ship models were already quietly placed. One is the Hungry Wolf, and the other is the Starlight. When Lin Yuan's gaze fell on the model of the Hungry Wolf, the image of Jiang Shening suddenly appeared in his mind. Lin Yuan couldn't help but think. If Jiang Shening were still alive, given his fighting style and the name of his ship, he might have joined the Wild Wolf Pirates and become a squad leader in the future. Thinking this, Lin Yuan inexplicably placed the model of the remnant wolf next to the Hungry Wolf. The two do look quite similar when placed side by side. However, the aura emanating from the crippled wolf was far more savage and ferocious than that of the Hungry Wolf. In addition, the Hungry Wolf is several sizes smaller than the former, making them look like a father and son. Ding! New ship model loot detected. Analyzing. Analysis complete. Congratulations! The Changfeng has acquired a new ship skill. Hungry Wolf's Charge. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up instantly, and he immediately clicked on the skill details. Hungry Wolf Charge. Level B. Effect. Once activated, the ship's speed increases to 300% within 10 seconds, and a solid phantom of a hungry wolf forms at the bow to withstand artillery fire. Upon colliding with the enemy, it will cause significant armor-piercing damage. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. It combines both offensive and defensive capabilities, making it a truly excellent naval combat skill. Whether used to force close-quarters combat or to deliver a burst of damage to the enemy at a crucial moment, it can be surprisingly effective. The fact that it has B-level skills also indicates that the Remnant Wolf is a B-level, 3-masted warship of good quality. After finishing all this, Lin Yuan walked out of the captain's cabin, looked at the crew members who were cleaning up the battlefield, and said in a deep voice, "After salvaging all the remaining spoils, we'll take stock of the supplies and then rest." The nautical chart shows a small island nearby with several boats moored around it, suggesting it's a small seaside town. Let's go to the island and try our luck to find out more about the Wild Wolf Pirates. Lin Yuan was unaware of this. The small island he had seen on the nautical chart was called Dogtail Island. Chapter 183, A Good Sailor Needs 3 Things. Evening, Wolf Island. The sky was filled with leaden clouds, and the air was so stuffy that it was hard to breathe. Inside the main hall of Wolf Fong Fortress, the fire burned brightly, yet could not dispel the chill in the air. Greifong Rhodes sat on his throne made of the bones of a colossal beast, flickering flames dancing in his wolf-like, sharp eyes. For some reason, he had been restless since the afternoon, feeling that something bad was about to happen. Captain, Casa is just dealing with an arrogant troublemaker. With the strength and the combat power of the second squad, he will soon return with the enemy's head. A cool, clear female voice rang out from the side. First Mate Shadowclaw Lilith stood beside the throne. Her voice was flat, but it always soothed Rod's heart. Rod waved his hand impatiently. That's not what I'm worried about. Casa is too impulsive. He hadn't finished speaking. Captain, something terrible has happened. Urgent shouts came from outside the hall. Immediately afterwards, a disheveled figure tumbled in and crashed heavily to the ground. He is a member of the second squad. He was soaking wet, his face filled with terror and despair. His lips were pale, and he was trembling uncontrollably. Rhodes abruptly stood up from his throne, his tall figure casting a huge shadow, and a fierce aura instantly enveloped the entire hall. What happened? Where's Casa? His voice was hoarse, like two rocks rubbing against each other. The surviving pirate was so intimidated by Rhodes's imposing presence that he could barely speak. He pointed outside and cried out incoherently. It's all gone. It's all gone. Captain Casa, he's dead. What? Rod was struck dumb. He rushed down the steps, grabbed the pirate by the collar, and lifted him up, roaring. Explain yourself. Who did this? It's Gray. It's Captain Gray. The pirate, tears streaming down his face, shouted out everything he had seen in the illusion. We've been ambushed. Gray and his men, disguised as another pirate crew, attacked us. He personally killed Captain Casa. He also said, say what? He said he had already defected to the Xiongnu Empire. Captain Casa's head was his pledge of allegiance to the Empire. He also said, from now on, we are true enemies. Boom! Rhodes's brain buzzed, as if it had been struck hard by a giant hammer. He released his grip, leaving the pirate slumped to the ground. Gray, that brother he once trusted most, that man who left in a huff because of ideological differences. He actually betrayed us. He not only betrayed them, but also used such despicable means to kill Casa. A surge of overwhelming rage, mixed with the excruciating pain of betrayal, instantly overwhelmed Rhodes's reason. His chest heaved violently, his gray teeth clenched so tightly they rattled, and a mad flame burned in his eyes, a flame capable of incinerating everything. Gray! A beastly roar echoed within Wolf Fong Fortress, making the entire hall buzz. I received word before that he was entrenched on Dogtail Island with his bunch of spineless cowards. Rhodes clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from a force. Does he think that just because he's pledged allegiance to the Empire, I can't do anything to him? I will kill any traitor, no matter where he flees to. Rhodes turned around abruptly and looked at Lilith. At this moment, the madness in his eyes had faded, replaced by a chilling, bone-deep killing intent. Lilith, your subordinate is here. Lilith took a step forward, still maintaining her calm and composed demeanor. Go to Dogtail Island. Rhodes' voice was as cold as the ice of the North Sea. I want you to bring Gray's head back to me. Lilith didn't ask why, nor did she hesitate at all. She merely bowed slightly, her cool voice echoing in the empty hall. Yes, Captain. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure disappeared into the shadows, vanishing without a trace as if she had never existed. In the hall, only Rhodes's suppressed and heavy breathing, like that of a wounded lone wolf, could be heard. A bloody storm, ignited by Lin Yuan himself, has begun within the wild wolf pirates. The Qinli is about to enter Xinglua Sea. The sea breeze, carrying salt and dampness, billowed its mainsail. This two-masted warship, a gift from Lin Yuan, now carries the fury of One-Eyed Port's revenge, cutting through the deep blue waves as it speeds toward the waters where the wild wolf pirates are entrenched. The deck, however, was filled with the strong smell of alcohol. A group of newly recruited sailors were lounging haphazardly against the ship's side, on piles of mooring ropes, and some were even fast asleep under the gun emplacements. They each had a bottle of liquor, and every now and then they would tilt their heads back and take a big gulp, followed by a loud burp. What's even more peculiar is that nearly half of these sailors also have a pair of wings growing from their shoulder blades. However, their wings were far less magnificent and large than those of the red-eyed saints. Most were gray or brown, and some even appeared underdeveloped, more like some kind of decoration. They are descendants of the Flying Feather clan, but their bloodline is thin preventing them from truly soaring like the red-eyed clan. However, this has also allowed them to retain some of their ancestors' characteristics. Red-Eye stood at the captain's cabin door, his brow furrowed. "Shurong, are you sure you've recruited sailors and not a bunch of drunkards?" His voice was filled with worry. "Governor, rest assured." Shurong patted his chest, making the deck rattle. He grinned widely, revealing his gleaming white teeth. "I personally handpicked these guys from the Red Squirrel Tavern. Don't let their current state of being as drunk as ragdolls fool you. The moment they smell blood or hear shells, they're more energetic than anyone else." Red Eyes was still uneasy, so he looked at Liang Hongbin, who was leaning against the main mast with his eyes closed, resting. Liang Hongbin had spent many years at sea, and no one knew better than him whether a sailor was safe or not. Liang Hongbin didn't even lift his eyelids, but slowly said in his hoarse voice, "Governor, Mad Sheep wasn't exaggerating this time. These guys are obviously seasoned veterans who've spent half their lives navigating the treacherous waters of life." He paused, then finally opened his deep eyes and looked at the red-eyed man. "A good sailor needs 3 things: women, gold coins, and rum. On the ship, there were no women to be found, and gold coins had to be earned by risking one's life, so all that was left was wine. Alcohol is their courage, their medicine, and their life. Don't let their drunkenness fool you. Their souls are still bound to the keel of the ship." Red-Eye nodded with a hint of disbelief. He was still young and was still learning the ways of survival for these men at sea. He didn't refute, but remained silent for a while, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he said solemnly, "Captain Liang, I want to learn how to drive a boat." Chapter 184 Sea Monster Attack. Liang Hongbin glanced at him with some surprise. "Governor, leave these rough tasks to us," Gao Zheng advised from the side. He felt that given Red Eye's current status, there was no need for him to do them personally. "No." The red-eyed man shook his head, his gaze resolute. "Brother Lin entrusted me with the ship that once sailed the seas with him. It was a mission for him. Now that I'm the owner of this ship, I must understand every inch of its flesh and blood. I don't want to forever just stand behind and give orders." Red Eyes wants to become a man who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin Yuan and even protect him from the wind and rain. Looking into the bloodshot eyes of the man with the red eyes, Liang Hongbin remained silent for a moment, then revealed an approving smile. "Good." Thus, a peculiar sight appeared on the deck of the Qianli. The newly appointed governor, with red eyes, took off his magnificent governor's robes and put on a short shirt that was easy to move in, looking like an ordinary sailor apprentice, learning about navigation from Liang Hongbin. "Governor, look at this knot. It's called a double overhand knot, and it's the most commonly used knot at sea. It is sturdy and easy to untangle under stress. You should try it." Liang Hongbin patiently demonstrated. Red-Eyed studied very diligently, his slender fingers deftly winding around the rough cable. He was a painter from a young age, and he also did theft. He was quick-witted, nimble-fingered, and learned everything fast. He quickly learned to tie the double knot quite well. "And then there's the raising of the sails," Liang Hongbin said, pointing to the towering mast. "Raising the sail is not just about strength. You have to know how to take advantage of the wind. The sail should be raised at the angle opposite to the wind direction to maximize wind catchability and speed." Red Eyes closed his eyes, and the wings on his back gently unfurled. The sensation of the wind brushing against the feathers was clearly transmitted to his mind. He can hear the whispers of the wind and see the direction of its flow. This is a talent he realized after his bloodline awakened. To the left front, at a 15-degree angle, the wind is picking up. Red Eyes suddenly opened his eyes. Liang Hongbin's eyes gleamed brightly. He looked up at the sky, then at the fluttering flags, and burst into laughter. "That's right. Governor, you're a born captain." Next, Red Eye, like a dry sponge, frantically absorbed everything about sailing, from recognizing nautical charts to observing celestial phenomena, from steering skills to directing sailors in coordinated operations. He personally wiped every cannon and climbed the tall mast to experience the thrill of the fierce wind from the lookout tower. This boy, who once struggled in the mire, is transforming at an astonishing speed into a true leader and a qualified captain. Gao Zheng, Liang Hongbin, and Shirong were all filled with joy as they watched his transformation. That afternoon, the Qianli was sailing on a calm sea. The sea was as smooth as a mirror without a ripple. The sky was a clear, deep blue, and even the clouds seemed too lazy to move. This unusual calm caused Liang Hongbin to furrow his brow deeply. Something's not right, he muttered to himself. It's too peaceful as a graveyard. Old Liang, you're overthinking it. Shirong was holding a wine jar, his face flushed from drinking. The sea is calm now, perfect for the brothers to take a break. The words had barely left his mouth. Boom! A loud bang came from the bottom of the ship, and the entire Qianli suddenly lurched upwards, as if it had been violently lifted up from underwater by something. Bottles, scattered haphazardly on the deck, rolled to the ground and shattered. Has it run aground? Liang Hongbin asked the helmsman. No. The helmsman, though experienced, nervously swallowed, suppressing his fear. As captain, I think it was a sea monster that hit us. Sea monster? Gao Zheng, who was standing nearby, instantly drew his long sword from his waist, ran to the ship's side to examine the sea, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. The sailors, who were still half asleep just a moment ago, suddenly sprang to their feet as if they had been doused with a bucket of ice water when the ship shook violently. The drunkenness in their eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a seasoned calm and ruthlessness. Damn, what is that? It's a sea monster. Don't you fucking stand there. Get on the gun emplacements. I'm going to check out the lookout tower. There was no need for Red Eyes and Liang Hongbin to give orders. These veteran sailors had already taken action on their own. They rushed to their posts, loaded shells, and adjusted the gun barrels, their movements fluid and efficient without the slightest hesitation. Red Eyes was deeply shocked. Liang Hongbin was right. These people are indeed the real elite. Boom! Another violent impact came, this time from the port side of the ship. The ship groaned, and the sound of the planks cracking was clearly audible. Several sailors lost their footing and were nearly thrown into the sea. Governor, underwater. There's a big one. A sailor on the lookout tower shouted at the top of his lungs. Everyone looked towards the sea. The seawater around the Qianli was strangely churning with bubbles. A huge shadow covered in grayish-brown armor was moving at high speed underwater, circling around the Qianli. The creature was enormous, at least 8 meters long, and had a bizarre shape. It resembled neither a fish nor a turtle, but rather a huge, living rock covered in jagged bone spurs. It's a spiny ridge beast. Liang Hongbin's face turned grim. This thing's armor is harder than steel. Ordinary artillery shells can't hurt it at all. Roar! No sooner had Liang Hongbin finished speaking than the sea monster burst out of the water, creating a towering wave. It has no clear head, only a single, enormous eye that emits a murky white light, embedded in the very center of its body. On both sides of its body are several pairs of short, arthropod-like legs that paddle through the seawater. Its back was covered with bone spurs of varying lengths, like sharp knives, which gleamed with a chilling light in the sunlight. Fire! Red Eyes made a decisive decision and issued the first battle order. Boom! 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 The cannons on both sides of the ship roared in unison, and black shells, trailing plumes of smoke, struck the carapace of the spiny rock beast with pinpoint accuracy. However, the flashes from the exploding shells only left a few charred marks on the hard shell, without even causing a crack. Damn it! This thing's shell is too hard, a sailor cursed. The spiny rock beast was enraged by the artillery fire. It let out a deep roar, its huge single eye locked onto the 1,000-mile, and its massive body accelerated again, like a moving small mountain, slamming into the bow of the 1,000-mile. Hold on! Liang Hongbin roared, gripping the rudder tightly. Let me do it! Gao Zheng roared, pushing off with his feet, and his burly body leaped up like a cannonball. While suspended in midair, he gripped the hilt of the sword tightly with both hands, channeling the power of his blood and qi into the blade, causing the entire surface of the long sword to glow with a faint red light. Martial skill, mountain-splitting slash. Chapter 185 Red Eyes after Bloodline Awakening. Gao Zheng slashed down fiercely at the charging sea monster. A solid blade of energy, 2 meters long, shot out and slashed fiercely at the spiny rock beast's single eye. The blade successfully pierced the sea monster's eye membrane, and dark green, foul-smelling blood gushed out. Roar! The spiny rock beast let out a roar of extreme pain, and the shockwave from the sound caused ripples to spread across the sea. However, Gao Zheng's all-out attack only severely damaged its eyes and failed to injure any vital organs. The excruciating pain only served to unleash the ferocity of the sea monster. Ignoring everything else despite its injured eye, it crashed into the bow of the Qianli. Snap! The figurehead was hit head-on by the battering ram, producing a shattering sound. The sturdy wooden planks cracked layer by layer, and huge cracks spread rapidly from the point of impact. The ship's speed dropped sharply, and the hull rocked violently, as if it would fall apart at any moment. There's a gap on the port side of the bow. Wooden planks, guys, quickly grab some wooden planks to plug the gap. Experienced sailors scurried across the rocking deck, carrying planks towards the bow. Shirong kicked aside a wine barrel blocking his path, and like an enraged lion, rushed to a cannon and shoved the gunner who was loading it aside. Too slow, he grabbed the heavy cannonball with his bare hands, shoved it forcefully into the breach, and roared at the churning monster in the sea. "You bastard! Try ramming me again. I'll shove this cannon barrel into your one-eyed eye." In the sea, the spiny rock beast distanced itself from the long wind under artillery fire, preparing for its next ramming attack. Red Eyes stood on the violently shaking deck, yet his body remained as steady as a rock. He looked at the sea monster churning and roaring in the sea, preparing to launch another ramming attack, and then at the severely damaged Qianli, his eyes turning icy cold. He knew that the cannons were useless, and Gao Zheng's martial arts skills could only cause limited damage to him. Let ram a few more times, and this ship, carrying their hopes and burning desire for revenge, will truly sink in these waters. A thought, which didn't need to be firmly held, surfaced in Red Eye's mind. It's time to test my growth over the past 2 days since my bloodline awakening. Old Liang, you take the helm. Gao Zheng, Shirong, protect the crew. Red Eyes left behind 2 brief commands, and then his pair of flawless white wings suddenly spread open. Call! A strong airflow emanated from him and spread outwards, scattering debris on the deck. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Red Eyes slightly bent his knees, then pushed off with all his might, soaring into the sky and transforming into a white streak of light, rising straight into the clouds. Between the vast sky and the boundless sea, that figure with outstretched wings appeared so sacred and so free. Sunlight shone on his wings, reflecting a dazzling halo, making him look like a divine messenger descended to earth. The captain is flying? Governor, charge! Well done, Captain. Kill that monster. Don't let the ship sink here. On the Changfeng, the descendants of the Flying Feather clan, who also possessed wings but were unable to fly, gazed intently at the red eye in the sky, their eyes revealing boundless fervor and reverence. That was their deepest, most primal yearning for the sky. The red eye in the sky felt the comforting breeze surrounding it. He is the wind, and the wind is him. Red Eyes immersed himself in the moment, elevating his control over the wind to its absolute limit. "Hey, big guy, I'm your opponent." His voice came from high above, clearly reaching the sea monster's ears. The spiny rock beast struggled to raise its injured single eye and locked onto the tiny figure in the air. In its perception, flying creatures are usually small and fragile. It let out a disdainful roar, opened its mouth, and a stream of dark green, viscous liquid shot out like a high-pressure water gun, heading straight for the red eye in the air. Strong acid breath. Red Eyes gently raised his right hand. Wind barrier. The air in front of him instantly spun at high speed, forming a pale green, transparent barrier. The strong acid liquid struck the barrier, but could not penetrate even an inch, eventually sliding down helplessly and dripping into the sea, emitting plumes of white smoke. Having failed in its first attack, the spiny rock beast became even more agitated. It abandoned its attempt to ram the ship, and its massive body churned in the sea, creating towering waves several meters high that crashed into the sky, trying to knock Red Eye down. The red-eyed figure nimbly weaved through the gaps in the giant waves, precisely avoiding them, its graceful movements like dancing in the wind. He had completely aroused the sea monster's hatred. My turn. The red-eyed man's gaze sharpened, and his wings suddenly flapped. Blade storm. In an instant, hundreds of pure white feathers fell from his enormous wings and flew away. The moment these feathers detached from a body, their edges became as sharp as blades, and with the blessing of the wind element, they transformed into a white storm of death, sweeping down upon the sea monster below. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp, piercing sounds of something cutting through the air created a continuous cascade that sent chills down one's spine. The feather blades slashed fiercely at the spiny ridge beast's carapace, producing a series of rapid cuts. This time, the seemingly indestructible shell finally gave way. Although the individual feather blades could not cause fatal wounds, their sheer number and the fact that each one contained the sharp power of the wind made them a formidable force. Fine white streaks appeared on the carapace, then the streaks cracked, and dark green blood seeped out from the cracks. Roar! The sea monster, in pain, thrashed about, trying to dive into the deep sea to escape. But Red-Eye wouldn't give it that chance. He flapped his wings again, and his body swooped down like an arrow, his right hand pointing like a sword, with a blue vortex swirling around his fingertips. In the instant he brushed past the sea monster, a cone-shaped stream of air shot out from his fingertips, precisely piercing the wound that Gao Zheng had previously inflicted. Wind cone thrust. Puff! The raging wind element surged into the sea monster's body through the wound in its eye, wreaking havoc, cutting, and exploding inside. The massive body of the spiny rock beast suddenly stiffened. It let out a final, mournful cry of despair before its entire body went limp like a deflated balloon, its massive corpse floating helplessly on the sea, turning the surrounding water an eerie dark green. The sea has returned to calm. On the Qianli, there was a deathly silence at first, then a deafening cheer erupted. Long live the governor! We won! We won! The sailors waved their arms and shouted excitedly, their eyes filled with awe and fervor as they looked at the figure slowly descending from the sky. Red eyes fell on the deck. His face was a little pale, and his breathing was slightly rapid. Using two powerful bloodline abilities in succession also took a toll on him, but he stood ramrod straight, his gaze sweeping over the excited faces, a surge of unprecedented pride welling up within him. This was his first victory. He won the victory with his own wings. As a descendant of the feathered clan. Chapter 186 Imperial Envoy. Take stock of casualties and inspect the damage to the ship. Red-Eye's voice was no longer immature, but instead carried an unquestionable air of leadership authority. Soon, Liang Hongbin arrived with a solemn expression to report. Governor, no one is injured, but the ship is in very bad condition. He pointed to the bow of the ship, which had a huge crack in it, and said with a wry smile, the keel is probably damaged and can't withstand another impact. We must find a place to dock and repair ourselves immediately. Otherwise, even a major storm could swallow us all whole. Red Eyes nodded. He knew the seriousness of the situation. He looked at Liang Hongbin. Captain Liang, is there a port nearby where we can rest? Liang Hongbin walked to the captain's cabin, spread out a yellowed nautical chart, and traced lines on it with his rough fingers. He studied it for a long time, and finally, his fingertip stopped on an inconspicuous little dot. I've spent some time exploring Xinglahai before, so I'm fairly familiar with this area. There aren't any major ports nearby, Liang Hongbin said in a deep voice. However, after sailing southeast for half a day, there's a small island. There's a natural harbor there, and a small town with shipwrights. While their skills aren't quite up to par with a master craftsman of One-Eyed Harbor, they should be able to do some basic repairs and restore the 1,000-mile sailing ability. Okay, let's go there. Red Eyes decided without hesitation. He leaned closer to the nautical chart, looked at the small that Liang Hongbin was pointing to, and asked, what's the name of this island? Liang Hongbin raised his head, meeting the red-eyed gaze, and answered in his hoarse voice, word by word. Dogtail Island. Dogtail Island. A star falls on an inconspicuous island in the sea, long and thin, like a foxtail grass carelessly discarded on a blue canvas. There is neither the hustle and bustle of Wolf Island nor the prosperity and order of a trading port here. The island has only sparse coconut groves, gray-white beaches, and a small town that has been somewhat dilapidated by the sea breeze. However, for Gray, this was the real home. Before the wild wolf pirates rose to prominence, when they were just a group of desperate outlaws struggling to survive, this was their original base. His wife, the woman who followed him, this pirate, no matter what, and their lovely daughters still live in this quiet little town. Night fell, the clouds hung low, and the sea breeze carried a damp, salty smell. The town's only tavern, Siren's Tears, was unusually brightly lit tonight. The tavern's name comes from an ancient legend that a siren once ran aground here, and her tears before she died turned into a peculiar rock on the shore. The tavern owner was an old pirate with a missing leg who loved to boast that he had seen the reef glow in the moonlight when he was young. Gray, and he got along well. Tonight, Gray has booked the entire tavern. He was hosting a crucial dinner party to entertain two special guests. Inside the tavern, the usual drunken, loud pirates were nowhere to be seen. Instead, Gray's most elite confidants were present. They stood silently in the corner, wearing gleaming leather armor, watching their surroundings warily. Beside the head of the long table, Gray was dressed in a relatively decent linen shirt, with a leather vest without insignia over it. He had left his heavy plate armor at his residence. He seemed somewhat awkward. His hands, which were usually wielding shields and maces, were now holding a wine glass, and he didn't know where to put it. Lord Coventry, Frank, Gray raised his glass, his voice carrying an undisguised sincerity. The conditions on Dogtail Island are simple, with only some coarse tea and plain food. I hope you two will not find it offensive. Sitting opposite him was a middle-aged man dressed in a dark purple silk suit. He was slightly overweight, his 10 fingers were covered with jeweled rings, and he wore an impeccable smile. He was Coventry, the envoy of the Hungarian Empire. Captain Gray is too kind. Coventry's voice was gentle and mellow, like a piece of jade that had been polished for many years. His Majesty the Emperor has always appreciated pragmatic people. Compared to luxurious palaces, His Majesty values loyalty and competence more. I really like the atmosphere here. It's simple yet powerful. Sitting next to Gray was his close friend, businessman Frank, who also served as the middleman. Frank was dressed in a well-tailored businessman's suit, with shrewd eyes and a friendly smile. He tactfully smoothed things over. Haha, Lord Coventry is right. My old friend is a master of fighting, but he's not so good at handling the formalities of welcoming and seeing off guests. Come, let us toast His Majesty the Emperor's generosity. The 3 wine glasses clinked together softly, producing a crisp sound. Since his complete break with Rhodes at the victory celebration, Gray has left Wolf Island with the first squad, who were willing to follow him. He was tired of it, tired of that precarious life, constantly risking their lives, and even more tired of Rhodes's insane theories that were shrouded in freedom, but actually led to destruction. He must find a real way out for his brothers and for his family on the island. Accepting amnesty was his only and final choice after careful consideration. Once the Empire's new shipping routes are established, the trade value of Starfall Sea will plummet. At that time, the wild wolf pirates, these hungry wolves entrenched here, will either starve to death or go to more dangerous seas to fight against more powerful enemies. By then, let alone offering them amnesty, the Empire probably wouldn't even bother to give them a second glance. This is Gray's last chance. Meanwhile, Gray's close friend Frank, a shrewd businessman with connections in the upper echelons of the Empire, became his bridge between the Empire and the government. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere gradually warmed up. Coventry set down his silver cutlery, elegantly wiped his mouth with a napkin, and casually glanced at Gray and his elite men behind him. Captain Gray, I think we can discuss the matter of letters of marque in more detail. Coventry interlaced his fingers and placed them on his slightly protruding belly, his tone becoming meaningful. His Majesty the Emperor means that the Imperial Navy needs friends, especially in a dynamic sea like the Starfall Sea. We are willing to serve the Empire, Gray said in a deep voice. Very good. Coventry nodded in satisfaction. Of course, the Imperial Navy's duty is to protect the Empire's trade routes and ensure the absolute safety of Imperial merchant ships. I believe Captain Gray understands this and will strictly adhere to it. That's natural, Gray said. As for, Coventry drawled, picking up his glass and gently swirling the deep red liquid inside, as if admiring a flowing drop of blood. As for those forces that do not belong to the Empire, or rather, those forces that are not friendly with the Empire, it is common for their ships to encounter storms at sea. After all, the endless sea is never peaceful, is it? Chapter 187 Privateering Fleet. Coventry paused, a barely perceptible glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. As a privateer fleet authorized by His Majesty the Emperor, you naturally have the obligation to maintain order on certain specific shipping routes. As for the loot obtained after maintaining order, the Empire has always been generous. You only need to contribute a portion of it as tax to the national treasury as a sign of loyalty. Frank immediately added with a smile. To put it bluntly, Gray, from now on you will be a regular army under the Imperial banner. As long as you don't touch Imperial ships and pay taxes on time, all other rules remain the same. Gray's heart skipped a beat. He understood. This so-called amnesty is nothing more than pirates in disguise. The Empire's move of issuing licenses of privateering was extremely shrewd. Not only can it enhance the strength of the Imperial Navy, but can also turn enemies into friends. The so-called taxes that Gray has to pay for each raid also increase the Empire's revenue to some extent. To put it bluntly, what the Empire wants is an obedient dog that can do the dirty work for them and hand over profits. Although it was somewhat humiliating, this was the best possible outcome. At least, the brothers now have a legitimate identity, and their families can receive the Empire's protection, no longer living in fear. Thinking of this, Gray's tightly furrowed brows relaxed. He picked up his glass, about to say something. Just then, Barrett, the commander of his first squad, strode in through the door. Barrett, with a serious expression, went straight behind Gray, as if he had something important to report. He glanced at the Imperial envoy on the table, his lips moved, but he swallowed them back, only giving Gray a wink. What's wrong? Gray sensed something was amiss. Barrett hesitated for a moment, then leaned down and spoke quickly in a voice only the two of them could hear. The captain is in trouble. News from Wolf Island indicates that Casa's second squad. They were ambushed at sea and their entire army was wiped out. Gray tightened his grip on the wine glass. Casa? That madman? Although he despised Casa's cruelty and brainlessness, he did not deny the guy's fighting ability. The second squad is the most ferocious group of desperados in the Wild Wolves gang. Who has the ability to annihilate them all? Did the Imperial fleet do this? That was Gray's first reaction. He glanced subconsciously at Coventry across from him. Barrett shook his head, his expression becoming even more peculiar. He took a deep breath, his voice lower and trembling slightly. It's not the Imperial fleet. Captain, please don't get excited after hearing this. Now the news of Xinglohai has spread far and wide, and everyone says it was you who did it. Buzz. Gray's mind went completely blank for a moment. Absurd. But the next second, a surge of anger at being framed and betrayed erupted from the depths of his heart, like a volcano. Bang! With a loud bang, Gray's steel-like fist slammed heavily onto the thick wooden table. The entire table shook violently, and the roasted meat on the plate jumped up. The wine glass overturned, spilling deep red wine, like glaring wounds. The tavern fell silent instantly. All eyes were on him. Coventry was startled by this sudden turn of events. His smile froze, and a hint of wariness and displeasure flashed in his eyes. Ha! Frank reacted quickly, immediately raising his glass in laughter, trying to break the awkward silence. You flatter me, Lord Coventry. My friend is a man of strong emotions. I was so excited when I heard I could serve the Empire. So excited. Come, Gray. Let's raise another toast to His Excellency, the Envoy. As he spoke, he frantically gestured to Gray with his eyes. Gray's chest heaved violently. He looked at Coventry's fake smile, then at Frank's anxious eyes, and finally forced himself to suppress his raging anger. He knew that now was not the time to lash out. At the ensuing banquet, Gray became distracted. He heard every word Coventry and Frank said, but he couldn't get it into his head. His thoughts had already flown far away, repeatedly pondering that vicious rumor. Who is it? Who is framing me? What is the purpose? The answer is almost obvious. Cut off any possibility of reconciliation between him and Rhodes, forcing them into a fight to the death. Coventry clearly noticed Gray's lapse in composure and did not linger. After receiving Gray's affirmative reply that he would accept the offer of amnesty, he took his leave, citing the need to report back to His Majesty the Emperor as soon as possible. Captain Gray. Coventry patted Gray's shoulder meaningfully before leaving. The Empire welcomes capable friends. Of course, we also hope that our friends can handle their own family affairs well. His Majesty the Emperor dislikes trouble. After seeing off the Imperial envoy, Frank's smile immediately vanished. My God, Gray, you almost messed things up, he complained, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. What on earth happened? Gray did not answer. He walked to the window, looked at the dark, inky sea in the distance, and then spoke. Someone framed me, saying I killed Casa. Killed Casa? Frank was taken aback at first. Then his eyes lit up, and he actually laughed. Isn't this a good thing? Gray turned around abruptly, looking at him with icy eyes. Let me finish. Frank quickly waved his hand, a shrewd look typical of a businessman on his face. Think carefully. What is your current status? The commander of the privatizing fleet who is about to accept the Empire's offer of amnesty. Who is Casa? A notorious pirate leader, a thorn in the side of the Lekhan Empire. You killed him. That's a great achievement. This is your pledge of allegiance to the Empire. With this achievement, you can hold your head high even more in the Empire. Who knows, he might even get promoted and given a higher rank. Gray shook his head, a bitter, wry smile on his face. Frank was ultimately a businessman. He only saw the profits and couldn't see the deadly danger. You don't understand. Gray's voice was low and weary. You don't understand, Rod, the captain of the Wild Wolf Pirates. He may be crazy, he may be paranoid, but he has a wolf-like obsession with the brothers he recognizes. No matter how much of a scoundrel Casa is, he is still his most loyal wolf. In his eyes, I was already a spineless person whose beliefs clashed with mine. Gray's gaze drifted to the bottomless darkness outside the window, as if he could see a pair of wolf eyes burning with rage staring at him. Now that this rumor has spread, in Rhodes' mind, I have become a shameless traitor who not only betrayed our ideals, but also used conspiracies to kill my brothers. He won't investigate or think things through. He'll only be blinded by anger and a sense of betrayal. He will definitely send someone to kill me. No, it's not as simple as sending someone to kill me. Gray's voice trembled, and a chilling cold rose from the soles of his feet, instantly spreading throughout his body. He will use the most cruel and bloody methods to retaliate against a traitor. He will destroy everything I cherish most. Chapter 188, Shadow Claw Lilith. Gray thought of his wife and his daughter's radiant smile. A large part of his decision to surrender was to ensure his wife and daughters would receive the Empire's protection and have a safe future. Wolf Island, located in the Starfall Sea and within the territory of the Wild Wolf Pirates, is Rhodes's territory. The Empire's protection is still far away. An image flashed into Gray's mind. In the unfathomable darkness, the burning wolf's eye illusion overlapped with his wife's gentle smile and his daughter's cheerful laughter. Gray's pupils suddenly contracted. His worry for his wife and daughter turned into fear, which instantly gripped his heart. No! A hoarse growl squeezed out of Gray's throat. He abruptly pushed aside the chair in front of him, as if he had remembered something important, and left without saying goodbye. Frank's shrewd smile froze instantly. Gray's behavior and demeanor had become abnormal just now, and he almost ruined the important matter of becoming an Imperial privateer. Frank was about to ask Gray what was wrong when he was completely stunned by Gray's next move. Barrett. Gray ignored everyone. His eyes were bloodshot, like a cornered beast, as he roared at the squad leader. Take everyone with you. Hurry, get back to my place. Protect my wife and daughter. Before he finished speaking, his burly body had already smashed open the creaking wooden door of the tavern and rushed into the damp and cold night outside. The atmosphere inside the tavern instantly plummeted to freezing point. Barrett did not hesitate at all when he heard the captain's order. He drew his sword from his waist and roared at his elite subordinates in the corner. What the hell are you all standing there for? Get moving. Follow the captain. Clang, clang, clang. A series of crisp, decisive sounds rang out as swords were drawn from their sheaths. The men under Gray, who had been standing silently like statues at the banquet, instantly lost their feigned calmness and replaced their faces with a ferocity and murderous intent that only appeared on the battlefield. They kicked aside the tables and chairs and followed Gray's retreating figure, surging out of the tavern like a flood. Hey, hey, my table, my wine. The tavern owner, the old pirate with a broken leg, poked his head out from behind the bar and cried out in distress. Gray, are you crazy? Frank chased after them to the door, watching their retreating figures, and stomped his feet in anger. He couldn't understand how something that was supposed to be a great thing had turned out like this. Coventry's carriage hadn't gone far when he turned back through the window and happened to see this scene. His expression was somewhat complicated. He gently tapped the side of the carriage and instructed the driver. No need to stop any longer. Return to port at full speed. Dogtail Island is a small town, and Gray's house is at the other end of the town, an ordinary stone house surrounded by a fence. At this moment, warm orange light shines through the windows of the stone house. A girl of about 7 or 8 years old, with 2 little braids, was holding a ragdoll rabbit covered in patches. This was a gift from Gray to her, and it was her favorite present. Lena, stop playing and come in. The sea breeze is getting chilly. A woman in a simple long dress leaned out of the doorway and called out gently. She was Gray's wife, Eileen. Coming, the girl replied cheerfully, turning and running towards the door. Just as she turned around, a dark figure silently slipped out from the shadows of the courtyard wall. Shadowclaw Lilith. She made no sound at all. Her slender figure seemed weightless as she silently appeared behind the girl. She slowly raised her right hand, which was covered in metal claws, the sharp claw blades reflecting a deadly cold light in the dim firelight. Captain Rod's order was to bring back Gray's head. But Lilith has her own understanding. To deal with a traitor, killing him is not punishment, but liberation. Destroying everything he cherishes and leaving him to live in endless pain and regret, that is true hell. She wanted to kill the girl first, then the woman. Then, wait for Gray to come back and enjoy his devastated expression. The claw blade was aimed at the girl's unsuspecting back. Lena, watch out! Eileen, who was standing at the door, happened to turn around and witness this terrifying scene that she would never forget. However, maternal instinct overcame fear. She didn't scream, but instead used all her strength to rush forward and hold her daughter tightly in her arms. Lilith's eyes remained unwavering. Whether she killed 1 or 2 made no difference to her. The claw blades were even faster. Stop! A furious roar, like rocks splitting apart, exploded from not far away. A burly figure rushed over at an astonishing speed, his footsteps cracking the stone pavement beneath his feet. It's Gray. He saw Lilith's gleaming claws getting closer and closer to his wife and daughter, and his eyes widened in fury. My own chain hammer is too cumbersome. I definitely won't have time to swing it. Are we just going to stand by and watch our wives and daughters die under Lilith's iron claws? He needs a swift and deadly attack. Drink it. Gray roared and channeled a surge of rock magic energy into his right foot before stomping hard on the stone pavement beneath his feet. Earthquake-induced rock spikes. Boom! The ground beneath their feet cracked inch by inch, and a sharp, earthen yellow stone spear, carrying pebbles and dust, shot out through the air. The target is Lilith's back. Lilith frowned slightly. She could feel the sharpness of the attack from behind. If she insists on killing the mother and daughter in front of her, she will inevitably be severely injured herself. In a split second, she made the most rational decision. Her figure slid to the side like a ghost, narrowly avoiding the violent rock spike. But Lilith did not give up. A sinister smile appeared on her face, and with a flick of her left wrist, a dart gleaming with a ghostly green light shot out from her sleeve. The target remains the girl in Eileen's arms. Gray's heart was in his throat. He didn't have time to attack again. At this critical moment, the frail Eileen did something that no one expected. She turned around abruptly and used her back to shield her daughter. Puff! The sound of a dart piercing flesh was faint, yet jarring. Eileen's body trembled violently, and she let out a suppressed groan. The dart was deeply embedded in her shoulder blade. Eileen, Gray finally rushed over. He slammed the shield in his left hand into the ground, and an earthen yellow magical barrier enveloped him, his wife, and daughter. Gray grabbed his swaying wife and hugged her tightly. When he saw the dart on her back and the ominous, eerie green of its tail, his mind went blank. Mom? Mom, what's wrong? The girl, Lena, was terrified. She peeked out from her mother's arms, saw her mother's pained expression, and burst into tears. Take Lena away quickly. Eileen's lips quickly turned bluish-black. Her voice was weak, yet incredibly firm. Chapter 189, Personal Feud. Yeah, Gray roared like a wild beast. The voice was filled with endless anger, regret, and heartache. He carefully handed his wife to Barrett, who arrived shortly afterward, his voice distorted with extreme rage. Barrett, take good care of them. Go find a doctor in town quickly. Then, Gray slowly turned around, his once tired but determined eyes now completely consumed by blood. He stared intently at the figure, standing silently in the shadows, not far away. Now that things have come to this, there's no need to explain that I was framed by someone. Now, it's a personal feud between him and Lilith. Lilith Gray squeezed out the name through gritted teeth. Today, you and that mad dog behind you will both die. Lilith looked at him coldly, as if he were a dead man. She gently licked her lips, her voice clear and ethereal. The captain said, "Let me take your head back. Now it seems perhaps we could bring a couple more." Gray could no longer suppress the murderous intent in his heart. He took the shield stuck in the ground in one hand and gripped the heavy chain hammer in the other. Protect the captain's family. Charge. Kill Lilith. A shout from one of Gray's men drew responses from the others. In an instant, more than 10 of his men sprang into action, brandishing their weapons and flanking Lilith for both sides. Lilith's expression remained completely unchanged. She simply touched the ground with her toes, and her entire body transformed into a faint, ethereal shadow, merging into the deeper darkness around her. Watch out! She can stealth! Gray yelled a warning, but it was too late. One of the pirates charging at the front felt a chill on his neck. He instinctively reached out to touch it and found a warm, viscous liquid. He looked down in horror and saw his blood gushing out like a fountain. His pupils dilated rapidly, and before he could even utter a scream, he collapsed heavily to the ground. Lilith's figure flashed behind him, her 2 metal claws landing without a drop of blood on them. Asshole! Another pirate roared and swung his battle axe at the afterimage. However, the axe blade missed its target. Lilith's figure, like a ghost without substance, circled halfway around him before her metal claws lightly slashed at his unsuspecting waist. Sizzle! The leather armor was torn apart as if it were made of paper, and the pirate froze in his tracks. He watched in disbelief as his intestines slid out of the wound, his eyes filled with despair. Shadow Wolf, Lilith whispered. The shadow beneath her feet began to wriggle. 2 wolves, made of pure shadow energy, roared and pounced, each lunging for the throats of the 2 pirates. Gray's men were all battle-hardened elites, but in front of Lilith, they were like lambs to the slaughter. This one-sided massacre happened in an instant. Enough! Gray roared and hurled the chain hammer in his hand. The chain hammer, accompanied by a whistling sound, hurtled towards Lilith like a shooting star. Lilith had no choice but to abandon the pursuit and retreat hastily. The hammer slammed into the ground, shattering the hard stone slab into pieces instantly, leaving a terrifying deep crater. Gray flicked his wrist, and the chain retracted. He held the massive iron shield in front of him and approached Lilith step by step. Each step caused the ground to tremble slightly. I'll tear you to pieces. Gray's roar no longer belonged to a composed captain, but to a beast whose scales had been touched. He slammed the massive iron shield in his left hand into the ground. Earth Magic Mire. Buzz. A dull ripple spread out from the shield, and the hard stone slabs beneath their feet instantly transformed into a bubbling, dark brown mud pit. A musty, earthy smell filled the air. Lilith's lithe movements suddenly froze, her feet feeling as if they were being gripped by countless invisible hands, making every step incredibly difficult and kicking up large amounts of sticky mud. Her once proud speed was now largely rendered useless. Finally willing to take action personally, Captain Ironheart, A hint of seriousness finally appeared in Lilith's cold eyes. Since I've made up my mind to accept your surrender, I've expected to face you one day. Gray glared and gritted his teeth. That move just now was designed specifically for you. With a low growl, Gray launched his charge. His feet were enveloped in a layer of earthy yellow energy, allowing him to tread on the mud as if it were flat ground. With immense force, he slammed into Lilith like a moving city wall. Lilith knew that with her movements restricted, there was no way she could avoid the impact while in the mud. She crossed her arms over her chest, and shadow energy surged from within her. Shadow blur. Just as Gray's shield was about to strike her, Lilith's body became translucent and lost its physical form. Gray's unstoppable charge passed right through her illusory body. Oh no, Gray thought with a start. Sure enough, that deadly chill came from behind. Lilith, who had passed through his body, solidified again and reappeared behind him. Her gleaming metal claws tore through the air, aiming straight for Gray's unsuspecting nape. But Gray was, after all, a battle-hardened warrior. He didn't turn around, but instead focused his earth-based defensive abilities onto his helmet. Then he suddenly tilted his head back and slammed the hardest part of his helmet, the back of his head, into Lilith's claw blade. Clang! A piercing clang of metal clashing rang out, sparks flying everywhere. Lilith felt a tremendous force coming from the tip of the claw, which made her wrists go numb and her body drift backward uncontrollably. Gray seized the opportunity, turned around abruptly, and swung his chain hammer with thunderous force. Martial skill, ground-shattering strike. Lilith was in mid-air with nowhere to grab onto, so she could only hastily raise her claws to protect herself. Boom! With a loud crash, the chain hammer slammed solidly into her claws. Lilith was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the stone wall of the courtyard in the distance, cracking the sturdy wall. Cough! She slid down the wall to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, but the killing intent in her cold eyes grew even stronger. So you really killed Casa? That doesn't matter anymore. Gray pressed his advantage. He roared and charged forward again. He knew that when dealing with an agile assassin like Lilith, he absolutely could not give her a chance to breathe. However, just as he was about to rush in front of Lilith, a strange smile appeared on the corner of Lilith's mouth. Shadow mirror. The Lilith, lying on the ground, suddenly turned into a black shadow and vanished with a whoosh. Beside Gray, the real Lilith quietly appeared. On one of her claws, a dense, impenetrable mass of dark energy emanated, exuding an aura of decay and death. Assassination technique, heart-corroding claw. She aimed her claw at the gap, where the Gray heavy armor was joined. Too close. Gray had no time to get back on defense. He could only watch helplessly as the claw, imbued with death, grew larger and larger in his pupils. Am I really going to die here? Elena. Chapter 190, The Enemy of My Enemy is My Friend. A burning anger of resentment raged in Gray's eyes, but could not change this hopeless reality. At this critical moment, several sharp, sword-like feathers whistled through the air. Lilith's expression changed drastically. She could sense that if she didn't dodge or evade, she would be riddled with holes. She had to abandon her fatal blow to Gray and retreat rapidly. One of the sword feathers grazed Lilith's cheek just centimeters away. Even so, a bloody mark was still left on her face. Gray escaped death. He was panting heavily, looking in the direction from which the sword feather had flown. Who is it? Did you save me? Right now, who can save me? Gray had never even seen such a sharp sword feather technique before. A dozen minutes ago, the Chinli, battered and bruised, docked at the pier on Dogtail Island. The air was filled with the salty sea breeze and the stench of rotting fish entrails. Red eyes looked out over the seaside town by the moonlight. Several crooked wooden houses were scattered not far away, looking as if a strong wind could blow them down. This place, it seems, is not as good as Silverback Town on One-Eyed Island. However, this impoverished seaside town seems unusually lively today. Several warships of various sizes were moored at the dock. Because he needed to discuss the matter of surrender with the Empire's envoy, Gray had his men take down the Wild Wolf Pirates' flag long ago. Red Eyes and the others were unaware that the ships moored on the shore originally belonged to the Wild Wolf gang. But one ship still stands out. Imperial Envoy ship. Governor, look at that ship. Mad Chief Sure Ong pointed to a ship not far away, his voice deafening. Looking in the direction he pointed, there was indeed a large ship that looked out of place on the other side of the dock. The ship was painted a brand new white, with smooth lines, a towering mast, and a gleaming deck. Against the gray Dogtail Island, it looked like a white swan that had fallen into a mud pit. Governor, look at the emblem on the sail. Gao Zheng's expression was serious, like a teacher guiding a student. The red-eyed man's gaze shifted, then his eyes suddenly focused. On the ship's sail was a roaring tiger, its claws resting on two swords. The emblem of the Hungarian Empire. What's this? In the past 2 days since becoming governor, Red Eye had been cramming on information about countries that had dealings with One-Eyed Island, and he recognized this emblem. The emblem of the Hungarian Empire? That's right. Gao Zheng nodded. Moreover, it is an Imperial Envoy ship. Red eyes and furrowed brows. An Imperial Envoy ship. Hearing this, Liang Hongbin couldn't help but chuckle and joked. An Imperial Envoy ship? Haha, what's an Imperial Envoy ship doing here? Are they going to establish diplomatic relations with this godforsaken little fishing village? His blood-red eyes swept over the other ships moored in the harbor. These ships looked quite sophisticated, even warships, but without exception, they all had their flags lowered, and their bare masts seemed to be deliberately hiding something. A dilapidated island. A magnificent Imperial Envoy ship. A group of flagless ships hiding their heads and tails. These three things together just don't look right. Just then, a horse-drawn carriage came from the direction of the town and stopped at the dock. The car door opened, and a slightly overweight middle-aged man wearing a silk suit stepped out. He was followed by several sharp-eyed guards. The man covered his nose with a handkerchief with a look of disgust, carefully avoided the puddles on the ground, and quickly boarded the Imperial Envoy ship. Something's not right. Something's really not right, the red-eyed man said meaningfully. It seems that what's happening on this little island is much more exciting than it appears on the surface. As he spoke, he looked at Liang Hongbin. Captain Liang, I'm entrusting the ship repair to you. I'll take some men to town to check it out and gather some information. Understood. Liang Hongbin accepted the order and left. Red Eyes, along with Gao Zheng, Shurong, and several elite sailors, headed towards the town's only tavern. Governor, something's fishy, Shurong muttered as he walked. Those warships inexplicably gathered in this godforsaken place and even pulled down their flags. Are they feeling guilty? Besides, even I know that the officials in the Empire are all arrogant and conceited. Why did they come to this poor place? Are you here to help alleviate poverty? Gao Zheng shook his head. Things aren't that simple. I suspect so. Halfway through his sentence, the wooden door of the tavern not far ahead was suddenly kicked open with a bang. It's him. Gao Zheng lowered his voice, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Red Eyes followed his gaze and saw the burly man at the head of the group, looking anxious, rushing out of the tavern and running wildly into the depths of the town. Teacher, do you recognize him? Red Eyes asked. The first division captain of the Wild Wolf Pirates, Ironheart Grey. Gao Zheng uttered the name. Damn it. The ship that the Wild Wolf Pirates plundered from One-Eyed Harbor had many of Mad Sheep Shurang's friends among its sailors. Upon hearing that they were from the Wild Wolf Pirates, he couldn't help but curse, remembering his deep-seated hatred. His large, fan-like hand gripped the giant hammer tightly as he roared. Governor, don't stop me. I'll smash his head open with this hammer. As he spoke, he was about to rush forward. Stop. Red Eye's voice wasn't loud, but it made Sure Ang's burly body stiffen abruptly. Sure Ong turned his head and saw that the red-eyed man's blood-red eyes were staring at him. He had no choice but to put the hammer down reluctantly and mutter to himself. Governor, why are you stopping me? Red Eyes ignored him and turned to Gao Zheng to quickly confirm one thing. Teacher, I remember Liang Hongbin saying that he was the leader of the faction in the Wild Wolf gang that advocated for amnesty. That's right. Gao Zheng nodded. Now all the clues connected. Red Eye's mind raced. No wonder. The warships docked at Dogtail Island belonged to Grey. The envoy from the Xiongnu Empire also came to see him. Because the warship had previously been flying the flag of the Wild Wolf pirates, he took it down to show the messenger his resolve. Thinking about it this way, everything makes sense. It seems that this guy named Gray has completely broken ties with the Wild Wolf pirates. After all, choosing to be recruited means becoming enemies with the Wild Wolf pirates. A hint of approval flashed in Gao Zheng's eyes. The red-eyed man was already capable of handling things on his own and didn't need any further guidance from him. So what does the governor mean? Gao Zheng asked. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Red Eye smiled slightly. Let's follow him quietly and see what's wrong with him in such a hurry. To better conceal their whereabouts, Red Eyes sent the sailors who had come with him to the tavern to gather information. He then led Gao Zheng and Shirong, following silently like three ghostly figures. They hadn't gone far when the sounds of fighting and a woman's screams coming from the courtyard ahead made them stop. The three of them hid behind a low wall and witnessed a breathtaking scene. Chapter 191, Shadow Technique. Heart-Eating Claw. The man named Gray, looking like a mad tiger, was locked in combat with a ghostly female assassin. Behind them, a woman was holding a little girl. A dart still dripping black, poisonous blood was stuck in her shoulder blade, and her lips had turned purple. It's the first mate of the Wild Wolf gang, Shadow Claw Lilith. Gao Zheng recognized the female assassin at a glance. That woman and child. They're probably Gray's wife and daughter. Upon seeing this, the red-eyed man's pupils suddenly contracted. How could they commit such a heinous act against innocent women and children? He recalled his childhood, the days when he and his mother depended on each other for survival, and a surge of anger rose from his chest to the top of his head. Governor General Shirong was also furious. He hated these scumbags who bullied women and children the most. These two are no good. Let me handle them. Red Eyes remained silent. He took a deep breath, his bloodshot eyes surging with murderous intent. Warships that deliberately removed their flags. Imperial envoys that had come from afar and were almost impossible to find in this place. My judgment that Gray wanted to join the Empire was absolutely correct. Regardless of the outcome, his determination is evident. Gray couldn't possibly be unaware of what doing this meant. To completely antagonize the Wild Wolf pirates. Therefore, all of this indicates that the conflict between Gray and the Wild Wolf pirates has reached an irreconcilable point. The fact that the Wild Wolves even sent Lilith to assassinate the two people suspected to be Gray's wife and daughter is the best proof of this. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He was outnumbered and outmatched. His strength was far from sufficient to exact revenge on the entire Wild Wolf pirates. If we can lend a helping hand at this moment and bring Gray's powerful force under our control, this is a golden opportunity. Thinking of this, Red Eyes no longer hesitated, his gaze sharpening. Teacher Shirong. Yes, they both answered simultaneously. Get ready to fight, Hell Gray. After saying that, Red Eyes suddenly flapped his wings and flung out several feather swords. Those sharp swords formed from white feathers arrived in an instant, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. Lilith's pupils contracted to the size of pinpoints. A sense of crisis, stemming from instinct, made the hairs on her body stand on end. She abandoned her fatal blow to Gray, twisted her toes on the ground in a strange way, and floated backward to the side. Laugh! Despite her swift retreat, the sharp energy from one of the sword feathers still managed to leave a thin trail of blood on her pale cheek. A trickle of blood slowly seeped out. Lilith stuck out her tongue and gently licked the wound, her cold eyes filled with a mixture of murderous intent and surprise. She suddenly looked up, gazing in the direction from which the sword feather had come. Who is it? On Dogtail Island, besides Gray and his gang of traitors, who else could launch such a sharp attack? Gray had narrowly escaped death, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. He followed Lilith's gaze with a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. On the low wall shrouded in night, three figures had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. The leader had a pair of huge, pure white wings that stretched out from his shoulder blades, radiating a soft glow in the cool moonlight. He had delicate features, but his blood-red eyes were burning with undisguised rage and murderous intent. Who are you? Lilith's voice was cold, tinged with wariness. This is a family matter for the Wild Wolf pirates. If you don't want to die, Get out of the way. Red Eyes did not answer. He simply stared at her coldly with his blood-red eyes. That look in his eyes was like looking at a dead person. Attack. Red Eyes gave the order. Gao Zheng was the first to move. Like a nimble cheetah, he covered a distance of more than 10 meters in a few leaps, his long sword drawing a poignant arc in the moonlight. Martial arts technique, heart-piercing strike. The sword tip condensed true energy, transforming into a point of cold light, which pierced straight into Lilith's throat. This sword strike was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Lilith's eyes narrowed, and she dared not be careless in the slightest. The shadow beneath her feet seemed to come alive, pulling her body backward, and she instantly disappeared into the deeper darkness. Gao Zheng's sword missed its mark, and the resulting gust of wind carved a deep trench in the ground. Hey! Just then, a furious roar exploded. Mad Sheep Shi Ong leaped high into the air, his massive body blocking out the moonlight and casting a shadow like that of a lion. He gripped the giant hammer tightly with both hands and brought it down with tremendous force towards the spot where Lilith had disappeared. Mad Sheep's heavy hammer. Boom! The earthquake cracked. The hard stone slab ground, as if struck by a meteorite, instantly cracked and collapsed, revealing a terrifying deep pit. The violent shockwave, mixed with gravel and dust, spread wildly in all directions. Lilith's figure appeared awkwardly at the edge of the blast wave. Her black clothes and light armor were covered in dust. Shi Ang's unreasonable area of effect attack forced her to reveal herself. However, she didn't even have time to catch her breath. A figure had already appeared silently behind her. It's Gao Zheng. When his first attack missed, he immediately anticipated Lilith's evasive maneuver and followed her relentlessly. Triple strike combo. 3 sharp blades, arranged in a triangular shape, blocked all of Lilith's escape routes. A ruthless glint flashed in Lilith's eyes. Instead of dodging, she drew 2 poison daggers from her waist, the metal claw sheaths combining with the daggers to create deadly fangs. Ding! 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 A series of rapid clanging sounds rang out, sparks flying everywhere. Lilith, with her ghostly movements and precise parries, managed to withstand Gao Zheng's 3 consecutive slashes. But Gao Zheng's attack was powerful and heavy, which made her arm go numb and her body stiffen. Now, a flash of crimson light appeared in his blood-red eyes, and the wings on his back suddenly flapped. Several more sword feathers, like tracking missiles, shot towards Lilith from various tricky angles. Lilith was terrified. The 3 of them worked together flawlessly. One launched a frontal assault, another drew enemy forces from the flanks, and a third delivered a precise sniper kill from afar. She was driven to the brink of despair. There's no way to retreat. You forced me to do this. Lilith let out a shriek. Her icy eyes were fixed on the red eyes above the low wall. This winged boy who can fly is the biggest threat. Once she kills him, she has plenty of ways to deal with the remaining 2 melee fighters. She poured all the shadow energy in her body into the metal claw on her right hand. The claw-like appendage instantly turned pitch black, like a miniature black hole that devoured light, and the surrounding air was distorted due to the excessive concentration of energy. Shadow technique, heart-eating claw. She abandoned all defense and focused all her strength and speed on this one strike. He transformed into a black arrow released from a bow, rushing headlong towards the red-eyed figure in the distance. Chapter 192, The Wind's Breathless Cage. That's too fast. His red pupils suddenly contracted. He could feel that the energy contained in that black claw was enough to tear him apart instantly. He tried to dodge, but the opponent's aura had already locked onto him completely. This attack was unavoidable. Wind barrier. Red Eyes subconsciously conjured a high-speed, rotating wind wall in front of him. However, he knew in his heart that this hastily assembled defense could not stop that claw imbued with death. In that split second between life and death, a figure resolutely stood in front of him. It's Gao Zheng. Teacher. Red Eyes roared, his eyes bulging as if they were about to burst. Gao Zheng did not turn around. He simply concentrated all the energy and blood in his body into the long sword in his hand. The sword emitted a humming sound, and a faint red halo appeared. With all his might, he swung his sword down, fiercely striking the claw that was imbued with endless darkness. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded throughout Dogtail Island. The blinding light and the all-consuming darkness collided and annihilated at that point. The steel longsword in Gao Zheng's hand shattered inch by inch. Even after its power was reduced by nearly half, the heart-eating claw still gripped his chest with unstoppable force. Puff! Gao Zheng's body was thrown out as if he'd been hit by a car. A mouthful of blood sprayed out in a shrill arc in midair. He fell heavily to the ground. His clothes on his chest turned to ashes, and a horrific charred wound was visible, deep enough to expose the bone. The wisps of black energy, like living things, were constantly eroding his flesh and blood. Teacher! Red Eyes let out a mournful roar, flapped his wings, and instantly arrived beside Gao Zheng. Seeing Gao Zheng, who was weak and unconscious from serious injuries, an unprecedented rage instantly swept through every nerve in his body. His bloodshot eyes were so red they looked like they were about to bleed. A powerful, furious wind element erupted from him. A sudden gust of wind arose. That was no ordinary sea breeze, but a manifestation of the anger that originated from the depths of Yuzuru's heart. A blue shockwave exploded outwards from him, sweeping in all directions. The sand and stones were flying, making it impossible for people to open their eyes. After Lilith unleashed that heart-eating claw attack, her face turned deathly pale and her aura weakened considerably. That was her trump card, a technique that consumed a great deal of energy. She thought that once she dealt with the winged boy who posed the greatest threat to her, the others would be easier to handle. But reality did not unfold as she had envisioned. Instead, it angered the opponent, putting himself at a disadvantage in the overall battle. The shadow energy within her body no longer allowed Lilith to make any further moves. Her icy gaze once again locked onto Gray, who was not far away. No matter what, we must complete the task assigned by Rhodes. Lilith lightly touched the ground with her toes, her figure once again transforming into a blurry shadow, preparing to use stealth to bypass the crowd and carry out a final assassination of Gray. However, she had barely moved. A cold, emotionless voice rang in her ear. "Did I let you leave?" Lilith suddenly looked up. In midair, the red-eyed figure's wings were fully spread, and countless blue wind elemental runes swirled and danced around him, making him appear like a deity. He slowly raised his hand, facing Lilith, his 5 fingers spread, and then suddenly clenched it. The cage of breathless wind. Buzz! As the red-eyed man finished speaking, the space around Lilith seemed to freeze. Immediately afterwards, countless high-speed, rotating cyan wind blades appeared out of thin air from all directions. These wind blades connected with each other, instantly forming one after another wind wall that exuded an aura of death. A cube-shaped wind cage, with sides over 10 meters long, suddenly took shape, trapping Lilith inside. "What is this?" Lilith's expression changed drastically. She could feel the cutting power contained in this wind wall, enough to easily tear apart steel. Unconvinced, she charged towards a wall of wind, attempting to use shadow etherealization to pass through it. However, the moment her body touched the wind wall, sizzle, the shadow energy on her body was instantly torn apart by the violent wind element. Countless tiny wind blades left wounds on her body. Lilith let out a painful scream and retreated awkwardly to the center of the cage. Soon, she was horrified to discover that this cage of wind was slowly shrinking. The walls on all sides were closing in on her. On the wall, countless fine wind blades made a whooshing cutting sound. Shadow mirror. In a desperate attempt to gain a chance of survival, Lilith channeled the last remaining shadow energy within her body and unleashed her attack once more. An exact clone of her appeared and rushed toward the wind wall in another direction. But the result was the same. The moment the mirror image made contact with the wind wall, it was shredded into a cloud of black mist. Despair began to spread in Lilith's heart. She was like a scorpion trapped in a glass bottle, unable to escape her destined fate, no matter how much she struggled. No! She frantically swung her claws, trying to shatter the wind wall, but her attacks landed on it without creating any ripples. The wind wall is still shrinking. 8 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. The shadow of death had completely enveloped her. With a sickening, cutting sound, the wind cage finally closed and then vanished into the air with a bang. Lilith, covered in blood, fell from midair like a rag doll and crashed heavily to the ground. Her body was covered with countless tiny wounds, from which blood gushed out, and she was no longer able to fight. Just then, Gray, his eyes filled with bloodlust, dragged his heavy steps toward Lilith. The chain hammer in his hand dragged a long scratch on the ground, making a harsh scraping sound. Gray puff. Lilith spat out a mouthful of blood. In her final moments, she managed a crazed smile, using her last breath to make a final struggle. Kill me, and Rorod will not let you go. Gray didn't say anything. He simply walked up to her, his tall figure casting a mountain-like shadow. His square face was now etched with pain and hatred that defied description. Gregory, I was just following the captain's orders. Lilith began to fear. Gray remained silent. He simply raised the chain hammer in his hand slowly. Please, for the sake of our past relationship. Lilith began to beg for mercy, but what answered her was a whistling sound of heavy hammers coming down. Bang! The first blow landed on Lilith's right leg. The crisp sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. Ah! A piercing scream tore through the night sky. Bang! The second blow landed on her left leg. Bang! Bang! The third and fourth blows broke both of her arms. Gray, like a tireless blacksmith, treated Lilith as a piece of red-hot scrap metal, hammering her repeatedly, hammer after hammer, until Lilith's screams became faint, leaving only unconscious twitching. Gray then stopped. He threw away the chain hammer, grabbed Lilith's hair, and brought her bloodied and mangled face up to him. Tell Rhodes. Gray's voice was hoarse, like that of a demon from hell. This is just the beginning. Chapter 193, A Savior Descends from the Sky. With that, Gray drew the dagger from his waist and ruthlessly slit Lilith's throat. Warm blood splattered all over his face. He didn't care at all, just stood there quietly, letting the warm liquid slowly slide down his resolute face and drip into the dust. It was as if only in this way could he slightly cool down the anger and pain in his heart that was about to burn away his reason. Teacher! The red-eyed, piercing scream jolted Gray out of his numbness of revenge. Red-eyed rushed back to Gao Zheng's side at lightning speed. Shi-Ong was already kneeling there. This burly man, as strong as a bear, had a face full of anxiety and helplessness. A pair of large hands hovered in midair, wanting to help but afraid of breaking something. Gao Zheng had completely lost consciousness. The wound on his chest, left by the heart-eating claw, was deeper than the night. The flesh around the wound was completely eroded by shadow energy, turning it a chillingly charred black. Wisps of black energy, like tiny venomous snakes, kept probing inward, devouring life. The injuries were far more fatal than they appeared. Gray tossed aside the lifeless corpse in his hands, his heavy footsteps treading on the pool of blood and rubble as he approached Red Eyes. He looked at the unconscious Gao Zheng, then glanced at the red-eyed boy who had just saved his entire family, and spoke in a hoarse voice. Thank you for saving me. He spoke these words of gratitude with immense difficulty, yet they came from the bottom of his heart. Is there a clinic here? My teacher's condition is very bad. Red Eyes raised his head, his bloodshot eyes filled with anxiety and pleading. He has no time to concern himself with positions or grudges. Yes. Gray pointed in one direction of the town without hesitation. Come with me. Without saying a word, Shi-Ong carefully picked up Gao Zheng's burly body and carried him horizontally. The heavy weight made his heart tighten even more. The group rushed towards the location of the clinic as quickly as possible. The clinic on Dogtail Island is more like a slightly larger herbal medicine shop than a clinic. The air was filled with a strong herbal scent and a faint, almost imperceptible odor of blood. The dim light of the oil lamp cast flickering shadows on the wall, making the already simple room feel even more oppressive. Gray's wife, Erin, and daughter, Lena, had been settled on a wooden bed inside. How is Eileen? Gray rushed to the bedside, his heart breaking at the sight of his wife's pale face and her lips, which had turned bluish black. His subordinate, Barrett shook his head, his expression grave. The doctor said the toxin was very potent, and he could only suppress it temporarily, not eradicate it completely. The elderly man, referred to as the doctor, had gray hair and a face full of wrinkles. He carefully examined Gao Zheng's injuries, his hands covered in age spots, wiping them on his blood-stained clothes. Finally, with a look of regret and helplessness, he shook his head at the red-eyed man. The conditions here are really limited. The old man sighed, his cloudy eyes filled with apology. They were too badly injured. One was afflicted by a strange poison, and the other had his heart meridian damaged by an evil force. I'm afraid they won't even live tonight. I won't survive tonight. These 5 words, like a red-hot iron awl, pierced fiercely into the heart of someone with bloodshot eyes. Impossible, he roared, grabbing the old doctor by the collar, his bloodshot eyes fixed on him. Take another look. There must be a way. There must be. The old doctor trembled with fear, but could only repeat helplessly. I really did my best. Red Eyes let go, staggered back 2 steps, and was overwhelmed by a tremendous sense of powerlessness. He was prepared to disregard everything and immediately take Gao Zheng back to the Chinli ship, heading to the nearest bustling port as quickly as possible. Even if there's only a sliver of hope, he can't give up. Just then he felt something vibrating slightly in his pocket. Buzz. He instinctively took it out. It was a badge that was entirely silver white and engraved with exquisite wing totems. Communication badge. The moment Red Eyes saw the badge, he froze, his pupils filled with disbelief. The vibration of the badge means Lin Yuan is asking him to speak. The red-eyed hand trembled uncontrollably. He almost frantically pressed down on the small protrusion in the center of the badge. A soft, blue-white magical aura emanated from the badge, casting a faint glow in the dimly lit clinic. Immediately afterwards, a voice that was both familiar and seemed to have been long ago came clearly from the halo of light. Yes, Red-eyed. The voice was gentle and steady, carrying a power that could instantly soothe the soul. Red Eyes opened his mouth, but it felt like his throat was stuffed with cotton, and he couldn't utter a single word. His eyes instantly reddened, and an uncontrollable surge of tears welled up. Among the few people he could rely on, Lin Yuan was always number 1. He was only 16 or 17 years old. At an age when he should have been carefree, he was instead thrust into the position of governor. Everything around me has changed. People who used to be on friendly terms with him now treat him with utmost respect. The place where people used to joke around freely has become solemn and dignified. He forced himself to grow up overnight and to learn to take on the responsibilities of a leader. Only he knows how tiring and lonely this process was. But he never showed any sentimentality to anyone. He simply kept all the pressure and confusion bottled up inside, using stubbornness and strength to disguise himself as a competent governor. Everyone around me, including Professor Gao Zheng, Shi Ong, and Liang Hongbin, they all became cautious in their words and actions because of his status as governor. He hadn't heard anyone call him red-eyed in such an intimate tone for a very, very long time. Yes, Brother Lin, I'm Red-Eye, he finally shouted, his voice filled with barely suppressed sobs and excitement. That's great. Lin Yuan's voice, clearly relieved, came through the badge. I saw the 1,000 miles at the dock on a small island. Are you here? I was speechless for a moment, my eyes reddening. A surge of immense joy and excitement overwhelmed me, leaving me somewhat incoherent. I'm here. Brother Lin, I'm here. Tell me your exact location, and I'll come find you. Red Eyes immediately told Lin Yuan the location of the clinic. After ending the call, he was like a drowning man who had spotted a lighthouse on a vast ocean, clutching the still warm badge tightly. He rushed to the entrance of the clinic and waited anxiously. Not long after, a series of steady, rapid footsteps approached from afar. A tall, upright figure appeared first at the end of the street. Behind him followed a group of companions, each with a different aura, yet all exuding a powerful sense of oppression. It was Lin Yuan and his immortal ship pirate crew. Please add this new book to your bookshelf. Click on the author's note at the end of the chapter to see the recommendation. Chapter 194, Lin Yuan and Red Eyes meet again. Brother Lin. The moment he saw who it was, His red eyes could no longer be contained. Like a wrong child, he rushed over and hugged the other person tightly. Lin Yuan was knocked off balance by the impact, but quickly regained his footing. He looked at the boy in his arms, who was now taller than when he last saw him, with some surprise. In just over a week, Red Eyes seemed like a completely different person. He has grown much taller, his once slightly thin shoulders have become broad, and the naivety in his eyes has faded, replaced by the firmness and sharpness of a leader. Especially the pair of pure white wings on his back. Although it is now closed up, each feather seems to contain a halo, making it fuller and more divine than when it was first born. The other members of the immortal boat pirates were also filled with emotion upon witnessing this scene. A hint of tenderness flashed in Yin Yingli's beautiful eyes. Shen Tian's face was full of joy, and Lu Xuanju smiled for Ly. Xia Yuan Zhou remained expressionless, but his gaze softened somewhat compared to usual. Suddenly, the red-eyed man abruptly raised his head, as if he had remembered something of utmost importance. He grabbed Lin Yuan's arm, pleading anxiously, "Brother Lin, please save teacher Gao Zheng." Gao Zheng is here too. Lin Yuan was taken aback when he heard this. His gaze swept over the crooked medical clinic sign behind the red-eyed man, and he instantly guessed what was going on. His heart sank. He patted the back of the man with red eyes and comforted him in a deep voice. "Don't worry, I'm here. I have a miracle doctor on my ship." As he spoke, Lin Yuan turned around and looked at the young man in the crowd with his green hair and somewhat cynical demeanor. "He let Tian go and check on Gao Zheng's injuries." "All right, Captain," He Tian replied, carrying the Taotime medical kit into the clinic. Lin Yuan pulled his still agitated, red-eyed man to sit on the stone steps beside him and said softly, "Don't rush. Tell me slowly. What exactly happened?" Red Eyes took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and told Lin Yuan the whole story. From the robbery of merchant ships in One-Eyed Harbor to his resolute formation of a fleet to avenge the more than 100 missing compatriots, he embarked on an expedition to Starfall. After listening, Lin Yuan frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of reproach, but even more so, heartache. "Why didn't you contact me about something this big?" I lower my head, my eyes red, and my voice was somewhat muffled. "I know that if I contact you, you will definitely come no matter where you are. But Brother Lin, I don't want to rely on you forever. I want to prove that I can do it too." "Silly boy," Lin Yuan sighed, looking at the stubborn profile with red eyes, his eyes filled with relief. "No, you're not a silly boy anymore. You're a grown-up capable of standing on your own now." He paused and asked, "Your fleet surely includes more than just you and Gao Zheng, right?" Mentioning this, a hint of pride finally appeared on the red-eyed man's face. "Yes, I listened to you and brought Crazy Sheep Shirong in. He used to work as a bartender at the Red Squirrel Tavern and knew many impressive sailors. Now, our fleet is quite large." "Well done." Lin Yuan nodded, looking at him approvingly. Suddenly, Lin Yuan seemed to realize something crucial. His expression turned serious, and he pressed for an answer. "By the way, what's the name of the pirate crew that robbed your merchant ship?" "The Wild Wolf Pirates." Red Eyes answered without hesitation, a cold hatred flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing this name, Lin Yuan's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. "So, your target for this quest for revenge is also the Wild Wolf Pirates?" "Of course." Red Eyes nodded emphatically, then noticed the subtle change in Lin Yuan's expression and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Brother Lin?" A strange and amused smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. "What a coincidence," he said. "Our goals are now completely aligned. We are also preparing to defeat the Wild Wolf Pirates and obtain their captain's totem." "Really?" Red-Eyed was first surprised, then overjoyed. "That's great. Brother Lin, I'll lend you a hand." "Let's not talk about that now." Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened again. "Gao Zheng's injury. So, you've already fought against the Wild Wolf Pirates?" "Yes." Red Eyes nodded and began to recount in detail what he had seen and heard since arriving at Dogtail Island that day. "I just arrived here earlier today. As soon as we entered the port, I realized something was wrong. A Voyage of the Hungarian Empire was moored at the dock, along with several warships whose flags could be removed." He recounted in detail how he deduced from these clues that the Wild Wolf Pirates were internally divided, with one faction secretly contacting the imperial envoys to discuss amnesty. I judge that the conflict between the person who wants to join the Empire and Rhodes, the captain of the Wild Wolves, is irreconcilable. So I thought, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If we could win him over, we'd have a powerful ally in our fight against Rhodes. So you made your move? Lin Yuan's eyes deepened. Yes, I led my men to follow them, and we happened to witness Lilith, the first mate of the Wild Wolf gang, assassinating the leader of the Surrender faction and even poisoning his wife and daughters. I couldn't stand by and watch, so I asked Teacher Gao Zheng and Shi Ong to step in and save the person. As a result, Teacher Gao Zheng was seriously injured by Lilith's sharp move while protecting me. At this point, the red-eyed man clenched his fist again, his nails digging deep into his palm. Lin Yuan listened quietly, but his heart was already churning with turbulent emotions. His expression didn't change much, but the shock he felt deep inside was beyond words. He looked at the red-eyed man and slowly asked the question that had made his heart pound. The leader of the appeasement faction who was assassinated by Lilith. What's his name? The red-eyed man raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Lin Yuan, and clearly uttered a name. Ironheart Gray. Boom! The moment the name Gray came out of Red Eye's mouth, Lin Yuan felt as if his brain had been struck by lightning. Gray. It's Gray. In an instant, the killing the mind strategy he had devised flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. He had Yin Ingli use illusion magic to make the dead Casa and all the surviving pirates believe that Gray betrayed and massacred them in order to offer a pledge of allegiance to the Liang Empire. This plan was supposed to be a bomb that ignited suspicion within the Wild Wolf pirates, causing them to kill each other while the plan itself reaped the benefits. But no matter how much he planned, he never expected that. Fate took such a bizarre turn that it dragged his most cherished friend, Red Eyes, into the bloody vortex he himself had created. Chapter 195 Divine Doctor. Ultimately, if the Wild Wolf pirates hadn't plundered the merchant ships of One-Eyed Port first, Red-Eyed would never have been so obsessive in organizing a fleet to seek revenge, and he certainly wouldn't have been dragged into this vortex that he himself had started. The guilt in Lin Yuan's heart was quickly replaced by a cold killing intent. All the blame should be placed on Rod. He patted the back of the man whose red eyes were still trembling slightly. Don't worry. Tomorrow we'll go to the Wild Wolf Pirate's lair and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Yes. Red Eyes nodded firmly, the confusion and helplessness in his eyes vanishing completely. The flames of revenge were rekindled in his heart, burning brighter than ever before. Come on, let's go in and check on Gao Zheng's injuries. Lin Yuan pulled him along, preparing to walk into the clinic. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from the direction of the dock. Liang Hongbin, who was in charge of finding a shipwright to repair the ship, ran all the way over, panting heavily. When he saw Lin Yuan standing next to Red Eyes, he froze, his eyes widening like saucers. Boss Lin, so that new ship that arrived at the dock was yours. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded at him as a greeting. Liang Hongbin wiped the sweat from his brow and said anxiously, I heard from one of our sailors that you were fighting a formidable female assassin, and Gao Zheng was seriously injured, so I rushed over. Is Gao Zheng all right? The ship's doctor on Brother Lin's ship is treating him inside. He'll be fine. Red Eyes answered first, his tone filled with absolute trust in Lin Yuan's team. That's good, that's good. Liang Hongbin breathed a long sigh of relief, finally feeling much more at ease. Without further delay, the three of them entered the simple clinic together. Inside the clinic, Hiletian squatted on the ground, his Tautai medical kit fully unfolded. In the very center of the box, a grotesque mouth covered in sharp teeth was wide open, and a scarlet tongue covered in sticky saliva began to lick Gao Zheng and Eileen's wounds one after the other. Gray and his men, along with Mad Sheepstone, stood dumbfounded, not daring to breathe. The scene was extremely eerie, yet also possessed a sacred and healing quality. The Taoyia's tongue gently swept across Gao Zheng's charred and terrifying chest wound. The wisps of black energy that were constantly eroding his flesh like living things were as if they had encountered a natural enemy. They were slowly sucked out by the scarlet tongue and turned into nothingness. The charred, dead tissue was visibly peeling away, revealing the new pink flesh underneath. Meanwhile, on the other side, the wound on Eileen's shoulder, which had turned black and purple from the poison and was the first to be licked by the glutton, was also rapidly healing. The black poisonous blood was broken down, and the ominous color gradually faded from the deep purple lips, restoring a trace of color. The breathing also became steady and long. This scene completely overturned everyone's understanding, especially the elderly doctor with gray hair at the clinic. He leaned against the door frame, his whole body trembling, his mouth agape, wide enough to fit an egg, his cloudy old eyes filled with fanaticism and disbelief. Finally, after Gao Zhang's chest injury stabilized and most of the poison in Eileen's body was cleared, Tao Ye's tongue slowly retracted. Its grotesque mouth, filled with sharp teeth, snapped shut with a snap. The flesh covering the surface of the box had lost much of its luster, and its pulsation had slowed down. It looked listless, like a battery that had run out of power, lying obediently on the ground. Hiletian breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. This situation of simultaneously treating two fatal injuries of different attributes was a first for both him and Tao Tai, and the consumption was far greater than expected. A miracle, the old doctor exclaimed. He rushed to Hiletian in a few quick steps, his hands trembling with excitement. The way he looked at the Tao Tai was as if he were looking at a rare treasure. Young man, may I ask who this person is? In my more than 50 years of medical practice, I have never seen such an unbelievable method of healing. Hiletian's favorite thing was being worshipped like a god. He stood up, patted the Tao Ye's box, and with a smile that was 4 parts smugness, 3 parts roguishness, and 3 parts inscrutable, began his impromptu performance. Old man, you have good taste. This isn't anything sacred. It's my carefully raised pet, which I call Tao Tai. He paused deliberately, enjoying the curious gazes of the crowd, before continuing his boast. Back then, in order to cultivate it, I have traversed the deepest abyss of the East China Sea to collect dragon blood coral that has been there for 3,000 years. They ventured into the death swamp of the western regions and picked the immortal grass that had been there for 9,000 years. They were ground into powder, mixed with dew from the Tian Shan snow lotus, and fed to it for a full 49 days. So, it's spittle it alone such a minor injury, even if a person is completely dead. As long as their soul hasn't wandered far, I can bring them back to life. These words were full of terms that no one had ever heard of, but Hiletian spoke them so vividly and convincingly that it seemed to make perfect sense. This completely stunned Ong and Gray's few, simple-minded subordinates, and their gazes towards Hiletian changed. The old doctor was even more amazed. Although he didn't entirely believe the materials and place names that even he had never heard of, the therapeutic effects he was seeing were undeniable. He bowed deeply to Hiletian, his attitude extremely respectful. So, with the pharmacist, this old man was blind and did not recognize Mount Tai. I wonder if I might have the honor of learning a thing or two from you, sir. Even just a little bit would be enough to benefit me for a lifetime. Oh, old man, you're too kind. Hiletian waved his hand, grinning. I admire your spirit of learning until you die. When we have time, let's have a good chat. Just as Hiletian was boasting enthusiastically, Lin Yuan and his group of red-eyed people walked in. Lin Yuan quickly surveyed the situation inside the room. His gaze lingered for a moment on Gao Zhang and Eileen's composed complexions before landing on Hiletian, and he asked, How is the situation? Captain, you've arrived. Hiletian immediately dropped his charlatan-like demeanor and became serious again. Don't worry. You're out of danger. Your life is safe. There's still some lingering effect from the blood loss and poisoning, but a couple of days of rest will be enough. He pointed to the drooping Tao Tai on the ground and added, But this guy seems to have overdone it. It's never looked this weak before. It's probably the poison on that woman and the overwhelming shadow energy emanating from that big guy that makes treatment so difficult. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then made a decision. That's how it is, he began, making the arrangements. Tomorrow I plan to gather my forces to attack the Wild Wolf Pirates. You stay here and take good care of those 2 wounded, and also let Tao Tai recover. The new book is now available online. The title is Survival in the Apocalypse. I drive a food truck and elevate all things. Chapter 196, Immortal Ship Fleet. No problem, Lin readily agreed. Staying here would be a good opportunity to exchange medical knowledge with this interesting old doctor. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yuan's gaze swept across the entire room, his voice steady and powerful. The immortal boat pirate crew, except for Lin, all of them. Captain Liang, Shirong, come here. At his command, Xia Yuanzhou, Yin Ingli, Shun Tian, Lu Xuanzhu, Sun Hao, and others stepped forward. At this point, Lin Yuan turned to look at the red-eyed man. Just call Gray over and let him come by himself. Red-Eye nodded and shouted to the burly man deep inside the pharmacy. Mr. Gray, come over here too. Red-Eye and Gray are now comrades in arms, and Red-Eye even saved his and his wife's lives. So, upon hearing this, Gray gestured to his trusted lieutenant, Barrett, to stay and look after Eileen, while he himself walked over with heavy steps. The already small clinic was suddenly packed to the brim. The three groups, clearly distinct, stood together because of a common goal. A subtle atmosphere permeated the air. Lin Yuan's gaze finally settled on the man with a towering, imposing physique and a weathered face. Ironheart Gray. Who could have imagined that a pawn that he had casually placed to divide the enemy would now be standing right in front of him, and about to become an ally fighting side by side? The absurdity of fate could not be greater than this. Lin Yuan quickly suppressed these complex emotions, his face remaining expressionless. He broke the silence and got straight to the point. I think everyone standing here now shares a common goal. His voice reached everyone's ears clearly. That is to kill Grey Fong Rhodes and crush the Wild Wolf Pirates. I don't care what grudges or positions you all have in the past, but from this moment forward until Rhodes' head rolls to the ground, we are allies. We'll launch a surprise attack on Wolf Island at daybreak tomorrow. I need your strength, and I also need Mr. Gray's familiarity with Wolf Island. Only by working together can we defeat them at the lowest possible cost. Lin Yuan's words were simple and direct, without any false politeness, getting straight to the point. Gray listened in silence. He could clearly sense a chilling pressure emanating from the seemingly young boy in front of him. The companions behind him were all powerful figures, no ordinary people whatsoever. More importantly, they cured their wife of the arrow poison, saving her life. In any case, this kindness is greater than heaven. Moreover, both sides share the same goal. He was outnumbered and outmatched, and no one knew Rhodes' terrifying strength better than him. Trying to take revenge on the entire Wild Wolf Pirates is like throwing an egg against a rock. Now that such a powerful force is willing to join forces, he has no reason to refuse. Okay. Gray finally spoke, his voice hoarse and heavy, and he nodded heavily. My people, and everything I know about Wolf Island, are at your command. As long as I can kill Rod, I can avenge my wife and my fallen men. His eyes burned with undisguised flames of hatred. Very good. Lin Yuan was very satisfied with his attitude. Since we're allies, let's get to know each other first. Lin Yuan turned to the side and began to introduce his crew. The Immortal Boat Pirates, Captain, Lin Yuan. First Mate, Yin Ingli. Yin Ingli nodded slightly, her amber eyes calmly scrutinizing Gray. Gunner, Xia Yuanzhou. Xia Yuanzhou merely raised his eyelids as a greeting. Navigator, Shun Tian. The white-haired little girl hid behind, Yin Ingli shyly, and whispered. Helmsman, Lu Xuanzhu. The big, simple-minded man smiled and scratched his head. Boat cook, Sun Hao. Uncle Sun Hao had a kind smile on his face, making him seem the most approachable. Gray then introduced himself and his two companions. Mod Shup, Xuan. Shirong said in a deep voice, carrying his giant hammer, looking at Lin Yuan with a hint of awe. Liang Hongbin. Liang Hongbin appeared much more diplomatic, bowing respectfully to Gray. After the brief introduction, the atmosphere inside the room eased considerably. Although they are not yet in harmony, at least an alliance has begun to take shape. To facilitate command, Lin Yuan temporarily incorporated Red-Eye and Gray's fleets into the Immortal Boat Pirates, collectively known as the Immortal Boat Fleet. Red-Eye is the captain of the first team, and Gray is the captain of the second team. Lin Yuan gazed at the diverse group of people before him, his heart filled with mixed emotions. After briefly introducing himself to everyone, Gray had no interest in small talk and returned to his wife's bedside. Lin Yuan glanced at Gray, who was carefully tucking the blanket around his wife with his rough, calloused hands. He glanced again at Hung Yin, who was in the corner, completely relaxed and fast asleep against the wall because Gao Zheng's injuries had stabilized. The heavy secret about being framed weighed on his heart like a boulder in the deep sea. That's all. Let this secret remain. Let rot inside me forever. He thought to himself. Nautical calendar, January 17th, Year 1, 545. Dogtail Island, where stars fall into the sea. Weather, sunny. Wind force, level 5. Wind direction, southeast. Temperature, 1427. The horizon was tinged with a pale white, the first light of dawn dispelling the last vestiges of night and reflecting a shimmering glow on the sea. At the dock on Dogtail Island, the fleet formed by the integration of 3 ships has completed its final preparations. The sailors stood solemnly at their posts, the atmosphere heavy with tension, the only sound the monotonous lapping of waves against the hull. Lin Yuan stood at the bow of the Changfeng, the sea breeze ruffling the hem of his clothes. His gaze swept over the ships, and when he saw the sailors waving the sea flag that signified ready to sail, Lin Yuan turned his head and looked at the tall, silent figure beside him. Xia Yuanzhou understood and silently raised the sniper rifle. He wasn't aiming at anything. The cannon was pointed straight at the sky. Thump! A deep, thunderous roar shattered the tranquility of the early morning. This was not the roar of cannons, but more like a war drum striking between heaven and earth. Signal received. All the ships lowered their mainsails in response, filling the first gust of southeast wind of the morning. The massive fleet, like a colossal beast awakening, silently glided out of the harbor under the guidance of the Changfeng, heading towards the heart of the Starfall Sea, towards its lair known as Wolf Island, cutting through the waves. Wolf Island, Wolf Fong Fortress. Clang! Another silver goblet filled with strong liquor was smashed against the wall. Rod was shirtless, and a menacing wolf head tattoo on his bronze skin rose and fell with his heavy breathing. His bloodshot eyes were filled with crimson blood, and he hadn't slept all night. He was waiting for Lilith. However, from last night until now, that loyal, shadow-like figure has still not appeared. Chapter 197 Encounter with the Wild Wolf Pirates Patrol Fleet. The mission failed? The thought had barely crossed his mind when Rhodes immediately dismissed it. Impossible. He knew Lilith's strength better than anyone else. He was a born assassin, a grim reaper in the shadows. Even if that idiot Gray got lucky, he would never have emerged unscathed after the battle with Cass's fleet. A wounded Gray is nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter in front of Lilith. With Lilith's abilities, there is absolutely no possibility of failure in this mission. But the facts are right in front of us. If she had succeeded, Gray's head would already be on the table in front of him, on that dilapidated island, besides Gray and his gang of spineless cowards whose claws have been dulled by a peaceful life. Who else could there be? Who can help him block Lilith's fatal blow? Rod paced back and forth in the messy hall, smashing almost every piece of furniture around him. First it was Cassa, then it was Lilith. One was his most loyal mad dog, and the other was his sharpest shadow blade. Both were lost in just 2 days. He belatedly realized that behind all of this, there seemed to be an unseen hand manipulating the chessboard. These large hands are controlling the entire game. It seduces itself, making it mistakenly believe that it is in control of the whole situation, and then, one by one, sends its most capable subordinates into the trap of death. Then next, Rhodes abruptly stopped, his pupils contracting sharply. Isn't that me? This alarming conclusion set off alarm bells for him. Without further hesitation, he rushed out of the hall and roared a series of orders at his confidants outside the fortress. He urgently appointed several powerful pirate leaders as new squad leaders, ordering them to raise Wolf Island's defense level to the highest level as quickly as possible. Place all the usable artillery pieces on the coastline. Patrol team, give me 24-hour shifts and keep a close watch on the waters around Wolf Island. Not even a fly can be let in. The newly appointed squad leaders, their faces beaming with excitement at being entrusted with such important responsibilities, were all bursting with energy. After receiving their orders, They immediately rushed off to their respective locations. The entire Wolf Island, like a disturbed beehive, instantly became noisy and busy. Rhodes stood atop the fortress, gazing at the bustling scene below. His initial irritation and unease were gradually replaced by a colder, more resolute determination. He slowly opened his right hand upwards, and a complex totem that had been transformed from an abstract concept to a tangible one appeared out of thin air on his palm. It was an ancient, wild wolf howling towards the sky, its totem radiating a desolate and savage crimson light. "Whoever you are," Rhodes muttered to himself, his voice low and menacing, like the growl of a wild beast. "Anyone who dares to touch me will pay with their life. Lilith, I will avenge you." 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The combined fleet of the immortal boat pirates has arrived in the waters near Wolf Island. "Captain, 3 patrol boats spotted at 10 o'clock. Navigator Shen Tian's clear voice rang out. She held the little black ball in her arms, her face tense. The fleet slowly came to a stop. Lin Yuan picked up his binoculars. On the distant sea, 3 warships flying the crippled wolf head flag were sailing in a triangular formation. If they want to launch a surprise attack on Wolf Island, this battle is unavoidable. If we bypass them, this patrol could cause unnecessary trouble if the main force lands on Wolf Island and they try to flank us from behind. Prepare to engage the enemy. Lin Yuan put down his binoculars, picked up a naval flag, and sent a clear signal to the fleet behind him. On the figurehead of the Changfeng, the eagle-eyed sculpture suddenly flashed a sharp golden light, traversing a vast distance to precisely lock onto the enemy fleet's foremost warship. Eagle-eye marking. Activated. Old Xia control the cannon. Lin Yuan's voice was calm and even. Xia Yuanzhou was already in position, his hand resting steadily on the fire control console. Once they are within range, activate the wolf pack hunting. The fleet continued forward, and the moment the enemy and friendly forces entered the optimal firing range, Lin Yuan gave the order. Fire. Xia Yuanzhou pressed the launch button. Wolf hunting. Activated. On the port side of the Changfeng, 4 hungry wolf cannons roared simultaneously. The shell left the barrel, its tip burning with a solid, persistent wolf head-shaped flame. Just before the shells were about to hit their target, each shell suddenly split into 3. 12 split shells, each equipped with a hungry wolf effect, pounced on a ship locked on by the eagle-eye mark from several extremely tricky angles, just like a pack of real hungry wolves and the other friendly ship closest to its side and rear. The marked warship didn't even have time to sound the alarm. The first shell accurately hit the marked weak point, triggering the eagle-eye mark's armor penetration and guaranteed critical hit effects. The sturdy hull was easily torn apart as if it were made of paper, and several shells followed, pouring in and triggering a chain of explosions inside the ship. Boom! 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 Flames shot into the sky. Thick smoke billowed, and the ship's keel was blown apart on the spot, along with the pirates on board, all of whom were blasted into flying debris. The other ship wasn't much better off. The sudden saturation attack blasted half of its hull to smithereens. Flames instantly engulfed the deck, and the pirates' screams could be heard from a great distance. With just one salvo, the enemy patrol lost 2 ships. This devastating blow finally brought the last surviving enemy ship to its senses. To their horror, they discovered that what appeared on the horizon was not a single ship, but a fleet of 6. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The piercing alarm sounded across the sea. The surviving enemy ships frantically turned around and fired indiscriminately toward the immortal boat pirates. Red-Eye, the patrol team is in your hands along with Gray. Lin Yuan's voice was transmitted to Red-Eye through the communication badge. Don't linger in the battle. Finish it quickly. Receive. After receiving the order, Red-Eye instructed the sailors on the 1,000-mile who were skilled in flag signals to relay Lin Yuan's information to the flagship of the Gray Fleet. They reacted quickly. Red-Eye's ship, the 1,000-mile, and Gray's fleet immediately separated from the main fleet to meet the stubbornly resisting enemy ship. Lin Yuan's gaze had already moved beyond this small-scale skirmish, landing on the massive Wolf Island in the distance, and the nearly 10 warships anchored at the dock. He could imagine that the Wolf Island pier must be in complete chaos right now. Those pirates must be frantically weighing anchor, preparing to leave port to support the attack patrol. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Even with the loss of Gray's 1st Division and Cass's 2nd Division, the remaining ships of the Wild Wolf pirates are still a force to be reckoned with. And now, most of them are still crammed on the dock, unable to move. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A cold smile curled at the corners of Lin Yuan's lips. To deal with these huddled-together live targets. What weapon could be more suitable than fire? Chapter 198 Landing, Wolf Island. Lin Yuan turned to look at Xia Yuanzhou. Old Xia used the Dragon Breath mortar to exchange for Dragon Breath shells. He pointed to the distant Wolf Island pier. Give them a big one. Okay. Xia Yuanzhou's answer was always concise and clear. He quickly went to the center of the deck, next to the legendary mortar with its ancient and heavy design and a dragon relief on its barrel. He opened the cannon barrel and carefully placed a Crimson Dragon's Breath shell inside. Aim, check all in one go. Emission. Boom. The Dragon Breath mortar emitted a deep roar, unlike any other cannon, seemingly emanating from an ancient dragon. The Dragon Breath shell trailed a brilliant crimson tail, like a falling meteor, tracing a perfect parabola across the sky before accurately striking the central area of Wolf Island's dock, where the ships were most concentrated. It struck the deck of a large 3-masted ship. However, the anticipated violent explosion did not occur. The shell simply shattered, splattering out dark red liquid. The pirates on the dock were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. It was a dud. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. Is that all? I thought it was something amazing. However, their laughter stopped abruptly. The splashed, dark red liquid seemed to have a life of its own, bursting into flames shortly after it came into contact with the wooden deck. That was no ordinary flame, but a demonic fire that could not be extinguished. It spread at an unbelievable speed. Yes, some people jumped onto another boat by following the cable. Yes, it followed the wooden planks, devouring everything flammable. In just a few breaths, the entire dock was engulfed in flames. Flames soared into the sky. Billowing black smoke dyed half the sky an ominous dark red. The ship crackled and popped as it burned, its masts falling like torches and crashing into the water, sending up plumes of scalding steam. Countless pirates were engulfed by the flames, letting out a shrill and desperate scream. They jumped into the sea, only to find that the flames could actually burn on the surface of the water. Even the flagship of the Wild Wolf pirates, the colossal ship that struck fear into the hearts of countless merchant ships, was completely engulfed by the chain of fires before it could even raise its mainsail. It groaned helplessly in the raging flames and slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. The Wild Wolf pirates' naval forces had already suffered heavy losses before even leaving port. Now, there are no more worries. The battle on the sea is also nearing its end. Liang Hongbin truly lives up to his reputation as an old sea dog. His steering skills are superb. Under his control, the Qinli was like a slippery fish, nimbly weaving through the gaps in the enemy's artillery fire. Red Eyes personally took to the gun position. He displayed exceptional talent for guns and cannons, and after learning from Liang Hongbin for only a short time, he was already able to accurately hit distant targets. Gray's fleet, fueled by a thirst for revenge, acted ruthlessly and brutally, sending 2 enemy ships to the bottom of the sea. Soon, the enemy patrol was reduced to a single warship with a tattered sail hanging in the air and thick smoke billowing from its hull. Lu Xuanzhu, who was at the helm, shouted, "There's only one ship left on the other side, Brother Yuan. How about we try out the Chongfeng's new skill?" Lu Xuanzhu refers to the Hungry Wolf Charge. Lin Yuan immediately refused. Absolutely not. That's a skill exclusive to the Casa flagship. Gray must have seen it. If we use it, it will arouse suspicion from the other party. Lu Xuanzhu scratched his head and said admiringly, "Brother Yuan's thinking is more comprehensive." The last ship was sunk by ordinary cannonballs controlled by Xia Yuanzhou. At this point, Wolf Island had no naval power left to stop the ferry ship fleet from advancing. The only problem was the cannons they had set up on the shore. Star God's Protection. Activated. Lin Yuan activated the Star Protection skill of the Chongfeng. The Chongfeng was illuminated by a dazzling starlight, which quickly coalesced into a semi-transparent shield. Shells rained down from ashore, creating ripples on the starlight shield, but they couldn't damage it in the slightest. The other ships following behind were not so lucky. Then on starboard side, a shell tore open the side of the chimney, sending wood chips flying and several sailors being thrown to the ground by the shockwave. Water is taking in the ribs of ship number 3. Plug the leak. Liang Hongbin's shout rang out on the deck, without a trace of panic. Sail handler, adjust the angle of attack. Don't lose speed. Everyone, hold your nerve. The sailors immediately sprang into action, carrying planks and tarpaulins towards the breach. The scene was chaotic yet orderly. Finally, the bow of the Changfeng crashed heavily onto the beach of Wolf Island. Moments before landing, Yiningli caught a glimpse of Lin Yuan entering the captain's cabin alone. As he came out, he casually stuffed a small item into his inner pocket. She didn't ask any further questions, assuming it was some kind of tool Lin Yuan had prepared to defeat the enemy. The other ships in the ferryboat fleet also docked one after another. What awaited them was the ground forces of the Wild Wolf Pirates. The 3 newly appointed squad leaders, each leading dozens of menacing-looking pirates, blocked the only road leading to Wolf Fong Fortress. A major battle is about to break out. After all members of the ferry ship fleet landed, they are now assembling on the shore. Lin Yuan summoned his black feather sword and pointed it directly at the leftmost group of pirates. The one on the left, hand it over to our immortal boat pirate crew. Then he looked to his side. Red Eyes, the right side is yours. Gray, the middle team, it's time for you to get your revenge. The 3 teams instantly charged toward their respective enemies. On Lin Yuan's side, the battle was almost a one-sided massacre. Lu Xuanzhu roared and charged headlong into the enemy ranks with his ember shell shield, like a charging rhinoceros. Xia Yuanzhou stood behind to cover his companions. With each dull thud of the sniper cannon, a pirate leader who was trying to launch a sneak attack would inevitably fall down. The battle on the Red Eye side was filled with a fervent thirst for revenge. For the brothers who died in One-Eyed Harbor, kill. Red Eyes flapped his wings and leaped into the air, unleashing a barrage of sharp feathers that rained down on the enemy ranks, instantly clearing an area. Roar, for our fallen brothers. Shurong, carrying a giant hammer, looked like a ferocious humanoid beast. He slammed the hammer into the ground, and a violent shockwave sent the surrounding pirates staggering. They were then overwhelmed by the swarming, one-eyed harbor sailors. The most tragic case was that of Gray's team. That was a deadly battle between a traitor and an old acquaintance. Gray, how could the captain raise such an ingrate like you? The squad leader on the other side roared, his eyes red. Everything I've done is for my family. Gray roared, his chain mace whistling as it clashed violently with the opponent's battle axe. Sparks flew everywhere. Aren't we your family? The squad leader asked. You're on the wrong path. I've tried to advise you, but you're too proud like wolves and won't listen, Gray replied. The chain hammer and the battle axe clashed, and the two engaged in a pure contest of strength. Is it really right to tuck your tail between your legs and be a dog for the Empire? The squad leader looked a bit strained, but in the end, he couldn't match Gray's strength. Gray shoved forward, knocking the other man off balance. The next second, the chain hammer came hurtling down and struck him squarely on the head. Blood spurted out. At least I can survive, and my family needs me. Gray shook off the bits of flesh from Thresh Chain and looked for his next target. Chapter 199, Gray Fong Roads. Moments later, the battle ended. The inner section was littered with corpses, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and burning. The immortal ship fleet also suffered over a dozen casualties, mainly sailors under Red Eye and Gray's command. But compared to the complete annihilation of the enemy, it was a complete victory. The 3 teams reunited, and the injured were given basic first aid before retreating to the boat to rest. The remaining men rallied, their gazes sweeping over the corpses at their feet and toward the stone fortress that stood deep in the mountainside. Wolf Fong Fortress, Rhodes's lair. They've already come to our doorstep, and this master of the house is really able to keep his composure. Sun Hao slung the enormous dragon-slaying saber over his shoulder and wiped the sweat from his forehead. I think he's holding back a big move. Lin Yuan stared at the fortress. Even if only Rhodes is left, everyone must not let their guard down. A narrow victory did not go to anyone's head. They charged towards Wolf Fong Fortress along the only stone steps. There were no further obstacles along the way, and the silence was unsettling. When they arrived at Wolfang Fortress, they saw a man standing alone in front of the fortress's massive iron gate. He was shirtless, his bronze skin gleaming metallically in the sunlight, his muscles as defined as if cast in steel. A menacing wolf head tattoo was coiled on his chest, rising and falling slightly with his steady breathing. His long, grayish-brown hair was casually tied back with animal skin rope. On his face, with its high cheekbones, a scar ran diagonally from his forehead to the corner of his mouth, adding to his already fierce appearance. It was none other than Gray Fongrod, the captain of the Wild Wolf Pirates. Gray, Rod spoke first, his voice hoarse with a wild, magnetic quality. You traitor, how dare you return to Wolf Island? Rhodes. Gray's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. He gripped the chain hammer tightly, veins bulging in his hand. You mad dog. My wife and daughter almost died at Lilith's hands. You sent them, didn't you? After hearing this, Rhodes whispered something to himself. It seems Lilith has indeed failed. Then, Rhodes' eyes grew even colder. He raised his voice, let out 2 cold laughs, and his tone was filled with undisguised mockery. Now I finally understand what turned that unwaveringly loyal iron heart into the soft heart who now grovels before the Empire. So it was your wife and daughter. You've followed me through many years of adventures, laying the foundation for the Wild Wolf Pirates and enduring countless hardships. I admit, I do owe you a lot of favors. Originally, out of consideration for our years of brotherhood, I could have let it go if you left. But you shouldn't have done that. In order to show your loyalty to the Empire, you turned against your former brother. Gray, you've always been a smart man. You know perfectly well that those who betray me will be hunted down by me. Why then did they go so far as to kill Casa? I didn't. Gray roared. Lin Yuan felt that if he continued talking, his plan to sow discord might be exposed. He reached out and pressed down on Gray's trembling shoulder, his touch steady and firm. Don't get angry with him. At this point, whether it exists or not is no longer important. Rhodes' voice deepened, and the 2 heavy double-edged battle axes hanging at his waist swayed gently as he spoke. You killed Casa, and then you killed Lilith. Today, your heads will all become my offerings to them. Before he could finish speaking, Rhodes' body suddenly sank downwards, and the stone slab beneath his feet was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks. He reached out with his right hand, and a complex totem materialized out of thin air. It was an ancient, wild wolf howling at the sky, radiating a desolate and savage crimson light. The power of the wild wolf god, totem, instantly flowed into his entire body. Rhodes' aura rose steadily, and a primal and savage sense of oppression swept over us. He casually grabbed the double-edged battle axe from his waist, the blade glistening with blood. Attack together, Lin Yuan shouted in a low voice. The battle erupted instantly. Lu Xuanzhu roared and activated the beast transformation Raging Rhino. The ember shell shield, glowing with lava, was the first to charge forward, like a runaway heavy truck. Shur-Ong followed closely behind, leaping high from the flank, his massive iron hammer whistling through the air as it slammed down on Rhodes. Faced with the 2 attacking him from both sides, Rod did not retreat, but advanced. His left-hand battle axe swung upwards at an angle, striking precisely the handle of the mad sheep's hammer, producing a deafening clang of metal against metal. The immense force traveled through the hammer handle, and Shur-Ong felt a sharp pain in his hand, nearly causing him to drop the hammer. At the same time, Rhodes' right-hand battle axe, trailing a bloody afterimage, slammed heavily into Lu Xuanzhu's ember shield. Bang! With a loud bang, Lu Xuanzhu and his shield were sent flying backward, carving a deep trench in the ground. His arms were numb, and his blood and chi were churning inside his body. Is this all you've got? Is that all you've got? Rhodes sneered, his left-hand battle axe pressing down and slamming the back of the axe into Shur-Ang's chest. Shur-Ong groaned, his body slammed to his knees, blood gushing from his mouth. In that split second, Xia Yuanzhou seized the brief opening from behind, and with a roar of his sniper rifle, a bullet containing destructive energy aimed straight at Rhodes' forehead. Rhodes didn't even turn around to look. He grabbed Shur-Ong by the hair, roughly lifted his massive body, and used it to block him from view. Puff! The bullet struck Shi Ong in the shoulder, spraying a cloud of blood. Damn it! Xia Yuanzhou cursed under his breath, quickly adjusting his position and searching for the next firing window. Rod casually tossed the helpless Shi Ong aside, letting him roll on the ground like a tattered sack. Shuan! Red-eyed man's eyes widened in fury at the sight. Spreading its wings, several feathered swords whistled out. Rhodes simply swung his battle-axe twice in front of him and easily blocked the attack. The instant he made that move, a blood-red sword light and a golden blade of light attacked him simultaneously from his left and right sides. Yan Ingli's blood flame longsword and Sun Hao's dragon-slaying saber. Rhodes finally abandoned his contempt, twisting his body at an incredible angle, crossing his arms, and wielding his two battle-axes in a whirlwind. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew as Rhodes deftly parried the blows from the two divine weapons with his double axes. Not bad weapon. Rhodes grinned, revealing his grayish-white teeth. Unfortunately, their owner is too weak. He swung his arms, unleashing a tremendous force that sent Yan Ingli and Sun Hao flying backward. Black dumpling! Shen Tianjiao shouted. The black ball immediately puffed out its cheeks, and a gust of wind mixed with lightning shot towards Rhodes. Rhodes raised his left-hand battle-axe, a flash of blood-red light on the axe surface, and swung it forward, shattering the power of wind and thunder into pieces. After several rounds, everyone felt heavy-hearted. With the blessing of the wild wolf god totem, Rhodes' strength, speed, and defense reached a terrifying level, making him practically an unkillable humanoid beast. Ha ha! Is this all the strength you have? You've disappointed me greatly. Rhodes laughed wildly, enjoying the cat-and-mouse thrill. What he didn't know was that the members of the immortal boat pirates had not yet revealed their full strength. The truly powerful figures, however, have yet to make their move. Chapter 200 Lin Yuan's Trump Card. The Wild Wolf Pirates are concluded. Yeah. A calm voice sounded in front of him. Rhodes' laughter abruptly stopped as Lin Yuan had already closed in, holding a long, jet-black sword. Alcohol was produced in Lin Yuan's body in a very short time, and accumulated as a feeling of intoxication. In the next instant, Lin Yuan's figure became elusive, as if he had transformed into several afterimages, attacking Rhodes from all directions. For the first time, Rhodes showed a serious expression. He abandoned his playful antics and began to focus all his efforts on dealing with the situation. The double-edged battle axe moved with great force, each swing carrying immense power and whipping up gusts of fierce wind. Lin Yuan's black feather sword always managed to find openings between the axe shadows. The sword blade and the axe clashed repeatedly, producing a dull, resounding crash. On the other side, Yan Ingli launched a blood sacrifice. Her aura surged, and the flames on her blood flame sword burned even more fiercely. She shot out and clashed with Rhodes again. Xia Yuanzhou activated the sniper Godmark, and everything in his field of vision slowed down. He began searching for any fleeting flaws in Rhodes' character. Shen Tian's black ball of fur also transformed into a thunder hammer, joining the battle alongside her. Rod was forced into a defensive posture. He then realized that these people had actually been testing him to preserve their strength. Under the full force of the core members of the immortal boat pirates, Rhodes gradually fell into a disadvantageous position, and wounds began to appear on his body. Roar! After Lin Yuan's black feather sword once again slashed a deep, bone-revealing wound across his chest, Rhodes let out a roar that sounded inhuman. He was utterly enraged. You forced me to do this. His eyes were bloodshot, and the wolf totem on his body shone brightly. The blood-red light almost swallowed him whole, forming a huge vortex. Rhodes' body began to swell, his muscles tore through his skin, gray fur grew wildly, his bones cracked, his limbs turned into claws, and his head transformed into a ferocious wolf's head. In a short while, he transformed into a giant wolf over 3 meters tall, exuding an ancient and ferocious aura. Wild Wolf God. Combat Power Rating. Tier 4, 1 star. Introduction. Starfall is the embodiment of the ancient wildness of the sea, who reveres the freedom of bloodshed and plunder, and has been worshipped as a god by pirates throughout the Western Sea. It can transform its host into its own beast-like form and split into a pack of wolf phantoms to fight alongside it. Its power originates from slaughter and the wildness deep within the host's heart. Rhodes, transformed into the wild wolf god, roared to the sky. The roar transformed into a tangible shockwave that spread outwards, causing everyone's blood and chi to surge. Immediately afterwards, several blood-red shadows split off from his body, landing and transforming into several smaller wolf-shaped demons that roared and pounced on the group. "You will all die." The wolf god spoke in human language, his voice becoming hoarse and husky. The situation reversed in an instant, and the immortal ship fleet even fell into a disadvantageous position. "You deal with the smaller ones." Lin Yuan's voice rang in everyone's ears. "Leave the big one to me." He did not back down at all, but instead charged towards the wild wolf god. "Brother Yuan," Lu Xuanzhu shouted worriedly, "you're courting death." The enormous claws of the wild wolf god, carrying a foul stench, slammed towards the tiny Lin Yuan. Just as the claws were about to strike, Lin Yuan's pupils disappeared, leaving only two deep, sea-like blue divine lights. His hair moved on its own, defying gravity and floating upwards. Poseidon form awakened. A golden trident appeared out of thin air, its shaft shimmering with a sacred golden light intertwined with a deep blue aquatic hue. Lin Yuan raised the trident with one hand and easily blocked the powerful claw attack of the wild wolf god. "What?" The wolf god's pupils trembled violently. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Yuan unleashed the power of a vast wave from the trident, causing the enormous body of the wild wolf god to stagger backward. "Now it's my turn." Lin Yuan's figure transformed into a blue streak of light, engaging in battle with the wild wolf god. Each swing of the trident creates a phantom image of towering waves. Each collision sent tremors through the entire Wolf Fang fortress. On the other side, Yin Yingli and the others also engaged in a fierce battle with the wolf-shaped demon. Although these monsters are not as strong as the original body, they are fearless and extremely difficult to deal with. Xia Yuanzhou's sniper rifle roared incessantly, each shot hitting the monster's joints or eyes with pinpoint accuracy, causing massive damage. Sun Hao wielded the dragon-slaying saber with sweeping, powerful strikes, unleashing the Azura saber technique. The flashing blade forced the demon to retreat in defeat. Shen Tian also unleashed the Azura Thunder Shadow, and Shen Ming's Thunder Shadow illusion attacked from both sides together with Shen Tian, with lightning flashing. Red-eyed, he flew through the air, his feathered storm sweeping across the battlefield time and time again. Finally, with everyone's combined efforts, the last wolf-shaped demon was pierced through the head by Yin Yingli's blood flame longsword and turned into black smoke and dissipated. Meanwhile, the outcome of the battle on the other side is about to be decided. The wolf god was covered in blood, with wounds from being pierced and cut by the trident, and his aura was extremely weak. One of its front legs was even severed by Lin Yuan. It couldn't understand why this human could control such pure ocean power. Holding a trident, Lin Yuan walked step by step toward the fallen wild wolf god. In his Sea King form, he resembled a merciless deity who held the power of judgment. "It's time to end all of this." Lin Yuan did not immediately deliver the final blow to Rhodes in his wild wolf god form. He then took out a palm-sized crystal bottle from his inner pocket. It was a magic-sealing crystal bottle that he had secretly taken from the captain's cabin. Inside the bottle, a miniature, constantly wriggling figure is none other than the Kraken, which has retained its morphological form. After this period of growth and devouring, Kraken is now able to stay on land for about 10 minutes at a time. This was Lin Yuan's backup plan, and also his trump card. To be honest, Rhodes wasn't as powerful as he had imagined, far inferior to the Soul Eater Earl who held a dominant position in Limbo. Originally, it wasn't Kraken's turn to take action, but since we've already brought it, we have to let Kraken make an appearance. Lin Yuan was also eager to see how AK would perform on land. He uncorked the bottle. An aura far more ancient, profound, and chaotic than that of the wild wolf god leaked from the bottle's opening. Kraken slid out of the bottle, grew larger in the wind, and almost instantly regained its enormous and ferocious form. The demon's two prominent horns on its head, the dark scales covering its entire body, the eagle claw-like claws at the ends of its 10 tentacles, and the 2 pairs of slender, gleaming, cruel eyes. Its appearance sent a chill down the spine of even the heavily wounded wild wolf god. What kind of monster is this? Lin Yuan did not answer it. Kraken sensed its master's intention and let out an excited screech. Its 10 tentacles, like unsheathed blades, pounced on the immobilized wild wolf god. No! A piercing scream echoed across Wolf Island. Under the strangulation and tearing of the Kraken, the body of the wolf god was disintegrated inch by inch. The Kraken has successfully devoured the soul of Rod, captain of the wild wolf pirates. Kraken's understanding of the soul has deepened significantly. When Kraken reluctantly released its tentacles, only Rhodes, who had transformed back into human form, remained on the ground. At this moment, he no longer possessed the imposing presence of a pirate captain. He was merely a mutilated corpse. Beside the corpse, a wolf-shaped totem, shimmering with a blood-red light, floated silently.